In a world where others traverse dimensions, becoming protagonists, geniuses, or even formidable antagonists, I find myself relegated to the role of a mere Savannah third-rate lackey of a noble family. Am I truly reduced to being a dog in my master's house? North Xian, as the Game Master Super Administrator, has been drawn into the multiverse he created due to an error in the game. With ice emperors and poison emperors abound, and wind and rain emperors as common as dust, a deranged system compels me to unleash lightning slaps upon these divine kings and emperors. Ding! The ultimate crazy protective slapping system has been activated. Just a moment ago, a system alert warned. The Martial King approaches, and you possess a mere 0.0000001 chance of survival. The next moment, an urgent mission arose, demanding that I boldly marry the Martial King's daughter with utmost arrogance. Ding! Acquired Royal-level advanced skill, Thunderous Palm. Ding! Acquired Imperial-level advanced weapon, Moonlit Lace Gloves. Ding! Acquired a tattered cloak made of 3 strips of frayed red cloth bound with twine. Ding! Acquired a movement technique, 3,000 snowflakes. Ding! Successfully absorbed 9-colored lightning, advancing to ultimate skill, 9-colored Thunderous Palm, a series of electric slaps. Chapter 1. The Game Master begins as a third-rate lackey. 700 million players trapped. GM authority locked in a hellish beginning. Master. Our game, Dou Online, Chaos Battle, has received a total of 32,594,791 player complaints. Please address and rectify the bugs at your earliest convenience. Damn it. I have no time for this. I am busy. North Xian, receiving a prompt from his AI assistant, Xiao Meng, replied hurriedly and glanced at the time. May 1st, 2032, 3:30 a.m. He was adorned with the latest third-generation auxiliary optical brain developed by Blue Star. His consciousness was fully immersed in the holographic perception of the game Dou Online. He was controlling a character named Su Hong, a purple-haired youth, engaged in an intense life-and-death battle against the ultimate boss, the Xianjing demon god. With his hands moving like shadows, he struck fiercely in the skill bar of the holographic interface. How strange was that merely a trick of the light? For a fleeting moment, I saw the boss manifest an exceedingly bizarre grin. Damn, how dare you mock me, a GM? Die. 17 seconds later, with Su Hong's complete annihilation, the failure of the quest was declared. What the hell? How is this possible? I'm a GM, and I couldn't prevail? Is this how I lose? Could this be the bug Xiao Meng mentioned? North Xian stood in disbelief, his forehead adorned with 3 dark lines, staring blankly at the vibrant game world gradually succumbing to gray. In his consciousness, he heard the Xianjing demon god proclaiming his dominance over myriad races. The Xianjing continent shall henceforth belong to my demon clan. If you surrender and accept your fate, you may preserve your lineage. Otherwise, players, having arrived, shall never return. Warning, warning, warning! Core game data has suffered an anomalous attack. 714,981,648 players have been utterly lost. Xiao Meng's warning abruptly ceased. Beixuan gazed at the glaring crimson notification window before him, flickering maniacally. As he prepared to respond, a sudden jolt struck his head, as though it had been mercilessly smashed by a heavy hammer. Ouch, my head! Ah, damn it! His head throbbed with unbearable pain. A wave of palpitations surged through him, plunging his consciousness into a void. When he opened his eyes again, before he could take in his surroundings, he was engulfed by the musty scent of moldy wheat and earth. Qian City, within the Su family's courtyard. Damn it! Hell! Beixuan rasped out a hoarse curse, his voice dry as if sandpaper were scraping against his throat. I, a dignified GM of Dou Online and a top-tier game architect of Blue Star, have awakened as a third-rate dog servant, and a starving one at that. Which idiot wrote this bug? Like a pile of mush, Beixuan pushed himself up from the cold, damp pile of straw. Every bone in his body felt as though it had been crushed and reassembled. Each muscle screamed. In agony, the acrid stench of mold mixed with the odor of damp earth assaulted his nostrils, prompting a violent cough that sent pain rippling through his injured body, blurring his vision. Only then did he begin to scrutinize the room, realizing he lay within a drafty shed. His coarse, patched tunic was stained with blood. His hands bore several scabbed whip marks, and at his feet lay a half-cracked hard bun, desiccated from lack of moisture, prompting an involuntary outburst of anger. Countless shattered, humiliating memories crashed into his mind. Zhu Shaoxin, the most wretched third-rate servant of the Su family, each day before dawn had to chop enough firewood to pile into a small mountain, haul water from a barrel taller than himself, and endure the stench of the latrine that could. Render a person unconscious, snatching food? That was a luxury. Just this morning, he had been so famished that he collapsed in this damp, decaying shed, unable to rise again. A gurgling sound emanated from his stomach, instantly pulling him back from the original owner's memories to reality. Damn, could not just like this? Others who traverse realms are either protagonists or geniuses at the very least. They are formidable villains. Yet here I am, reduced to a mere dog servant, a third-rate one at that. Beixuan spat at the drafty earthen wall, rolling his eyes dramatically. Suddenly, he froze as if struck by lightning. Qian City, Su family, Su Hong? Isn't this the novice village map and initial protagonist I painstakingly designed for Dou Online? But, Zhu Xiaosan? I find no record of this person in my database. This pathetic character doesn't even qualify as a backdrop. Which scoundrel programmer has foisted this hidden surprise upon me? Upon my return, I shall delete their code until their ancestors' graves smoke. Could it be yet another bug? As Beixuan pondered deeply, a gentle, melodious female voice unexpectedly resonated in his consciousness. A translucent golden system text materializing upon his retina. Ding, congratulations, master. You have traversed into a multifaceted universe of a gaming world, and I am your AI assistant, Xiaoming. Beixuan was initially taken aback, swiftly overtaken by an overwhelming sense of absurdity. Xiaoming? Wasn't this the very core AI module I painstakingly crafted, capable of serving up to 1 billion players simultaneously yet? How did it follow me here? This simplifies matters. I shall simply exit the game. If that fails, I can swiftly log in with my GM Super Administrator account. Level? Max it out. It must be at the pinnacle 999 levels. Skills? Max them out. Ascend to the highest tier heavenly and divine. Damage? Critical hit rate? All must be maximized. Haha. With this thought, he immediately attempted to communicate with Xiaoming. Xiaoming, exit the game. Apologies, master. Exit is not possible. Damn it. I want to exit the game. Regrettably, exit is not possible. How can I exit? Please log in with your game account. Upon completion, you will automatically exit in 60 seconds. Alas. Beixuan shook his head helplessly and sighed deeply. Since I am here, I must make the best of it. It seems the only way back is to complete the game as swiftly as possible. Xiaoming, immediately connect me to the highest authority GM backend. Account, GM Beixuan, password, thought transmission, ding. Apologies, the account or password is incorrect. Please try again. Ding ding ding. Warning, warning. Account or password incorrect. Attempt count, 1.5.10 beep. The highest administrator account has been forcibly locked. Lock reason. Undergoing an unknown anomalous attack. Unlock countdown, 71 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Would you like to register a new account? Damn it. What on earth has happened? How could the password be incorrect? Has someone tampered with it? This is simply impossible. Beixuan felt as though he had been struck, his face drained of color, an icy despair surging from his feet to the crown of his head. GM privileges, the only lifeline in this gaming world, had been severed. He could hardly believe, nor did he wish to accept, that all of this was real. Yet, the sharp pain radiating from his arm forced him to confront the truth. His brow furrowed, thoughts swirling. After a long while, he realized he could only wait until after 72 hours to attempt logging into the GM account again. For now, he had no choice. He must forge ahead and see what lay before him. Xiaoming, register a new account. I have authorized it. Ding. Congratulations, master. Your new account has been logged in. It has been successfully bound to your consciousness and cannot be changed. Your character is currently being assigned. Chapter 2. The death count of Zhu Xiaosan approaches infinity. How to overcome the winning rate of 001 using memory. With so many professions and identities, any allocation would suffice. Beixuan is exceedingly pleased with his skills. After all, whether in school or at work, he excels at slacking off. Thus, he has honed this extraordinary ability. Ding. Congratulations, master. Your assigned role is a third-class servant of the Su family. Xiaoming. What the hell? You dare to call this allocation? I am now Zhu Xiaosan. Zhu Xiaosan is me. You want me to be the lowest of the lowly dog servants. Furthermore, when have I ever designed such a profession? A beggar gang. You want me to be the leader of a beggar gang. Fine, you bastard. If you want me to be the leader of a beggar gang, at least provide me with a stick to beat dogs. I am empty-handed. How am I supposed to play? Beixuan trembles with rage, unable to contain his curses. Dear player, hello. First and foremost, thank you for choosing our company's game. Our game design, much like your and my lives, presents no options from birth. Thus, we can only move forward, never backward. Finally, I wish you a pleasant and smooth journey in this game. Ding. You have officially entered the game. The latest main quest has been issued. Please proceed immediately to the Su family's martial arts plaza to chastise and insult those who offend Su Hong, and strive to gain Su Hong's favor. You have 30 minutes. Completing the quest will yield a mysterious reward. Ding. Quest countdown, 29 minutes and 59 seconds. Failure penalty. Your consciousness will remain permanently in this realm, and the data of your original world will collapse. Detection indicates that the Master's stamina is below 2 points, triggering the novice protection. A monthly welfare subsidy has been issued. You have received 1 speedy stamina recovery card. It has been automatically used, and your stamina is currently recovering. Is this it? The task has arrived already? And so urgently? Beixuan can clearly sense the feelings of hunger and weakness gradually dissipating. He suppresses his anger and, without further delay, focuses his thoughts to review his attributes. Name, Beixuan. Role, Zhu Shaosan. Identity, third-class servant of the Su family. Strength, none. Skills, none. Power, 1. Speed, 1. Death count, 0.000.000.0000, approaching infinity. No way. The death count of Zhu Shaosan has already breached the critical threshold. The program I designed to annihilate after 100 deaths has been devoured by a dog. Just as Beixuan remains in utter shock, Xiaoming's voice echoes once more. Warning. The primary attributes of the individual who insulted Su Hong. 8. Your probability of achieving victory through force, 0.01. What the hell? A victory rate of 0.01. And it's so grandly named. Isn't this clearly leading me to deliver my head on a platter? Beixuan gazes at the death count that has surpassed the critical value, his face etched with disbelief. For this signifies that Zhu Shaosan's death count is nearing infinity. However, at this moment, he finds himself ensnared within this world. Even though he is acutely aware of his predicament, what can he truly do? Contemplating this, he can only shake his head and swiftly issue a command. Xiaoming, conceal the display of fallen counts. I wish not to witness that attribute. Also, hide the section regarding Zhu Shaosan. Understood, Master, it has been concealed. Well, now he is left with nothing, and how shall he manage this? Thus, he succumbed to a brief, deathly silence. Yet, Xiaoming would not grant him the luxury of time for contemplation. A warning was directly projected onto his retina. Warning. Task countdown remaining, 9 minutes and 19 seconds. Upon hearing this, Beixuan's body trembled, and he ceased his delay, rapidly brainstorming countermeasures. Alas, there remains a glimmer of hope. I recall that when designing the character of Su Hong, he was imbued with a sense of gratitude and loyalty. Even if Su Hong is unable to complete the task, he could still survive until the grand conclusion, provided that the current settings remain unchanged. Regardless, he decided to first ascertain whether he could cling to Su Hong's substantial support. Beixuan brushed away the crumbs from the corner of his mouth and staggered out of the courtyard, his gaze fixed on the green light indicating the victory probability of 0.01, which caused his lips to twitch and his mind to spiral into doubt. Yet, while it is easy to speak, it is far more challenging to act. At the Su family's martial combat square, the announcer called out, "Next, Su Hong." A 16-year-old youth stepped onto the stage, his white hair cascading over his shoulders. Though weariness flickered in his eyes, it was overshadowed by a fierce defiance. The eldest son of the Su family, Su Hong. White crystal, level 5, low tier. The steward's voice, sharp and grating, pierced the air, each word striking the boy on stage like poisoned needles. As his words fell, a wave of derisive laughter erupted from the crowd. Bah, what a useless waste, Su Hong. What a squander of the 5 years our clan has invested. Were it not for the Yi family, how could we allow this Su Hong to remain in our Qi Yin city? TSK, TSK, TSK. The son of clan leader Su Lai is merely at white crystal level 5. He has truly brought shame upon Su Lai. Whispers circulated, revealing that 5 years prior, he had been at gray crystal level 3, and now, it seemed he had regressed to become a white crystal level 5 waste. Standing beside Su Ao, 3 other non-blood-related disciples of the Su family mocked and berated him with disdain. Su Ao, arms crossed and chin held high, regarded Su Hong with a gaze reminiscent of discarding refuse, his voice booming for all to hear. Did you hear that? Useless. Even a mere guard dog surpasses you. With such pitiful strength, how dare you aspire to the Yi family's eldest daughter? You ought to leave the Su family at once and spare us the humiliation. Beixuan, fixated on the 4 snickering figures, clenched his fists tightly. An opportunity has arisen. He vividly recalled that the character he controlled before his transmigration was indeed Su Hong. After today, Su Hong would be deemed a discarded pawn by the Su family and expelled, losing the esteemed identity of the family's eldest son. This moment marked a crucial turning point for Su Hong. Thus, it was now or never, a time to step forth and defy fate together. The chance must not be squandered. Time would not wait. Damn it. If we are destined to die, so be it. One word, charge. In a surge of fervor, Beixuan abruptly rose, slamming his worn broom onto the ground with a resounding thud. He crouched low, stealthily approaching the group of Su family members led by Su Ao. A glint of fierce determination flickering in his eyes. It was not that he lacked courage, but rather that the disparity in strength was too great. He had to rely on cunning to draw closer. Su Ao, catching a glimpse of a familiar yet exceedingly disreputable figure approaching, questioned, "Xiao-san, why are you? A mere servant, not attending to your duties and sweeping over there?" Beixuan feigned calmness, his face smeared with dirt, yet displaying a broad grin, remaining silent. He reassured himself, "Steady now, it's still too far. I must close the distance a little more. Let us see if I can turn the tide." Chapter 3. The 9-star warrior unleashes havoc. The servant transforms into a spiraling propeller? Innocent. The sound of several slaps echoed. Su Ao frowned and barked, "Have you gone mute? Hurry up," and, before he could finish, a resounding slap reverberated through the entire martial arts arena, as crisp and loud as thunder. At that very moment, as Su Ao uttered the last syllable, a filthy figure darted forth from the crowd like a specter. Beixuan's eyes blazed with ferocity, summoning all his strength. He swung his arm in a wide arc, channeling the rugged force honed over 5 years of chopping wood, delivering a vicious slap. Though this strike lacked the reinforcement of crystal power, it was still a concentrated blow. Su Ao could hardly believe that a lowly third-tier servant from his clan would dare to strike him. Caught utterly off guard, he was left dazed. His left cheek swelled visibly, 5 muddy fingerprints starkly imprinted upon it. Like a spinning top struck senseless, he twirled around before barely regaining his balance, his mind buzzing in a haze of confusion. Beixuan's chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath, yet he straightened his posture defiantly. Even as pain shot through his hand, he summoned every ounce of strength and bellowed, "Preposterous! You, filthy cur, dare to show disrespect to young Master Su Hong." The 3 closest Su family members initially stood in shock. Then, their eyes widened in fury as they shouted, "Outrageous! Xiao-san, how dare you? Have you lost your wits?" Before they could finish their words, Beixuan launched himself at them without giving them a moment to react. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, he unleashed a flurry of 4 more resounding slaps, each landing with precision upon the faces of the 3 lackeys and the still reeling Su Ao. The movements were so swift they left only a blur in their wake. This sudden turn of events sent a ripple of astonishment throughout the arena. Over 300 Su family disciples, both male and female, turned in unison, drawn by the commotion. Surely, this wasn't an illusion? Su Ao was the favored grandson of the Grand Elder, and among the younger generation of the Su family. No one had ever dared to provoke him. Indeed, this servant was doomed. Su Ao was one of the top talents within the clan. At just 17, he had already achieved the status of an 8-star white crystal apprentice. A casual punch from him possessed power exceeding ours by 8-fold. Even the esteemed eldest son of the Su family, Su Hong, stood frozen in place, witnessing the 3rd-tier servant, clad in rags, deliver a muddy slap that sent Su Ao reeling. In the moment when the crowd gasped in shock, he felt cold sweat pooling in his palms. The clan rules were stringent, and the servants were as insignificant as blades of grass. Yet at this moment, there were still those willing to stake their lives for this worthless individual. Beixuan understood that he was doomed. However, he was unwilling to accept his fate. He had words to share with Su Hong. He abruptly turned his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the stunned white-haired youth on the stage. His voice hoarse yet resolute, "Young Master Su Hong, you are the best. I, an old servant, initially wished only to quietly watch you grow. But I can no longer suppress my feelings. They insult you. They trample upon you. I cannot swallow this resentment. Even if I am torn apart today, I shall avenge you." With that declaration, his face bore an expression of determination as he closed his eyes, awaiting either salvation from young Master Su Hong or his own demise. Upon hearing this, Su Hong's tightly clenched fists trembled violently, his nails digging deep into his palms. Yet he lacked the courage to take that crucial step. Just then, a cold, emotionless voice echoed in Beixuan's consciousness. "Ding! Congratulations, Master. The main task of retaliating against those who insult Su Hong has been perfectly accomplished. You have received the highest evaluation, S rank." A wave of indescribable warmth washed over Beixuan, enveloping him like a soothing hot spring, banishing all pain, hunger, and fatigue. A grand, solemn notification resounded in his mind. Detection of the Master's unparalleled protective will and fearless retaliation behavior. Compatibility achieved. The strongest madman protector, retaliation, system activated. Binding successful. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for publicly slapping those who insulted Su Hong, earning the reward. Gray Crystal Shield Experience Card. Limited time. 3 days. Ding. Protective value. 100. Obtained. Gold Blind Box X3. Ding. Su Hong's favorability. 1. Gain power. White crystal level 3. Ding. New main task released. Continuously retaliate against those who insult Su Hong. Completing this task will grant you a powerful attack skill, Thunderous Slap. As the system rewards were received, an immense surge of heat erupted within his dantian, and a thumb-sized transparent white crystal suddenly materialized, swelling and becoming more solid. An overwhelming sense of power surged through his limbs. Beixuan instinctively clenched his fists, the joints cracking with a resounding pop. Strength. That long-lost sense of power had returned, though he had merely attained white crystal level 3. It was a stark contrast to his former fragile state. He swiftly glanced at the system interface. Strength, 3. Speed, 3. A smile crept upon his lips. Yet his heart was filled with confusion. What on earth is this strongest protector system? I never designed such a thing. Perhaps it's just another inconvenience. Regardless, it's better than being dead. I will fix this upon returning to my original world. Su Ao finally emerged from the depths of humiliation and shock. His face contorted with extreme rage and shame, twisting into a grotesque visage. You dog servant. I want you to die a gruesome death. Quickly, bring him down. Tear off his legs and feed them to the dogs. He roared with fury. The white crystalline energy erupted from Bicrystal's 8 layers without reservation, enveloping his form in a blinding radiance. Together with his 3 equally indignant lackeys, for fierce fists, shrouded in a luminous white aura of energy, surged forth with a howling wind, mercilessly striking at Beixuan from various angles. A warning echoed throughout. Please retaliate immediately or face certain death. In an instant, the 4 individuals unleashed their formidable momentum, their fists, imbued with a faint white energy, hurtling towards Beixuan. Beixuan's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly issued the command to activate the gray crystal shield. At that very moment, the flurry of fists, akin to a tempest, collided with the gray crystal shield he had conjured before him. Bang, 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 bang. The resounding impacts reverberated like heavy hammers striking upon solid steel. Remarkably, the gray shield did not yield a single ripple. It was utterly indestructible. In contrast, Su Ao and his companions felt as though their fists had struck an ancient mountain of profound iron. The terrifying shockwaves surged through their arms and into their bodies. Ugh. Amidst their cries of agony, they staggered back, pale-faced, their blood surging, taking 7 or 8 steps before they could barely steady themselves. Their arms numb and throbbing with pain, nearly unable to lift. The gray crystal shield. 9 stars. He is a 9-star gray crystal warrior. One lackey clutched his agonized arm, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, his voice a sharp pitch of fear and disbelief. Chapter 4. God-level skill. Lightning Slap unleashes chaos. Does this servant know the true identity of the young master? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He is merely a lowly 3rd-class servant of our clan. How could he possibly be a 9-star warrior? Clan leader Su Lai, a 3-star black crystal warrior, is already one of the 4 overlords of our Qian city. Su Ao stood frozen, his eyes wide as saucers, his tone laced with skepticism. This sudden revelation left the 4 utterly astounded. They were unwilling to accept the reality that lay before their eyes. Yet, the gray energy shield enveloping Beixuan, along with the 9 slowly rotating golden stars upon it, compelled them to believe. Beixuan was immensely satisfied with their expressions, and he glanced at the system interface. Limited time skill, gray crystal shield, remaining 71 hours 59 minutes, defense, 36. Even the strength of a 9-star white crystal apprentice was merely 9 points. How could it possibly breach a defense of 36 points? Beixuan grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth, his gaze as cold as steel. Weren't you quite vociferous a moment ago? Now you seem to have lost your voice. He stepped forward, the energy of the 3 layers of white crystal instantly coalescing in his right palm, conjuring a fierce gust as he struck with a mighty slap towards the stammering lackey. Crack! The sound was even crisper than before, tinged with the sound of bones fracturing. The stammering lackey could barely emit a scream. His entire body spun around from the force, a bloodied molar mixed with saliva flying forth. This blood-stained tooth traced a precise parabolic arc through the air. With a sudden sound, the projectile struck unerringly, penetrating the throat of a companion who was gagging in terror. Ugh! Cough, cough! What is this? The man immediately grasped his neck, his face turning crimson and then violet, bending over in a frenzied attempt to cough and retch, tears and snot cascading down his face. Utterly disheveled. How is it that just moments ago he was so audacious, and now he trembles in fear? I wonder who would dare to label Su Hong as worthless now. Beixuan offered no opportunity for a retort. He swiftly delivered several resounding slaps, while reprimanding. Remember this. You are the true worthless ones. A band of useless cowards who only gossip behind others' backs. The sound of slaps echoed throughout the arena, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence as they beheld this typically submissive third-tier servant who now appeared transformed, filled with rage and determination. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Main quest completed. Acquired. King-level advanced skill, Lightning Slap, now comprehended. The skill, when unleashed, would inflict a burn of golden lightning. Accuracy, 100. Attack speed, 100. Cooldown, 0, 5 seconds. Beixuan's heart surged with joy. This is splendid. Without the skill's enhancement, my hands would have grown numb. That was merely an appetizer. Now, prepare to experience my newly mastered ultimate move. His eyes sparkled with intensity as he bellowed, Lightning Slap. A peculiar surge of electricity coursed through his right arm, dramatically increasing the speed of his swing several-fold. His arm carved through the air, leaving indistinguishable afterimages. Even more terrifying, amidst those afterimages, dazzling white electric snakes danced and exploded, emitting a chilling crackle that sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. The arena fell into a profound silence, interrupted only by the sickening sound of flesh searing and the crackling of electricity. 300 pairs of eyes were frozen in disbelief, filled with unparalleled astonishment. Someone, trembling, managed to utter, "Oh my heavens! Is that lightning magic?" Master Su Hong stood on the platform, watching the scene unfold before him, a warm current surging within his heart. For 5 years, he had endured insults from his peers and neglect from his clan, never having the courage to resist. Yet today, this servant exhibited such fierce bravery. He scrutinized the servant, realizing he knew nothing about him. With this thought, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white, his body quivering with excitement and an indescribable emotion. He gazed upon the figure standing before him, a veritable embodiment of a lightning war god. All the accumulated humiliation and coldness of the past 5 years seemed to have found a slight release through this violent display. "What is your name?" He took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within, and hurried down from the platform to stand before Beixuan, whose electric aura had yet to fully dissipate. His voice carried a barely perceptible rasp. "It's done." Beixuan felt a surge of elation within, yet his expression instantly shifted to the epitome of a devoted servant. He contemplated that in order to cling to the powerful, even if it meant feigning, he must do so convincingly. Thus, he pretended to endure the soreness and numbness in his arms from employing his new skill, quickly dropping to one knee. His voice resonant and respectful. "I report to young Master Su Hong. I am Beixuan, an old servant. I deserve death for allowing these blind fools to tarnish your ears. Please, young master, punish me." Su Hong was momentarily taken aback. "Old servant? You appear no more than 17 or 18. How can you refer to yourself as such?" Beixuan inwardly cursed his misstep. Indeed, the original owner was merely 18 years old. In his moment of excitement, he had misspoken, likely brainwashed by the endless short videos on Blue Star, where the term old servant was incessantly repeated. He hastily clarified, "Young master, forgive me. Though I am young, I have served the Su family for 5 years and have long regarded myself as an old servant in spirit." Su Hong regarded Beixuan with a profound gaze, one that conveyed a complex mix of inquiry, emotion, and ultimately transformed into a hint of warmth and an undeniable resolution. He stepped forward, personally assisting Beixuan to his feet, his voice low yet clear, resonating throughout the space. "Well done, Beixuan. From this day forth, you shall be my foremost servant, solely responsible to me. You have performed admirably today, and I am quite pleased." Meanwhile, Su Qingyao, who had been silently observing from behind Su Hong, the young master's girlfriend, experienced a fleeting moment of surprise and understanding in her beautiful eyes. She looked at Beixuan, her red lips barely moving as she whispered softly, audible only to herself, "It seems that within the Su family, aside from myself, there is indeed someone with a bit of discernment." Maintaining her composure, she subtly nodded at Beixuan, while her mind pondered, "Does this servant know the true identity of brother Su Hong?" With that thought, she retrieved a communication jade slip from her spatial ring, her lips barely parting as she spoke in a voice almost inaudible. "Lieber, enhance the protection around Su Hong in the near future." "Understood, miss," came Lieber's prompt reply. Upon receiving his response, Su Qingyao felt a slight sense of relief. Lieber, known as the Thunderous Night Lightning, was an orange crystal martial emperor. Chapter 5, The Patriarch's Fury. The young master pleads for Beixuan. Great favor gained. A flurry of system blind box openings. In the Xianjing continent, one's strength is assessed by the color of the elemental crystal within, ranked from lowest to highest as follows: white, gray, black, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Ding. Congratulations, master, your status is elevated. You have received 300 gold coins. Ding. Su Hong's favorability has reached 5, totaling 6. You have acquired a white crystal level 4 and 12 elemental crystal blind boxes. Ding. Side quest issued. Use the skill Lightning Slap to elevate proficiency to 100 for a reward of a bronze blind box. Beixuan felt a surge of warmth flood into the white elemental crystal within his dantian, his internal power quadrupling in response. He gazed up at Su Hong, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Thank you, young master, for your grace. I vow to follow you to the death, ensuring that no one ever insults you again. Having spoken, he turned to face the several bewildered branch disciples of the Su family, musing that to swiftly enhance his skill proficiency, he would have to inconvenience them. A sly grin spreading across his face. He respectfully clasped his hands before Su Hong, his tone imbued with unwavering loyalty and righteous indignation. Young master, your magnanimity is commendable. Yet my eyes cannot tolerate any grains of sand. Look at their expressions, their gazes. It is evident they are compliant in appearance, but resentful at heart, perhaps even scheming against you. Such calamities must not be allowed to persist. He provided no opportunity for Su Hong to respond, nor did Su Hong seem inclined to intervene. Beixuan transformed once more into a streak of shimmering lightning, plunging into the crowd. The sounds of slapping echoed like firecrackers, accompanied by cries of mercy. Spare us, third brother. We did not mean it. We shall not dare again. Do you still dare to argue? The guilt is palpable. Beixuan grinned malevolently, his arms sweeping through the air, conjuring a dazzling display of shadows and electric sparks. He resembled a human whirlwind, an unstoppable force, delivering slaps with the ferocity of a tempest. The crisp sound of slaps rang out, striking Su Ao and his companions like ragged dolls battered by a storm. They writhed and convulsed, their faces swelling grotesquely. The purplish imprints of hands upon their cheeks emanating a peculiar scent reminiscent of charred meat. Their cries had turned into desperate wails. Young Master Su Hong, we are wronged. We are innocent. The onlookers shielded their eyes, unable to bear witness to the scene. The purplish imprints glimmered on the disciples' faces, flickering with remnants of white lightning. An inexplicable aroma of grilled meat permeated the air as they cried out in despair. Do you still dare to argue? Beixuan's eyes glinted with a fierce intensity. Who just called young Master Su Hong a waste and threatened to cripple me? He turned to Su Ao, who was on the brink of collapse, tears streaming down his face. After enduring another fierce blow, he finally unleashed a desperate roar. Third brother, how dare you? My grandfather is the elder of the Su family. With a mere finger, he could crush you. Just wait. Before his words could fully escape his lips, Beixuan's eyes blazed with cold fury, the energy in his palm crackling violently. You dare threaten me? Not even your grandfather could save you from the consequences of your insolence today. Your grandfather? He is nothing. Before he could finish, a hand imbued with the fourth tier of crystalline essence and violent current struck Su Ao's already swollen face with relentless precision. The impact left Su Ao momentarily dazed. The marks on his left cheek faded slightly, only to swell again almost instantly. He was astonished to discover that every attempt to evade the blows was futile. The speed of the assault was simply too swift. Enough. This is disgraceful. A voice of authority rang out from outside the arena. The hundreds of spectators turned in unison, searching for the source of the reprimand. There, approaching with measured steps, was a middle-aged man clad in opulent garments, his expression dark and his piercing eyes sharp as a tigress. The individual before them is none other than the current patriarch of the Su family, the father of Su Hong, and a martial artist of 3-star black crystal prowess. He is one of the 4 dominant figures in Qian City, Sulai. Upon recognizing the patriarch, everyone hastily paid their respects. Beixuan promptly ceased his actions and bowed his head, standing to the side. Observing this, Su Hong quickly grasped Beixuan's arm and approached Sulai, his gaze resolute. Father, it is my failure in discipline. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me. Sulai regarded Su Hong, then glanced at the gray crystal energy barrier enveloping Beixuan, a flicker of complexity passing through his eyes. He was well aware of Su Hong's experiences over the past 5 years and understood that Beixuan's actions were intended to uphold Su Hong's dignity. However, he had not anticipated that this servant was a martial artist of 9-star gray crystal strength, fiercely defending his son. He recognized that, despite his esteemed position as the clan leader, many coveted his role, waiting for him to falter, and the servant's strength surpassed that of the 3 old geezers. Thus, it would be prudent to secure an alliance with him. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly spoke. Beixuan, given your sincere heart, let us balance the scales of merit and fault. In the future, do not act so impulsively. Beixuan immediately knelt on one knee, respectfully bowing. Thank you, clan leader. For your grace, I shall remember your teachings. Sulai nodded and turned to the others, declaring, let today's matter conclude here. Should anyone dare to insult Su Hong again, Let it be known that I, Su Lai, will not hold back. The crowd quickly acquiesced, silenced by his authority. Meanwhile, the Su family's distant disciples, who had received the searing slap of lightning, bore swollen faces akin to that of pigs, with lingering traces of pulsating energy from the strikes. They all turned to look at Su Ao, who, clutching his reddened and bruised left cheek, felt a wave of exasperation upon seeing their hopeful gazes. What? That was a gray crystal martial artist. Do you expect me to step forward and receive another round of lightning slaps? He was also puzzled by how Zhu Xiao-san had suddenly become so formidable. He had always been the one to strike or scold at will, and he had never witnessed this servant resist so vehemently before. Moreover, the force of the strikes he received seemed to be limited to the strength of a white crystal martial artist. Was it possible that the servant had held back due to his esteemed status? With a flash of resentment in his eyes, he resolved to seek vengeance from his grandfather, the elder of the Su family. Su Hong glanced at Beixuan, a gentle smile gracing his features. Come, let us return to my quarters. You shall reside next door. Ding. Su Hong's favorability rating increased by 1, totaling 7. Reward, 3 energy crystal blind boxes. Ding. Master protection value, 100. Reward, 3 gold blind boxes. My master, your proficiency in the skill lightning slap stands only at 50. Please elevate it to 100 to unlock the bronze blind box. Beixuan dismissed the system notification, rising promptly to follow Su Hong. His heart swelled with joy. He had indeed placed his bets wisely. Yet, he found it peculiar that the voice of the little dream had transformed into a sultry, alluring tone. How utterly vexing. Who had concocted this? He had certainly not programmed any emotional features into the intelligent assistant. How strange. Indeed, I seem to have heard something about blind boxes. He quickly inquired of Xiaoming. Yes, master. You possess 6 gold blind boxes, with a maximum potential reward of 999. 999 gold coins, probability 0,001. Additionally, you have 16 elemental crystal blind boxes, offering the chance to obtain a 9-star purple crystal emperor, probability 0,00001. Shall I proceed to open them all? No, let us hold off and save for a 10 consecutive draw. Open them all. I am a fortunate one, destined to strike gold. Beixuan gazed at Su Hong's silhouette ahead, a smirk gracing his lips as he silently mused. Indeed, open them all at once. Chapter 6. The Luckless Brothers' Hubris Invokes Divine Wrath. System Anomaly? The blind box fiasco is more deceptive than Blue Star. Ding, the gold blind box is opening. Yielding 100 gold coins, empty, 100 gold coins, empty, empty, empty. Gold balance, 500, empty. What the devil? Another empty one. Beixuan felt his heart bleed. Is this truly more treacherous than Blue Star's blind boxes? Cursed be my impatience. I simply could not resist. Yes, next time. I must save for a 10 consecutive draw. Beixuan's lips twitched, a wave of frustration washing over him, his expression darkening. Ding, the elemental crystal blind box is opening. Yielding a guaranteed 10 consecutive draw. Red crystal shard 1, gray crystal shards 4, white crystal level 5, empty 10. Red crystal shard 1, 100, gray crystal shard 4, 10. Master, once you gather the shards, you can directly break through to a higher realm. Keep it up. Damn, what use is a shard? To collect 100. I might as well wait until the next lunar cycle. What the hell? Is this the guaranteed outcome? The 10 consecutive draw is unreliable. What a pathetic system. Beixuan could no longer contain his exasperation and cursed aloud. But the next moment, he paused. Wait, white crystal level 5. The warmth coursing through his dantian well. A mosquito's leg is still meat. It's certainly better than Zhu Xiao-san's feeble physique. He swiftly glanced at the system. Strength, white crystal, level 5. Power 5. Speed, 5. Attack speed, 105. Was my design blind box system truly this flawed? Now, I find myself ensnared. Beixuan, what are you muttering about? Su Hong's keen ears picked up the mention of the system. A sudden realization struck Su Hong. Could this person be a game player? He suppressed his internal doubts and swiftly turned, scrutinizing Beixuan intently. Beixuan met Su Hong's clear yet sharp gaze, his mind racing to recall Su Hong's character arc. He suddenly remembered the logic he had crafted for Su Hong, which led him to believe he was a game player. However, this was contingent upon no players being assigned to Su Hong's role. After a brief contemplation, he feigned a serious demeanor, stretching his neck to whisper in Su Hong's ear. Young master, this is not a place for conversation. Let us find another venue for our discourse. Before long, the two had arrived in Su Hong's chamber. As Beixuan crossed the threshold, he cautiously peered around, ensuring they were alone. With a swift clang, the door was locked. Su Hong, observing the man's caution, felt a wave of tension wash over his resolute visage as he slowly inquired, Who are you, truly? Just as Beixuan was about to elucidate, A sudden series of knocks resounded, 3 sharp raps at the door. Who is it? Honger, why are you two locked inside during the day, especially with the door bolted? What are you up to? Su Lai's voice carried a note of confusion, tinged with an underlying worry. Realizing something alarming, his tone escalated to urgency. Open the door, quickly. Ding. A new main quest was issued. Dear Master, please hasten the narrative. Inform Su Hong and his father that the young lady of the Yi family, Yi Ning Shuang, is about to pay a visit, seeking a marriage alliance. Completing this task will grant you a reward, a royal-grade advanced movement skill, 3,000 flurries, which will envelop the area in a mesmerizing snow effect. Hurry to complete the task and showcase the 1,000 miles of snow for an impressive display. If I choose not to inform them, if I prefer silence, or if I feel disinclined. Beixuan stiffened, inwardly grumbling. What on earth is this atmosphere effect? Little dream, are you out of your mind? He quickly recalled how he had designed the character of Yi Ning Shuang. A chilling thought crept over him, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He couldn't help but lament to the system. You want me to intimidate the young lady of the Yi family with a snow effect tomorrow? Isn't that tantamount to delivering myself to my doom? But Little Dream offered no reply. With a deep sigh, he pondered that a royal-grade advanced movement skill shouldn't be too shabby, right? 3,000 flurries? Did such a skill even exist? After all, there had been numerous skills conceived during the design phase, and it was impossible to remember every detail. He could only recall that skill levels ranged from low to high as follows: Novice, Royal, Emperor, Celestial, and Divine, further categorized into low, medium, and high tiers. Never mind. He would take it one step at a time. The pressing matter at hand was to complete the task and secure the reward. He promptly opened the door, respectfully ushering Su Lai into the room, then quietly took his place beside Su Hong. Once seated, Su Lai furrowed his brow, emanating an aura of a formidable superior. He had discerned that Zhu Xiao-san was merely a third-tier servant from the Su family, tasked with menial chores. How could he have suddenly grown so powerful? Determined to investigate further, he resolved that should anything seem amiss, Zhu Xiao-san could not remain near Hong. He would not hesitate to act decisively to eliminate any potential threat. His gaze lingered on Su Hong for a moment before fixing upon Beixuan. His voice deep and commanding. Should I address you as Zhu Xiao-san or Beixuan? Why have you come to the Su family? What is your true purpose? Under the piercing scrutiny of both men, Beixuan felt a twinge of trepidation and quickly devised a response. I have it, he thought. I shall spin a tale. After a brief moment, he knelt on one knee, adopting a respectful demeanor, and declared, I humbly report to the master and young master, I am Beixuan. Once, I was a martial emperor of the 7-star Orange Crystal, but due to the pursuit of my enemies, I barely escaped with a fragment of my soul. 5 years ago, by a twist of fate, I encountered Zhu Xiao-san. His physique appeared exceedingly unique, exuding an inexplicable and formidable allure towards me. After being forcibly drawn into his being, my lingering spirit succumbed to a deep slumber, only to awaken languidly today. Coinciding with the demise of Zhu Xiao-san amidst the firewood pile, Su Lai abruptly rose, his fingers trembling slightly, as he excitedly assisted Beixuan to his feet. What did you say? The 7-star Orange Crystal Martial Emperor. Could it be that you are the foremost among the 9 formidable beings of the former Demon Moon Empire? To behold you today is indeed a testament to your illustrious reputation. Although these words escaped his lips, his mind pondered the skills demonstrated by Beixuan in the martial arts arena, which seemed reminiscent of the Yi family's clandestine techniques, the low-tier king-level attack manual, Thunder Palm. Could he be the shadow guardian dispatched by Miss Yi Ning Shuang to protect Hong? He was aware that while the Su family possessed some power in Qian City, they were merely one of the 4 major factions within the city. In comparison to the Demon Moon Empire, Qian City was but a minor entity among the hundreds of cities under the Empire's dominion. The Demon Moon Empire stood as one of the paramount sovereigns of this vast and boundless Xuanjin continent, albeit ranked among the lesser empires of the 100. Nevertheless, such stature was far beyond the capacity of a mere Su family to contend with. Upon hearing Su Lai's words, Beixuan felt a stir within his heart. Indeed, I recall correctly, their narrative includes this, and they even make connections to the Yi family's Thunderpalm? How fortuitous! I can utilize this as a smokescreen. After all, the notorious reputation of that madwoman, Yi Ning Shuang, ensures that Su Lai will undoubtedly suspect her involvement. With this thought, a smile crept upon his face. He refrained from contradicting Su Lai and feigned surprise. Oh, you have also heard of my tale? Su Lai could hardly conceal his excitement, contemplating the potential of aligning with such an extraordinary individual, one with the latent prowess to become the Orange Crystal Martial Emperor. Such an alliance could herald a significant turning point for his humble Su family, perhaps alleviating the dire circumstances they currently faced. With this in mind, he eagerly pressed on. I have merely heard a whisper of it. May I inquire about your future intentions? Just as Beixuan was about to respond, a notification chimed. Congratulations, Master, for unexpectedly achieving the title of King of Show-Offs. Consequently, a thunderstorm shall descend upon you in 10 seconds as a hidden reward for your display. Thus, Master, do not blame Xiaoming for her ruthless disposition. Please make your selection promptly. I relish in the act of showing off. I shall endure it head-on. A first charge of 60 gold coins can mitigate a fatal blow, and you shall receive a personalized skill, the Thunderous Slap, complete with a special effect skin, limited to 7 days. Chapter 7. Survive the Thunderstrike? The entire server trembles. Unlock the Thunder Body for limitless advancement. The ultimate technique is given freely. Beixuan, struck by the assistant Xiaoming's notification as if hit by lightning, felt his heart constrict sharply. Internally, he lamented. What a ridiculous game designed by some utter fool. How can there be a game that doesn't allow for showing off? Moreover, my true self is within the game. Where shall I procure 60 gold coins for a first charge? After venting his frustrations, he realized that it was indeed his own foolishness that had led to this predicament, plunging him into a deep state of self-reproach. Yet he was unwilling to concede, continuing to argue. When Sulai asked me who I was, I had to provide some reasonable context. However, he received no response from Xiaoming. Wait, was this the moment of devastation? Was it not the test code I had designed as a punishment for malicious pretentiousness? Had I forgotten to delete it? Impossible. I distinctly remember deleting it. Damn it. It's over, truly over. The power of the test version is at its zenith. Thus, Beixuan suppressed his fear, feigning calmness on the surface. Even at this moment, he did not forget to adopt an air of profundity as he slowly spoke. Not good, clan leader, young master. I sense a powerful wave of malevolent elemental energy approaching rapidly. You must take cover at once. Su Hong's observational skills were remarkably keen. He had already sensed the startled sparrows flying outside. Father, what is happening outside? The three hurried outside, only to witness the once clear skies over Qi Yin City transform dramatically. Dark clouds surged like a tide, and amidst the flashes of lightning and claps of thunder, the ominous clouds swirled above the Su residence. Grandfather, why has it suddenly turned dark? Su Ao sat in the courtyard, trembling left hand dipping into the medicinal paste, applying it to his swollen, purplish left cheek. The moment his fingertips touched the wound, he could not help but let out a muffled groan, then turned towards the Grand Elder of the Su family with a puzzled look. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow, intently gazing at the roiling dark clouds above, his weathered face betraying a grave expression. He spoke slowly, his voice deep. According to the ancient texts passed down in our Su family, such an anomaly likely heralds the emergence of a rare treasure. My dear grandson, Beixuan had never witnessed such a grand spectacle. Even if he had, it would have been in the realm of cinematic effects. At this moment, despair filled his eyes, his face ashen. This is bad. Quickly, before he could finish, a thunderous roar erupted, causing the entire Qi Yin city to tremble violently. From the dark clouds, a golden lightning bolt descended like a dragon emerging from the abyss, striking straight down with precision, hitting Beixuan directly. Though he had a gray crystal elemental shield to mitigate much of the impact, he was still left charred, his hair standing on end, wisps of smoke rising from his scorched head. Subsequently, he collapsed onto the ground blackened by the lightning, stirring up a cloud of dark mist. Su Hong, witnessing this, felt a tightening in his chest, thinking, after finally encountering someone who would go to such lengths to protect me, he cannot just perish like this. He rushed forward, swiftly reaching out to check Beixuan's breath. Feeling the faintest hint of life, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for unexpectedly achieving the first Survive Lightning Strike achievement across the server. Unlocking the hidden power of the Thunder Elemental Crystal, you have acquired the Thunder Body. As it is a hidden body, there are no cultivation guidelines. You must explore it personally. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for diverting Su Hong and his son, bravely standing alone against the odds. Commendable courage. You have earned 200 protection points and a gold blind box. Ding! Affection level increased by 5, totaling 13. Earning a crystal blind box of 15. Ding! Broadcasting a server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player from District 996, Beixuan. In the game, an unexpected trigger summoned a torrential lightning strike that accurately struck down, yet the player was not vanquished by this divine force. Instead, they activated the server's inaugural unlocking of the Thunder Crystal power, thereby earning the reward of the Thunder Body. As this announcement resonated throughout the server, players erupted in chaos. Wealthy patrons began flooding the global broadcast with messages. For a single server-wide announcement costs a staggering 100,000 gold coins and can only scroll for 10 seconds. From Region 26, Han Laogawei's global announcement. How could a fellow cultivator be so fortunate? Even when I unboxed a divine treasure, the spectacle was not this grand. I must lodge a complaint. I have invested so many gold coins and potions, perished countless times, yet I have never unlocked a hidden achievement. The officials must provide me with recompense. From Region 88, Haotian Supreme's global announcement. Indeed, why is he able to achieve this while we cannot? I single-handedly battled the Xianjing demon god, losing my celestial bones, yet resurrecting without unlocking any hidden achievements. I shall purchase your account for a price. From Region 1, the Undead's global announcement. Enough of this noise. I offer a flat rate of 30 million gold coins for your account. Otherwise, face dire consequences. At this moment, Beixuan remained in a state of unconsciousness. Ding. The thunder body infusion was complete. As Beixuan's consciousness registered the system's notification and a jolt of energy coursed through him, every bone felt as if it were being crushed and reassembled, his very soul trembling in the midst of the thunderous light. He slowly opened his eyes to see Su Hong's anxious visage, which offered him some solace. However, upon witnessing the global broadcast and cross-server announcements, his pupils constricted in shock. This was catastrophic. He had become a target. Han Pao Pao and the domineering Haotian Supreme were among the top-tier affluent players across various regions, while the undead was a lunatic. The threats of noisy death echoed in his mind. 30 million gold coins in cash. Such a paltry sum was beneath his notice. Yet now, he could not even muster the 60 gold coins for a first recharge. How could this be possible? The thunder body had not been designed before. Yet everything had changed now. Suddenly, he recalled what Xiaoming had said before his transmigration. He had received 594, 791 complaints from players urging him to rectify issues swiftly. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he understood that the chaos began with the influx of player complaints that had hurled him into this game world. He was utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Wait, hold on. Was this a twist of fate? The thunder body sounded extraordinarily powerful. Could it be that his account had been locked and the heavens provided him with a cheat? Selling accounts? How could he afford to make a global announcement? It was impossible, as activating the private features required an initial recharge of 60 coins. He had thought that players should not benefit without payment. If they wished to communicate, they must first recharge. Now trapped in this world, where could he possibly go to recharge? At this moment, Beixuan found himself in a predicament, rendered utterly speechless. To put it plainly, his current situation bore no difference from playing a solitary game. Only when he amassed a sufficient amount of gold could he contemplate other matters. While he remained lost in thought, the voice of Xiaoming echoed in his consciousness, offering him no respite for contemplation. Chapter 8. The enigmatic 3000 Snowfall skill unveiled. Unexpectedly activating a hidden plot. Is this a test for the cadres? Ding. Life signs of the master detected to be exceedingly weak. Automatically consumed 100 points of guardian value to exchange for a recovery card. Upon use, full recovery within 1 hour. Ding. Successful exchange and usage. Remaining guardian value, 200. Stamina is currently recovering, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. A warm current suddenly coursed through Beixuan's body, gradually permeating his limbs and bones. At long last, this wretched system has accomplished something worthwhile. The guardian value must be diligently farmed from now on. As time passed, he distinctly felt his strength slowly rejuvenating. Ding. Detection of impending deadline for the main quest. A forced plot task has been initiated. Master, please inform Yi family's Yining Shuang within 30 seconds that she is about to propose a marriage alliance. Should Su Hong agree to this union, the Su family will surely face annihilation. Completion of the task will yield King-level advanced movement skill, 3000 Snowfall. Failure to complete the task, in 10 seconds. The divine thunder of calamity will descend. Beixuan's heart tightened, and he inwardly cried out, "Not again. I cannot endure this." Suppressing his fear, he spoke urgently, his voice tinged with desperation. "Master, I do not wish to leave you yet, but our time is truly limited. The long-legged Yining Shuang is about to arrive to propose. You must not agree to this marriage. If you do, the Su family will be eradicated." Upon hearing this, Su Hong was taken aback, casting a disapproving glance at Beixuan. "Stop it, will you? I can clearly sense that the elemental power within you is recovering rapidly." He then turned to Su Lai with confusion. "Father, who is Yining Shuang? I believe I have heard that name before, yet I cannot recall." Su Lai, perplexed, wondered why Beixuan, supposedly sent by Yining Shuang, was not attempting to facilitate the union between their families. This was indeed peculiar. Moreover, the Yi family had always maintained a cordial relationship with the Su family. How could a marriage alliance lead to annihilation? Though he was bewildered, he maintained his composure and slowly began to explain. Have you forgotten? She is the orphan you rescued at the age of 4 in the Qian Empire. Little did we know she was actually the daughter of the Yi family. Not an orphan at all. Subsequently, she was taken in by the Yi family, and you have not seen her since. However, upon returning, Yi Ningxuang informed her father, Yi Zhentian, that she would marry you once you turned 18. Initially, Yi Zhentian vehemently opposed this, but later, before he could finish, a slightly anxious voice interrupted. Su Honggij, are you all alright? What just happened? Su Qingyao appeared anxious as she hurried over. Just moments ago, she had learned that the shadow guard sent to protect Su Hong had sustained severe injuries while resisting a thunderous onslaught. This was the true reason why Beixuan had not perished from the lightning strike. Yet, Beixuan remained oblivious to this revelation. Everything transpired in an exceedingly peculiar manner, almost as if it had been orchestrated specifically for Beixuan. Indeed, Su Qingyao had designed this character quite beautifully, though one might consider her intellect somewhat lacking. Beixuan observed that all the pivotal characters in the unfolding narrative had made their entrance. He inwardly mused, I must feign unconsciousness quickly. If this continues, my cover will be blown. Su Hong's gaze is too piercing. Su Qingyao's arrival was timely. I shall delegate the task of elucidating the matters concerning the Yi family to her, thus sparing myself the trouble of explanation. A smile gradually graced his lips as he slowly closed his eyes, pretending to succumb to unconsciousness. Su Qingyao overheard the conversation between Su Hong and the clan leader and interjected anxiously. Yi Ningxuang? Brother Su Hong, I do know a bit about that. Su Hong glanced at the feigning Beixuan, but chose not to expose him. He promptly took Su Qingyao by the hand and led her inside. Meanwhile, Su Lai summoned Su Meishue and several other clan disciples. After observing them carry Beixuan into the adjacent room belonging to Su Hong, he instructed, Su Meishue, you must take good care of Beixuan. Noticing the clan leader Su Lai casting her a glance, Su Meishue blushed and turned her gaze away shyly. As the night deepened, both Su Qingyao and Su Lai departed in succession. Outside the house, Su Hong raised his resolute face towards the 3 moons suspended in the night sky and whispered softly, I cannot afford to disappoint my father. In 6 months, I must break through to the first layer of gray crystal to qualify for the Jinghong clan and reclaim all that rightfully belongs to me. Pausing for a moment, he clenched his trembling hand into a fist, his once clear eyes darkening ominously. Yi Ningxuang, the proud daughter of the Yi family. I hope you are not as Su Qingyao claims, where the marriage is but a ruse while the true intent is to usurp my family's secret treasures. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Su Hong found himself halting instinctively at the door of Beixuan's room, unable to resist murmuring. There are too many secrets surrounding this Beixuan. The system he mentioned and his extraordinary feats today surely indicate he is no ordinary servant. Perhaps he truly knows something about the Yi family's affairs. Could there be a strategy at hand? Might this indeed herald a turning point? At that moment, Beixuan had already cast aside his myriad of doubts. While feigning unconsciousness, he had surreptitiously stolen a glance at Su Meishue's figure, swallowing hard. His cheeks flushed, turning crimson all the way to his ears. Beep. Master, I have detected hidden plot lines. Please make your selection. Option 1. First charge of 60 gold coins to unlock Su Meishue's midnight tenderness. Option 2. Pay 120 gold coins to unlock fiery battle with Su Mei. Without a moment's hesitation, Beixuan swiftly issued a command. It must be. I wish to choose, but I cannot go out to recharge. Beep. Deduction successful. Gold balance, 380. Just as anticipation filled his heart, the voice of Xiaoming resonated once more. Beep. Congratulations, Master. The main quest has been completed. Acquisition. King-level advanced movement skill, 3000 snowflakes. Has been comprehended. When the skill is activated, it is accompanied by a snowflake effect that can intimidate foes. The skill's single release lasts for 10 seconds. With a cooldown of 60 seconds. Shall I immediately activate the skill? Activate immediately. How romantic it is to enjoy the snowfall. What a delightful experience to revel in the snow. Do not activate. I have no time. Hee hee. Damn it. Xiaoming, are you doing this on purpose? Just when it's crucial, you want to activate it. The snowfall isn't that important. Hurry up. Make a choice. Immerse yourself in the hidden plot. Quickly, quickly. Load it immediately. Beixuan reclined comfortably on the intricately carved sandalwood bed, hearing Xiaoming's prompt, a tone of impatience. He tightly shut his eyes, feigning a deep slumber. Yet, his Adam's apple involuntarily moved slightly, seemingly anticipating something. Clearly, he was anxious yet also relishing the moment. Beside the bed, Su Meishue lay elegantly in a light moon-white silk nightgown, her body exuding the unique fragrance of youthful femininity. The aroma wafted into Beixuan's nostrils with each of his labored breaths. Dear Master, a passionate battle with Su Meishue is about to unfold. Please fasten your seatbelt. Chapter 9. Hidden plot unleashes godlike weapon. Lace gloves, dark iron gloves. The system is driving me insane. Beixuan inhaled the sweet scent of the girl, his heart racing uncontrollably. Could it be? How could one endure such trials? Though his mind pondered this, his body pretended to be nonchalant, casually rolling over. his arm seemingly unintentional, yet precisely sliding onto Su Meishue's fair, long leg. Feeling the warmth radiating from Beixuan's arm against her leg, Su Meishue could not help but tremble slightly, ripples of emotion stirring within her. She recalled the significant gaze of clan leader Su Lai when he instructed her to take care of Beixuan, her cheeks flushing crimson. Moreover, she remembered Beixuan's graceful demeanor as he delivered a powerful slap during today's martial arts competition at the Su family arena. Being a 9-star gray crystal warrior, the clan leader must hope that I can befriend this individual, she mused. Beixuan reveled in the warm touch of her skin, akin to an electric current, secretly delighting in the moment. Indeed, clan leader Su Lai truly knows how to care for others. The colleague who designed Su Meishue's figure and beauty is undoubtedly a genius. Come to me, my treasure. Yet at that moment, Xiaoming's voice echoed once more in his mind. Ding. Issuing the latest protector mission, according to the emotional route between Su Hong and Su Meishue. 5 years ago, Su Meishue profoundly affected Su Hong's tender heart at the age of 12. Please, within 30 seconds, activate the skill lightning slap to strike Su Meishue. Completion of this task will yield a mysterious reward. This mission is non-mandatory. Please make a humane choice expeditiously. To hell with it. What nonsense protector mission is this? I'll spend 60 gold coins to cancel the latest protector mission. Unlock the hidden storyline of Su Meishue's Midnight Clinic, cackling with glee. A chance to alter fate. Devoid of any female distraction, everything I undertake becomes extraordinary. A complimentary unlocking of the mysterious narrative at the Slap Master training camp. Ha! I choose. Ding. Recharge failed, failure. Ding. Congratulations, Master, a default selection has been made. Oh, how infuriating. I am ensnared within this game. Where can I even recharge for you? Beixuan, his visage contorted with rage, leapt from the bed with an explosive energy. Veins on his forehead bulged like a spider's web as he cursed within. What is this trifling, old matter? Why does it arrive at this critical juncture? As if mocking me with an urgent task? What on earth were they thinking when designing the emotional trajectory between Su Hong and Su Meishue? Cursed be it. I am truly doomed. Beixuan was genuinely furious, thunderously enraged. He longed to summon the intelligent assistant, Xiaoming, at once. With a swift motion, he unleashed a vibrant, thunderous slap, determined to obliterate the system into a fine powder. Oh dear master, please refrain from such violence. It frightens me, she whimpered. Only 20 seconds remain for the time-limited task. Do not be angry, master. I merely worry for your fragile constitution. After all, we are in a green gaming world. Beixuan gazed into Su Meishue's spring-like eyes, which sparkled with confusion as she looked back at him. The young lady bit her delicate lips, hesitating to speak, her breath quickening in rhythm with her gently rising chest. The air was thick with the intoxicating scent of youthful hormones. Oh, it's snowing. How beautiful. How did you know that I adore the sight of snowflakes dancing through the air? You are truly romantic, Su Meishue exclaimed, her gaze captivated by the crystalline snowflakes that began to fall within the room. Suddenly, a wave of shyness enveloped her. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she lowered her head, her eyes becoming somewhat dazed. In that moment, the room was filled with a cascade of glistening snowflakes, creating an enchanting and romantic atmosphere. Yet Beixuan had no time to appreciate it. His expression darkened, resembling a stormy sky. The newly acquired royal-level skill, 3,000 snowflakes, was already in action. In an instant, his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing beside Su Meishue like a specter. He raised his hand, delivering a swift, electrifying slap aimed at her innocent, porcelain-like face. However, as fate would have it, his foot landed precisely upon a snowflake on the ground. The intended slap meant for Su Meishue's face instead landed squarely on her pert backside. With a resounding crack, the sound echoed through the confined space. Ah! Su Meishue cried out, feeling a sudden, fiery pain in her rear, leaping as high as a startled cat that had just had its tail stepped on. The hem of her silk nightgown lifted, revealing a delicate leg, as white as snow. You struck there? She exclaimed, her face a portrait of disbelief. Her gaze fixed upon Beixuan, who lay sprawled on the ground, her voice quivering with indignation. Ah, congratulations, my esteemed master. Your choice is indeed most astute. The task of safeguarding has been accomplished, and you have received a royal-grade low-tier weapon, the Xian Iron Gloves. When donned, these gloves enable the execution of the skill, Lightning Slap, granting immunity to all physical rebound damage. Beixuan, whose previously somber countenance now flushed crimson, was utterly oblivious to the system's notifications. Flustered and awkward, he hastily rose, at a loss for words, and could only offer a few sheepish chuckles, exposing his pearly whites. Guess what? You are still laughing. Su Meishue, her cheeks flushed, seized a pillow and hurled it at him. In her haste, the jade hairpin in her hair inadvertently snagged Beixuan's sleeve. The two lost their balance, tumbling back onto the soft pillow. Their noses nearly touched, eyes locking in an intimate gaze. Su Meishue suddenly noticed that Beixuan's ears were even redder than hers, and she couldn't help but giggle. Who would have thought that a dignified 9-star gray crystal warrior would blush? It seems you are even more nervous than I am. As Beixuan inhaled the subtle, alluring fragrance emanating from the girl before him, he could no longer contain himself. Suddenly, bang! A loud crash echoed through the room. The locked door was forcefully kicked open by Su Hong. Beixuan, what is happening? I just heard a loud bang and a cry of distress outside. Is there an assassin? Su Hong spoke with palpable urgency. Upon entering the room, he was met with an exceedingly intimate scene between the two. He fixated on Beixuan's hand resting on Su Meishue's waist, and 3 black lines appeared on his forehead, prompting him to mutter, "Am I interrupting something?" With that, he turned to leave. "Oh dear, master, it appears there is hidden content detected by the system. Please make a choice, and be sure to consider it carefully. I absolutely will not chase after Su Hong to trigger the hidden storyline. First recharge of 60 gold coins. Unlock Su Meishue, latest collectible skin, Lace Bunny Girl. Or, pursue Su Hong first. There will be time to return for the subsequent exciting plot." Chapter 10. The Impending Marriage, How to Respond. Beixuan wore a troubled expression, insisting there was nothing wrong and urging to open the mystery box. No, it's a misunderstanding. Young master, please allow me to explain." Without a second thought, Beixuan swiftly made his choice. He sprang from the bed, not even pausing to put on his shoes, and dashed out barefoot. "Young master, I am wronged. It is not as you think. Though Su Meishue is indeed quite lovely in appearance, I merely..." Beixuan trailed behind Su Hong, continually attempting to clarify. "What on earth are you trying to say? What is there to explain?" Su Hong interrupted, his impatience evident. "I only wish to alleviate your grievances. As Su Meishue caused you great emotional turmoil when you were 12, I merely wanted to teach her a lesson on your behalf," Beixuan stated earnestly. "Oh, so that is how you intend to teach her?" Su Hong halted, turning to scrutinize Beixuan's face, seeking any hint in his subtle expressions, and questioned him with irritation. Under Su Hong's intense gaze, Beixuan shuddered. "I truly did not, I swear. It was merely an accident." His mind raced, seemingly struck by a thought, and a flicker of joy appeared in his heart. He gestured towards Su Hong with a playful mimicking of a kissing action, teasingly remarking, "Young master, you too?" Su Hong shot a glance of exasperation at Beixuan, confirming that he was not lying, and slowly replied, "I must say, Beixuan, when will you be done? I was clearly inquiring about you, yet you turned the question back on me. There is nothing between Su Meishue and me. 5 years ago, I was still perceived as the prodigy of the Su family, but then I fell from grace and became regarded as a useless individual in everyone's eyes. That was when our relationship began to wane. Do you understand? I was merely 12 years old. How could I have possibly, right?" At this point, Su Hong's tone grew somewhat unnatural. "Oh, I see. I was merely curious, but Su Meishue is undeniably enchanting, and her figure is simply, you really haven't?" Beixuan's lips curled into a smirk, relentlessly pursuing the topic. Cough, cough. "Enough of that. Su Meishue is of no concern to me. If you truly have feelings for her, that is your own affair." Su Hong turned away, weary of further explanation, and casually strolled back, arms resting behind his head. Noticing that Su Hong had not addressed his question directly and was unwilling to relent, Beixuan hurriedly followed, intent on pressing further. "Then what about you two?" Su Hong interjected, his expression turning serious. "By the way, I almost forgot the urgent matter at hand. You seem to know something about Yining Shuang. Do you have a strategy?" Ding. The latest main quest has been released. Yi family's eldest daughter, Yining Shuang, is about to arrive. Time is of the essence, and the task is critical. Please devise a strategy for Su Hong on how to refuse the marriage alliance with the Yi family. Completing this task will yield a mysterious reward. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Beixuan grinned broadly, feigning profundity as he slowly began to speak. "I, your humble servant, have only heard whispers about it. However, concerning the life and death matter of the Su family, I shall exert every effort to assist you, young master, and strive to turn the tide. Enough with the suspense, just tell me, what is your plan?" Su Hong urged anxiously. Beixuan paused, glancing around to ensure no one was listening. He leaned closer to Su Hong, whispering in a voice only they could hear. As he listened to Beixuan's strategy, Su Hong's expression shifted from confusion to clarity, then to a hint of fear as he could not help but exclaim, "I don't know if that will work." Seeing Beixuan nod seriously in affirmation, Su Hong's tone revealed a mix of resignation and panic. "Very well, I suppose we must proceed as you suggest. However, the Yi family wields immense power. You must not underestimate them." With that, he turned to depart. At that moment, Beixuan noticed the system notification appearing. Ding. Main quest has been completed, and the countermeasure has been confirmed. You have received a bronze blind box. Will you open it now? Do not open. Save for 10 consecutive draws. Open immediately. I am blessed by fortune, and I shall strike gold with one shot. Open it. Beixuan focused on the antiquated bronze box displayed in the system. Silently praying in his heart, he was not greedy, merely wishing for a black crystal shield experience card. As the lid of the box opened, a dazzling pink radiance emanated from within. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained the affection card. Upon use, if you come into contact with your target within 10 seconds, it will instill 100-fold admiration in them for the wielder, lasting for 30 days. Oh, isn't this the matchmaker card? Haha. Finally, I've drawn something worthwhile. I shall keep it for now. Beixuan smiled faintly as he gazed at the pink card in his hand. Xiaoming, open the shop. I wish to see what I can purchase. Apologies, Master. But you have not yet met the minimum requirements to unlock all the shops. Please enhance your strength to the gray crystal level, and the shops will gradually open as you progress. Damn it. I had calculated everything, yet I overlooked this detail, he muttered, accustomed to the unexpected. Ding. A new main quest has been issued. You are to fiercely defend Su Hong's dignity. The thunderstorm of the Yi family's army is imminent. You must valiantly withstand all assaults to ensure Su Hong's safety. You have 10 minutes to complete this task to earn a 9-star gray crystal strength experience card, limited to 10 seconds. Failure to complete it incurs no penalties. Yet it signifies that the system will seek a new host, leaving you eternally trapped in this world, ensnared in a cycle of endless death for 3 days. Is this for real? This task is no trifling matter. Completing it grants one a 10-second 9-star gray crystal reward. Initially lighthearted, Beixuan felt a shiver run through him upon hearing the system's announcement. He inwardly mused, I merely needed to deter Yining Shuang, but judging by the task description, there appears to be more at stake. Caution is warranted. I cannot afford to be overconfident. With this thought, he quickly summoned Xiaoming to open the system interface, projecting an information panel onto his retina for meticulous examination. Defensive skill, gray crystal shield, less than 47 hours remaining. Weapon, Xian iron gloves, low class royal. Immune to all physical rebound damage. Strength, white crystal, level 5. Power, 5. Speed, 105. Accuracy, 100. Attack skill, lightning slap, high class royal, cooldown 0. 5 seconds, proficiency 6100. Movement skill, 3000 flurries of snow, high class royal, lasts 10 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Gold blind box, 6. Elemental crystal blind box, 15. Gold, 380. After reviewing the panel, Beixuan's expression turned grave. It seemed prudent to play it safe. Xiaoming, open all the elemental crystal blind boxes. He watched as various colors of light flashed across the system interface. Chapter 11. The blind boxes unleash the ultimate thunder-devouring technique. Mastery of Thunder Law, Thunder Body, and Thunder-Devouring Gloves. Ding. Obtained. 1 red crystal fragment, 2 gray crystal fragments, white crystal level 6, white crystal level 8, low-class technique manual, Thunder-Devouring, space 8. Red crystal fragment, 2/100. Gray crystal fragment, 610. Power, 8. Speed, 108. Wow. Thunder devouring? Infinite progression? How was I unaware of such a profound technique? How does one partake in its consumption? Master, this thunder devouring technique necessitates the absorption of thunder crystals to refine the body through lightning, beginning with the crimson thunder crystal, and subsequently progressing through the orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple crystals. In total, there are 7 varieties of thunder crystals, each possessing distinct attributes of damage, burning, paralysis, siphoning, and soul intimidation, among others. Is that truly so remarkable? Have I ever conceived such an extraordinary technique? How could I have been oblivious? Although Beixuan felt his internal energy surge to 8-fold, the disparity remained insurmountably vast. The initial strength of a black crystal martial master can reach 80, while a crimson crystal martial king boasts a terrifying 400, capable even of manifesting crimson crystal armor externally. Aware of his insufficient strength, Beixuan resolved to employ cunning strategy. Yet he encouraged himself inwardly, murmuring, what is there to fear? For the sake of the young master, it is worth the risk. What is destined to occur will inevitably come. There is no evading it. I have yet to examine the newly acquired gauntlet weapon. Before he could finish his thought, the dulcet voice of Su Meishui reached his ears. Brother Beixuan, a faint smile graced Beixuan's lips as he recalled his deliberate choice to have her address him thus. Feeling a swell of satisfaction within, whatever name is spoken, the addition of brother renders it melodious. He noticed the slight tension in Su Meishui's expression. What is it? The clan leader has sent me to inform you to escort the young master to the council hall. A distinguished guest has arrived. and it is imperative that Su Hong be present. Su Meishui leaned closer to Beixuan, her tone enchanting and soft. Last night, the girl's lips parted slightly, the breath escaping them brushing against Beixuan's ear. A shiver coursed through him, and his ears instantly flushed. He feigned composure, swiftly turning away, resting his arms behind his head, and nonchalantly stated, "Ahem, I was definitely practicing. Furthermore, please refrain from drawing so near when speaking. Such proximity may lead young ones astray. We must prioritize our duties." Knock, knock, knock. Beixuan gently rapped on the intricately carved wooden door, respectfully proclaiming, "Young Master Su Hong, distinguished guests have arrived. The clan leader requests your presence in the council hall." Su Hong paused, taken aback, his hands clenched into fists, knuckles whitening from the force. "They have arrived." A fierce glint ignited in his eyes, the initial reluctance gradually transforming into resolve. Beixuan, witnessing Su Hong stepping out from within, offered a slight smile. "Young master, relax, simply watch my performance later. If you deem my efforts commendable, do bestow upon me generous praise." Su Hong nodded, recognizing Beixuan's attempt to console him. After a moment of silence, he spoke with unwavering conviction. "If the pressure becomes overwhelming, do not force yourself. I will not hold it against you. After all, this path is one I must tread alone." Upon hearing this, Beixuan felt a tremor run through him, his expression solemn. "Young Master Su Hong, your casual remarks ignite the fervor within this old servant. Should the opportunity arise, I wish to take you to experience a piece entitled Counterattack. If I survive this ordeal, I shall follow you in subduing the Yi family's forces." Su Hong smiled knowingly. "To be honest, I comprehend a portion of what you convey, though I have not encountered this counterattack you speak of. What? Do you wish to learn it? I shall teach you." Beixuan chuckled, attempting to ease Su Hong's tension, though it was he who felt the weight of anxiety most acutely. "All right, I have learned. When you lead me to conquer the Jinghong clan, I shall sing for you." Su Hong felt an inexplicable warmth towards Beixuan, a sentiment that had eluded him for the past 5 years, during which he had never experienced the profound sense of security that comes from having someone steadfastly guarding him. Su Meishui followed closely behind the two, utterly bewildered by their conversation. She mused to herself, "What is a bikini? A reverse slash? It must be an impressive royal-level skill." Beixuan guided the group through the backyard, halting before the imposing council hall. He gazed at the solemn metallic doors, then turned to Su Hong, slightly bowing in respect. "Young master, are you prepared? We shall proceed according to the original plan. I will clear the way ahead." Su Hong suppressed the anxiety churning within him and replied with unwavering resolve, "Let us go." Without hesitation, Beixuan pushed the door open. The council hall was exceedingly spacious and brightly lit, with the elders of the Su family and the core younger generation already present. Drawing upon his memories from the game settings, Beixuan quickly scanned the assembly. To his left sat 4 figures, the foremost being the clan leader, Su Lai, who possessed the strength of a third-tier black crystal warrior. The other 3 elders, wielding power just beneath that of the clan leader, were all at the 8th or 9th tier of gray crystal. Opposite them sat 5 unfamiliar figures, led by a stunningly beautiful young girl, clad in an opulent black gown that subtly accentuated her long, fair legs. She was none other than the renowned Ice Queen of the Moonshadow Empire, Yi Ningxuan. Wow, the modeling team truly exceeded expectations. This surpasses the design sketches. Those legs, cough, cough. Beixuan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Beauty is a concept. Just how beautiful can one be? To put it simply, her appearance surpassed even that of Su Meishui by a couple of degrees, noble and aloof. Possessing formidable cultivation talent, it was truly vexing. At not yet 18, she was already a 6-star gray crystal warrior, akin to Su Hong, who had broken through to the 3rd tier of gray crystal at the age of 11. No small feat either. Beside her were the 4 elders of the Yi family, with 30 Yi family attendants standing in a straight line behind them, all donning sleek silver armor. Each bore a hexagonal gray crystal on their chests, surrounded by 9 glittering golden stars. This uniform attire represented the standardized light armor of the Yi family army, indicating that they were all uniformly 9-star gray crystal warriors. The 4 elders of the Yi family, dressed in azure robes, had embroidered upon their chests a hexagonal black crystal emblem, with the leader adorned with 6 golden stars encircling the black crystal. Upon witnessing this, Beixuan's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed in shock. His heart sank. "What the hell? Who dared to tamper with my foundational data? I distinctly set the Yi family attendants as 5 to 7 stars in white crystal, while the elders were to be 7 to 8 tiers in gray crystal. Who could possibly circumvent my authority and modify game settings without permission? Damn it. What am I to do now?" The original strategy has been completely thrown into disarray. Just as Beixuan was lost in thought, a stern voice from an elder suddenly rang out. "Su Lai, is this how your Su family welcomes guests? We have come to discuss a union with Su Hong. Yet you dare to send such a lowly servant to represent you. Is this an affront to the Yi family? Chapter 12. The disguised martial sovereign strikes awe across the hall. In the next moment, the facade is about to be shattered. The servant, filled with rage, displays his extraordinary abilities. The speaker is none other than Yi Luais, the third elder of the Yi family, a formidable presence at the 6th level of Black Crystal. He immediately notices the 4 characters first-class servant embroidered on Beixuan's chest. It is well known that those who attain the rank of Black Crystal martial artist are renowned figures within the entire Moonshadow Empire, and in this modest Qiyan city, such individuals are indeed untouchable. Hence, he possesses ample grounds for his arrogance. Upon hearing this, Su Lai furrowed his brow slightly. He wished to assert himself. But the Su family's stability in Qiyan City, being one of the 4 major powers, is largely attributable to the Yi family. This city is home to 3 other major powers, each having some degree of influence from other factions within the Yaoyu Empire. Nevertheless, he still had to consider the dignity of the Su family. Just as he hesitated to speak, he was interrupted by Beixuan's cold reprimand. Impudent. Who do you think you are to dare raise your voice against my family's leader? Beixuan found himself in a predicament. Realizing that he had to act as the arrow was already drawn, he could not afford to backtrack. He decided to proceed with the original plan and intimidate them first. Has the Su family become so powerless as to allow a mere dog servant to spout such nonsense? Yi Luais was furious. With a resounding bang, he slammed the table, causing tea to splatter from the cups. Just as it seemed Yi Luais was about to unleash his wrath, Yi Ningxiu, with her delicate brows furrowed, decisively intervened. Her voice cool and composed. Third elder, let us not forget our purpose here. We have come to discuss a marriage alliance, not to engage in combat. Upon hearing his young master speak, Yi Luais slightly restrained his fury, slowly taking his seat, his gaze towards Beixuan filled with disdain. The people in the hall were stirred by the commotion, whispering among themselves. Is Beixuan truly insane? This is the Yi family. Even the king of the Yaoyu Empire would not dare to speak to them in such a manner. Is a marriage alliance not a good thing? What is Beixuan attempting to achieve? I wonder what the eldest daughter of the Yi family sees in that waist of Su Hong. Truly, a flower placed in a pile of dung. Little did Beixuan know that the eldest daughter of the Yi family has a father who is a 9-star red crystal martial king. Otherwise, how could he possess such audacity? Su Ao, touching his left cheek that Beixuan had struck earlier, harbored resentment, yet secretly reveled in the situation. This dog servant, relying on his 9th level of gray crystal prowess, dares to provoke one of the 3 major powers of the Yaoyu Empire. This should be quite the spectacle. Su Lai's lips twitched involuntarily, his hands clenched in suppressed anger. He was acutely aware that the Su family could not contend with the Yi family's might, and for the sake of the clan, he had to stifle his rage. However, just as the words Yi Lei were on the tip of his tongue, an unexpected chill enveloped the air. Delicate snowflakes began to cascade from the intricately carved ceiling without warning, causing the temperature to plummet. The entire assembly hall was instantly blanketed in a flurry of snowflakes, which soon began to melt and coalesce upon the ground, forming a web-like frost that spread across the floor. What is happening? Yi Luais gazed at the swirling snowflakes, his expression abruptly shifting, as if recalling some dreadful event. Upon witnessing this, Yi Ningxiu leapt to her feet, her voice tinged with astonishment. Could this truly be the fabled ice crystal domain? Xiaomeng, play the battle anthem counterattack for my master. The old servant is about to commence the slaughter, came the prompt response. Understood, master, replied Xiaomeng. As the stirring melody resonated, on this tumultuous battlefield, the storm youth makes his entrance. With the advanced Northern Qian King's high-level movement skill, the technique 3,000 flurries of snow was unleashed. A mocking taunt drifted through the snowy haze. I initially sought to coexist peacefully as a humble servant. Yet all I received in return was mockery and derision. No longer will I feign humility. I am the 9-star orange crystal martial sovereign. The veil is lifted. He understood well that only those who attained the rank of martial sovereign could possess such a domain. The effects of 3,000 flurries of snow were indeed convincingly deceptive. Northern Qian left behind an afterimage, his form swiftly appearing beside a Yi family attendant, already adorned with mystical black iron gloves that rendered him immune to all physical backlash. A fleeting glance at the black gloves stirred his confusion. What on earth is this? A female design? Yet, there was no time for further contemplation, suppressing his doubts. He raised his hand and unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast slaps. A bitter smile crossed his lips. Apologies, young brother. Blame your unfortunate looks. I still need to hone my skills a bit, so I shall practice on you. The resounding sound of sharp slaps echoed throughout the hall. What just transpired? Did anyone witness that? The incredible speed of his movements and attacks left even the most seasoned orange crystal martial sovereigns in awe. The onlookers were engulfed in disbelief, their faces a canvas of shock. A dark glimmer danced in Yi Luai's eyes as he expressed his astonishment. While others may have struggled to perceive Northern Xian's rapid maneuvers, he observed with clarity. Northern Xian left behind a flurry of snowflakes, seamlessly blending into the vast expanse of the ice crystal domain. His raised right arm bore a mysterious pair of black gloves, intricately woven from strands of black iron, adorned at the edges with delicate white lace, reminiscent of ocean waves. Within his palm, white bolts of lightning danced with energy. Upon recognizing the gloves Northern Xian wielded, Yi Luai's pupils constricted in shock. Could it be that I am fortunate enough to witness a royal-grade weapon once wielded by the Moon Demon King? A glimmer of delight crossed his face, accompanied by a hint of greed. He harbored a fleeting hope, subtly releasing a strand of energy toward Northern Xian. A royal-grade weapon. Such a treasure had only appeared once in the entire Moon Demon Empire. It was known that the Moon Demon King, despite possessing merely the strength of a red crystal 7th layer, had rapidly risen to prominence with the aid of a low-tier royal-grade weapon, ultimately establishing the renowned Moon Demon Empire and becoming a formidable sovereign. This prospect was an irresistible temptation for Yi Luai's. The attendant of the Yi family, struck by Beixuan, felt a fleeting shadow pass before his eyes, and in an instant he endured a flurry of slaps, yet he dared not retaliate. Considering the formidable strength of his assailant, he presumed that mercy had been shown, sparing him from any true harm. Nevertheless, the humiliation was stark, especially as he was struck by a hand clad in a woman's glove. His face flushed crimson, and he quickly conjured a gray crystal barrier for defense. The Yi family attendants exchanged glances, secretly relieved to have escaped unscathed. Beixuan cast a glance at the system, leaving no time for delay as he vanished back to his original position. His proficiency in the lightning palm had ascended to 100, evolving into a low-level Emperor tier thunderous slap. And he acquired a bronze blind box. Yi Ningxuan, witnessing this, was astounded. As the heir of the Yi family, her insights surpassed those of ordinary individuals. By perceiving the fluctuations of elemental energy from Beixuan's skill, she deciphered that he had just executed a high-tier royal lightning technique. It was worth noting that the Yi family's mastery of lightning techniques was limited to the low-tier royal skill, the thunderclap palm. Could this individual be a top-tier powerhouse from the elusive Demon Moon Empire? With this thought in mind, she immediately signaled to the 4 elders to refrain from hasty actions. Is it not excessive for you to humiliate my Yi family in such a manner today? Despite her reservations, Yi Ningxuan boldly questioned. Excessive? Was it not excessive for you to verbally assault an old servant upon discovering his humble status? Beixuan's frosty gaze glinted with a cold smile as he retorted. I, on behalf of my clan's 3rd elder, extend my apologies to you. Yi Ningxuan spoke, bowing slightly in acknowledgement. Indeed, the Yi family still has some reasonable younger generation. The old servant is not one to be unreasonable. However, if your Yi family seeks to intimidate my Su family from the outset, this old servant cannot abide it. Having achieved his purpose of intimidation, Beixuan glanced at his skills. The snowfall from 1,000 miles was in cooldown, and he seized the opportunity to descend the steps. Yi Ningxuan noticed that Beixuan's elemental energy had receded. With a moment's hesitation, she could not resist asking, "Might I inquire if what you just demonstrated was the legendary ice crystal domain?" Upon hearing this, Beixuan's heart leapt with joy, though he maintained an impassive facade. Miss Yi possesses remarkable discernment to recognize the domain I wielded. Could it be that you are the renowned Ice Crystal Demon Lord, the foremost among the 9 formidable beings of the Moon Shadow Empire, who has been missing for 5 years? Yi Ningxuan, filled with uncertainty, sought to reconfirm. Oh, you have heard of the tale of this old servant? Beixuan was inwardly astonished. Who exactly was this Ice Crystal Demon Lord, whose reputation was so grand? And why had such a powerful figure vanished suddenly? Wasn't the original designation of the foremost among the 9 formidable beings of the Moon Shadow Empire the Storm Demon Lord? Though he pondered these thoughts, he maintained his composed demeanor in response. Su Hong stood outside the hall, and upon realizing the opportune moment had arrived, he promptly stepped into the conference chamber and approached Beixuan. With his hands clasped behind his back, he could not suppress a slight tremor. Yet he feigned an air of utmost confidence as he spoke. Yi Ningxuan, as you have witnessed, this Beixuan is merely my first-class servant, yet already possesses the prowess of a 9-star orange crystal martial emperor, while your father is but a mere red crystal martial king. Hence, you, Yi Ningxuan, are utterly unworthy of me. Let us cease the discussion of this union. I shall not impose any further difficulties upon you. You may withdraw, and I will treat today's events as if they had never occurred, absolving you of any consequences. Before he could finish, a furious rebuke from Yi Luai's interrupted Su Hong's words. Hold on. It turned out that Yi Luai's had discreetly extended a strand of Yuan force to probe, and upon entering Beixuan's body, he had discerned the farcical nature of the situation. At this moment, Yi Luai's eyes widened in rage as he slammed his hands down onto the table. With his hands behind his back, the terrifying pressure of a 6-star black crystal martial master was unmistakable, and his aura surged dramatically. A dense wave of yuan force radiated from him like a tempest, creating ripples of black light in the air. The torrents of black yuan force surged towards the Su family members in an instant. Seeing this, Su Lai and the 3 elders swiftly conjured a protective barrier of yuan force before them. The teacups on the table beside them were swept away by the force, resulting in a series of explosive crashes. Tea and shards of porcelain flew in all directions, landing on the black marble floor with a resounding clatter. Upon hearing the word hold, Beixuan's heart sank, realizing the precariousness of his situation. He quickly summoned a gray crystal barrier to shield himself from the oncoming wave. Fortunately, it mitigated much of the force, yet he was still thrown back by the black yuan force, crashing onto the tea table with a resounding thud. The table shattered upon impact, splintering wood flying, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Su Lai felt a wave of despair wash over him as the situation turned dire. How could this be resolved? Suppressing his fear, he rose abruptly, slamming his hands on the table and admonishing fiercely, Yi Luais, this is my Su family, not your Yi family. Even if one were to discipline a servant, it is not your place to do so. What if I choose to teach him a lesson myself? This insolent servant has no shame. A mere servant at the 8th layer of white crystal dares to masquerade as a formidable being from the former Demon Moon Empire. Yi Luai scoffed derisively, his gaze as cold as ice. He pointed at Beixuan and coldly declared, your Su family allows such a lowly servant to employ crude illusions to deceive my Yi family. Do you think we are but children of 3 years? Were it not for our young master's beauty and kindness, could your Su family still thrive in Qian City? I suspect you would have been obliterated by the other 3 families long ago. Hearing this, Su Lai trembled with rage, a faint black yuan force gradually enveloping his body, eventually coalescing into a shadowy, phantasmal tiger behind him. This was the Su family's ultimate technique, the Xianming Tiger Roar. Level, low-rank king. He clenched his hands into fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms, feeling the intense pain radiating from within. His eyes were filled with resentment. Had it not been for the members of the Su family, he would not have endured such humiliation. The words of fury that threatened to escape his lips were swallowed back with great effort. Yi Ningxuang's expression was as cold as frost. Upon hearing the words of her 3rd elder, she had already made up her mind. She gracefully raised her slender arm, her jade-like fingers pointing forward delicately. Her voice devoid of emotion, capture them. At her command, 30 attendants of the Yi family immediately executed their hand seals, unleashing streams of gray elemental energy that intertwined, swiftly forming a translucent gray net. This net enveloped the entire Su family's conference hall, creating an incredibly sturdy elemental prison that emanated wisps of chilling air. The technique employed by the Yi family attendants was a high-tier skill known as the Ice Prison, specifically designed for restraining enemies through collective effort. While it was categorized as a high-tier skill, the Yi family had dominated their domain using this technique, capable of subduing even a black crystal martial artist for a brief moment. The efficacy of a skill does not solely depend on its rank, but also on the strength of the practitioner and the number of individuals executing it. The Ice Prison was a rare multi-person collaboration skill, showcasing power that far surpassed that of ordinary single-person techniques. In the chaotic theater of battle, where circumstances change in an instant, one must never underestimate the significance of a fleeting moment. It is often this very moment of entrapment that becomes the key to victory. To illustrate, a gray crystal martial artist, despite possessing a king-tier high-level skill, would not stand a chance against a black crystal martial artist employing a low-tier skill of the general rank. In equal realms, naturally, higher-rank skills are preferable. At that moment, within the hall, Su Ao cowered behind the Grand Elder, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he secretly reveled in his thoughts. Such an overconfident dog servant. Today shall surely be a day of no return. Su Lai, upon witnessing the formidable display from the Yi family, felt a cold sweat drench his back, yet there was no room for regret. After all, he had witnessed the genuine loyalty of this servant to Su Hong. With that in mind, he steeled himself and stepped forward, shielding Su Hong and Beixuan behind him. His tone softened. 3rd Elder Yi, there must be some misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Yi Luai's laughed coldly, his hand pulsating with dark elemental energy. With a wave of his hand, a black blade materialized before him. Resembling a dagger approximately 4 to 5 inches long, its surface cloaked in frost. This was the manifestation of the elemental blade technique. Upon reaching black crystal strength, Elemental energy could solidify into a remarkably sharp blade, a testament to the formidable power of a black crystal warrior. Additionally, the blade could take on various forms, depending on the practitioner's favored skills. Yi Lui's, seeing the blade take shape, pointed it forward with a dismissive tone, showing no regard for the Su family. Humph. Arrogantly presuming, you dare to insult the Yi family. Thus, blood must be repaid with blood. The radiant blade surged forth, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Upon witnessing this, Beixuan abruptly pushed aside Su Hong, and a gray crystal barrier swiftly materialized in front of him. Yet, under the oppressive weight of power levels, the 9-star gray crystal barrier could not withstand the assault of the blade conjured by Yi Lui's. With a resounding crash, the barrier shattered like fragile spider silk. In a moment of peril, Su Lai swiftly appeared beside Beixuan, raising his hand to form a colossal black axe of primordial energy, which he swung fiercely at the approaching blade. With a thunderous impact, he shattered the blade that was on the verge of piercing Beixuan's body. At the point of their collision, a ripple of black energy radiated outward. The overwhelming force sent Beixuan flying, his chest caving in as 3 ribs snapped, blood gushing from his mouth. With another loud crash, Beixuan crashed into the wall, creating a hole the size of a person, sending stone debris flying. While dust billowed from the crumbling wall, his fate uncertain. The 3 elders of the Su family also made their move. Yet they were swiftly intercepted by 3 elders of the Yi family. In a brief exchange, the Su elders were sent reeling, blood spilling from the corners of their mouths. The disparity in power was insurmountable. The 3 elders of the Yi family had all reached the rank of black crystal martial masters, far beyond what gray crystal warriors could contend with. The gap between the 2 sides was as vast as a chasm. Even the initial strength of a 1-star black crystal martial master was 80 times greater. Beixuan. Su Hong's pupils constricted as he roared, stumbling towards Beixuan. He beheld the icy primordial energy spreading across Beixuan's chest, leaving a gruesome pattern of blood and frost. Never had he witnessed Beixuan in such a wretched state. The figure who had stood up for him in the martial arena now lay crumpled on the ground like a withered leaf, blood seeping through his fingers. He suddenly recalled a winter night 5 years ago when he was cast out by the Jinghong clan, feeling equally powerless. Now, this servant fought with such desperation for him. While he remained helpless, a profound sense of impotence swelling within him. His eyes were filled with a tumult of resentment and despair, and ultimately, it seemed he made some decision, his tone laced with self-mockery. Yining Shuang, I promise you, I will ally with your Yi family. Before he could finish, a young girl's voice resounded. Brother Su Hong, no? Su Qingyao furrowed her brows, hastening from the crowd of Su family disciples to stand before Yining Shuang, her tone resolute. Yining Shuang, do you know the true identity of the esteemed young master Su Hong? He is not someone you can simply kill at will. Moreover, you must be aware of your true intentions for coming to my Su family. I can only tell you that what you seek is not currently in brother Su Hong's possession. To turn against my Su family for something unattainable is hardly a wise course of action. Upon hearing this, Yining Shuang raised an eyebrow, contemplating her assured victory and the lack of urgency, her tone dripping with disdain. Oh, what identity? How do you know what I seek? Is there truly something in this small Qian city that my Yi family cannot handle? Do share your thoughts. They have indeed piqued my interest. With these words, she gracefully raised her delicate arm, signaling her subordinates to halt their actions. Observing this, the members of the Yi family swiftly gathered behind Yining Shuang, forming an orderly line. Each face displaying a steely demeanor, their gazes sharp as daggers, fixated on the Su family. Yi Lui's expression darkened, his impatience brewing within. Yet out of respect for the authority of the young master, he obediently returned to Yining Shuang's side. Su Qingyao swiftly retrieved a token from her bosom, raising it to present to Yining Shuang with an air of arrogance. Surely, Miss Yi, you will recognize this item. Yining Shuang's beautiful eyes lifted, and before her lay a meticulously crafted red token, intricately engraved with complex patterns, exuding an extraordinary presence. However, upon discerning the 3 characters Jinghong clan inscribed upon it, her pupils constricted, a mix of astonishment and uncertainty swirling within her, though her exterior remained composed as she feigned indifference, inquiring, "Oh, are you from the Jinghong clan?" At this moment, Yi Lui's also recognized the token, his body shuddering as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. The unique patterns of the token, along with the faint traces of crimson flame elemental energy it emanated, confirmed its authenticity. The Jinghong clan, the sovereign of the Qian Empire, ranks among the top 90 empires on the Xianjing continent, far surpassing the Yaiwei Empire in strength. Though they had remained reclusive, tales of their sovereign, who had effortlessly slain a 9-star Qijing war king with a mere gesture, lingered as nightmares for all Qijing powerhouses. He cast a fierce glare at Beixuan, who lay amidst the rubble, a tempest of resentment boiling within him as he cursed silently. So close, just a step away. That Imperial-grade weapon would have been mine. Su Qingyao let out a cold laugh. Whether it is true or not, Miss Yi might consider examining it closely. With that, she casually flicked her wrist, sending the token soaring toward Yi Ningshuang with a whoosh. I doubt anyone would dare impersonate the Jinghong clan. As Beixuan fell into the wall cavity, a delayed notification from Xiaoming suddenly erupted in his consciousness. Ding. Su Hong's affinity is at 10, total 19, and you have obtained a Yuanjing blind box, 30. Ding. Guardian value is at 500, total 800, and you have acquired a gold coin blind box, 15. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for your Guardian efforts have unexpectedly achieved the life-risking Guardian accomplishment. You have earned a mid-tier Imperial attack skill, Thunder Dragon Fist, which releases a golden Thunder Dragon Phantom for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 180 seconds. Critical hit 100. Critical hit rate 10. Ding. You have received an additional Guardian exclusive reward, Speed Recovery Card, 1, which will completely restore you within 3 seconds. This has been automatically used due to the detection of your life signs being extremely weak. Once barely hanging by a thread, Beixuan suddenly opened his eyes wide amidst the rubble, feeling warm currents surge from his dantian, rapidly flowing through his limbs. The intense pain in his chest dissipated swiftly as 3 fractured ribs within his chest cavity began to rapidly heal and reassemble as if returning to their original state. He lowered his gaze, observing the tattered garments beneath which his skin, marred by the chilling primordial force, began to heal at a visibly remarkable pace. He beheld the system interface displaying a neatly arranged array of 30 elemental crystal blind boxes. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to open them all at once. As dazzling golden lights flickered with each tenfold draw, his heart raced, and he held his breath in fervent hope. Surely. Grant me the experience card for the Crimson Crystal Martial King. Ding. Acquired. 1 Crimson Crystal Fragment, 2 Gray Crystal Fragments, 7 empty slots. Ding. Acquired. 1 Crimson Crystal Fragment, 9 layers of white crystal, 8 empty slots. Seeing this, Beixuan felt a heavy weight in his heart, silently shouting in frustration. Damn it. Only one last tenfold draw remains. I demand the 9-star Crimson Crystal Battle King experience card. Open. 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 Ding. Acquired. 1 Crimson Crystal Fragment. Empty. 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 1 Gray Crystal 9 Layers Strength Experience card. Limited to 60 seconds. Crimson Crystal Fragments. 5. 100. Gray Crystal Fragments. 8. 10. Strength. 9. Speed. 109. Critical hit. 100. Critical rate. 10. The attributes instantly flashed before his eyes. Meanwhile, Su Hong watched in astonishment as the frost on Beixuan's chest melted away, and his wounds healed rapidly. Filled with delight, he recalled Beixuan's earlier mention of a reverse/skill, likely a formidable healing ability that surged forth in a life-or-death scenario. A whirlwind of hope, resentment, and rage intertwined within him, igniting a fervent blaze of emotion. In this heightened state, Su Hong suddenly noticed the wrist concealed beneath his sleeve, bound by the devouring restraint. At that moment, the white crystal in his dantian began to flicker and tremble, stirring feelings of an unprecedented bond of life and death. Ding. Emotional value detected, surpassing the critical threshold. Congratulations, Master. You have entered the state of Raging Inferno. All attributes will be heightened to 100 for 30 seconds, ignoring level and realm suppression. The instant Beixuan received the prompt from Xiaoming, his body jolted with elation, and he swiftly issued the command to utilize the Gray Crystal 9 Layers experience card. Soon after, he witnessed his attributes in the system soaring to unprecedented heights. Strength, Gray Crystal 9 Layers, 59 seconds remaining. Power, 36, 100. Speed, 136, 100. Yi Ningshuang's hand, clutching the token, suddenly stiffened, her pupils constricting, not due to the sight of the token in her grasp, but because, at that moment, a flurry of snow began to cascade within the hall. The onlookers beheld a figure gradually materializing through the swirling snow, and that figure was none other than Beixuan. Beixuan had unleashed his 1,000-mile snowfall skill, his eyes glinting with fierce determination, his voice ice-cold as he declared, "Re-eyes, old dog. Your pathetic flying dagger seemed to amuse you earlier?" At this moment, Beixuan's aura surged dramatically, emanating a terrifying pressure that forced the 39-star Gray Crystal Warriors of the Yi family to stagger back several steps. How is this possible? Has he concealed his true strength? This is inconceivable. He was merely brushed by the residual force of the Third Elder's attack and was already rendered powerless. The entourage of the Yi family wore expressions of disbelief, engaging in fervent discussions. Beixuan stepped forth, his feet gliding atop arcs of snow and electricity, leaving scorched imprints of thunder on the ground with each step. His right fist was entwined with a slender golden dragon formed of elemental energy, crackling with flickers of golden lightning. Yi Luai's neck cracked ominously, his eyes gleaming with a cold light, veins on his forehead bulging like a spider's web as he bellowed, seeking death. With a swift motion of his hands, he conjured 6 blades of black light from the void, hurling them towards Beixuan, surrounded by surging elemental lightning. Beixuan roared like a thunder god, thunder, dragon, fist, as he raised his arm to gather strength. The illusory golden thunder dragon on his right arm suddenly expanded to a length of 10 meters. With a mighty roar, the icy prison enveloping the assembly hall shattered into fragments. Facing the incoming daggers without flinching, he unleashed a powerful punch, the force of which, accompanied by the golden dragon's illusion, instantly sent the 6 black blades flying, scattering them into a myriad of glowing particles. In the terrified gaze of Yi Luai's, Beixuan's fist, enveloped in the golden thunder dragon's illusion, surged toward him. With a resounding crash, the black crystal barrier before him shattered, and Beixuan's fist struck Yi Luai's chest with unyielding force. Another dull thud echoed as the punch pierced through his chest, his body disintegrating into a mist of blood. No! Yi Luai spat blood as he was flung backward, crashing into the gray crystal barrier conjured by 2 Yi family attendants. The barrier broke apart with 2 loud thuds, and upon contact, their bodies were also reduced to blood mist. The nearest attendants were instantly splattered with blood mist, their faces turning pale as they hastily scattered, trembling uncontrollably. No, this is impossible. You were clearly just. Yi Luai's gaze locked onto Beixuan's pulsating golden fist, the once mighty 6-star black crystal martial artist meeting his end without uttering a complete sentence. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for your first kill of a black crystal martial artist. You have earned 300,000 gold coins. Standing proudly, Beixuan looked at the fallen Yi Luai's and, upon hearing the notification from Xiaoming, broke into a mocking smile. Humph, your demeanor is commendable, but your strength leaves much to be desired. Arrogant. Today, I shall ensure you die without a complete corpse. The 3 black crystal elders of the Yi family surged toward Beixuan simultaneously. They were not foolish. A glance exchanged among them confirmed that Beixuan had employed some forbidden technique, making this the perfect moment for their combined assault. Beixuan, filled with disdain, recognized that his power had reached 136, equivalent to an 8-star black crystal martial artist. Coupled with low-grade royal offensive skills, he was virtually invincible beneath the Crimson Battle King. Such arrogance. Beixuan gazed at the 3 approaching figures and let out a furious roar, unleashing a series of thunderous slaps. Instantly, 3 elders of the Yi family had 2-meter-sized gray energy palms coalescing above their heads, crackling with lightning as they descended violently upon the trio. A series of sharp cracks echoed as the black crystal energy shields they had formed shattered like fragile webs, dissipating into nothingness. The 3 men were forcefully slammed into the ground by the thunderous palms, each spitting blood. Is this the energy shield of a black crystal martial artist? It seems no more resilient than an eggshell. Beixuan was immensely satisfied, disdainfully curling his lip as he cast a glance at the system, noting that the state of furious flames would last only another 5 seconds. He turned his gaze back to the 3 elders of the Yi family lying on the ground, his arms swinging down in a blur, delivering consecutive thunderous slaps. Your Excellency, please show mercy. Yi Ningxuang's previously serene expression transformed into one of stark pallor, her voice trembling with urgency. The token in her hand clattered to the ground. She could hardly comprehend how a seemingly insignificant place like Qiyan City could conceal such a formidable individual. Too late, Beixuan remarked, observing the 3 elders of the Yi family, their bodies charred black from the gray lightning. He turned to Yi Ningxuang, a grin spreading across his face. What a clever tactic. The token of the Jinghong clan was merely a ruse to buy time. Yi Ningxuang abruptly snapped to attention, pointing a trembling finger at Beixuan, her voice quaking with anger. What do you intend to do? As she watched Beixuan approach her step by step, her once exquisite visage was now overshadowed by fear, her body trembling uncontrollably as she retreated. Where has the arrogance of the Yi family's young lady gone? Beixuan's lips curled into a scornful smirk as he advanced slowly, each step radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Casually, he flicked his right hand, noticing the remnants of Yi Luai's crimson blood still clinging to his black lace gloves. Without hesitation, he lifted the hem of Yi Ningxuang's luxurious gown, his movements both gentle and audacious as he ostentatiously wiped his gloves. This scene was nothing short of astonishing to the 28 attendants of the Yi family. They had never witnessed their esteemed young master subjected to such humiliation. A grown man, donning a pair of feminine gloves, using their young master's exquisite dress to clean his hands. Yet, having just witnessed the demise of 4 black crystal elders, a tidal wave of fear engulfed them, leaving no courage to defend their young master. They lowered their heads, bowing deeply, trembling as they knelt upon the ground. Among them, the most timid were so frightened that they lost control, staining the floor with their urine, filling the hall with a most unpleasant odor. Beixuan frowned slightly, sniffing the air, 3 lines of discontent appearing on his forehead as he spat. What the hell is that smell? Ugh. He then deliberately turned to Su Ao, scolding him harshly. Su Ao, did you wet your pants in fright? At this moment, Su Ao was trembling in fear, thoroughly shaken by the dire situation before him. Entirely devoid of the earlier schadenfreude he felt when witnessing Beixuan being utterly crushed by the Yi family. Under the piercing gaze of Beixuan, he felt as if he were nailed to the ground. Reflecting on the time in the martial arena when Beixuan had struck him across the face, it dawned on him that the latter had indeed shown restraint, for it was not merely the prowess of Beijing at play. The real reason lay in the contemptuous disregard a being of such formidable strength held for a mere insect like him. With this realization, his terror surged to its zenith. Under Beixuan's intimidating stare, he felt a warmth spread below, and his trousers were instantly soaked, the yellow droplets falling to the ground with a soft patter. In a flurry, he clumsily covered himself, his face flushed with embarrassment and anxiety. Grandfather, perhaps we should return home swiftly, he stammered. Upon witnessing this, Beixuan let out a hearty laugh. Haha, I apologize, I simply couldn't contain myself. In truth, I am a trained professional and usually manage to hold it in. Su Hong joined Beixuan in uproarious laughter, a sound that resonated joyfully through the air. He thought of the humiliation he had endured within the clan over the past 5 years, and today marked his most jubilant moment. His gaze toward Beixuan brimming with unspoken gratitude. The Grand Elder observed his ineffectual grandson with mounting ire, his entire body trembling with rage, his fists cracking ominously. Feeling the piercing stares of the crowd, his face flushed with embarrassment, and he swiftly turned away, fervently wishing to escape the humiliating assembly hall. What a bunch of useless fools. You have completely tarnished the reputation of the Yi family. Get up at once. What are you all dawdling for? Kill this wretched servant. Yi Ningshuang's face was ashen, her eyes filled with disappointment and fury, her voice chilling to the bone. In Beixuan's mind, a somewhat urgent voice echoed. Oh dear master, this is not good. I have detected hidden plot lines. Please choose. 1. Use the heartfelt card to seize the moment. An additional initial charge of 60 gold coins will unlock the hidden storyline, Yi Ningshuang's tender affection. 2. Forceful conquest for free unlock of hidden storyline, strength brings miracles. Chapter 14. A single slap triggers the heartfelt card. The Ice Queen kneels and begs for closeness. Yi Ningshuang surveyed her subordinates, feeling a mix of urgency and anger. However, as a mere 7-star gray crystal martial artist, she dared not act recklessly in front of Beixuan, who could kill a black crystal martial artist with just a glance. The Yi family subordinates exchanged glances, lowering their heads further under Yi Ningshuang's gaze, wondering if their young mistress had lost her senses. If you're so capable, you should go yourself. We are but fragile beings who cannot withstand a single thunderous slap. Beixuan's expression turned cold as he scoffed. Humph, what a wretched servant. Even on the brink of death, you dare to speak defiantly. With that, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he instantly appeared beside Yi Ningshuang. Without hesitation, he raised his arm and delivered a thunderous slap with devastating force. With a sharp crack, the silence of the conference hall was pierced. The thunderous slap resonated, leaving 5 vivid red marks on Yi Ningshuang's fair and delicate face, causing the phoenix-shaped hairpin to clatter to the floor. Little did anyone know that this exquisite hairpin, adorned with the luminous pearl of the ICC, rolled to Su Ao's feet. With a swift glance, he seized it and discreetly tucked it into his trousers. Mere moments later, it froze into an icy egg, eliciting a pained scream from him as he leaped 2 meters into the air. The crowd turned in bewilderment, their expressions a mix of confusion and curiosity, whispering among themselves. What has happened to Su Ao? How peculiar. Who knows? Perhaps he's just overly delighted, leaping so high. Yi Ningshuang, clutching her left cheek, furrowed her brows, her chest rising and falling with agitation, her eyes ablaze with disbelief and fury. Possessing one of the 6 supreme talents of the Xianjing continent, the ice spirit body, she had been doted upon since childhood, celebrated as the epitome of grace. Surrounded by admiration, any son of a prominent family or prince of an empire would bow before her, eager to please, as if she were the moon surrounded by stars. Never had she endured such humiliation. Her pent-up grievances and wrath erupted instantly, and she scolded fiercely, unbridled. How dare you, a mere servant, strike me, when my father? Yi Jintian arrives, he shall obliterate you, Su. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, her body trembled, her voice abruptly halted. The icy glare in her eyes melted away, replaced by a gentle flush, and within her pupils, the pink hue formed a heart shape. Her gaze towards Beixuan transformed into one of unparalleled tenderness, reminiscent of the warm sun in spring, suffused with affection. Unbeknownst to her, the moment Beixuan's hand made contact with Yinningshuang, the effect of the heart-binding card had taken hold. A stream of pink elemental powers surged from his palm, swiftly entering her body. Beixuan, having already mastered his strength during the strike, glanced at the system interface with a self-satisfied smile gracing his lips. Heartbound target, Yinningshuang, 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes remaining. Seeing this, Su Lai could no longer contain his urgency. His body quivered as he hastened to Beixuan's side, his voice laced with concern and trepidation. This cannot be. We cannot afford to offend the Yi family. Before he could finish, Yinningshuang interrupted him. Master, it is all my fault. The Yi family acknowledges its mistake. Please do not be angry, all right? In a sudden motion, Yinningshuang wrapped her arms around Beixuan's neck, her voice sweet and melodious, playfully swaying her slender arms. Su Lai had been about to extend his apologies to Yinningshuang when he found himself frozen mid-sentence, his throat seemingly constricted, leaving him momentarily speechless. The assembly in the conference hall was equally stunned by this unexpected transformation, rendered utterly speechless, enveloped in an eerie silence, as if they had been turned to stone. Even the few clumsy birds outside the hall, witnessing this scene, chirped a few crisp notes. Su Qingyao had just bent down to pick up the fallen token when, before she could fully comprehend the situation, the token clattered to the ground once more. Her lips parted slightly, and her corners of her mouth twitched as she pondered. Is this truly the renowned Ice Queen of the Moonshadow Empire? For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Yet, Yinningshuang remained oblivious to the reactions around her, her beautiful gaze fixated solely on Beixuan. She gently leaned her head against Beixuan's shoulder, raised her delicate, fair arm, and tucked away a few strands of silky hair that had fallen across her forehead. These strands exuded a fragrance reminiscent of orchids in a secluded valley, wafting delicately into Beixuan's nostrils. As Beixuan inhaled the sweet scent emanating from the girl, ripples of emotion stirred within him, and his heart raced. Yinningshuang's cheeks flushed slightly, as she leaned close to Beixuan's ear, her breath fragrant as she softly inquired, Master, would you like me to massage your arm? It must be sore from the earlier encounter. With that, she lifted Beixuan's arm and began to knead it gently, her touch as tender as that of an exceedingly gentle lamb. Feeling the pressure on his arm, Beixuan remarked with a hint of annoyance, What's wrong? Haven't you eaten? Press it properly. Though he spoke thus, inwardly he scoffed, thinking, this kind of test for a subordinate is unacceptable, it needs to be more rigorous. At that moment, one of the bolder attendants from the Yi family, unable to bear the sight any longer, rushed forward with a puzzled expression, urgently questioning, Young master, miss, what has happened? What has this dog servant done to you? Before he could finish, Yinningshuang abruptly turned, the blush still lingering at the corners of her eyes. But her gaze had turned icy as she scolded, Silence. Do you have any place to speak here? With that, she delivered a sharp slap across the face of the speaker. The struck attendant, his face filled with disbelief, covered his cheek, momentarily overwhelmed by shame, stammering, This young master seems to have lost her senses. We must summon the clan. Yet, before he could finish his words, Yinningshuang raised her hand and delivered another resounding slap. Impudent. Listen well, all of you, from this day forth. You shall follow Master Beixuan. Anyone who dares to show disrespect to my master will meet a fate akin to that of Yi Luai's, shattered into pieces. Yinningshuang's gaze was resolute, her voice radiating an undeniable authority. The attendants exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock, but the young master's command was not to be questioned. They all knelt on one knee, their voices booming in unison. Yes, we shall faithfully obey the young master's orders. We vow to follow young Master Beixuan to the death. Su Ao, hiding behind the Grand Elder, witnessing such a spectacle, spoke in a voice tinged with distress. Grandfather, what kind of spectacle is this? He found himself lost in thoughts of Yinningshuang, the flawless goddess of his dreams. To his dismay, it seemed that today she had fallen into the hands of that wretched lackey, his eyes brimming with resentment and fear. She is the daughter of Yi Jintian. The Grand Elder's beard trembled as his gaze fixated on Yinningshuang, who was entwined with Beixuan, scrutinizing their embrace. He was utterly astounded. In his 60 years of life, he had witnessed countless noble families engage in superficial unions. Yet he had never seen such a brazen act of coercion that could compel the proud ice beauty of the Yi family to willingly approach someone. He pondered silently, realizing that the original plan with the three families needed to be reconsidered. In the 15th chapter, amidst the rivalry of the two beauties vying for affection, the system urgently notified, 9-star War King, your father-in-law, will flatten the Su family in 3 days. Ding. Congratulations. The Master has successfully halted the union between the Su and Yi families. The main quest has been completed. Rewards. 1 gray crystal level 9 experience card, limited to 10 seconds. Ding. A new main quest has been issued. Please elevate your strength to gray crystal level 1 to unlock the marketplace system within 3 days. Completion will yield a mysterious reward, while failure will result in the immediate invalidation of the heartfelt card. Upon noticing the prompt from Xiaoming, Beixuan cursed inwardly. Can't I take a moment to relish this? Damn. Even a donkey at the mill deserves a break. Hee hee, my lord, you may indeed enjoy this, but according to the system's assessment, the 9-star Crimson Crystal War King, Yi Zhentian, is on his way. The 3-day limit for the task is not without reason. What? Beixuan's body stiffened at Xiaoming's alert, exclaiming in shock. He was profoundly unsettled. He could ascertain that Xiaoming had developed a serious issue. The original settings did not allow for the reading of thoughts, nor did it permit communication outside of tasks. Yet, this time, it had responded proactively, leading him to conclude that everything was pointing towards something significant. He ceased his contemplation and swiftly turned to assist the petrified Su Lai, bowing respectfully. Patriarch, I am to blame. Today I failed to protect the Master, causing distress to both you and the young Master. Please, punish me severely. Su Lai suddenly came to his senses, glancing at Beixuan and then at Yi Ningxuang beside him. A shiver ran through him, and he forced out a couple of dry laughs. How could he dare to impose punishment when even the eldest daughter of the Yi family had been captured by Beixuan? Nevertheless, as the head of the Su family, he could not allow his dignity to falter. He feigned composure and immediately helped Beixuan to his feet. Surveying the assembly, he hesitated briefly, then clasped his hands behind his back, lifted his chin, and exclaimed heartily, Ha! Beixuan, why do you speak so? Today, it is entirely thanks to you that my Su family has escaped this calamity. How could I punish you? You deserve great rewards. The 3 elders of the Su family, who had remained silent until now, instantly understood and approached. The Grand Elder forced a smile that appeared exceedingly contrived, feigning flattery as he nodded repeatedly. Indeed, indeed. The Patriarch is wise. Brother Beixuan possesses such remarkable skill, truly a rarity in the world. He deserves rewards, indeed. The other 2 elders exchanged glances and joined in the chorus of agreement. The urgency in his demeanor suggested a fervent fear of missing out on advantageous opportunities. Su Lai, satisfied, gave a slight nod, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his eyes as he keenly observed the subtle shifts in the situation unfolding around him. He then proclaimed in a clear voice, Excellent. Beixuan, your service in safeguarding our Master today has not gone unnoticed. Henceforth, you shall be promoted to the rank of first-class Guardian of Hong. Additionally, I bestow upon you 1,000 low-tier essence stones. While he spoke these words, his heart secretly rejoiced, recalling the wise decision made on the day of the martial arts contest to forge an alliance with Beixuan over matters concerning Honger. This ring, containing 1,000 essence stones, is but a part of your reward. I shall also grant you this low-tier spatial ring. With a grand gesture, he sent forth a spatial ring shimmering with silver light, which soared towards Beixuan like a shooting star. The ring sliced through the air with a sharp whistle before coming to rest steadily before Beixuan. Congratulations on your elevated status, Master. You have received 1,000 gold coins. Thank you for your generous favor, clan leader. I vow to protect Master Su Hong with my life. Beixuan replied with a slight smile, bowing slightly as he accepted the spatial ring. He understood the significance of the clan leader's gift of 1,000 low-tier essence stones within the confines of this modest Qiyan city. It was no trivial matter. For the common folk living here, a year's harvest would scarcely amount to 20 or 30 low-tier essence stones. Essence stones serve as the universal currency of the Xinjiang continent, and 1,000 low-tier essence stones can nearly be exchanged for a single mid-tier essence stone. The reason it is nearly is that only a fool would trade a mid-tier essence stone for low-tier ones. While it is not impossible to do so, one might only receive a fraction of its worth in the black market. The fundamental reason lies in the rarity of mid-tier stones, which contain a far more concentrated essence, making them more suitable for absorption and cultivation. The spatial ring, despite being low-tier, was designed for the storage needs of all essence cultivators in this world. It was more than sufficient to accommodate 1,000 low-tier essence stones. Although Beixuan had a system that could store items, he still considered wearing the ring as a gesture of conformity, thus avoiding any unnecessary suspicion. With a thought, he converted the essence stones into gold coins and stored them within the system. Gold coin balance, 302, 380. Su Hong could no longer contain the multitude of questions swirling in his mind. As the situation reached a temporary resolution, he swiftly stepped forward, urgency lacing his tone. Beixuan, we must leave this place at once. He grasped Beixuan's arm and headed towards the exit of the conference hall. The attendants of the Yi family, witnessing this, promptly fell into line behind them. As they exited the conference hall, disciples of the Su family began to gather in small groups, whispering amongst themselves. My goodness, Beixuan is truly formidable. He carries himself with such grandeur, he hardly resembles a servant. Indeed, and with such enchanting beauties by his side. When will we ever experience such fortune? Just wait and see. Yi family patriarch Yi Jintian is a 9-star crimson crystal martial king. Beixuan has offended the Yi family gravely. He won't last long. When the time comes, he will surely regret it. Fortunately, these words did not reach Beixuan's ears. Otherwise, his proficiency with the thunderous palm would have seen yet another enhancement. Brother Beixuan, I am still here. Came a light and hurried voice as Su Meishui gracefully approached. With a playful pout, she wrapped her arms around one of Beixuan's. Her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. Brother Beixuan, now that you have Yi Ning Shuang, you cannot forsake Meishui. She lifted her gaze, her large, glistening eyes brimming with anticipation, her rosy lips slightly pursed, creating an endearing spectacle. Yi Ning Shuang, observing this interaction, felt no anger. Instead, she smirked inwardly. Oh, where did this wild girl come from, daring to vie for my attention? She subtly leaned closer to Beixuan, whispering softly in his ear, Master, we should return swiftly. Look how dark the sky has grown outside. Frost feels quite cold. As she spoke, she deliberately cast a challenging glance at Su Meishui, as if claiming her territory. Naturally, Su Meishui was not one to back down. She nestled her head against Beixuan's shoulder and sweetly remarked, Brother Beixuan, I feel cold too. Her soft, melodious voice sent a shiver down one's spine. Suddenly, an alert resonated. Warning, the system has detected hidden plotlines. Please make a choice within 10 seconds. Unlock hidden plotline for free. Dual beauties share a bed. A love triangle. Haha. First recharge of 60 gold coins to unlock hidden plotline. Mastering the ice and thunder dual cultivation technique. Chapter 16. The Rivalry of Beauties. The useless young master turns out to be a genius. The secrets of the stargazing tower reveal the conspiracy of the Jinghong clan. Beixuan found himself enveloped by two distinct fragrances. The alluring sweetness from Su Meishui's hair intertwined with the cool elegance emanating from Yi Ning Shuang. As they unconsciously drew nearer, he felt their soft embrace around his arm, the delicate touch reminiscent of a maiden's smooth skin, sending a ripple of unease through him. He muttered under his breath, difficult, it ba? Somehow, this seemed to bring a semblance of calm to his tumultuous thoughts. As they traversed the corridor of the backyard, Su Hong's voice resonated at the opportune moment. Enough, Beixuan, come inside with me. Stopping at the doorway, Su Hong's brow furrowed slightly, his expression grave. Upon noticing the trio's posture, he spoke with undeniable seriousness. You shall have Miss Yi and her attendants seek out my father, who will arrange their accommodations. At this, Beixuan was momentarily taken aback, gently extricating himself from the two ladies' hold. He cleared his throat, swiftly adopting a serious demeanor as he commanded the others behind him. All right. I have important matters to discuss with young Master Su Hong. You may all take your leave for now. His voice carried an air of deliberate composure. Yet his gaze dared not linger on the two enchanting figures before him. Yi Ning Shuang and Su Meishui exchanged glances, each discerning a hint of hostility in the other's eyes, the atmosphere thickening with tension. They both inclined their bodies slightly. Very well, Master. Once Frost has arranged everything, I shall return to discuss the compatibility of the ice and thunder dual skills with you. Yi Ning Shuang's beautiful eyes fluttered as she slowly turned and departed with the members of the Yi family. Beixuan feigned ignorance, curling his lip in disdain without offering a response. The attendants trailing behind Yi Ning Shuang gazed at the swaying figure of their young master, each wearing a perplexed expression, exchanging glances and whispering among themselves. What riddle is our young master trying to pose? What do you expect me to know? I've never even held a girl's hand. Before the words could fully escape his lips, he received a sharp slap from his companion. Fool, can't you see the way the young lady looks at Beixuan? It's obvious she's honing her elemental skills. Did you not observe the ice crystal domain he conjured? Enough, enough. Do be quiet. Are you all trying to get yourselves killed? A particularly cautious attendant interjected, urging silence. Beixuan then turned his gaze towards Su Meishui's fair and delicate face. He gently brushed the tip of her dainty nose with his fingers, leaning slightly closer to whisper in her ear. You too. Go on now. By the way, I've heard you complaining about back pain lately. Make sure the kitchen prepares more sea cucumbers for you. Look at you. So thin your legs have turned pale. Su Meishui's cheeks flushed crimson as she lightly swatted his arm. Humph, Brother Beixuan, You're teasing me. Her gaze fell to the hem of her dress. Her voice laced with shyness. Then I shall take my leave. If you have further matters to attend to, Brother Beixuan. Beixuan observed the two women's retreating figures. Seemingly casual as he raised his arm, inhaling softly. He then shrugged, a nonchalant smirk gracing his lips, for he understood well, life is but a play, reliant on one's performance. With his heart devoid of women, every endeavor transcends the ordinary. Women, he believed, would merely serve as obstacles on his path to strength. Su Hong watched the unfolding scene, unable to suppress a bemused chuckle. He raised his thumb towards Beixuan, a sly smile playing on his lips. Ah, Beixuan. Is this what you meant by teaching Su Meishu a lesson? It seems the young lady from the Yi family also requires a lesson from you, does she not? At this, Beixuan's expression faltered, shedding any semblance of frivolity as he retorted. Oh dear, young master, you are unjustly accusing me. He continued. I am merely sacrificing for your well-being, after all. With a quick flick of his eyes, he hastily shifted the topic before Su Hong could respond. Young master, your urgency in bringing me here must surely signify a matter of great importance, yes? He then glanced around warily, lowering his voice. However, it seems this place may have ears lurking nearby. Is there a more secluded location within the clan where we might discuss this in detail? Su Hong, observing Beixuan's serious demeanor, pondered for a moment before replying. Then let us proceed to the stargazing tower. His voice carried a hint of nostalgia. The stargazing tower was erected by my father in memory of my late mother. It is somewhat isolated. Aside from my father and myself, few venture there, making it a serene sanctuary. With that, the two made their way towards the stargazing tower nestled in the back mountains of the Su estate. Su Hong led the way, yet his steps seemed burdened with weight. Within his heart, a myriad of thoughts churned, as the events of the day unfolded like an unreal dream, echoing repeatedly in his mind. Although it appeared that the crisis of the Yi family's alliance had been resolved, he understood that this was merely a fleeting calm. Yi Ningxuan's father, Yi Zhentian, a martial king of the 9 stars Crimson Crystal, would not easily relent. Furthermore, Beixuan had slain 4 black crystal warriors of the Yi family, a blood debt that they would undoubtedly seek to reclaim with fervor. Contemplating this, Su Hong furrowed his brow tightly, his heart brimming with anxiety. A sidelong glance at Beixuan revealed a man whose methods of subjugating Yi Ningxuan remained a mystery. Yet he sensed that Beixuan was far from the simplicity he outwardly projected. Soon, the two arrived before the star observation tower, which stood majestically upon Su family's rear mountain, resembling a sword that pierced the heavens. Constructed entirely of black granite, it exuded an aura of mystery beneath the eerie glow of the 3 moons. They ascended the spiraling stone steps with deliberate grace, each step seemingly treading upon the imprints of time. Upon reaching the 10th floor of the tower, an ancient and desolate atmosphere enveloped them. Su Hong approached the tea table beside the railing, gently brushing away the dust from the stone surface before slowly taking a seat. He lifted his gaze towards the rugged mountains shrouded in mist across from him, the fog weaving around them like gossamer, obscuring their outlines in a dance of visibility. However, upon arriving at this place, Su Hong's eyes instinctively turned northward, filled with urgency and yearning, as if his gaze could pierce through the layers of mist to behold the land of his childhood before the age of 11, the Crimson Flame Empire. The journey to the Crimson Flame Empire would necessitate passing through the Demon Moon Empire, and the mountain range before him was renowned as the Beast Mountain Range. This scene served as a key, unlocking the vaults of Su Hong's memories. His thoughts swiftly transported him back to his past. At the tender age of 5, he had condensed his innate energy into a white crystal, earning him the title of a prodigy in the eyes of many. By 9, he had ascended to the rank of a 9-star white crystal apprentice, his extraordinary talent leaving others awestruck. At 12, he had leaped to the status of a 4-star gray crystal warrior, becoming the youngest martial artist in a century within the Demon Moon Empire. In those days, he basked in glory, the pride of the Jinghong clan, the object of admiration for many. Yet, the twist of fate arrived abruptly. Since the day his life source, the Crimson Flame Crystal, was stolen, his nightmares commenced. His abilities stagnated at the 5th tier of the white crystal. The once celebrated splendor faded like a fleeting shadow, and even the younger branches of the Su family dared to spit at him and hurl insults as he passed. Su Hong, remember this. You are nothing but a waste. Even a dog of the Su family is superior to you. These stinging words pierced his heart like daggers. The architect of his misfortune was none other than the eldest son of the Jinghong clan, Jinghong Chenfeng, who not only usurped Su Hong's Crimson Flame Crystal, but also implanted a devouring curse within him, rendering his existence a living hell. Upon reflecting on this, Su Hong chuckled self-deprecatingly, his smile laced with bitterness and resignation. He questioned himself. In this world where strength reigns supreme, Lacking formidable power renders one utterly insignificant. With my current cultivation at the 5th level of white crystal, what path can I pursue? What can I achieve? Were it not for Beixuan, I fear I would not have been able to overcome the challenge posed by Yiningxuan today. Gradually withdrawing his thoughts, he fixed his gaze upon Beixuan, hesitating momentarily before speaking, his tone imbued with both anticipation and trepidation. Well, there's no one here. You can speak freely, can't you? Chapter 17. Late-night confidences between master and servant. The dispute over the explosive red thunder mine, concealed currents stirring. Facing Su Hong's fervent and inquisitive gaze, Beixuan inwardly sighed. He had long been aware that certain matters could no longer remain concealed. The decision to venture into such a remote location had been a calculated one. However, he was also mindful of the boundaries, and he would certainly not divulge a word regarding the matter of his transmigration. After all, one must retain a semblance of personal secrets. After a moment of contemplation, Beixuan's gaze turned resolute as he began to recount the situation to Su Hong. The two engaged in a conversation that was at once sparse and profound, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense as words flowed between them. The unfolding events were thus. The old servant had unexpectedly acquired this item while defending his young master in the martial arena that day. As Beixuan spoke, his eyes, sharp as an eagle's, remained fixed on the subtle expressions on Su Hong's face, missing not a single flicker of emotion. Upon hearing Beixuan's account, Su Hong appeared as if struck by lightning, sitting there in a daze, his face a canvas of shock, his throat constricting as he struggled to utter a single word. A tempest raged within him, turmoil rendering him restless. His hands clenched the armrests of the sandalwood chair, his nails digging deeply into the wood. Though I possess this item to assist me, the path of cultivation still relies on our own efforts, Beixuan remarked, observing Su Hong's bewildered demeanor. His voice heavy yet earnest, simultaneously offering comfort and encouragement. Finally, Su Hong regained his composure, his eyes brimming with confusion as he urgently inquired, "So, you mean to say that the reason you were able to defeat Yi Lui's is because of a treasure within you known as a system, which bestowed upon you a one-time secret technique? Your true strength is merely that of a 9-star white crystal apprentice?" His gaze towards Beixuan was a blend of fervent desire for the truth and incredulity. Beixuan sighed deeply, feigning reassurance. "Alas, indeed, young master. Moreover, this system is quite the trickster. At present, I possess only a single experience card for the 9th level of gray crystal, and it lasts merely 10 seconds. Thus, we must hasten to enhance our strength." After a brief pause, he continued, "However, do not lose heart, young master. You must trust that I will assist you in swiftly regaining your innate talent concerning the matters of the Jinghong clan and your internal energy cultivation." Though he spoke these words, his mind was already crafting strategies. He was acutely aware that the world had strayed far from its original design, and he secretly resolved not to rely too heavily on the system. He knew he must begin earnest cultivation and seize the moment to break through as swiftly as possible. Upon hearing this, Su Hong slowly shook his head, his words laced with self-mockery as he sighed. How easily one speaks of such matters. 5 years, a full 5 years. As he spoke, his emotions surged, the veins on his forehead standing out like a spider's web, and he exclaimed, "Do you know how I have spent these 5 years? No matter how desperately I cultivate my vital energy, the moment it coalesces into my dantian, it dissipates entirely in an instant." His voice resonated with self-derision and indignation, echoing through the tranquil pavilion, lingering in the air. Beixuan, hearing Su Hong's words, detected the profound bitterness in his tone and could not help but let out a deep sigh. Alas, what the young master says is not without merit. Yet these 5 years have also fostered tremendous growth within him. Had it not been for these years, how could the young master possess such extraordinary resilience and intellect today? After a brief pause, Beixuan continued, "As the ancients say, all things are born of one another, with gain comes loss. I shall surely escort the young master back to the pinnacle and reclaim all that rightfully belongs to him." Beixuan spoke with unwavering determination, his gaze imbued with an undeniable resolve. Yet, despite his outward assurances, he could not suppress a thought of skepticism within. What can be done? This is a bonded guardian system. If I do not vigorously propel Su Hong's growth, I too shall remain unable to break free, forever trapped in this insignificant Red Rock City. Beixuan had never forgotten the purpose of his sudden arrival in this realm. He sensed a colossal conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. The image of the mysterious crystal demon materializing a grotesque human visage flashed in his mind, accompanied by the ominous words, "Now that you are here, you shall not leave." It was precisely due to the crystal demon's anomaly that the intelligent assistant, Xiao Meng, had promptly issued a grave warning. Meanwhile, in the pavilion, upon hearing Beixuan's remarks, Su Hong raised his head, filled with doubt and worry, and anxiously inquired about his greatest concern, his tone growing increasingly urgent and solemn. Yi Ning Shuang's father, Yi Jintian, will be arriving shortly. He is a 9-star Crimson Crystal Martial King. Such a formidable presence could not be matched even by the combined forces of the 4 great powers of Red Rock City. Do you have a plan to counter this threat? His words were saturated with anxiety over the impending crisis. At that moment, a hearty voice belonging to a middle-aged man suddenly interrupted their conversation. Hunger, I had a feeling you would be here. The speaker was none other than the clan leader, Su Lai, whose voice carried the weight of authority yet held a hint of warmth. Father, what brings you here? Su Hong immediately recognized his father's voice, his tone tinged with surprise. Oh, it is nothing of great consequence. Since you and Beixuan are both present, I thought it prudent to share something with you. Although Su Lai wore a gentle smile, there was an undercurrent suggesting an important matter lay behind his words. Observing this, Beixuan hurriedly rose to take his leave, bowing respectfully. Thus, as the clan leader and the young master have pressing matters to discuss, this old servant shall take my leave. Be at ease, Beixuan. This matter bears some relation to you. In truth, it is I who has a request of you. I have always observed the bond between you and Hunger. Thus I have not regarded you as a stranger. Su Lai hastily extended his hand to halt the departing Beixuan, his gaze filled with sincerity. Though Beixuan felt perplexed, he gradually took a seat, responding, since the clan leader has spoken thus, this old servant shall respectfully comply. What is it that weighs so heavily on father? Su Hong inquired, his expression tinged with curiosity. Su Lai pondered momentarily, his brow furrowed, a flicker of gravity passing through his eyes as he began to speak. It pertains to the matter of the ownership of the Qian City's Chile mine in 6 months. Hunger, you are aware of this. The Chile mine has long been under the control of our Su family. After a brief pause, he continued, however, in 6 months, there will be a new contest for ownership of the mine. Upon hearing this, Su Hong was momentarily taken aback, a look of confusion crossing his face as he instinctively rubbed the back of his head, muttering, if father hadn't mentioned it, I would have truly forgotten about this matter. His eyes brimmed with regret, seemingly reproaching himself for neglecting such an important issue. Then he gently shook his head, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, he queried, but wasn't this matter already entrusted to cousin Su Yin? Upon hearing the name Su Yin, Su Lai's complexion darkened, his tone growing more intense. Originally, we were assured of victory. Our family has maintained control over this for years. Yet, a month ago, during an expedition in the Monster Beast Mountains, your cousin Su Yin mysteriously disappeared. What? Cousin? Su Hong exclaimed, springing to his feet, his face paling, disbelief and fury evident in his eyes. Yet, upon meeting his father's affirming gaze, he deflated like a punctured balloon, collapsing back into his seat. Beixuan, hearing the name Su Yin, stifled a smile, maintaining a facade of calm while internally reveling in amusement. Haha, it seems Su Yin has followed the original script, venturing into the Monster Beast Mountains to engage in battles, only to unexpectedly encounter a Huangjing martial emperor. He staged a heroic rescue and surreptitiously used some enchanted culinary aids, subsequently engaging in a dual cultivation technique with a married woman. Su Lai nodded at Su Hong and continued, I am convinced that there is something amiss, which is why I have been dispatching our clan's shadow guards to investigate. However, despite the prolonged inquiry, we have yet to uncover any concrete results. With a sigh, his gaze flashed with a hint of coldness, his voice resolute. Yet, I sense that this matter may be connected to the Otto family. As he spoke further, Su Lai's anger intensified, his tone growing heavier. With Su Yin present, we would have been assured victory, but now, alas. Each sigh was rife with frustration and indignation. Though he spoke thus, he remained keenly observant of Beixuan's expression. Upon hearing the mention of Qi Yin, Beixuan's heart stirred. He quietly contemplated. The devouring lightning technique he had recently acquired had shown no progress, and Xiao Ming informed him that the first thing he needed to consume was the crimson lightning crystal. Perhaps this crimson lightning crystal was connected to the crimson or vein. With this thought, he maintained an impassive demeanor and calmly said, Clan leader, we are but simple folk, please speak plainly. Upon hearing this, Su Lai laughed heartily. Haha, indeed. Brother Beixuan is refreshingly straightforward. In that case, I shall not beat around the bush, as that would seem rather petty. Let me get straight to the point. His gaze was intense as he fixed it upon Beixuan, stating earnestly, Beixuan, your body, that of Zhu Xiao-san, is of the perfect age, and you possess remarkable strength. My purpose in coming here is to hope that you can represent the Su family in the competition for the ownership of the crimson or vein in 6 months. After a brief pause, as if realizing something amiss, he continued, rest assured, should this come to fruition, I, representing the Su family, promise that you will not be treated poorly. Beixuan's brow furrowed slightly at these words, yet internally he felt a surge of delight. This aligned perfectly with his intentions. He feigned reluctance and said, "Alas, since the clan leader has already spoken, how could this old servant refuse?" Pausing for effect, he added, "You may rest assured, clan leader and young master, since I have agreed to this matter, I shall exert all my efforts to ensure that the Su family secures ownership of the Crimson or Vein." Su Lai was visibly thrilled as he clasped Beixuan's hand tightly, thinking that with Beixuan's involvement, success was nearly guaranteed. Witnessing Su Lai's excitement, Beixuan could not help but commend himself internally. It seemed his tone was indeed powerful and resonant. Surely, he deserved an Oscar for Best Supporting Actor. With this thought, he firmly gripped Su Lai's hand, conveying his own excitement. After a considerable time, Su Lai finally regained his composure and turned to Su Hong, encouragingly saying, "If your strength has improved in 6 months, you may also participate." The three exchanged knowing smiles, solidifying their agreement. Su Lai departed shortly thereafter, aware that Hong'er and Beixuan had important matters to discuss in this secluded location. As Beixuan watched Su Lai's departing figure, he slowly shifted his gaze to Su Hong's troubled face. Lifting his teacup, he took a sip and began to speak. Chapter 18. The Secret Art of Ice and Thunder Dual Cultivation. The auction house humiliates the impoverished with a sign, and a beggar is denied entry. The next morning. Goodness. Beixuan, what happened to those dark circles under your eyes? Su Hong, holding a bowl of plain noodles, looked quizzically at Beixuan's panda-like eyes. Surely you weren't up to no good last night. Beixuan, supporting his back, smiled awkwardly. On his left, Yining Shuang was feeding him peeled grapes, while on his right, Su Mei Shui held a bowl of chicken soup, blowing on it to cool it down. The two women exchanged glances, sparking an electric tension between them. "Young master, you do not understand the hardships of an old servant's cultivation," Beixuan said, accepting the grapes from Yining Shuang and mumbling. This old servant was up all night cultivating his elemental energy. "Alas, I do this to enhance my strength swiftly. To protect you, young master." "Hee, master, you're lying. Xiaoming knows everything," Su Hong replied, bursting into laughter. As he was chewing the noodles, they unexpectedly erupted from his nostrils, leaving half a strand dangling from his left nostril. He hastily pulled it out, exclaiming in irritation, "Humph! I can't believe a word you say, you old rascal." North Xian's face flushed red as he chuckled, turning to sip the chicken soup that Su Mei Shui had offered. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed through the air. The chicken soup in Su Mei Shui's bowl instantly transformed into hard shards of ice. Yining Shuang, what is the meaning of this? I have spent hours simmering this chicken soup for North Xian to nourish him. Su Mei Shui glared at Yining Shuang, whose fingertips glimmered with icy energy, cursing under her breath. Unfazed, Yining Shuang shrugged, slowly retracting her frost-emitting fingers, with a smile as pure as a white lotus. She spoke in a gentle, soft tone. "Master, Shuanger suspects that Mei Shui has poisoned this soup. It would be wise not to drink it. I have recently learned the techniques of Thai massage from the Demon Moon Empire. Shall I offer you a demonstration?" Stop. Su Hong interjected deliberately, slurping his soup loudly to interrupt. "Let's get back to the matter at hand. To restore our strength, we need to procure some crimson origin grass, ghostly origin vine, and ice soul lotus from the market. Did you hear that?" Su Hong, having learned of North Xian's use of forbidden techniques last night at Wangyue Building, knew he urgently needed to enhance his strength. He had obtained information from his father, Su Zhan, regarding these herbs that could expedite recovery and cultivation of elemental energy. "Indeed. We heard." Both women responded in unison, each tossing an ancient tome onto the table. Curiously, Su Hong opened one and nearly choked on his surprise. Yining Shuang's tome was titled Ice Thunder Dual Cultivation Secret Technique, Mastery from Novice in 3 days. Su Mei Shui's was even more outrageous, titled How to Utilize Elemental Spirit Gu Techniques, Uncontrollable Desire in Men. Upon seeing this, Yining Shuang appeared to realize she had made a mistake. She quickly retrieved it and produced another book, Elemental Pill Compendium. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she said, "Master, this is the right one. It contains a type of pill called the Condensing Origin Pill, a high-grade second-tier elixir, perfect for you to consume at this moment." Observing this, Su Hong felt utterly speechless, 3 dark lines appearing on his forehead. He mused, could one truly make such a mistake? With a hint of annoyance, he replied, "Having pills would certainly be advantageous, but their prices are exorbitant. We simply cannot afford them." "Oh, how expensive are we talking about? Do enlighten me," North Xian inquired, genuinely unaware of the cost of elixirs. After all, he had always purchased directly from the marketplace without regard for prices, his guiding principle being, "Is there a need to check prices?" Ridiculous. Su Hong nodded, adopting a serious tone as he explained, elixirs are categorized into 9 tiers, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. The condensing origin pill is a high-grade second-tier elixir. While it is not particularly rare, its value lies in its scarcity. The number of elemental masters capable of refining elixirs is exceedingly few, akin to a rare phoenix feather. I can indeed concoct elixirs, but currently, I possess only white crystal-level strength, limiting me to crafting middle-grade first-tier elixirs. Thus, the price of the condensing origin pill is exceedingly steep, even in a typical marketplace. One would require upwards of 10,000 initial-tier elemental stones to procure a single one. Upon hearing this, Yining Shuang's eyes sparkled with surprise as she exclaimed, "Oh, who would have thought? Su Hong, you are indeed an alchemist." In the realm of Xuanzhen continent, among a myriad of Yuan crystal masters, it is rare to find one who has attained the status of an alchemist. Even in my Yi family, we boast only a single second-tier alchemist, and that came at considerable cost. Su Hong shook his head, a hint of self-deprecation lacing his tone. It's nothing to be proud of. If only I were still at the Jinghong clan. Upon hearing of the value of elixirs, Beixuan could not help but gasp in astonishment. Yet it seemed he had momentarily forgotten how many gold coins he possessed. He quickly glanced at the system interface. Gold balance, 302, 380. Beixuan chuckled heartily, internally marveling. Having wealth certainly instills confidence. It feels splendid. With a broad smile, he added, "Fear not, young master. I still have a few Yuan energy stones left. Though not plentiful, they shall suffice. Where can we procure this Ning Yuan pill?" "He, master, I know." Yi Ningshuang interjected eagerly, her tone imbued with a touch of pride. "We can visit the Xueli auction house in the heart of Qian City. It is established by the Xueli Temple, one of the three foremost powers of Xuanzhen continent. Even among the 100 great empires, it has a substantial headquarters. However, in a small place like Qian City, there exists only a modest branch." As the eldest daughter of the Yi family, Yi Ningshuang was well informed. It is worth noting that her reputation in the Yaiwei Empire was quite formidable. She frequently visited the Xueli auction house to acquire skincare products and cosmetics. Su Hong hesitated briefly before reminding, "Beixuan, I believe Miss Ye's father is expected to arrive the day after tomorrow. Have you formulated a strategy?" Before Beixuan could respond, Yi Ningshuang wrapped her arms around his neck, whispering conspiratorially in his ear, seemingly devising a plan. What are you two discussing so secretly? I want to listen too." Su Meishua pouted, casting an exasperated glance at Yi Ningshuang. She immediately embraced Beixuan's neck as well, leaning in to eavesdrop. With a resounding crash, Su Hong stormed out, leaving behind a sour remark. "Honestly, don't you care how others might feel about this? Beixuan, quicken your pace. If we delay, the auction house may very well close its doors." In the heart of Qian City, the Xueli auction house stood like a fortress of ice and jade before them. The three-story glass structure gleamed with a cool, blue crystalline luster, radiating a chilling aura under the midday sun. Each glass brick appeared to encapsulate a millennium of frost, refracting a dazzling cold light. Two majestic ice Qilin statues flanked the entrance, exuding a lifelike presence as the cold air they breathed crystallized into fine ice particles that fell delicately upon the black stone pavement, resembling a miniature icy waterfall. On either side of the statues, 40 gray-armored guards stood sentinel, wielding silver-long spears, their presence akin to that of gatekeepers. The intricate patterns on their armor shimmered, enveloped in an almost imperceptible aura of pressure, drawing the gazes of passers-by effortlessly. The most striking feature is undoubtedly the wooden plaque made of sandalwood. Embedded within its deep wood grain are gilded characters proclaiming, "No entry for the impoverished and dogs." These 8 grand characters gleam under the sun, exuding an air of suffocating arrogance and coldness. Beixuan glanced down at his threadbare, patched clothing, and then lifted his gaze to that blinding plaque. A smirk of derision playing at the corners of his mouth. The clamor of the marketplace, filled with haggling voices, echoed around him. Yet it could not overshadow the sharpness and irony brought forth by that plaque. "Stop right there," commanded the gray-armored chief guard, his nostrils flaring as he looked down at Beixuan with disdain. The guard's brow furrowed in irritation as he slammed his silver spear onto the ground with a resounding clang, causing the black stone slabs to tremble slightly. He pointed directly at Beixuan, his eyes brimming with contempt as he barked, "What the hell? Who let this beggar gang leader in? Get out of here. Is this a place for you to beg? Don't you recognize the words written above?" As he spoke, he gestured towards the gilded characters behind him. "No entry for the impoverished and dogs." Chapter 19. The frosty beauty strikes a resounding slap, shocking the crowd. The guard's blow turned the frozen shrimp beggar into a mere shadow of himself. Beixuan, witnessing the scene, curled his lip, about to speak. "Masterine, please remain calm. Let Frosty pave the way for you." Yi Ning Frost interjected, swiftly extricating Beixuan's arm from her shoulder. She raised her hand, already infused with icy elemental energy, and with a resounding slap, delivered 2 sharp blows to the guard's face. The imprint of her frosty palm instantly appeared on the guard's visage, the blue and purple marks contrasting vividly against his gray armor, resembling a small shrimp frozen in place. Impudence! How dare you! The voice came from a black-armored commander, who bellowed as dark crystal energy surged around him like a swirling ink cloud. With a swift wave of his hand, 40 silver spears were drawn simultaneously, their icy glints aimed directly at Beixuan and his companions, encircling them tightly. The majesty of the snow crystal temple cannot tolerate such ants trampling upon it. The voices of the gray-armored guards resounded thunderously. Passers-by, initially hurrying along their way, halted in surprise at the commander's roar, turning their gazes towards the commotion, igniting a flurry of whispers. They are doomed, utterly doomed, to dare disturb the peace under the sovereign's watch. Indeed, look at that beggar clad in layers of patches. Does he even realize where he has ventured? Sigh, the youth are too impulsive. They should know that even our city lord would show deference to this black-armored commander. Hearing the murmurs from the crowd, the black-armored commander felt a swell of self-satisfaction, his gaze towards Beixuan and his companions filled with disdain. Oh dear, brother Beixuan. Just look at how fierce they appear. I'm quite frightened. Su Meishui chuckled softly, snuggling closer into Beixuan's arm. Her fingertips danced around the hem of his garment, her eyes sparkling with mischief, completely disregarding the chilling glint of the spears aimed at them. She was well aware of Beixuan's prowess, knowing he could easily dispatch a 6-star black crystal warrior with a single punch. Before her stood a multitude of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, hardly a match for a mere gesture from her brother, Beixuan. Observing this, Yi Ningxuang's anger intensified. The gray frost elemental energy surged around her. Her beautiful eyes turned icy as she chastised fiercely. Have your eyes been blinded? You fail to recognize me, this esteemed lady? At that moment, an exceedingly anxious voice broke through the tension. Enough of this insolence. Oh my heavens, cease at once. All of you kneel. The speaker was a middle-aged man clad in a red robe, a blue token hanging from his waist inscribed with the word Shueli. This man was Lu Yong, the steward of the Shueli auction house branch in Qiyan City. He had spotted Yi Ningxuang from a distance and recognized her. Having had the fortune of encountering the renowned frost beauty of the Demon Moon Empire, Miss Yi, at the Empire's headquarters. Now, drenched in sweat from fear, he hurriedly crawled towards her, collapsing to his knees before her, his tone trembling. Miss Yi, please spare my life. These 2 fools were just summoned from a desolate place yesterday. Please, show mercy and do not hold their foolishness against them. Beixuan lounged against the sharp claws of the ice Qilin statue, his legs crossed, savoring a candied hawthorn skewer handed to him by Su Meishui. The crunching sound of the sugar coating mingling with her light laughter, creating a jarring contrast in the tense atmosphere. He gazed at the kneeling Lu Yong, his voice languid. And who might you be? Lu Yong, stealing a glance at the coldly expression Yi Ningxuang, found his gaze uncontrollably drawn to her beauty. As he prepared to speak, a flash of gray light caught his eye. With a sharp crack, a frost-formed slap landed heavily on his face, the chill penetrating his pores and instantly adorning half of his cheek with shards of ice. How dare you? My master inquires about you. Why do you gaze at me so? Look at the conduct of your guards. A crooked beam leads to a warped pillar. Do not think I am unaware. It is undoubtedly your influence, Yi Ningxuang remarked, a note of impatience in her voice. Lu Yong, with half of his face frozen, dared not flinch. Fully aware that while he might evade a slap, he could not escape the wrath of the Yi family. He forced a smile that was more akin to a grimace. Bowing deeply, nearly touching his forehead to the tips of Beixuan's worn shoes, his voice quavering, I am wronged. It is all due to my lack of discernment. Please forgive my minor faults. I am Lu Yong, the steward of the Shueli auction house in Qiyan City. You may call me Xiao Yong. I shall ensure they are properly reprimanded for their insolence. Frantically wiping the ice shards from his face, he noticed Beixuan's silence and hastily added, My lord, given the fierce winds outside, should we not retreat indoors to discuss matters? Beixuan shook the skewer of candied hawthorn in his hand, glancing at his ragged attire with a smirk. In such garb, how could I dare enter your esteemed establishment? Would that not invite disdain? Oh, what a thing to say! I would like to see who would dare. Lu Yong nearly leaped with fervor, casting a chilling glance at the guards as beads of sweat the size of peas cascaded onto the black stone floor, all the while wearing an exceedingly obsequious smile. With your splendid presence gracing us, it is indeed a fortune for our auction house. Please, do come in, he urged, bending forward to lead the way like an eager old servant. Upon noticing that Beixuan and the others had followed closely, he continued to boast, ever since your arrival, our auction house has truly been illuminated by your radiance. Beixuan, with a disdainful curl of his lip, felt an overwhelming joy bubbling within him. Huh. The flattery is simply delightful. Meanwhile, the once fierce-looking guards now shrank back, hurriedly making way. The gray-armored guards, left in a state of shock, exchanged bewildered glances as the figures of the esteemed guests vanished from sight. Unable to contain their astonishment, they began to murmur in hushed tones, disbelief etched across their faces. Am I seeing things? One guard with a bushy beard rubbed his eyes vigorously, his spear creaking in his grip. Usually, Manager Liu treats others with such disdain. Why then is he bowing and scraping before that beggar, like a dog wagging its tail in submission? Watch your tongue. An older guard clamped a hand over his mouth, glancing around nervously as his throat tightened with anxiety. If you want to throw your life away, don't drag me down with you. We toil endlessly in this harsh wind, barely scraping by, while we can't even touch the hem of their garments. What kind of world is this? Indeed, who could argue otherwise? The younger guard suddenly kicked over a stone stool, the sound of clashing metal echoing with suppressed rage. That beggar is clinging to two enchanting beauties, appearing as if he were king. Yet, what is he wearing but a patchwork of rags? What makes him so exceptional? If I were to shed this armor and don his tattered rags, would I, too, be graced with such fortune? At these words, a heavy silence enveloped the group, broken only by their labored breaths forming white mist in the chill air, cloaked in unspoken envy and resentment. However, Beixuan remained oblivious to their remarks. Had he overheard, the thunderous slap of fate would have surely escalated. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Liu Yong reverently presented a jet-black card to Beixuan, stating, "My lord, this card contains the 100,000 gold coins I have just deposited for you. At our Shuili auction house, you may use gold coins directly, or exchange them for elemental stones if you wish." After a brief pause, he continued, "As you have attained our minimum membership level, I am pleased to present you with the Xianjing Black Card. With this card, you will receive a 5 discount at any of our Shuili locations. Please take good care of it." Beixuan glanced at the card and replied nonchalantly, "Discount? I am not one to fret over such trivialities." Yet, curiosity compelled him to inquire further, what is required for a higher-tier membership card, and what discounts do they offer? Just asking casually. Up next is the gold card with a 10 discount, followed by the diamond card at 15, and the prestigious supreme card at 20, Liu Yong replied hastily, demonstrating his acumen. Observing the interaction closely, Su Hong could no longer restrain himself. He tugged at Beixuan's sleeve and leaned in to whisper irritably, "Enough, Beixuan. Refrain from your antics. Please do not overdo your bravado," he said while gesturing upward. Beixuan forced an awkward smile, then continued, "All right, I'm weary. Quickly arrange for us the most splendid private room. My lord, you may not be aware, but prior to your arrival, the Tianzi private rooms were fully booked. There was one available, but unfortunately, it was forcibly claimed by the eldest son of the Otto family, Otto Capi," Liu Yong explained, observing Beixuan's expression, his tone laced with helplessness. "As you know, the Otto family is the foremost power in Qian City. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. We must give them due respect." Though he spoke thus, he thought to himself, "The person before me clearly isn't to be trifled with, and it would serve the Otto family well to receive a taste of their own medicine. It could be considered a borrowed knife to slay an enemy." He mused with a sinister smile. Beep. A new side quest has been issued. Please assist the young master Su Hong in unifying Qian City within 30 days. Completion of the task will reward you with a bronze blind box. Failure to complete it will result in the deduction of all coins in your system. Must I? I'll just wreak havoc. Money is but a worldly possession. Let it be, humph. Beixuan gazed at the system task in disbelief, cursing inwardly. Damn it. I have yet to deal with Yi Jintian, and another task appears. Can I not enjoy a moment of respite? Just as I've begun to accumulate a bit of wealth, you set your sights on me. The system, as he suspected, was utterly unreliable. Just as he prepared to respond to Liu Yong, he was interrupted by Yi Ningxuang's sharp voice. Preposterous. Who is this Otto Capi? What audacity to seize my lord's private room? Speak. Where is Capi? Her slender brows knitted, her tone icy. Liu Yong felt a surge of elation. With Miss Yi taking action, success is assured. Yet, he maintained a facade of composure, feigning difficulty that might not be appropriate. Despite his words, he turned to the attendant and signaled with his eyes. Under Liu Yong's piercing gaze, the attendant trembled and stammered, "Tianzi room number 3. Upon finishing, he thought to himself that if Otto Capi found out it was he who revealed this information, his life would be forfeit. Liu Yong was setting him up to take the blame, and there was no escaping it. Beep. A new side quest has been issued. Please secure the final auction item for Su Hong at the auction house. Completion will earn you double the coins spent on the purchase." Beixuan could not help but feel puzzled. Little dream, what on earth is this? Why the secrecy? If I make a mistake, do not blame me. Chapter 20. The Notorious Young Master. The grape peel reveals a useless face. The system chokes me into gathering people. In the Tianzi room number 3. A delicate pink mist wafted from a bronze incense burner. Otto Capey reclined on an intricately carved sandalwood couch, his appearance somewhat handsome. However, his complexion was exceedingly pale, as if from excessive indulgence, with faint dark circles under his eyes. He gazed at the alluring red-haired girl before him, yet found himself devoid of any interest. He casually lifted his finger to pinch the girl's chin, his fingertip gliding over the still-healing bite mark on her neck, a remnant of his indulgence 3 nights prior. As the eldest son of the Otto family, the foremost power among the 4 great factions of Qian City, his father, Otto Kama, was a renowned 4-star black crystal martial artist. In this small city, he was undeniably the strongest. A mere stamp of his foot could cause the city walls to tremble. Yet, prowess was but one facet of his superiority. His wealth was equally unmatched. Take, for instance, the lucrative mining endeavors. Qian City boasted only 7 mines, with the finest 3 under the Otto family's dominion. The remaining 3 were controlled by the Su family, the Daika family, and the weakest, the Lu family. One mine, the Chile mine, required a contest among young disciples every 3 years for possession, currently under the Su family's control. Such an illustrious background allowed Otto Capey to indulge in whatever he desired since childhood, being his father's sole heir. Otto Capey, however, did not tarnish his father's reputation. Indeed, he enhanced it, earning the moniker of Capey the Color Demon, instilling fear among the city's populace. Over the past 3 years, any beautiful girl who turned 16 and had not married or escaped would mysteriously vanish on the night of the full moon. Whispers circulated of various colored strands of hair and torn garments found in the back alleys of the Otto estate. Consequently, Capey became a tool for parents to frighten their daughters, prompting them to disguise themselves in male attire and cut their long hair. "Did you hear? The tofu vendor's daughter hanged herself this morning?" queried a blue-haired girl in sheer pink fabric, delicately massaging the legs of the youth upon the soft couch, her curiosity piqued. Otto Capey responded with a wicked smile, raising his hand to snap the hairpin of the blue-haired maid, a hint of pity lacing his tone. What a shame for such a headstrong woman. Alas, I have yet to savor the delights of the tofu shop. He paused, his gaze shifting to the girl as he continued. "What is this? You seem well informed." The blue-haired maid trembled at his words, too fearful to meet his cold, piercing gaze. Continuing her careful ministrations. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from downstairs. "What are you doing? Let me go? Help! Help!" Otto Capey leaned forward to peer down. Witnessing a girl in a green dress being dragged into a side alley by a guard, the crimson wolf insignia emblazoned on the guard's chest plate. The girl's hairpin clattered to the ground, producing a sound of despair. Otto Capey licked his dry lips, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. "Isn't that the blacksmith's little daughter? I had the fortune to see her last month. TSK, that waist is as supple as a water snake. One word, exquisite." A red-haired girl offered peeled grapes to the young man, her face brightening with a radiant smile. "If Master Capey desires, I shall fetch her at once." Audacious. Otto Capey's expression darkened at her words, and with a swift motion, he flung his sleeve, toppling the teacup, and reprimanded. "Are you insulting me? In the city of Changqing, did this young master ever need to take matters into his own hands?" As soon as the words left his lips, a steward clad in gray hurried upstairs and whispered into the boy's ear, "Young master, I have followed your orders and concealed the forbidden drugs in her father's blacksmith shop." "Excellent," Otto Capey replied with a satisfied, sinister grin. "Let her crawl into my bed tonight, and remind her that if she dares to utter a sound, the blacksmith shop will be set ablaze." Behind Otto Capey stood 4 guards, who erupted into boisterous laughter upon hearing their young master's words. Meanwhile, the raucous crowd in the auction house's first floor fell silent, startled by the raucous laughter from above. Several women hastily shielded their daughters' faces, fearful of being seen by the lecherous Capey in the private room. "Do you see that?" an elder said, pulling his grandson back 3 paces, his voice trembling. "That is the eldest son of the Otto family. Last year, he led a massacre at the Misty Rain Pavilion simply because the proprietor claimed the headliner's performance was lacking." The boy's face turned pale. But he is merely a white crystal apprentice, isn't he?" "Shoo." The elder quickly covered the boy's mouth, casting furtive glances around before whispering. "His father's Bloodwolf guards are stationed downstairs. They are led by a black crystal warrior. Moreover," he swallowed hard, lowering his voice further, "anyone who dares to oppose him ends up as a corpse, mysteriously drowned, retrieved from the Qian River the next day." "Ah, what a grand spectacle. I wonder who it is." Otto Capey observed a group approaching the second-floor entrance and casually tossed a grape into his mouth, spitting the skin downwards towards Su Hong with a resounding fa. Remarkably, Capey's aim was impeccable, landing the grape skin squarely on Su Hong's left cheek. "Su Hong, what brings you here, you worthless creature even beneath a dog?" Su Hong's face turned ashen as he swiftly wiped the grape skin from his cheek. "Otto Capey, you're pushing your luck." "Ah, Such grandiosity despite your meager strength. I shall see what face you present to me. Otto Capi taunted with derision. Just as Beixuan was about to erupt in anger, a sudden notification from Xiaoming interrupted. Ding. A new side quest has been issued. The master must not interfere with the original plot development. You may act only when Su Hong's emotional value exceeds 100. Current emotional value, 20. Completing the task will yield 100,000 gold. Damn it. My emotional value has already surpassed 100. Beixuan roared inwardly. Master, please remain calm. It is Su Hong's emotional value, not yours. And remember, your followers cannot act either. Beixuan gritted his teeth in frustration, but could only shake his head in resignation, consoling himself. Well, I suppose I'll endure this for the sake of the gold. He then leaned in to whisper a few instructions to Yining Shuang, whose expression turned peculiar as she couldn't help but ask, Master, why must we refrain from acting? Hush, just do as instructed, Beixuan replied curtly. Su Hong turned to look at Beixuan, seething. Beixuan, it all rests on you. Upon hearing the words, Beixuan wore a peculiar expression and chuckled. All right, let us ascend to the second floor and have a proper meeting regarding this, whatever it is, the copy. Having said that, he immediately leaned closer to Yining Shuang and whispered, Shuanger, quickly shatter the jade tablet and notify the 28 attendants to come over. Yining Shuang felt a surge of confusion, yet, under the compelling influence of the copy, she swiftly regained her composure and acted in accordance with Beixuan's instructions. Beixuan, possessing remarkable intelligence, pondered that since they could not act hastily, they must also avoid losing their lives in vain. Thus, he promptly rallied support. As Beixuan followed Su Hong up to the second floor, he could not suppress his indignation, muttering to himself, Damn it, this is truly vexing. I knew this ridiculous system was utterly unreliable. Chapter 21. Outwitting the Enemy. The crippled Black Crystal Dog King? The useless young master exploded in fury. Striking himself in the face, Beixuan began to secretly calculate. As long as he refrained from attacking Autocopy, he would not be interfering with the plot's development. Such trifling skills shall not pose a challenge for me. Thus, Beixuan commenced reviewing his attributes to seek a way to break the deadlock. Strength, White Crystal level 9. Power, 9. Speed, 109. Accuracy, 100. Critical damage, 100. Critical rate, 10. Defense, Gray Crystal Shield Experience Card, less than 30 minutes remaining. Backpack, Gray Crystal level 9 10-second Experience Card X1. Alas, there remains but a single experience card. It must not be used until a crucial moment. The ordinary attack inflicts a mere 9 points of damage, while a critical hit yields 109. It seems I can only. Beixuan could not help but mutter to himself. The group, guided by Lu Yong, proceeded towards room 3 on the second floor, each step seeming to tread upon the flames of Su Hong's vengeance. Meanwhile, Beixuan's mind raced with strategies. The wooden stairs creaked beneath their feet, as if trembling in anticipation of the impending storm. Suddenly, Beixuan stumbled, nearly tumbling down the stairs. Su Hong, quick-witted, caught him and retorted, Beixuan, what are you playing at? Beixuan offered an awkward smile, quickly adopting a serious tone as he replied, I am merely creating an illusion of fragility to lower their guard. Lu Yong fixed his gaze on the young servant guarding the door to the room and cleared his throat. The servant slowly pushed the wooden door open and promptly retreated at Lu Yong's pace, soon disappearing at the end of the corridor. Beixuan watched Lu Yong's departing figure with a subtle smile, a plan forming in his mind. He hastily grasped Su Hong's arm and feigned distress. Ah, young master. I have a terrible stomach ache. I must have eaten something bad this morning. Please, you enter first, and I shall join you shortly after I attend to my needs. Before Su Hong could respond, Beixuan pretended to clutch his stomach and swiftly vanished from sight. Enraged, Su Hong shouted, Beixuan, come back. Yining Shuang and Su Meishue exchanged knowing glances, and in perfect harmony, they darted after Beixuan, disappearing around the corner in the blink of an eye. In the empty corridor, only Su Hong remained, standing dazed before the door of room 3. He clenched his fists, an agonizing sense of dilemma churning within his heart. At that moment, a hearty laugh erupted from within the room. Before he could turn around, several shadowy figures lunged forward. Autocopy's followers descended upon him like ravenous wolves, lifting him into the private room. Inside, with a resounding thud, Su Hong was unceremoniously tossed to the ground by the attendants. His countenance darkened like a stormy sky, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it, had I known, I would have fled as well. Leaning against an intricately carved soft couch, Autocopy embraced 2 enchanting women clad in sheer fabrics, their bodies barely concealed, their forms tantalizingly obscured. Young Master Copy? Is this the most notorious wastrel of Qian City? Su Hong, a red-haired girl chuckled, playfully offering a grape to Copy's lips. Autocopy accepted the fruit, smacking his lips and, with a contemptuous spit, accurately hurled the skin onto Su Hong's face, mocking him. Su Hong, how can you even show your face outside? I've heard that for the past 5 years. Your father has been fighting for 10 essence coins each month on your behalf. He's certainly made quite a few enemies in the clan over this. He picked up another grape, laughing ambiguously. Haha, you've truly made your father proud. Over these 5 years, you've remained stagnant at the 5th layer of white crystal. The two young women in Copy's embrace erupted in laughter, their hair ornaments swaying with their mirth. The blue-haired girl, intrigued, asked, Young Master Copy, is it true? Is the eldest son of the Su family truly such a wastrel? Auto Copy laughed heartily, slapping his thigh, his tone dripping with disdain. Indeed. If I had 10 essence coins each month, I would feed them to my lame dog. I believe that after 5 years, it could become a lamed black crystal dog king. Haha, just look at him. As his words fell, even the guards standing behind Auto Copy couldn't help but burst into raucous laughter. Su Hong's face flickered between shades of green and white. The insults didn't wound him deeply. Yet, he was consumed with anxiety. Damn it. Where on earth has Beixuan gone? Young Master Copy, you may not be aware, but I have heard some amusing tales. A blue-haired girl leaned closer to Auto Copy, giggling. Last month, I heard from the courtesan of Chunyu Tower that the eldest son of the Su family couldn't even untie the courtesan's bodice that evening. Upon hearing this, the private room erupted into another round of raucous laughter. Su Hong's face instantly flushed crimson, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug painfully into his palms. Unable to contain himself any longer, he shouted vehemently. What the hell? When did I ever go to such a place? Autocopy. Don't think that just because your father Autocomma backs you, you can do as you please in Qian City. The Xinjiang continent is vast, and there are many stronger than your father. Someone will surely put you in your place. Do as I please. Autocopy responded. Instead of being angered, he merely laughed. Last night, at the tailor's shop by the West City Gate, the old man personally delivered his daughter to my bed. This morning, he even sent me new garments. Beixuan, stealthily eavesdropping outside the room, caught a glimpse of the situation and couldn't help but murmur, wow, the young master has remarkable restraint. His emotional value is only at 60. Yi Ningxuan, with her gentle, watery eyes, softly inquired, My lord, shall we not take action yet? Beixuan turned to the two women and offered a few words of guidance. He contemplated that it was necessary to stoke the flames further, and without hesitation, he kicked the door open with a resounding crash. Bang! The sudden noise startled Autocopy, causing him to nearly toss the woman in his arms aside. He barked angrily. Who dares to disturb? Is this a place for beggars? Seeking death. With that, Autocopy sprang up, his energy coalescing in his palm as he launched a fierce punch at the intruder. A loud thud echoed as his fist collided with Beixuan's just-formed protective barrier, sending him staggering back several steps. Young master, be careful, cautioned the guard behind him, rushing forward to intercept Autocopy. Young Master Su Hong, I have come to your aid, Beixuan chuckled, speaking nonchalantly, though his mind was concocting something even more distasteful for Autocopy. He leisurely donned a pair of black lace gloves. Young Master Copy, I hear you have a fondness for beautiful women. Do you admire my gloves? With a swift motion, he appeared directly in front of Autocopy, lightly tracing the lace-covered tips of his fingers along Copy's cheek, the delicate white frills fluttering in the air. Autocopy's pupils dilated, and he gagged, pushing away his guards in a fit of rage, yelling, What the hell? You dare to insult me with those feminine gloves? He waved his hand, directing his men, Quickly, all of you, seize this beggar and chop off his hands to feed the dogs. The 5 gray crystal guards received their orders, their gray energies swirling as they swiftly drew gleaming large sabers from their waists, aiming their strikes at Beixuan. The ferocity of their assault, empowered by their energy, created a whistling sound as the sabers sliced through the air, yet they could not touch Beixuan in the slightest. At this moment, Beixuan did not even need to employ his agile techniques. He simply relied on his innate speed of 109, weaving through the blades like a specter. Seeing this, Autocopy trembled with rage, exclaiming, Damn it! I spend so much money each month to support a bunch of useless fools who can't even touch a person? In frustration, he grabbed a teapot nearby and hurled it at the guards. The crash of the teapot shattering on the ground sent porcelain shards flying, creating a cacophony of clinking sounds as they scattered across the floor. The guards exchanged bewildered glances, their sabers repeatedly slicing through empty air. In that moment, Beixuan seized the opportunity to deliver a swift, electric slap to one of them, leaving a vivid red mark of 5 fingers on his face. Surround him. Don't get distracted. Another guard urgently warned. Are you even a man? Is dodging all you can do? Autocopy, in a fit of rage, seized an agate wine cup and hurled it against the wall, shattering it into a cascade of crystals as he roared. This is outrageous. Summon the black crystal martial artist for me. and have him kill that wretch. Hurry. Amidst the chaos, Su Hong noticed that the guards meant to protect Autocopy had been lured away by Beixuan. Suddenly, he sprang into action, channeling his energy into his right arm and delivering a powerful slap toward Autocopy. The sound echoed like thunder. Chapter 22. The Twisted Torment of the Perverse Young Master. The shame of the two beauties. The beggar's emotional state skyrocketed. Su Hong, do you think you can act with impunity? You dare to strike me? You have violated the rules set by the four major factions of Qian City. Autocopy clutched his stinging left cheek, his eyes ablaze with fury. In that case, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your father. With that declaration, he revealed the prowess of a 7-star white crystal apprentice. A faint glow of white energy emanating from him. He launched himself at Su Hong, fists swinging, with a ferocious wolf-head phantom flickering above his fists. He executed the Auto family's advanced technique, the Blood Wolf Fist, a low-grade king-level skill. Su Hong, sensing the challenge, felt his fighting spirit surge. He did not evade. Instead, he met Autocopy's punch with a fierce counter, a tiger head apparition materializing above his own fist. The collision of their fists produced a resounding bang, sending Su Hong staggering back several steps before he regained his balance. Autocopy, with a sneer, pressed the attack. In an instant, a series of explosive clashes filled the air as neither would yield to the other, grappling fiercely. Young Master Copy, what is happening? Inquired Wang Tinyu, the captain of the Blood Wolf Guard, a 2-star black crystal martial artist. Stop dawdling. Forget about that beggar and capture Su Hong. Elated, Autocopy commanded his subordinate to act. Wang Tinyu moved like a hawk swooping down on prey, swiftly seizing Su Hong's arms. You coward, Copy. If you have the guts, face me one-on-one. Su Hong struggled desperately, but it was in vain. He could only attempt to provoke his opponent with words. I have given you a chance. But you are utterly useless. Autocopy laughed maniacally, then slapped Su Hong's face twice. Instantly, 5 red imprints appeared on Su Hong's cheeks. Before Su Hong could respond, Autocopy grinned wickedly, instructing Wang Bo, hold him down on the bed. I am not yet satisfied. Let our Su Hong enjoy something even more thrilling. Copy. What are you planning? Do not do anything reckless. You've already beaten me, so let me go. Despite his frantic struggles and furious shouts, Su Hong found himself firmly pinned to the bed. Autocopy, exhilarated, turned to the 2 enchanting maidens and ordered, go, crush the grapes and spit them into his mouth. Let our esteemed Su Hong savor the experience. Upon hearing this, Su Hong's pupils constricted in horror as he shouted, what the hell? You are truly a pervert. Beixuan, where are you? Hurry and save me. Before his words could fully escape his lips, he found himself ensnared by Wang Tinyu's iron-like grip, fingers pressing painfully against his cheekbone, producing a disconcerting cracking sound. Su Hong gritted his teeth, his lips torn and bleeding, yet he stubbornly pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth. He caught sight of the sinister smiles curling at the corners of the 2 enchanting young women facing him. Oh, young master, do not be so impatient. Open your mouth, said the blue-haired temptress, holding 3 moldy grapes close. Master Copy instructed us to let you savor the taste of the twin beauties' offerings. No sooner had she spoken than she bit into the rotten grapes, releasing a squelch of juice that mixed with her saliva, dripping down her chin and staining Su Hong's attire with a purplish hue. The red-haired maiden's gaze turned icy, her delicate hand striking like a viper to seize Su Hong's nape. Simultaneously, Autocopy hurled a gleaming silver needle, which she deftly caught and swiftly plunged into Su Hong's cervical pressure point. A shiver coursed through Su Hong's body, causing his jaw to involuntarily part slightly. The blue-haired enchantress immediately leaned in, pouring a concoction of fruit pulp, saliva, and mold into his mouth. The remnants still bore a hint of warmth, sliding down his throat and provoking a wave of nausea. Haha, he swallowed it. Autocopy exclaimed, laughing heartily as he slapped his thigh. Wang Bo, keep prying open his mouth. Let him fully relish this exquisite delicacy, a true treasure of heaven and earth. At his command, Wang Tinyu intensified his grip, forcing Su Hong's mouth open to reveal blood-tinged teeth. The 2 enchanting maidens took turns crushing grapes and depositing them into Su Hong's mouth. The red-haired maiden even deliberately spat grape seeds onto his tongue. These are the nourishing green moldy grapes, dear young master. Wasn't it said you couldn't even untie a courtesan's bodice? Allow your sister to assist you properly. Young master, you must endure. The old servant is unable to intervene, Beixuan exclaimed in a bid to offer comfort. As he dodged and assessed the situation, he couldn't help but cover half his face in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Glancing at the system, he was struck with astonishment. Goodness, the young master is practically a ninja turtle. His emotional value is only at 90. With this thought, he wasted no time and mockingly declared, oh, is this truly the famed lecher of Qian City, Master Copy? In my humble opinion, It is but an empty title. As he spoke, he swiftly moved, delivering a sharp slap to one of the guards. He continued, our esteemed young master Su Hong has weathered far greater storms than this. Your feeble tactics are utterly insufficient. With a cackle, he reveled in his mockery. Auto Copy froze in shock. He had never endured such humiliation, and his anger surged. He slammed the tray he was holding onto the ground with a loud crash and bellowed, how dare you disrespect me? Today, you shall witness my extraordinary capabilities. With that, he turned to the Blood Wolf guards accompanying Wang Tiniu and commanded, you lot, go to the restroom and bring me the largest night fragrance bucket. I intend to give young master Su Hong a proper bath. Su Hong, upon hearing this, was utterly frantic, shouting, what the hell? Beixuan, please, don't do this. If you do not take action soon, I might very well meet my end today. Auto Cappy observed Su Hong's intense reaction with admiration, laughing heartily. Ha! You damned beggar's guard is indeed loyal. Alas, no one can save you today. You might as well enjoy a fragrant bath. Shortly after, several individuals entered, carrying a large barrel emitting a pungent odor of brown liquid. Floating atop the barrel's surface was a decaying corpse of a rat-like creature, with dark green mold spreading around its edges. The corpse rat, being among the lowest tier of beasts in the Xianjing continent, has an insatiable appetite for carrion, hence its peculiar name. With each step, the liquid inside the barrel bubbled, releasing a noxious blend of decaying vegetables and rotting flesh. This concoction, known as night fragrance, was retrieved from the deepest recesses of the auction house's back alley and required 3 days of settling to achieve such a thick, foul aroma. Perhaps the barrel was too heavy, as the bearers stumbled and trembled, struggling to maintain their grip. Even while holding their breaths, they found themselves nearly overcome by the stench. The room was soon engulfed in an overwhelming miasma, prompting everyone to cover their mouths and noses. What on earth is Auto Cappy planning? Are you foolish? It is evident he intends to bathe the young master of the Su family. Ugh, it's too fragrant. I can't bear it. The crowd on the auction house's first floor, upon catching a whiff of this bizarre scent, retched while voicing their astonishment. Even Auto Cappy could not suppress a few coughs, exclaiming, damn, the scent of decay is indeed intoxicating. Hurry, pour it over him. Let young master Su truly relish this experience. Upon hearing that his master intended to bathe Su Hong, Wang Tiniu swiftly produced a chain, thick as an arm, from his spatial ring, binding Su Hong tightly. In a flash, he positioned himself behind Auto Cappy, wishing to avoid sharing Su Hong's fate. Su Hong's face turned pale with fear as he shouted furiously, what the hell? Auto Cappy, how dare you? Tell your men to stop. As the bucket of rotten liquid loomed ominously above him, Su Hong's complexion drained of color, veins bulging at his neck as he bellowed in a strained voice, Beixuan, for heaven's sake, stop this madness. If you do not intervene, I swear I will haunt you as a ghost. Beixuan, however, merely chuckled. At that moment, the voice of Xiao Ming announcing Su Hong's emotional value rang out repeatedly. Ding. 98. Ding. 99. Ding. Su Hong's emotional value has surpassed 100. Chapter 23. The Blood and Tears History of Young Master Cappy. The beggar achieves a god-level revenge, slapping the enchanting maiden. Beixuan, for goodness sake, take action. Su Hong's roar was tinged with a sob, tears mingling with snot as they streamed down his face. Just as the thick, foul liquid was about to spill over, Beixuan's figure flashed, appearing before Su Hong. With a swift motion, his right hand struck the barrel with a powerful palm strike, while his left hand grasped Su Hong's arm, retreating in an instant. Onlookers witnessed a hand formed of white elemental energy strike the barrel with a resounding impact. With a resounding crash, the wooden barrel flew backward, hurtling directly towards Auto Cappy. Upon witnessing this, Auto Cappy's features contorted in terror as he exclaimed, quick, block it. No sooner had he spoken than another loud thud echoed, as the barrel descended upon him with a forceful impact. In an instant, splinters and the acrid scent of decaying essence erupted, thoroughly drenching Auto Cappy. Wang Boug, kill them, he snarled, his visage grotesque as he heaved, a decayed rat's carcass precariously perched atop his head, its foul liquid dripping down his hair. He pointed at the two eerie maidens, mumbling, you too, hurry, ugh, take me to bathe, ugh. Just as he finished speaking, he slipped on a corpse beneath him and fell with a splat, landing ungracefully. The two maidens, their faces pale and lips twitching uncontrollably, bore the nausea and hastily assisted young Master Cappy towards the bathing chamber, stumbling along the way. Observing this, Su Hong could not contain his laughter, tears streaming down his face as he clapped incessantly. Ha! Delightful. Truly delightful. Auto Cappy, today is your day of reckoning. From now on, you shall be known as Auto Crap. Wang Tiniu, witnessing his young master's disgrace, felt his pupils constrict sharply. A dark energy enveloped him, swirling like ink clouds. coalescing into a formidable black blade nearly a meter in length. The chilling gleam of the blade rendered his expression more menacing, and he bellowed, "Die." He pointed into the void, the blade slicing through the air like a black arrow aimed straight at Beixuan. As the black crystal blade seemed poised to cleave Beixuan in two, a shadow flickered and materialized before him. The blade struck the shadow's black crystal barrier with a resounding thud, only to be repelled and shattered. "Lu Guanshi, what is the meaning of this?" Wang Tinyu demanded, recognizing the figure who had intervened to save Beixuan. It was Lu Yong, the chief steward of the auction house. "Has the Otto family forgotten the rules of my Shueli auction house? Once you step outside, your quarrels are of no concern to me, but not here," Lu Yong declared with an air of superiority, his hands clasped behind his back. Without allowing Wang Tinyu a retort, he turned his gaze towards Unifying, who had approached Beixuan. With a dramatic thud, he knelt before her, feigning surprise as he exclaimed, "Oh, Miss Yi, the esteemed daughter of the Yi family from the Demon Moon Empire, what brings you here?" As he spoke, he pretended to rub his eyes, as if to confirm he was not dreaming. Wang Tinyu's face turned ashen, poised to argue, but faltered upon hearing Lu Yong's words. How could he pretend ignorance of the Yi family's name? They were one of the three formidable powers in the Demon Moon Empire, certainly not to be trifled with. Realizing this, he swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his legs trembling. Heavens, is that really the esteemed Miss Unifying? I never expected to be so fortunate today. You must be joking. I have heard that last year in the city of the Demon Moon, a black crystal martial artist dared to gaze a moment too long at her bosom, and she promptly gouged out his eyes with utmost ruthlessness. But what is that really? 3 months ago, a red crystal martial king dared to make lewd remarks towards her, and upon hearing this, her father, Yi Jinqian, took immediate action, shattering the red crystal within that king's body. A dignified red crystal martial king was thus reduced to a mere shell of a man. Humph. They are truly a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. Let me tell you, even the Demon Moon monarch must show deference to Unifying. This revelation sparked a wave of astonished chatter among the crowd. Wang Tinyu trembled with fear at the news, his heart consumed by dread. He glanced in the direction where young Master Copy had departed, then looked back at Unifying mingling closely with the beggar. He resolved to inform young Master Copy of this matter without delay. Without further hesitation, he vanished from sight. Upon hearing the conversations around him, Beixuan felt an involuntary twitch of his eyelids, his heart heavy with worry. Alas, what shall I do? I have entangled myself with Unifying. As he pondered, Unifying gazed into Beixuan's eyes, filled with adoration, and whispered into his ear, "Master Yin, your earlier move was so impressive. I knew you could handle it." Beixuan offered an awkward smile, replying, "Haha, I owe it all to Frost who brought Lu Yong just in time." Seeing this, Su Meishues swiftly lifted Beixuan's arm, her soft, jade-like form collapsing into his embrace. She traced her delicate finger across Beixuan's slightly moving Adam's apple. Her voice a sultry whisper, "Brother Beixuan, I am still here." At that moment, the sweet voice of Xiao Ming echoed in Beixuan's consciousness, signaling the completion of a side quest and the acquisition of 100,000 gold coins. The notifications continued, congratulating him on unexpectedly achieving a divine-level achievement and granting him a 4th-tier high-grade pill, the Red Yuan Breaking Pill, which could only be consumed upon reaching red crystal strength, enhancing a 30 probability of directly breaking through to the first layer of orange crystal. Additionally, he received a guardian value of 500, accumulating to 300, along with a blind box of gold coins and a blind box of elemental crystals. Beixuan smiled faintly, quickly communicating with the system. "Xiao Ming, are you mistaken? This 4th-tier pill is of no use to me. I cannot consume it now. Could you perhaps exchange it for a black crystal strength experience card?" However, there was no response from Xiao Ming. Lu Yong observed the unfolding events with great satisfaction, relishing the moment when the previously arrogant auto copy was finally humbled. After all, he was an external steward dispatched by the Snow Glass Temple to Qian City, yet he had long been suppressed by the Otto family. Although they had not committed any overtly excessive acts, his innate pride could not bear the thought of being beneath others, and he had been searching for an opportunity in vain until this day. With this thought, a smile crept upon his lips, and he gestured for a dozen servants to come and clean the private room. However, one of the servants accidentally stepped on the corpse of a rotting demon. With a resounding thud, he fell upside down, provoking a fresh wave of laughter among the crowd. At that moment, although Su Hong was in high spirits, he couldn't help but voice his complaint. "Beixuan, could you refrain from making such dramatic entrances in the future? My heart can hardly bear it." Beixuan, a peculiar expression on his face, replied with conviction, "Did I?" Unable to contain himself, he burst into laughter. "Haha, I saw the young master thoroughly enjoying his grapes." Indeed. Hee hee, chimed in Yining Shuang and Su Meishua, stifling their giggles. Meanwhile, Wang Tiniu held his breath, leaning closer to Occupy's ear to whisper, "Young master. That beggar may have some connection to the Yi family. Damn it, what if he does? It's easy to dodge a direct attack, but a concealed one is much harder to avoid. I must eliminate that beggar." Occupy's features twisted in fury, his face, corroded by decay, took on a bizarre, greenish hue. Suddenly, he swung his fist violently into the air, shouting, "Useless! Useless! A bunch of good-for-nothings." No sooner had he spoken than he spun around, and with two sharp slaps, the cheeks of the two enchanting maidens beside him instantly bore vivid red handprints. Amidst the flying strands of hair, the crimson killing intent in his eyes seemed ready to erupt. Chapter 24. The Rise of the Divine Emperor in 10 Years. Has the Hall Master Shaoli met Zhu Xiaosan? The crowd was left in a state of awe. The Xueli Auction House, a colossal structure situated in Qian City, is not only the largest auction venue in the city, but also belongs to one of the three most powerful factions on the Xuanjin continent, the Xueli Temple. The rise of the Xueli Temple is nothing short of legendary, its speed astonishing. In less than a decade, it has ascended to the pinnacle of the Xuanjin continent like a brilliant meteor. The origins of Hall Master Shaoli remain an enigma. No one knows where she hails from. She seems to have descended from the heavens. This exceedingly mysterious woman appeared in the public eye in a remarkably abrupt manner. Yet, despite her elusive background, her strength is undeniably formidable. Some say she is a 9-star purple crystal god king, possessing the power to annihilate worlds. Others speculate that she has already transcended to the pinnacle of a 1-star Xuanjin divine emperor, becoming one of the most elite beings on this continent. However, the exact nature of her true capabilities remains beyond anyone's grasp, for her power has grown to an unfathomable extent. Nevertheless, one thing is certain. In the span of these 10 short years, Hall Master Xueli has never faced defeat. Each of her battles resembles a grand performance, effortlessly vanquishing any adversary, leaving onlookers in awe. For this reason, despite the enticing profits of the Xueli Auction House, no faction dares to harbor any ill intentions towards the temple. After all, no one wishes to provoke such a fearsome entity. As Beixuan listened to Yining Shuang recount the origins of the Xueli Temple, he maintained a composed exterior, while internally, a tumultuous storm was brewing. According to the original narrative, the Xueli Temple should not even exist, nor should anyone named Shaoli. Abrupt appearance? In his contemplation, everything could only be reduced to a singular notion. Yet, at that moment, a fragment of the original host, Zhu Xiaosan's memories, suddenly surged into his mind. What is the matter with you? Have they bullied you again? The speaker, clad in the attire of a third-tier servant from the Su family, offered a piece of flatbread. Curiously, she continued, "Here, take this and eat. By the way, what is your name?" "They all call me Dog Slave," Zhu Xiaosan replied timidly. His tone frail. Driven by an overwhelming hunger, he unhesitatingly accepted the flatbread from the maid and devoured it voraciously. "Take your time, don't choke," the maid cautioned as she observed the boy's demeanor. Hearing his words, she could not help but chuckle. Who would ever name someone Dog Slave? As she glanced at the 3 characters inscribed on the boy's chest, her laughter ceased. Pointing at the inscription, she exclaimed, "Look, it says Zhu Xiaosan. Are you illiterate?" The boy, taken aback, responded with surprise, "So, I have a name? I am not called Dog Slave." "Hee, indeed, you are Zhu Xiaosan," the maid said, somewhat shyly. "I am delighted to meet you. You are the first friend I have made. My name is Shaoli." Just as this memory fragment concluded abruptly, Beixuan felt a jolt, unable to suppress a gasp. "Shaoli? What is it, Beixuan? Do you know the master of the Snow Glass Temple, Shaoli?" Su Hong inquired, turning to Beixuan with curiosity. Beixuan, his eyes filled with bewilderment, shook his head. "No, it's nothing." Despite his words, his mind pondered. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence of names. Shaoli, a third-tier made from the Su family, and Shaoli, the master of the Snow Glass Temple? It is indeed peculiar. However, if Zhu Xiaosan knew such an influential Shaoli, how could he have met such a tragic fate? He distinctly remembered that upon his arrival, Zhu Xiaosan's instances of demise had already surpassed critical thresholds. With a deep sigh, he emitted a barely audible sound. "At present, I possess only the strength of a white crystal. How could I encounter a purple crystal god king, let alone a profound crystal god emperor?" With that thought, he refrained from further speculation, suppressing his doubts, and lifted his gaze towards the expansive auction venue before him. At that moment, Beixuan leaned against the intricately carved window of the number 3 private room on the 2nd floor, keenly surveying the bustling hall. Although Changqing was not large, today's auction house buzzed with activity, evidently hosting the sale of precious treasures. A constant stream of people flowed in and out, the first floor already teeming with thousands. The 2nd floor, with its 10 private rooms offering splendid views, was also filled to capacity. Just then, A host stepped onto the circular stage at the center of the auction house, instantly igniting a chorus of exclamations. Miss Feifei, I adore you. Wow, she is breathtaking. Though Miss Feifei is merely the second beauty of the Yaoyue Empire, in my heart, she is the ultimate goddess. Certainly, Yi Ningxuang's accolade as the first beauty of the Ice Mountain is merely a result of her father's influence. In my opinion, it lacks substantial merit. Beixuan turned his gaze towards the woman in his embrace, Yi Ningxuang, and then glanced at Fei Fei on the stage. With a slight smile, he regarded them as merely showcasing different virtues. Fei Fei, with her alluringly voluptuous figure, clad in a form-fitting red gown, indeed possesses captivating curves. An aura of mature allure envelopes her entirely. It must be said that Fei Fei has crafted her appearance with great cunning. A pristine jade pendant of white mutton fat hangs from her neckline. With every graceful gesture, the pendant sways gently in rhythm with her breath, creating a mesmerizing spectacle that compels one to squint in admiration. As the auction commenced, Fei Fei expressed her gratitude to the distinguished gentlemen present, acknowledging their support. At that moment, a sultry voice, tinged with an intoxicating sweetness, resonated through the air. The speaker was none other than the host, Fei Fei, who bowed slightly to the audience. Su Hong approached the viewing platform, observing intently from his elevated position, his gaze fixated on the bowing figure below. Young master, are you feeling unwell? You seem to be bleeding, the elderly servant remarked, producing a worn handkerchief from his pocket to offer to Su Hong. Yi Ningxuang and Su Meishui turned their attention to Su Hong, chiding him. Oh, Su Hong, how disappointing. Is this really what has captivated you? Look at how composed Beixuan is. You should learn from him. Su Meishui said, delicately caressing Beixuan's cheek with her slender arm, whispering, Beixuan, do you not think I surpass Fei Fei by far? She then playfully shook the jade pendant at her chest. Beixuan stole a glance at the pendant adorning Su Meishui's bosom. Quickly, Beixuan, tell me, is that not so? Su Meishui persisted, wrapping her delicate arms around Beixuan's neck and playfully swaying. Even though Beixuan remained calm, upon catching sight of Su Meishui, a flush crept upon his cheeks, prompting him to avert his gaze back to Fei Fei below, awkwardly chuckling. Internally, he began to chant, difficult, Amit Ba? Master, where is Shuang? Yi Ningxuang, unwilling to be outdone, immediately presented her jade pendant before Beixuan's eyes, softly imploring, young master, please return my handkerchief. Beixuan exclaimed in a voice filled with urgency. All right, I am still alive. Su Hong swiftly picked up the teapot and began to drink deeply. Amidst Fei Fei's melodious, tantalizing voice, the prices of seemingly ordinary items surged rapidly, a testament to her prowess as the most alluring auctioneer in Qian City, renowned throughout the entire Yaoyue Empire. Her mature and sensual charm has left the men of the empire utterly enchanted. Even some women adorned in neutral attire found themselves captivated beneath her crimson dress. Beiming glanced at the scene unfolding before him, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, well, I must say, this Lu Feifei is truly a seductive vixen. His gaze drifted toward the tray beside Feifei, which held the items for auction, yet he found himself lacking interest, allowing his eyes to wander across the various private rooms. Young master, isn't that our clan leader? Su Hong, upon hearing Beiming's words, followed his gaze and indeed spotted clan leader Su Lai. What brings my father here? Could it be that he has come to witness Miss Feifei? Su Hong pondered, perplexed. Su Lai stood in room 6, possessing an unrivaled view overlooking the first floor. To be frank, this room truly offered the best vantage point. He was intently observing the jade pendant of a woman below, holding an ancient, yellowed tome in his hand. If one could approach closely, they would clearly see that the tome contained profound illustrations, titled The 18 Techniques of Dual Cultivation of Spring Palace. Beiming perceived the scene distinctly, though he could not ascertain whether Su Hong had grasped its essence. Witnessing this spectacle, Beiming couldn't help but feel a tinge of admiration. One cannot deny that Miss Feifei is exceptionally skilled at stirring the atmosphere. If she were to grace Blue Star, she would undoubtedly set the entire venue ablaze with excitement. Every gesture she makes sends the bidding prices soaring. At such moments, she sends a playful kiss to the bidders, instantly rejuvenating those who were hesitating to raise their offers, as they find themselves enchanted, spinning in a circle of love's magic. If a kiss fails to suffice, she bows slightly in gratitude, effortlessly capturing the souls of the bidders. Thus, the fervent atmosphere within the hall maintained its undulating peaks with each of her smiles and frowns. Esteemed guests, I trust many of you have come today for this item. Feifei's originally enticing voice rose yet higher. She delicately pinched the corner of the crimson cloth covering the tray, revealing a splendid porcelain dish adorned with 5 pills radiating a rich wave of elemental energy. These were the second-tier high-grade pills, the Ningyuan Dan. As she spoke, her elegant fingers gracefully lifted one pill, placing it against her alluring red lips for a kiss, leaving a mark of her sensual lips upon it. This item, surely, required no further introduction. A 9-star white crystal apprentice needed only to consume one to assuredly advance to a gray crystal warrior. As her crimson lips parted, the sweet and tantalizing sound that escaped her mouth sent shivers down the spines of all present. Miss Feifei, I shall take that pill from your hands. I will cherish it dearly at home. Feifei darling, no matter what price others offer, I will surely secure that pill from you. Beiming shook his head at the scene, his heart filled with scorn. Truly, the sycophants know no bounds. At that moment, the melodious voice of Xiaoming resonated within Beiming's consciousness. Ding! A new side quest has been issued, as the affection card carries additional effects. As the bound object, Yining Shuang, regardless of how many gold coins she spends for her master, will receive a tenfold return from the system. Please, make your choice, master. Is there even any need to ask? This meal is undoubtedly mine. Not even Jesus could save it. I stand by my words. Hee hee. Ah, that seems rather inappropriate. Spending a woman's money is quite shameful. I am a straight man, after all, and tenfold returns are hardly appealing to me. Humph. Beixuan, without a moment's hesitation, raised his hand and gently pinched Yi Ningxuang's alabaster chin, commanding, Frost, we shall acquire all 5 of those, leaving the one marked by Feifei's kiss for the young master. Beixuan, you. Upon hearing this, Su Hong was so overwhelmed that he could scarcely articulate his thoughts, his eyes glistening with unshed tears that swirled within his pupils. He couldn't help but reflect. Only Beixuan truly understands me. The starting price for the Ningyuan pill is set at 10,000 gold coins each. But it is not sold individually. Ladies and gentlemen, please place your bids. Feifei proclaimed with a smile. This woman is truly a commercial prodigy. Her method of bundled sales is executed with such effortless finesse. Having spoken, she raised her beautiful eyes, casting a sweeping glance over the patrons in the second-floor boxes. She was acutely aware that such exorbitant prices could only be borne by the 4 great powers of Qian City or some affluent merchants. 60,000. As soon as Feifei's words fell, a voice called out the price. 70,000. The bidding voices followed in quick succession, and within moments, the price soared to 90,000. The competition persisted briefly before finally waning. At that moment, a faint voice from the audience on the first floor broke the silence. 100,000. As the bid echoed through the auction hall, a profound silence enveloped the room. Some gazes fell upon the slightly greenish complexion of young Master Copy, who could only reluctantly settle back into his seat, fully aware of Copy's formidable reputation. Yet despite this, there were still those undeterred by danger who dared to speak. Copy, you are merely at the 6th layer of the white crystal. You won't even need so many. The speaker was an elderly man with white hair, seated beside Copy. Upon finishing his words, the old man couldn't suppress a sigh, pondering that even though he had no need for it himself, he still yearned for that pill kissed by Feifei. Su Hong, witnessing this, felt a surge of confusion within. Alas, I truly wonder what this old man intends to do with it at his age. Old man, are you seeking death? Do you really need me to explain what I intend to do with my purchase? Copy, already in a foul mood, immediately retorted angrily upon hearing the elder's words. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, unable to hold back his ire. How dare you? If I don't unleash my power, everyone thinks they can trample over me. Thinking this, a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he gathered white elemental energy in his palm and raised his hand to deliver a vicious slap towards the old man. However, in the next moment, bang, with a dull thud, Copy was struck in the groin by the elder's foot, soaring through the air like a kite with its string cut, crashing out of the hall. Then came a thunderous roar. He collided violently with the wall of the auction hall, creating a significant hole, his fate uncertain. Impudence. Feel the wrath of my leg of severance. The old man with white hair bellowed. In the instant he retracted his right leg, a wisp of black energy flickered by like a specter. Its speed was so astonishing that none of the onlookers detected the slightest anomaly. Those in the private room on the 2nd floor gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, Goodness, how did he arrive here? Chapter 26, The Flying Underwear of Kapika. The city lord makes a surprise appearance at the auction, a divine sycophant seeking a share of the spotlight. At that moment, Otto Kapika's head was lodged in the wall, his hands desperately covering his groin, his already greenish complexion twisted in pain, his feet thrashing backward, resembling a turtle flipped upside down. Master, are you all right? Wang Tiniu darted forward, leaping gracefully, his toes barely touching the heads of the crowd like a dragonfly skimming water. In a few agile movements, he reached Master Kapika, anxiously inquiring while attempting to pull him free. However, in his eagerness, Wang Tiniu failed to notice that he had stepped on a smooth pebble. As he grasped Master Kapika's legs, his foot slipped, and with a ripping sound, he inadvertently stripped Master Kapika of his trousers. The crowd erupted in laughter. Look at Master Kapika's legs. They're quite fair indeed. Haha. These two, one a hidden dragon, the other a phoenix chick, are truly a perfect match. A small child in the crowd tugged at his mother's sleeve, chirping, "Mother, look at his little tuft. It's even smaller than mine." Otto Kapika finally extricated his head and hastily pulled up his trousers, his face alternating between green and red as he couldn't help but yell at Wang Tinyu. "Why can't you manage something so simple? What is the reason for this?" Wang Tinyu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head, his voice filled with remorse. "Master, my foot slipped. I truly didn't intend to disrobe you." With Wang Tinyu hoisting Master Kapika over his shoulder as they departed, the incident drew to a close. Meanwhile, Su Lai had already hidden the diagram and secret manual, swiftly appearing before the white-haired elder, bowing respectfully. "City Lord Midu, what brings you here?" "It has indeed been quite a while." Midu nodded slightly, his laughter hearty. "Su Lai, your strength has evidently progressed further." Following this, figures from the second-floor private room approached the elder to pay their respects. The multitude of onlookers turned their gazes toward the white-haired elder, and upon discerning the conversation between Su Lai and the elder, a wave of murmurs erupted. "This elder is actually the city lord? Isn't he usually reclusive? No doubt he came from Miss Feifei. She's truly captivating, even drawing the city lord to attend. It's no surprise. I've heard the city lord is deeply engrossed in matters of love." The silver-haired elder is none other than the lord of Qian City, Midu, a 5-star black crystal martial artist. Although he bears the title of lord, he has never involved himself in the affairs of the city, delegating them to the 4 major factions of Qian City. Consequently, very few have actually laid eyes upon the lord. Most only know his name, oblivious to his true visage. It is no wonder that Otakapi failed to recognize him. 100,000. Is there anyone else willing to bid? Miss Feifei's voice resonated once more. Having witnessed myriad scenes, she hardly paid any heed to this trivial interlude and promptly spoke to invigorate the atmosphere. Beixuan was somewhat taken aback, suddenly recalling the lord's rather obscure presence, which he had indeed forgotten. 110,000. Yang Shuang quickly called out upon seeing Beixuan raise his hand. She had anticipated a smooth acquisition. However, just then, a youthful voice emerged from room 9. 150,000. In less than 10 minutes, amidst the astonished gazes of those present, Yang Shuang found herself in a bidding war with the individual from room 9, escalating the bid to 200,000. Haha. It appears Miss Yi is quite determined to secure this Ningyuan pill. Might I propose that I assist her in acquiring it? A handsome young man emerged from room 9, casting a glance at Yang Shuang while striking an exceedingly suave pose, a confident smile gracing his lips. "Daikala, I advise you to concede. Today, this lady shall undoubtedly procure this item for my master. Moreover, why should I rely on another's hand to obtain what I desire?" Yang Shuang replied coldly, her demeanor as frigid as frost. It turned out that the young man was Daikala, the eldest son of the Daikala family. In contrast to Kapai, Lab was considerably more composed, often quoting his own adage, "I, Lab, am destined to be this handsome. Only a beauty like Yang Shuang is worthy of me." Indeed, since encountering Yang Shuang at the banquet in the Demon Moon Imperial City, his infatuation had spiraled out of control. Rumor has it that he secretly collected the wine cups that Yang Shuang had sipped from, which he still keeps on his bedside, sharing his dreams with them each night. One wonders how Yang Shuang would react if she were to discover this. Oh, who is it that commands our Demon Moon Empire's foremost ice-cold beauty to regard them as master? Daikala was momentarily taken aback, his words tinged with bitterness. "Miss Shuang, why go through such lengths? Why not marry me? Whatever you desire, I can procure for you." Unfazed, Yang Shuang merely regarded Feifei calmly. 200,000. Is there any further bidding? Ding. The system detected the emergence of a supreme sycophant for Yang Shuang. Please instruct Yang Shuang to slap the sycophant. For each slap, 10,000 gold coins can be extracted from the sycophant, valid for a limited time of 3 minutes. Beixuan glanced at the system panel, his heart elated. Such fortune indeed. A mischievous smile crept across his face as he leaned toward Yang Shuang and whispered, "Shuanger, that fellow dares to tease you. You must not let your reputation be tarnished." With that, he swiftly produced a royal-grade low-tier weapon, the lace-trimmed gloves, and handed them to Yang Shuang, continuing, "Go ahead and deliver a few hearty slaps to that Daikala. Indeed, do put on those lace gloves. We mustn't allow your delicate, fair hands to suffer any discomfort, for it would surely cause our master great distress." Upon hearing this, Yi Ningxuan's beautiful eyes sparkled, her heart swelling with emotion. She reasoned that since it was her master's command, it was imperative to comply. Immediately, a surge of icy elemental energy enveloped her, and with a powerful push, she darted forward like an arrow released from its bow. Young Master Lab saw Yi Ningxuan approach and felt his heart race. excitement causing his breath to quicken. Miss Yi, have you come to a realization? Deciding to become this young master's woman? Yi Ningxuan's gaze was as frosty as ice as she raised her adorned hands, the lace edges cutting through the air like a flash of white lightning. With a resounding slap, she struck young Master Lab across the face, leaving a vivid red imprint, which soon became laced with frost, resembling a spider's web. He shuddered at first, his cheek ablaze with pain, but the next moment, a blush of delight appeared in his eyes. Trembling with excitement, he leaned closer. Miss Ningxuan, that slap was utterly exhilarating. Is this what they mean when they say that to hit is to show affection? Upon noticing her exquisite attire, he could not suppress a gasp. Wow, you even wore such beautiful gloves to strike me. Please, don't stop. This sensation is simply divine. One word, extraordinary. Before he could finish his sentence, another slap resounded. Rather than retreating, he leaned in closer, his eyes squinting with pleasure. Ah, Miss Ningxuan, your strength is simply magical. Strike me again. To be struck by you is to be cherished. Even if you were to mar my face, it would be a mark of your affection. A badge of honor I could flaunt for life. The throngs of spectators, numbering in the thousands, were left aghast, their jaws nearly hitting the ground in disbelief. Is young Master Lab truly simple-minded? My heavens, this level of sycophancy is truly unparalleled. You don't understand. If only I could be struck by Miss Yi as well. I would savor it even more. Miss Yi, I too wish to be struck. With a frenzy, young men rushed towards the second floor in a chaotic stampede. Chapter 27. The goddess relentlessly slaps the sycophant 66 times. Beixuan earns 2,660,000 gold coins. The crimson flame crystal makes a surprise appearance. Yi Ningxuan regarded young Master Lab's expression with utter disdain. Regardless, she could not concern herself with such trivialities as she unleashed a barrage of slaps, each one landing with a satisfying thud. Slap, slap, slap. Each strike resonated firmly. Young Master Lab's babble grew increasingly nonsensical, so delightful. Miss Ningxuan, do strike me again. Your hand is like an angel's wing. Each hit upon my face is a blessing. From now on, you may strike me daily, and I shall present you with gold coins. No, I would even offer you the keys to the Lab family treasury, if only you would spare me a glance. As he spoke, he writhed about, resembling a frenzied, deranged creature. Feeling the force on his cheeks, a radiant smile blossomed on his face. Miss Yang Frost, your slap is the deepest expression of your affection for me. Today, even if you were to strike me to death, I would relish it. Young Master Labu fixed his gaze intently on Yang Frost, witnessing each resounding slap land on his face, igniting an exhilarating thrill within him. Words poured forth like an unending river. Miss Yang Frost, you are my very life. Strike me, do it harder here, and here as well, without your hand. How could I ever know such delight? The room echoed with the rhythmic sound of slaps, while on Beixuan's side, the notifications from Xiaoming erupted like fireworks. Ding. 10,000 gold coins. Ding. 10,000 gold coins. Ding, 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 ding. Beixuan leapt with excitement, unable to contain his exclamation. Wow, this is exhilarating. Absolutely delightful. Haha. As he spoke, he tightened his arm around Su Meishua's delicate form. Brother Beixuan, what brings you such joy? Su Meishua, feeling his exhilaration, blushed and gently inquired. Ding. According to the system's precise records, Yang Frost has delivered a total of 66 slaps. Congratulations, Master, you have received 660,000 gold coins. Current gold balance, 962,380, 200,000, 3 times. Since no one is raising the bid, these 5 essence gathering pills will belong to Miss Yang. Noticing the silence, Fei Fei seized the opportunity, lightly tapping her small hammer on the gong to finalize the sale. Ding. Congratulations, Master, you have received a tenfold return. 2,000. 000 gold coins have been credited. Current gold balance, 2,962,380. Wonderful, wonderful, Beixuan exclaimed, joyously slapping his thigh, overwhelmed with elation. This is truly fantastic. I'm striking it rich, haha. Meanwhile, Yang Frost had already returned to Beixuan's side. Seeing him so jubilant, she couldn't help but feel excited as well. Throwing her arms around him and playfully whispering in his ear, Frost has never seen you this happy. Shouldn't you reward me properly? My arms are getting weary. In high spirits, Beixuan replied. Haha, a reward is a must. With that, he playfully patted her fair, long leg. Brother Beixuan, I can also give you a slap. Although I don't have as much gold, I'm willing to borrow some for you. Su Meishua chimed in, nestling closer to Beixuan. Startled, Beixuan quickly stood up, feeling overwhelmed. Enough. Look at you two delicate girls, not caring about your image with so many people watching. The two women exchanged glances, the air thick with tension, before turning away in frustration, stamping their feet. Just then, Fei Fei's enchanting voice rang out once more. Esteemed guests, it is now time for the highlight of today's auction. With a graceful wave of her hand, the once bright hall was instantly enveloped in darkness. She slightly bent forward and took a gilded brocade box from the hand of a maid. The moment the box opened, a dazzling crimson light erupted from within. Inside lay a crystal emitting intense waves of fiery energy, the crimson flame crystal. Upon the utterance of these three words, an eerie silence enveloped the auction hall. Compared to the earlier commotion stirred by the condensing essence pill, the sensation caused by the crimson flame crystal was undeniably far more profound. No matter how precious the pill was, it could only provide temporary benefits. In contrast, for those possessing a fiery body, the crimson flame crystal was a true treasure. Even for those without a fiery body, acquiring this gem would significantly enhance their physical constitution, paving a smoother path in their cultivation journey, with at least the attainment of a black crystal warrior being assured. However, should one with a fiery body obtain this crystal, it was rumored that they could cultivate to the legendary pinnacle realm. Yet, in terms of rarity, cultivators with a fiery body were exceedingly few when compared to the crimson flame crystal. Thus, its value to ordinary individuals could be likened to that of a mid-grade third-tier pill. After a moment of shock, people in the venue gradually regained their composure, their fervent gazes fixated on the crimson flame crystal on the stage. Even Fei Fei's alluring figure seemed to be momentarily forgotten by the crowd. Upon catching sight of the object within the box, Su Hong's expression darkened considerably, his body trembling uncontrollably. He was already intimately familiar with the crimson flame crystal. His hands clenched into fists, with his nails digging deeply into his palms. Beixuan was well aware that Su Hong was indeed the legendary fiery body, and the crimson flame crystal was essential for his cultivation. Years ago, Jinghong Qinfeng had seized the crimson flame crystal from Su Hong's body, not because of its rarity. After all, with the Jinghong family's power and wealth, they could easily acquire such treasures, but rather due to Su Hong's unique fiery body, which, when paired with the crystal, would facilitate unfettered cultivation. This combination would truly render him a genius among geniuses. Yet, this very brilliance incited the jealousy of Jinghong Qinfeng, the young master of the Jinghong family. As Su Hong's radiance threatened to eclipse his own, how could he bear it? Being the legitimate eldest son, he was destined to become the future head of the Jinghong family, and he could not tolerate the rapid rise of Su Hong threatening his position. In the Xianjing continent, power was paramount, and even more so within the Jinghong family. To secure his standing, he orchestrated a conspiracy against Su Hong, extracting the crimson flame crystal from within him. Even then, he remained uneasy, placing the devouring yuan shackles on Su Hong and expelling him from the Jinghong family. Su Hong's father, Su Lai, was also implicated. His mother, merely the third miss of the Jinghong family, resorted to threatening her own life to secure a semblance of safety for her child and husband. Though she ultimately achieved a sliver of hope, she was confined within the Jinghong family, forcibly separated from her husband and child. Thus, she succumbed to despair. This was the deepest secret harbored in Su Hong's heart. He yearned for the day when he could exact his revenge. Upon contemplating this, although he was filled with fervent desire, he was acutely aware that the price of the crimson flame crystal was far beyond the means of the Su family. In his estimation, only the Otto family and a few wealthy merchants in the entire Crimson Rock City could possibly afford such a treasure. Beixuan cast a subtle smile at Su Hong and spoke with unwavering resolve. Young master, I shall certainly secure this crimson flame crystal for you. Chapter 28. The beggar's bidding for the divine artifact. The wealthy heir's million gold coins vanish in an instant, leaving him and his brother in tears at the venue. Upon hearing this, Su Hong regained his composure. Although his gaze was filled with eager longing, he still urged, let it be, Beixuan. This item is exorbitantly priced, and I believe even Miss Yi, at this moment, would struggle to produce such a sum of gold coins. Master, if you truly desire this item, I shall go find father right away, Yi Ning Shuang declared, her beautiful eyes brimming with determination, showing no sign of hesitation. Beixuan waved his hand dismissively, laughing heartily. Haha, no need for that, just watch. Su Hong licked his dry lips, falling silent, as he still doubted Beixuan's ability to produce such a vast amount of gold coins at once. Despite his skepticism, his eyes remained fixed on the crimson flame crystal, awash with intense desire. Ladies and gentlemen, while the crimson flame crystal is not exceedingly rare, it is still a remarkable treasure. Acquiring this item is akin to obtaining a ticket to become a black crystal martial master. Fei Fei gently lifted the ornate box, smiling sweetly. Miss Fei Fei, please announce the starting bid. A voice from the crowd eagerly called out, with an enchanting smile still gracing her lovely cheeks. Lu Fei Fei announced, the starting bid for the crimson flame crystal is 500,000 gold coins. The staggering price silenced the venue almost instantly. It was evident that many lacked the means to contend for such an item. Even Su Hong, fully aware of its worth, shook his head in disbelief. It was essential to understand that even if the Su family abstained from sustenance for a decade, they might not accumulate 500,000 gold coins. The wealthy merchants in the private rooms, along with the Di Ka family, displayed a slightly sullen demeanor in light of this exorbitant price. However, they were helpless. One party was willing to pay, while another was willing to sell. If you did not buy, there were plenty who would. The atmosphere grew somewhat chilly under the weight of the 500,000 gold coin price. Faced with the awkward silence that enveloped the room, Fei Fei remained unfazed, her captivating smile unwavering. She was acutely aware of the allure of the crimson flame crystal. Some individuals might even risk their entire fortunes to possess it. For in this modest Crimson Rock city, owning such an item meant gaining an additional black crystal martial master within one's clan. It was worth noting that the number of black crystal martial masters in Crimson Rock City could be counted on one's fingers. As she had anticipated, the uncomfortable silence did not endure for long. In the second private room, a plump, greasy middle-aged man hesitantly called out a bid, 501,000. Beixuan's gaze darted towards the source of the voice, and he inquired, "Oh, young master, who might this be? Such wealth." Su Hong pondered for a moment before responding slowly. "This is our city's diamond bachelor, who has a complete monopoly on the jade and jewelry sales in Crimson Rock City. Although his influence in Qian City pales in comparison to the four great families, he possesses industries across 5 or 6 cities within the Demon Moon Empire. 550,000. After Wang Laowu called out this bid, a cloaked elder swiftly followed suit. This elder, known as the king of medicinal herbs in Qian City, boasts extensive shops that span 8 or 9 surrounding cities, indicating his substantial wealth. Casting a fierce glare at the elder, Wang Laowu shouted once more, 60,000. Gradually, bids began to reverberate throughout the auction hall. After all, a price as exorbitant as 60,000 would deter most participants. 70,000. As Decora raised his bid, the two exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation, before succumbing to fatigue. 70,100. At last, Beixuan's voice echoed through the hall. With a disdainful glance at Beixuan, Labu coldly retorted, 75,000. Beixuan, unimpressed, merely curled his lip, proudly declaring, 75,100. 80,000. 80,100. Faced with Decora's incessant bidding, Beixuan couldn't even be bothered to lift his eyelids, regardless of how much his opponent offered. He would always bid just 100 more. His principle was simple. As long as he outbid his rival by a single increment, he could crush the competition's spirit entirely. After all, he understood that gold coins do not come easily. One must spend wisely. Decora, gritting his teeth, clutched his bidding paddle tightly. Discreetly reaching for the communication jade slip containing the Xianjing card he had retrieved from his family's treasury that very morning. It allowed for real-time balance inquiries. Upon confirming that there remained 1 million gold coins, he resolutely shouted, 85,000. Beixuan raised an eyebrow, 85,100. However, just as Decora was about to raise the bid once more, a buzzing sound erupted. The jade slip in his possession vibrated with an alert. His expression changed drastically as he hastily pulled it from his bosom, scanning its contents with his divine sense. In an instant, his pupils constricted violently. His already frostbitten countenance turned a shade akin to that of liver. He had received a consumption notification from the Shueli auction house. Dear esteemed guest, your Xianjing gold card ending in 7788 has experienced an unusual expenditure of 66,000, with the destination of consumption marked as unknown. However, we can confirm that it was you who authorized the transaction via facial recognition. Thus, everything is deemed legitimate. Damn, this is impossible. I didn't purchase anything. Investigate this. Investigate it thoroughly. I demand to lodge a complaint against the Shueli auction house. Originally possessing a balance of 1 million gold coins, he was now faced with a mere 34,000 upon checking. In a fit of rage, he began to pound violently on the tea table, causing the teapot and cups to clatter and shatter with a cacophony of sound. With a heart-wrenching roar, he bellowed, "Who dares to touch my family's wealth?" With that, he abruptly seized the skirts of several nearby maidservants, demanding, "Was it you? Were you? Speak." The maidservants, terrified, screamed and fled in all directions, while Master Labu suddenly collapsed to the ground, staring at his trembling hands, muttering, 66,000, 66,000. What shall I do? How can I explain this to my father? Today his father, Daika Lama, insisted that he must acquire the Crimson Flame Crystal. Yet now, not only has he failed to secure the crystal, but he also has merely 340,000 left in his account. He genuinely yearns to surpass that ragged beggar in front of Yining Shuang, but ultimately, he finds himself helplessly collapsed on the cold floor, akin to a puddle of muck. Beixuan lazily raised his hand, caressing the cold and alluring face of Yiningshuang, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his lips. Frost, look at this young master Labu. He merely hopes for a glance from you amidst the crowd. He then feigned a sigh. Alas, both wealth and fortune have eluded him. He. Frost wouldn't even glance at him. She only has eyes for the master. Yiningshuang whispered softly, her long lashes fluttering, cheeks flushed. Coughing lightly, Beixuan cleared his throat and gazed earnestly towards the first floor. His arm, seemingly casual, precisely landed on that fair, long leg, giving it a firm squeeze. At that moment, Otokapi was desperately clutching his groin with one hand, cold sweat trickling down his chin. He trembled as he placed his other hand on Daika Labu's shoulder, looking at the latter's face, swollen like a pig's, adorned with frost-like webbing. His voice quivered as he said, Labu, we must take revenge, sob sob sob. Yes, revenge. They lamented together, their backs hunched as they slowly made their way out of the arena. Beixuan glanced at the retreating figures of the two and remarked disdainfully, Frost, don't those two look like a couple of dogs leaving? Hee, if the master says they are dogs, then they are indeed dogs. Yiningshuang leaned gently against Beixuan's shoulder, smiling. Su Hong, watching their direction, suddenly uttered, Beixuan, do you think they might truly go become dogs? Beixuan, taken aback by the question, shook his head and sighed. What a pity. If those dogs knew they were going to fight for territory, they might have to move out overnight. 850,100, twice. Feifei's delicate and sweet voice rang out once more. Just as Beixuan believed victory was assured, a cold female voice interrupted, 1 million. Yiningshuang's gaze towards Beixuan was filled with vibrant pink hearts, completely filling her eyes. She knew it would be impossible to suddenly conjure such a sum of gold coins. However, an idea sparked in her mind because she was aware of the auction house's rules. If the gold was insufficient, one could pledge valuable items. Thus, she contemplated using her ice crystal moon bracelet as collateral. The ice crystal moon bracelet, a top-tier artifact of the 4th rank, was crafted from the demon core of a 4th-rank ice moon fox and the exceedingly rare millennium cold ice crystal. In the realm of Xianjing, the strength and rarity of demon beasts are categorized from 1st to 10th rank, further divided into beginner, advanced, top-tier, and peak levels. The strength of a top-tier 4th-grade demon beast surpasses even that of a 9-star crimson crystal martial king among the human race. Not to mention the pinnacle of 4th-grade demon beasts. The Ice Moon Demon Fox, albeit merely a top-tier 4th-grade beast, is, in terms of rarity, even more precious than the average 5th-grade pinnacle beast. According to legends from ancient times, the Ice Moon Demon Fox clan was once noble among demon beasts, possessing formidable ice elemental energy and enigmatic illusions. However, a sudden catastrophe befell them, leading to the near extinction of their lineage. Only a few Ice Moon Demon Foxes survived, retreating into the frigid wilderness and severing all ties with the outside world. This isolation is the reason for the extreme rarity of the Ice Crystal Illusion Moon Bracelet. Furthermore, when worn by practitioners of ice elemental energy, it enhances the potency of their offensive skills and is rumored to provide protection against soul attacks from adversaries of the same realm. Yi Ningxue, possessing the Ice Soul Body, is a perfect match for this bracelet, which her father, Yi Jintian, painstakingly acquired after much effort. It is evident that Yi Jintian holds deep affection for his treasured daughter. Beixuan gazed at Yi Ningxue, momentarily taken aback, his eyes filled with perplexity. While he was aware of the effects of the heartfelt card, he could not help but feel a stir of emotion. 1 million. How astonishing. Did Miss Yi truly spend 1 million just to elicit a smile from that beggar? This is utterly outrageous. A young man could not restrain his incredulous exclamation. He then turned to his close companion and asked, "Do you think if I donned that beggar's ragged garments, I could possess his captivating charm?" With Yi Ningxue's declaration of 1 million, the entire auction house erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Yet, as the young man's remark about charm reverberated through the hall, an eerie silence fell over the crowd. Lu Feifei, despite being a woman accustomed to grand spectacles, found herself drawn to the individual in room number 3. Her gaze lingering on the beggar as she scrutinized him from head to toe. She was genuinely perplexed, unable to fathom what allure the beggar possessed that would prompt the esteemed Miss Yi to lavish such a fortune merely for a smile. 1 million. 3 times sold. The Crimson Flame Crystal has been successfully auctioned by Yi Ningxue. As Lu Feifei's melodious voice echoed, the auction drew to a close. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have received a 10-fold rebate. 10,000,000 gold coins have been credited to your account. Gold coin balance, 12,962,380. Upon hearing the enchanting voice of Xiaoming, Beixuan could no longer contain his excitement. He abruptly embraced Yi Ningxue tightly, his voice slightly choked with emotion. Thank you, Schwer. even though I know you did not do so willingly. Yi Ningxue felt Beixian's strong embrace, sensing the intensity of his heartbeat. Yet, upon hearing his words, a flicker of confusion crossed her beautiful eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by a profound affection. Su Hong and Su Meishue, witnessing the scene, disregarded everything else and joined the four in a heartfelt embrace. Su Hong was already in tears, choking out, "Damn it, Beixian, from now on, you shall be my father." Suddenly, two crisp slaps resounded as the two ladies raised their hands and simultaneously exclaimed, "Young Master Beixian, how can one be so old? A slap is warranted." "Haha, what a thing to say, young master. I dare not, you flatter me," Beixian retorted with a chuckle, albeit with a hint of annoyance. Shortly thereafter, Lu Feifei entered room number 3 with two handmaidens in tow. A seductive smile graced her lips as her delicate fingers lightly tapped on the rosewood tray. "Miss Yi, young Master Beixian, here are the 5 condensing essence pills and the crimson flame crystal for this auction. Please verify them." Yi Ningxuang gently caressed the surface of the bracelet, a fleeting reluctance flickering in her eyes before she ultimately removed the ice crystal moon bracelet and handed it over. As Lu Feifei received it, her fingers trembled slightly, her gaze lingering on the swirling ice patterns. "Rest assured, Miss Yi, this item will be meticulously safeguarded. Once you gather 1 million gold coins, you may reclaim it at any time." "Thank you, Miss Feifei," Yi Ningxuang replied softly, instinctively leaning closer to Beixian. Lu Feifei's gaze shifted, and she suddenly handed the tray to her maid, her smile deepening. "Young Master Beixian, you seem rather unfamiliar. Might I have the honor of inviting you to be a guest in the VIP section at the next auction?" Beixian merely cast a disinterested glance at her, his tone cool as he replied, "I am but a mere passerby. I fear I would disappoint Miss Lu's kind intentions." His words unmistakably conveyed a desire for distance. Yet Lu Feifei took no offense, instead covering her mouth with a light laugh. "Young Master Beixian, you truly have a way with words." As her laughter resonated, the jade pendant at her chest swayed, creating an enchanting arc in the air. Su Hong licked his parched lips, his throat tightening as his gaze fixated on Miss Feifei. "Ah, young master, do not frighten this old servant. Quick, quick." Beixian swiftly produced a blood-stained handkerchief from his pocket, dabbing at the copious nosebleed that Su Hong was experiencing. Despite Beixuan's efforts, Su Hong remained entranced, his attention unwaveringly fixed on Miss Feifei. "Su Hong, your fiery elemental physique indeed burns fiercely." The 3 ladies giggled, covering their mouths in mirth. Lu Feifei lingered for a moment, her fingers grazing the brilliant diamond at her ear, casting a profound glance at Beixian. A sense of unwillingness stirred within her. She had not anticipated encountering a man capable of resisting her allure, igniting her competitive spirit. With that, she and her handmaidens gracefully departed. As they reached the corner of the corridor, she suddenly halted, her red lips parting to release a barely audible whisper, "Beixian, our fate has only just begun." Beixian quickly turned, handing Su Hong the pill marked with Feifei's kiss, urgency in his voice. "Young master, please keep this safe. I have a slight discomfort in my stomach. I shall return shortly." With that, he swiftly extricated himself from the embrace of the 2 ladies. Clutching his stomach as he slipped away, the wooden door creaked shut behind him, and he had vanished without a trace. Lu Yong gazed at the youth before him, his face adorned with an excessively obsequious smile, his back hunched as he presented the golden card to Beixian, his fingertips trembling slightly from overwhelming reverence. "My lord Beixian, behold, a sum of 2 million. Please accept this golden card." Beixian tapped a monotonous rhythm on the tea table, not even lifting his eyelids. His posture was languid, and his tone was as bland as plain water. "I have heard that you can redeem pledged items here." At that moment, Decora and Auto Copy had their heads closely together. Young Master Copy was fortunate to still be alive, for although the kick from the city lord of Maidu appeared ferocious, it had been tempered with restraint. After all, the Auto family was the foremost power in Qian City, and the lord knew how to exercise discretion. 5 or 6 enchanting maidens poured copious amounts of ice onto the injured area of young Master Copy. As the crystalline ice cascaded down, Copy could not help but exclaim, "Ah, hissing, ah, hissing." He felt the biting cold radiating from his trousers, causing his mouth to twitch involuntarily. Curse it. Amidst their conversation, palpable hatred filled their eyes. Auto Copy attributed all his misfortune to Beixian. Had it not been for Beixian splattering him with the foul essence of the corrupted demon, his mood would not have soured. It was this ill humor that led to the elderly man delivering a crippling blow. With a voice strained with fury, he bellowed, "Beixian, I shall rend you limb from limb. The pain of losing a beloved is unforgivable. We must ensure that beggar meets his end." Decora, cursing alongside him, unconsciously caressed his cheek, reminiscing about the exquisite pleasure of being slapped by Yi Ningxuang, and a foolish grin crept upon his face. Hee hee hee. Chapter 30. The storm of the martial king approaches. The blind box ascends to the gray crystal warrior with a mere victory rate of 0.000000001. The Demon Moon Empire, once blessed with a tranquil and beautiful existence, was abruptly shattered by a fierce wave sweeping through Qian City. In an instant, the entire Demon Moon Empire was engulfed by a tempest. With the formidable alliance of Autocopy and Decora, they set in motion the influence of the Xian Crystal Jade Tablet. The Xian Crystal Jade Tablet was an essential item for every resident of the Xian Crystal Continent, typically used to receive information from the Shuili auction house. However, at this moment, the tablet's radiance spread like wildfire, with Qian City as the eye of the storm, wildly extending towards various cities. With each vibration of the tablet, accompanied by a resonating buzz, crowds would erupt in astonishment. The entire Demon Moon Empire seemed to tremble beneath the collective shockwaves of the Xian Crystal Jade Tablet. A shocking announcement reverberated. Qian City, in turmoil. The esteemed 9-star Red Crystal Martial King, Yi Xintian's only daughter, Yi Ningxuang, lavishly spent 1,000,000 gold coins on an unfamiliar beggar, merely to serve him. What? Yi Ningxuang is pursuing a wretched beggar? Humph. I refuse to believe it. They must share the same name. A tavern attendant poured wine for a scholar while engaging him in conversation. Indeed, it is the fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged young lady of the Yi family. On the second floor of the Hongya Tavern, a brutish mercenary suddenly smashed his wine cup, splattering amber liquid onto the scholar at the adjacent table. Goodness. 1,000,000 gold coins. I could spend a lifetime slaughtering pig demons and never earn that. Yet she so carelessly gives it to a beggar? Hush. Lower your voice. The scholar hurriedly restrained his hand and spoke in a hushed tone. I just returned from Qian City, and I personally witnessed that beggar wearing tattered rags, even more worn than the clothes of Yang the Mad at the West City Gate. His hands were truly dark and rough, resembling a weathered branch struck by lightning. After a pause, he sighed. Alas, who would have thought that Miss Yi seemed bewitched? Not only did she bid for the Qian crystal, but she also publicly called him Master Silver, Master Silver. Heavens! Master Silver? The surrounding patrons of the tavern immediately gathered closer. Even the old man selling candied hawthorn downstairs stretched his neck, straining to peer upstairs. Could it be that some illusion was cast upon her? Or perhaps a love spell? The Yi family is protected by a martial king of 9 stars. Yet for her to be so enamored with a beggar, could he possibly be the leader of a beggar clan skilled in matters of the heart? Or perhaps a disciple of some hidden master? Nonsense. The fur merchant in the corner spat in disdain. Bah, my nephew is a servant at the Shuili auction branch, and he says that beggar is called Beixuan, merely a lowly guard from the Su family. Speaking of this, his expression grew more animated. He even had a foolish boy, nosebleeding and gaping at Lu Feifei by his side. Miss Yi, for his sake, even pledged a 4th-tier ice crystal crescent bracelet. Upon finishing his words, he raised his cup and took a swig of strong liquor, then slammed it to the ground in anger, exclaiming, Damn. Why isn't at me? What? The ice crystal crescent bracelet. A collective gasp echoed through the tavern as patrons whispered in astonishment. That is a treasure forged from the demon core of a 4th-tier ice moon demon fox. Yi Xintian dotes on his daughter, truly to the core. Indeed. Yet, how absurd that she would pledge such a precious item for a mad beggar. The murmurs surged like a tsunami, spilling out of the tavern and onto the streets. The ants selling buns added wood to the steamer while gossiping with a regular. My daughter serves as a maid in the Su residence, and she says that Miss Yi is utterly distracted every day. However, upon seeing that beggar, she rushes over, embracing him and nibbling away like a chick pecking at grain. By the way, my distant aunt's grandfather is a guard at the back door of the corpse-driving temple. According to him, Miss Yi is likely under the influence of a heart's affection spell. Hearing this, the old man carrying a shoulder pole brightened up and immediately approached. Oh? Such a thing truly exists? Could your grandfather steal one from the temple for me? Hee hee, I too wish for the young lady to spend 1,000,000 on me. As he spoke, his hands moved excitedly in front of him, his tone brimming with desire. Get lost. The crowd erupted in laughter, yet could not help but pull out their Xianjing jade slips, refreshing themselves with the latest news. On the jade tablet's green screen, terms such as Yi Ningxuang, beggar, and lavish expenditure of millions have been thoroughly sensationalized. Some individuals have even utilized primordial energy to create a hazy image, depicting Beixuan clad in patched, coarse garments. With one hand in his pocket and the other grasping a pill marked with lip prints, he stands beside the striking Yi Ningxuang, her gaze entranced. However, the fervor surrounding this incident has spiraled beyond the control of Autocopy and Daikalabu, both of whom have made headlines in the Jade Tablet's reports. Look, the young master of the Daika family, Daikalabu, has also become embroiled in this. A youth clutching a Jade Tablet suddenly exclaimed. In his attempt to snatch the essence pill from that beggar, he received 66 slaps from Miss Yi, exclaiming that it felt utterly delightful. Spluttering tea across the table. The onlookers erupted into laughter, their amusement unabated. The Daika family has truly lost face. To stoop so low is indeed a remarkable talent. Ah, it is not just Daikalabu. A lad clad in the Daika household's servant garb whispered. I have heard that the young master of the Otto family has also met his downfall, having been kicked in the groin by a white-haired old man, and he is now icing his wounds in the ice cellar. That old man seems to be the long-missing Lord of Maidu. The Lord of Maidu. The crowd erupted once more. The skies over Chien City seemed to transform in hue, all due to that 1,000,000 gold coins. Numerous young men began to idolize the beggar's attire. It was said that the tattered, stinking garments of beggar Yang Dianfeng from the West City Gate were plundered that very night by several youths. Moreover, many older men rushed to the corpse guard temple, vying for positions as rear guards. Initially, they could guard for a month and earn 10 gold coins. However, now they needed to spend 3,000 to 4,000 gold coins to secure the chance to stand out among the throng of elder men. Some individuals, seeking to exploit the situation, quickly initiated a prize lottery. Yi Jintian defeats the beggar, 1 to 1 gold beans. Beggar defeats Yi Jintian, 1 to 10, 000 gold beans. Even 3-year-old toddlers, while their mothers were busy collecting firewood with Uncle Wang, stealthily grabbed their mothers' pouches to participate in the lottery. Having noticed that the pouch gifted by Uncle Wang was embroidered with a golden phoenix thread. In no time, as various lotteries were announced, the entire Yayue Empire was engulfed in a whirlwind of speculation. Meanwhile, this matter appeared to be completely isolated from the secluded chamber behind the Su family's mountain. Beixuan gazed intently at Su Hong, who sat cross-legged on a mat, engrossed in cultivation. A sinister smile crept upon his lips as he contemplated that he was merely 2 gray crystal fragments away from ascending to the rank of a gray crystal warrior. So why, when he could simply slack off, should he engage in cultivation? Chuckling to himself, he suddenly commanded, Xiaoming, activate all the mysterious crystal blind boxes. As the system interface unveiled 30 mysterious crystal blind boxes one after another, a cascade of multicolored light erupted from within. Ding. Acquired. 4 red crystal fragments. 5 gray crystal fragments. 1 orange crystal fragment. 20 empty. Congratulations, Master. It has been detected that you have collected 10 gray crystal fragments. Any excess fragments will be obliterated. The synthesis has been successfully completed and utilized. You possess 9 red crystal fragments, worth 100 each, and 1 orange crystal fragment, valued at 1,000. Your strength is at the first tier of gray crystals, with a power of 20 and a speed of 120. Beixuan felt an influx of immense energy from the white primordial crystal within his dantian, rapidly converging as the white crystal gradually transformed into gray. He chuckled. But before he could fully relish the enhancement, a frantic voice echoed in his consciousness. Warning! 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 Due to Yi Ningxuang's extravagant expenditure of 1 million at the auction house for you, a severe butterfly effect has been triggered. The time it would take for the 9-star red crystal martial king, Yi Jintian, to arrive has been reduced to 30 minutes. Based on an analysis of Yi Jintian's foundational strength, power 570, speed 570, defense 570. Your probability of victory is 0.0000000001. Beixuan stared blankly at the interface displaying that minuscule probability of victory, the vibrant green glow causing his eyes to spin. A heavy dread sank within him, an icy chill enveloping his body, rendering him petrified. Chapter 31. The 9-star martial king tames the flying fiend eagle. Beixuan was in dire peril, with victory odds plummeting to less than 1 in a billion. In the tranquil confines of the cultivation chamber, an explosive sound resonated. Beixuan collapsed to the ground. Su Hong, who was refining the crimson flame crystal, abruptly opened his eyes and rushed towards Beixuan. Beixuan, Beixuan, wake up, wake up. What has happened to you? Su Hong vigorously shook Beixuan's shoulders, his voice laced with urgency as he noticed Beixuan's pallid complexion. Young master, this time I may truly be doomed. Beixuan grasped Su Hong's wrist with great effort, struggling to utter a few words. Meanwhile, deep within the vast monster beast mountains, a fierce wind whipped up sand and gravel, battering the jagged stones. Yi Jintian, clad in black attire, with silver hair billowing in the wind, was enveloped by a tangible red primordial energy. He had just received a message from his family, and the contents regarding the auction house in Chien City caused veins to throb on his forehead. What? Schwanger pawned the ice crystal moon bracelet for 1 million gold coins? Just to purchase crimson flame crystals for a beggar? Before he could finish his thought, he crushed the jade slip in his hand into fine powder with a resounding crack. The temperature around Yi Jintian plummeted, as the rocks beneath him began to frost over with spiderweb-like ice patterns spreading outward. Which reckless fool would dare to tempt my precious daughter? The Ice Crystal Moon Bracelet is a top-tier accessory that took me 10 years to acquire, an exceptional aid for her being of the Ice Soul body. Yet now, she has pawned it merely for a lowly guard of the Su family in Qian City. How could this not break my heart? Beixuan. Yi Jintian gritted his teeth as he whispered this name, a cold light blazing in his ice-blue eyes. Dare to harm the daughter of Yi Jintian. And regardless of whether you are the king of heaven or the Almighty, I will ensure your bones are ground to dust. With that declaration, he prepared to hasten towards Qian City. However, the distance from the Demon Beast Mountain range to Qian City still spanned 1,000 miles, and even with all his might, it would take him several hours to reach his destination. Prior to this, he had already been on the road for 2 consecutive days. Despite being a red crystal martial king with formidable strength in the Xianjing continent, only those who attain the orange crystal martial emperor rank can soar through the skies. Just as he was consumed by urgency, a sharp cry pierced the air above him. A massive black eagle, with a wingspan of nearly 20 meters, descended from the clouds. Its ebony feathers glinting like metal, and its claws as sharp as iron hooks. This was indeed a high-ranking 4th-tier flying demon beast, the Black Cloud Eagle. Clearly drawn by the fluctuations of Yi Jintian's elemental energy, it circled in the sky, its crimson eyes filled with ferocity, regarding Yi Jintian as its prey. What a fortuitous arrival. With nowhere to vent his fury, Yi Jintian roared defiantly towards the heavens, unleashing his chilling elemental energy. Let me test my skills against you, beast. Ice Wind Claw. This was Yi Jintian's ultimate technique, a mid-tier skill of the royal class. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he propelled himself from the ground with great force, soaring upwards like an arrow released from a bow. His right claw instantly coalesced with frigid ice elemental energy, forming a 3-meter-wide phantom of a dragon's claw, which shot toward the eagle with a piercing shriek that rent the air. The eagle, unaccustomed to such provocation, swiftly evaded the lethal strike with a mere flick of its form, and then, with a sudden dive, its iron beak lunged towards Yi Jintian's face, while its wings stirred up a tempest of darkness, imbued with corrosive energy. A mere parlor trick, Yi Jintian sidestepped the iron beak, slapping out an ice wall with his left palm. With a resounding crack, the black tempest collided with the icy barrier, creating numerous holes through corrosive damage. His gaze sharpened. The eagle's wind elemental energy possessed corrosive properties, explaining its dominance among 4th-tier demon beasts. Thus commenced a fierce battle between man and eagle in the skies. Yi Jintian's ice elemental energy was exceedingly powerful. Each strike carried the weight of freezing the very heavens, while the eagle's speed was astonishing. Its swirling corrosive tempest nearly impossible to defend against. The sky above the Demon Beast Mountain range transformed into a chaotic tapestry of crimson chill and obsidian darkness, with explosions erupting in rapid succession, causing the lower-tier demon beasts nearby to flee in terror. With a mighty roar, Yi Jintian relinquished all restraint. His elemental energy surged wildly around him, coalescing behind him into a 10-meter-long phantom of an ice dragon. He unleashed a high-tier royal skill, Ice Dragon Roar Fist. He thrust his fist forward, the ice dragon roaring as it charged toward the eagle, freezing the air into a misty white vapor in its wake. The eagle sensed the imminent threat, releasing a terrified screech as it desperately flapped its wings, attempting to summon the most potent corrosive tempest to defend itself. Yet, the ice dragon was unstoppable, crashing into the eagle with a thunderous impact, causing its black feathers to scatter and its massive form to plummet, akin to a broken kite, creating a deep crater upon striking the ground. Yi Jintian descended slowly, his breath slightly disordered, yet the fire of his wrath remained undiminished in his gaze. He approached the fallen eagle in the pit step by step, the red chill elemental energy dancing at his fingertips. You are presented with 2 paths, submission or death. The shady eagle struggled to lift its head, its crimson pupils filled with fear, yet tinged with a hint of defiance. For years, it had dominated the Beast Mountain. Never before had it tasted such humiliation. Humph, it seems you have chosen death. A cold glint flashed in Yi Jintian's eyes as he was about to deliver the fatal blow, but suddenly he recalled his urgent need to be on his way. He glanced at the shady eagle's massive form and its powerful wings, a thought stirring within him. His tone remained neutral, yet it bore an irresistible allure. If you acknowledge me as your master, I shall spare your life. You have witnessed my strength. In the future, I will lead you to traverse the entire Demon Moon Empire, granting you a glimpse of a broader, more splendid world. What say you? The shady eagle seemed to comprehend Yi Jintian's words, a flicker of struggle crossing its eyes. Remarkably, this creature possessed considerable intelligence. Typically, only beasts of the 5th tier would demonstrate such awareness, and those at the peak of the 6th tier rivaled human cultivators in intellect. As the shady eagle sensed the terrifying power emanating from Yi Jintian, It pondered that if it could escape the monotony of the Beast Mountain and follow a strong master, perhaps one day it could seize an opportunity to break through to a fifth-tier beast. Ultimately, it reluctantly lowered its proud head, emitting a cry of submission. Excellent. Yi Jintian nodded with satisfaction, his fingertips suddenly unleashing a bolt of icy energy that struck the shady eagle's brow like a flash of lightning. In an instant, a snowflake emblem manifested within the creature's mind. This was the servant mark of the Xianjing continent. To cast this spell, 2 conditions must be met. The caster's strength must exceed that of the recipient, and the latter must willingly submit. Both are indispensable. From this day forth, you shall be called Little Blackie. Accompany me to Qian City. Upon hearing this, the shady eagle's eyes briefly sparkled with joy, and it let out a cry as if quite pleased with the name Little Blackie. Ha ha, wonderful. Yi Jintian chuckled heartily. Then with a swift motion, he proudly stood atop the shady eagle's back, feeling the surge of energy beneath him, his impatience mounting. Little Blackie, fly to Qian City at the utmost speed. Should you dare to slacken, I will freeze you into an ice sculpture. The shady eagle emitted a series of long howls, its wings beating fiercely as it ascended, carrying Yi Jintian into the sky, swiftly transforming into a streak of black light, heading towards Qian City. With the already formidable 9-star Crimson Crystal Battle King Yi Jintian now having tamed Little Blackie, his power had increased immensely. This undoubtedly added to the woes of Beixuan, who was already at a disadvantage. Thus commenced an earth-shattering battle aimed at Qian City. Simultaneously, a voice tinged with a hint of apology floated into Beixuan's consciousness. Hee, Master, do not lose heart. I have splendid news that I forgot to share. Hurry. Tell me. Initially, Beixuan's face was ashen, but upon hearing this, he clutched at this thread of hope, his heart racing with urgency. Chapter 32. A breakthrough yet betrayed by the system. Borrowing a knife to kill, the yellow bird lies in wait. The Crimson Crystal Martial King deters the entire city. Congratulations. Master, your abilities have ascended to the first layer of gray crystal, and certain functionalities of the marketplace have now met the minimum activation requirements. It appears that the formidable presence of Yi Jintian has left you momentarily stunned, causing you to overlook such a significant matter. Beixuan's countenance brightened slightly, the previously dim look in his eyes gradually revealing a glimmer of vitality. Hurry, let us swiftly activate all that can be unlocked. Very well, Master. I shall unlock everything for you. As the marketplace system continued to load, Xiaoming's voice echoed once more. Oh dear, Master, there is a predicament. I forgot to remind you that once the marketplace is activated, it will automatically redeem items without your consent. What? Upon hearing this, Beixuan felt a wave of unease wash over him. Ding. 1 million gold coins have been expended, and you have obtained royal-grade high-tier weapon, moon white lace gloves. These gloves possess an exceptionally potent special ability. Regardless of the wearer's strength, donning this item enables one to masquerade as a 1-star white crystal apprentice, thus bewildering and intimidating adversaries. Ding. 500 guardian points have been consumed, yielding general-grade low-tier technique, flame-devouring art. This technique is a specialized cultivation method for those with a fiery body, although it is merely a low-tier technique. Practicing this art allows for the continual devouring of various fire elemental crystals, enabling the technique to advance infinitely. Ding. 10 points of goodwill with Su Hong have been expended, resulting in king-grade high-tier equipment, tattered crimson cloak. Critical hit rate of 10, with a critical damage of 100. It also features a brief flying ability, allowing for a single flight lasting 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 120 seconds. Currently, the accumulated critical hit rate stands at 20, with a critical damage of 200. What the hell? Why didn't you mention this earlier? Beixuan stared blankly at the system interface, his chest rising and falling violently. What sort of good news is this? 1 million gold coins for a pair of gloves meant for a woman? You expect me to masquerade as a white crystal apprentice? Will that truly intimidate the red crystal martial king? Or are you suggesting I wear these moon white lace gloves to seduce Yi Jintian? After saying this, he cast a glance at his gold balance. After deducting the 2 million spent to redeem the ice crystal moon bracelet and the 1 million here, he was left with a mere 962,380. The thought of this caused a pang of anguish in his heart. Hee, Master, do not be upset. I simply forgot to mention that this was good news from Su Hong. A gentle reminder, in times of life and death, Master must remain calm and think carefully. Think. What nonsense. It turns out the guardian points were meant for Su Hong, while I received this tattered red cloak in return for a divine technique. Beixuan gazed at the cloak in a daze. Just look at this wretched cloak. It consists of a few ragged strips of red fabric tied to a piece of twine. He spoke thus outwardly, yet inwardly he sought solace in the fact that it did enhance his critical hit rate and damage. However, even with a critical hit, He could only inflict 220 points of damage, which would hardly penetrate Yi Jintian's nearly 600 points of defense. Yet, at this moment, Xiaoming showed no signs of granting him time to ponder. Warning: Yi Jintian has locked onto Yi Ningxuang's location, with only 19 minutes and 20 seconds remaining before arrival. The emotionless warnings from Xiaoming echoed like a death knell, perpetually tautening his nerves. Beixuan fixated intently on the system interface, his gaze drawn to the absurd moon-white lace gloves, adorned with a single red gemstone. In a fit of rage, he chuckled bitterly. Damn it, are you wasting my time? Reluctant to relent, he pressed further. Is there anything else I might have overlooked? Perhaps an orange crystal battle armor, or a divine sword capable of instantly slaying the crimson crystal martial king, or even a potion that could elevate my power instantaneously. No, came the reply. Please cultivate to the black crystal level. The shop will reopen again. Xiaoming's words fell like the final straw upon the camel's back. Beixuan's body trembled violently, his anger blazing within him like a consuming fire. He sprang up from his position, his energy swirling chaotically around him. And he screamed in sheer frustration, Xiaoming, I truly wish to strike you down with a single blow. With that, he raised his hand and unleashed a thunder dragon fist against the chamber wall, as if this act would somehow alleviate the tempest of fury within him. As the golden phantom of the thunder dragon collided with the wall, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the chamber violently and causing stones to tumble down. A cloud of dust billowed forth, enveloping Su Hong's face. Cough, cough, cough. Beixuan, are you playing a trick on me? Su Hong exclaimed, startled by Beixuan's sudden outburst. He quickly wiped the dust from his face, bewildered at the abrupt shift from being motionless on the ground, seemingly resigned to his fate, to suddenly leaping up and striking the wall in silence. Hastening to Beixuan's side, he patted him on the shoulder, exasperated. Come on. It's just a breakthrough to a gray crystal martial artist. Is it necessary to demolish my home over it? Beixuan's visage was a mask of fury, veins throbbing at his temples, his mouth twitching as he retorted, Young master, is this really the time for jokes? Frost's father is arriving imminently. I was not initially worried, believing that a breakthrough would grant me some treasures. At this point, his expression grew increasingly despondent. But to my dismay, upon checking the system's treasures, there was not a single useful item. What? Hadn't you already devised a strategy? Su Hong exclaimed, his body stiffening in surprise. Is there still time to flee? Beixuan waved dismissively. Where could we possibly escape? With our status as gray crystal martial artists, we couldn't outrun. Before he could finish, a loud crash resonated through the chamber as the door was kicked open by the Yi family guards. Master Silver, are you unharmed? Yi Ningxuang rushed in, her slender arms wrapping tightly around Beixuan's neck, her voice laced with concern. Just now, I thought there was an earthquake. Holding her exquisite form, Beixuan found himself at a loss, yet sought a sliver of comfort, whispering in her ear, Frost, your father is nearly here. Master Silver may very well be turned into a sieve. Do not fear, Master Silver. Yi Ningxuang's eyes were filled with determination, her voice unwavering. I will not allow anyone to harm Master Silver, not even my father. Upon hearing Yi Ningxuang's words, Beixuan appeared deep in thought, as if contemplating a countermeasure. He swiftly leaned in to whisper a few words in her ear. Afterward, he effortlessly lifted Yi Ningxuang into his arms, invoking the technique of 1,000 miles of snowfall. And in a mere flash, he left behind only a fleeting shadow, quietly departing. A single phrase echoed within the snow-laden chamber. Young master, please focus on cultivating and absorbing the crimson flame crystal in the chamber. It seems I have devised a strategy. I shall return shortly. Yet, how could Su Hong allow Beixuan to face this alone? Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his scorching primordial energy, which surged forth with such intensity that it reached the third layer of the gray crystal. With a powerful push against the ground, he propelled himself in the direction Beixuan had taken. Draped in a tattered cloak, Beixuan lightly touched the icy crystalline snowflakes beneath him, soaring rapidly towards the Otto family's abode. Young master, can your cloak fly? Yi Ningxuang, her cheeks flushed, nestled in Beixuan's embrace, felt the brisk wind brushing against her ears and sweetly murmured, Young master, you truly are handsome. You are the first man to take me flying. I really adore you. As she spoke, her gaze instinctively drifted to the ice crystal moon bracelet on her wrist, her eyes reflecting not only the absolute loyalty bestowed by the heartfelt card, but also a glimmer of unique emotion. Beixuan awkwardly pursed his lips and cast a glance at the system interface. Heartfelt card bound to target. Yi Ningxuang, 27 days remaining. He internally sighed, pondering the scene that would unfold when it eventually expired. The direction of the Beast Mountain range, once clear and sunny, suddenly darkened, the clouds swirling ominously like ink. Swarms of low-tier birds and beasts erupted from the mountain, while clusters of corrupted rat demons in the city frantically fled through the sewers. At this moment, Beixuan was racing through the eastern streets of the city, the Bloodwolf banner of the Otto family drawing ever closer. Doubts began to creep into his mind. Time is of the essence. I cannot afford to hesitate. Even if I fail, I will ensure that I take someone down with me. The cloak behind him rustled fiercely, and the system's crimson alert flashed frantically in his vision. 9 minutes and 29 seconds remaining. At the Otto family estate in Qian City, a guard hurriedly entered the inner chamber, his left hand pressed against a swollen cheek, with traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. Master Pika, there is a beggar outside claiming to be Beixuan, accompanied by a stunningly beautiful young lady. He says he has come to seek your forgiveness. And we could not stop him. The guard gasped as he reported to Otto Kapai. This man is utterly audacious, showing no regard for our Otto family, even daring to strike us. What? Beixuan dares to come to us? Di Calabu, upon hearing this, exchanged a perplexed glance with Otto Kapai. Could he be aware that we have summoned the family's strongest to deal with him? Damn it. I have not sought him out yet. He comes knocking at our door. He must be tired of living. Otto Kapai, supported by 2 exquisite young ladies, shakily rose, clutching his groin with his left hand. Lab, you should hurry to convey the message. I refuse to believe that today, the 4 black crystal warriors cannot subdue him. His face was ashen, and he bellowed in uncontainable fury. Chapter 33, The Mighty Martial King Strikes. Beixuan, carrying the burden of guilt, finds himself ensnared in a deadly ambush as Ning Shuang weeps, leading to a shocking twist. Before the imposing black iron gate of the Otto family residence, adorned with the menacing emblem of a bloodthirsty wolf, the dust was stirred by hurried footsteps. Previously arrogant guards clad in gray armor of the Otto family, once dominant in Qian City, were now thrown into disarray, their faces marked with crimson imprints resembling the frenzied dance of gray lightning. Their eyes burned with rage, their hearts filled with confusion. Why, despite his mere gray crystal rank, could we not even grasp the hem of that beggar's garment? As they exchanged glances, they tightened their grips on their glistening silver spears, the weapons clattering ominously. Beixuan observed the gray crystals adorning the chests of the dozen or so guards, each surrounded by numerous golden stars, indicating that the weakest among them were 5-star gray crystal warriors. He could not suppress a mocking grin. Huh. With their top speed barely exceeding 30, do they dare to challenge me? With his left arm around Yining Shuang, he deliberately adjusted the tattered red cloth strips behind him, then forced a semblance of sincere apology onto his face, although the smirk at the corner of his mouth betrayed an unmistakable mockery. Young Master Otto, young Master Daika, I have heard from the guards that both of you are within the residence. I am Beixuan, here today to bear the burden of my guilt. His voice resonated loudly, clearly reaching inside the estate. No sooner had his words echoed than the heavy iron door creaked open a crack. Autocopy, gripping an ice crystal in his left hand and shielding himself with the help of 2 enchanting maidens, peeked out, his lips twitching in pain from a previous encounter with the city lord, Maidu. Behind him, Daika Lab glared at Beixuan with venomous eyes. Bear the burden of guilt? Autocopy scoffed, yanking the door open fully to reveal a menacing array of gray-armored guards behind him. Beixuan, you have trampled our Otto family's dignity into the ground, injuring so many of our guards, and you dare to call this bearing guilt? Daika Lab stepped forward with an air of arrogance, pointing an accusatory finger at Beixuan, his voice sharp. You abducted Miss Yining Shuang and humiliated me at the auction house. If I do not shred you to pieces today, I shall write my name, Daika Lab, backward. After uttering these words, he cast a glance at Yining Shuang beside Beixuan, his tone softening slightly. If you allow Miss Ning Shuang to strike me a few more times, I might consider leaving you with a complete corpse. Ha ha. Feigning trepidation, Beixuan recoiled slightly, then bravely stepped forward, his tone laced with a hint of grievance. Gentlemen, it is all a misunderstanding. It is merely a matter of mutual affection between Miss Ning Shuang and myself. How could it be construed as abduction? As for the incident at the auction house, I was simply caught up in the moment, just trying to amuse you both. Enough of your nonsense. Autocopy roared in fury, slamming his hand against a nearby stone pillar. You allowed Yining Shuang to slap Lab 66 times and stole 660,000 gold coins from the Daika family. And you dare to call that a jest? It became evident that, after much deliberation between the two, and despite the lack of conclusive evidence, they had pieced together the facts. Yet the two were convinced that this matter was inextricably linked to Beixuan. Indeed, Dikarebu concurred. You even allowed that white-haired old fool to kick Copy in the groin. Can this be considered a misunderstanding? Oh dear, gentlemen, please temper your anger, Beixuan said, spreading his hands in a gesture of innocence, his words dripping with feigned naivety. How about this? Allow me to bow thrice in apology and offer each of you a compensation of 1,000 gold coins, and we shall consider this matter settled. As he spoke, he produced 2 bulging cloth bags from his spatial ring and tossed them forward. The bags landed at their feet with a clattering sound, the coins inside jingling in a mocking manner. He gestured towards the gold on the ground and continued, "See how sincere I am? You 2 gentlemen are magnanimous. Why bother quibbling with a mere lowly guard?" Though his words seemed humble, they struck at the very heart of Autocopy and Dikarebu's humiliation. A beggar of a guard dared to speak of their disgrace in such a dismissive tone? How dare he value my worth at only 1,000 gold coins? I see you are courting death. Autocopy trembled with rage, unable to contain his fury any longer. Dikarebu's gaze hardened as well. Both men raised their hands in unison, shouting, "Seize him! Tear him to pieces!" At their command, 4 dark figures darted from the shadows within the mansion. Clad in black heavy armor, their breastplates adorned with glimmering dark crystals, they were none other than the renowned black crystal martial artists. Each was agile and fierce, and upon their appearance, they surrounded Beixuan and Yi Ningxuang, exuding a potent aura of dark elemental energy that thickened the air around them. The 4 black crystal martial artists fanned out in a crescent formation, their fists and palms swirling with ominous energy, clearly poised for action. Seeing this, Beixuan's face paled instantly. With a startled cry, he quickly feigned fear, retreating behind Yi Ningxuang and grasping tightly at her sleeve, his voice quivering, "Ningxuang, save me. They want to kill me." Yi Ningxuang crossed her arms defiantly, her eyes filled with disdain, her tone as frigid as ice, impudence. "My master, Silver, has shown such sincerity in his apology. If you refuse to appreciate it, do you still dare to bully him? Today, I shall see who has the audacity." This sudden declaration left the 4 black crystal martial artists momentarily stunned. They had been ordered to capture Beixuan. Yet Yi Ningxuang was the sole daughter of the 9-star Crimson Crystal Martial King, Yi Jintian. They dared not act against her so readily. For a moment, they exchanged glances, their assault faltering as they looked questioningly at Autocopy. Autocopy was also taken aback, then bellowed, "What are you staring at? Drag that beggar out. Miss Ningxuang has our protection. She shall not be harmed." Dikarebu added urgently, "Yes. Move quickly. Do not let this rascal escape." As the 4 black crystal martial artists received their orders and prepared to advance, Beixuan caught a glimpse of the crimson countdown flashing on his system interface. Warning. Yi Jintian is 10 seconds away from arriving at the Otto family estate. He felt a tightening in his chest. With no time to ponder further, he hurriedly whispered a few urgent words into Yi Ningxuang's ear. In an almost instantaneous moment, the once frigid gaze of Yi Ningxuang seemed to be infused with fear and grievance. She abruptly lifted her head, directing her gaze towards Autocopy and Decora, her eyes instantly reddening. The next moment, she let out a heart-wrenching wail that could shatter the hardest of hearts. "Father! Woo-woo! Father, please come quickly!" As she cried, she shouted towards the direction of the Demon Beast Mountains, her voice piercingly sorrowful. Autocopy wants to kill Frost. And Decora, he is forcing Frost to marry him. Woo-woo, Frost doesn't he want to die, father?" Her cries and shouts instantly turned all accusations towards Autocopy and Decora. The 2 exchanged bewildered glances, a trio of question marks hovering in their minds. They stood there, utterly flabbergasted, as if struck by lightning. Forcing her to marry him? Killing her? What on earth was going on? They were clearly aiming to eliminate Beixuan. "I did not." Autocopy hastily retorted, "Miss Ningxuang, do not speak nonsense. We intend to kill Beixuan." "Exactly. Do not slander us." Decora chimed in, equally anxious. "When did we ever force you?" Yet, Yi Ningxuang continued to sob uncontrollably, disregarding their explanations, merely crying out for her father. Her pitiable demeanor, combined with her identity as the sole daughter of Yi Jintian, led anyone to instinctively believe she had suffered immense injustice. In the midst of this chaos, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens, akin to a bolt of lightning striking the ground. Instantly, the entire Qian city was engulfed in panic, with people raising their heads to the sky, exclamations erupting from every direction. "Heavens! Why has the sky suddenly darkened? Look! That dark cloud has even split open." A colossal shadow, enveloped in surging crimson elemental force, burst through the dense clouds like a meteor, descending rapidly. With a resounding crash, it struck the courtyard of the Otto family residence, causing the hard black stone slabs to fracture into a spiderweb of cracks, dust swirling violently. The arrival was none other than Yi Jintian. His silver hair danced wildly, his surrounding crimson elemental force coalescing into a near-tangible form. And within his ice-blue pupils burned an inferno of wrath, locking onto the crowd with fierce intensity. Roar! The black cloud evil eagle beneath him emitted a fearsome screech, its claws digging into the ground, leaving deep gashes on the stone slab. The moment Yi Jintian appeared, the temperature of the entire Otto residence plummeted. and frost patterns began to subtly manifest upon the armor of the guards. Frost. Yi Jintian immediately spotted his weeping daughter, along with the tattered figure behind her. Beixuan, father. Upon seeing this, Yi Ningxuang cried even more fiercely. Beixuan, witnessing Yi Ningxuang's distress, struggled to rush towards her, but with quick reflexes, he tightly embraced her. Father. It's them, they are bullying Frost, Wu. Yi Ningxuang cried, pointing towards the crowd. Yi Jintian's heart ached profoundly, in all his memories. His daughter had never cried like this before. In a fit of rage, he paid no heed to the consequences. His gaze like a bolt of lightning sweeping over the bewildered auto-copy, Decalab, and the 4 disoriented black crystal warriors. It seems you have grown tired of living. Yi Jintian's voice resonated like the chilling winds of the abyss. Has this king's prolonged silence in the Demon Moon Empire led every Tom, Dick, and Harry to think they can trample upon me? Chapter 34. The Desperate Abyss of Beixuan. The image revealed, the Martial King in a fury. The system coercing me into an unwanted marriage with the Martial King's daughter. Why, Senior Yi, this is all a misunderstanding. Autocopy began to explain, but was abruptly silenced. Misunderstanding? Are the facts I witnessed with my own eyes also a misunderstanding? Yi Jintian's eyes glinted with cold fury, granting them no opportunity for explanation. Beixuan's heart raced, resolute in preventing Copy and the others from further fabricating lies. With a steely resolve, he decided to stoke the flames further. He clutched Yi Ningxuang and feigned injury, whispering swiftly in her ear. Ah! Yi Ningxuang understood, exclaiming, Father, they secretly injured me using their energy. As she spoke, she pointed accusingly at the 4 black crystal warriors. How dare you? Die! Yi Jintian roared in anger, his fingertip piercing the void as 4 chilling shards of red ice rapidly coalesced. These transformed into 4 1-meter-long crimson ice spikes, whistling through the air, hurtling towards the nearest black crystal warriors. The technique he unleashed was the low-tier royal skill, Extreme Cold Ice Spike. This is bad. The faces of the 4 black crystal warriors paled, sensing the terrifying power contained within the ice spikes, far surpassing their own realms. This is unjust. We are innocent. They lamented, having no time to comprehend who was to blame, as Yi Jintian launched his assault. Instinctively, they summoned all their energy, conjuring a black crystal shield before them in a desperate bid to defend themselves. Bang, 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 bang. 4 resounding crashes echoed almost simultaneously. The black crystal shields, fueled by the warriors' utmost effort, shattered under Yi Jintian's casual strike, like fragile glass, emitting a cacophony of cracking sounds. Next, with a series of soft thuds, the 4 ice spikes, undeterred, accurately pierced the chests of the black crystal warriors. Blood splattered, and the crimson mist instantly froze into shards of ice. The 4 prominent black crystal warriors of Qian City did not even have time to utter a cry, their eyes widening in disbelief as they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Silence enveloped the courtyard. The nearest gray-armored guards were splattered with the icy blood shards, and before they could react, they felt a piercing pain on their cheeks. Within the flying ice shards remained the chilling energy of the 9-star red crystal Martial King, infiltrating their skin like a parasite. Wherever it passed, their veins felt as though they were frozen and torn, even their bones radiating an icy chill. Given their already inferior realms compared to the Martial King, they could not withstand such a terrifying force, collapsing to the ground in agony, desperately clutching their faces as they writhed in pain. The skin, encrusted with frost, had turned a deep, bruised hue, wisps of white vapor escaping between fingers, accompanied by the faint, chilling crackle reminiscent of shattered bones. The anguished groans echoed hauntingly in the desolate courtyard. Otto Capey and D. Caleb, witnessing this scene, were utterly terrified, trembling uncontrollably, rendered speechless. Was this the might of the 9-star Crimson Crystal Martial King? A single strike, effortlessly annihilating 4 1-star black crystal martial masters? Yi Jintian did not spare a glance at the fallen warriors. He strode forward, enveloping the weeping Yi Ningxuang in a protective embrace, his voice transforming into a gentle whisper. Frost, do not fear. Your father is here, and no one can harm you. Father. Yi Ningxuang buried her face deeper into Yi Jintian's chest, her sobs intensifying. Observing this poignant scene, Beixuan found himself momentarily bewildered, unable to discern whether Yi Ningxuang's tears were genuine or feigned. Yi Jintian gently patted his daughter's back to soothe her, then lifted his gaze, his ice-blue eyes piercing like daggers towards Beixuan, the murderous intent within them nearly palpable. You are Beixuan? A tightness gripped Beixuan's heart, realizing the most perilous moment had arrived. You audacious wretch! How dare you deceive my daughter? Yi Jintian advanced step by step towards Beixuan, his aura of crimson chill surging wildly, icy crystals seeping from the fissures in the ground. You made my daughter pledge that precious ice crystal moon bracelet for you. Today, I shall grind you to dust to vent my fury. He raised his hand, gathering the crimson chill energy in his palm, a massive ice spike forming slowly, exuding an intense, biting cold. Father, no. Yi Ningxuang suddenly lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes pleading with Yi Zhentian as she swiftly raised her wrist, presenting the ice crystal moon bracelet that she had just put back on, exclaiming anxiously, Father, you misunderstand Beixuan. It is not as you think. Yi Zhentian paused, his gaze fixated on the bracelet, his energy rapidly sensing its essence, finding it undeniably genuine. A trace of astonishment flickered in his eyes as he mused. Wasn't this bracelet pledged by Frost? Father, look. The bracelet is still here. Yi Ningxuang's tone grew more urgent. It was Beixuan. He spent 110,000 gold coins to redeem it for me. She hesitated, recalling Beixuan's words when he entrusted her with the bracelet, a mix of shyness and determination gracing her features. Beixuan, he only wanted to test my sincerity, to see if I truly love him and am willing to sacrifice everything for him. Father, I genuinely love Beixuan. What? Yi Zhentian was utterly stunned. His heart trembled. 110,000 gold coins to redeem the bracelet? A test of sincerity? He gazed into his daughter's eyes, which revealed her unmasked affection, and then at the reclaimed ice crystal moon bracelet. For a moment, his overwhelming rage had nowhere to vent. Moreover, when he had previously probed his daughter's energy, he had found no anomalies. He had believed her to be ensnared by dark sorcery, but now it seemed Beixuan was also taking a gamble. For according to the original premise, the heartfelt card was embedded within the foundational code of the system, which the natives of the Xianjing continent were utterly incapable of detecting. At this moment, Yi Zhentian's reaction indirectly confirmed this notion. Just when Beixuan believed that the crisis had been averted, an abrupt sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the air. The city lord of Qiyin City, Maidu, along with Otto Kama, the patriarch of the Otto family, and Di Kalama, the head of the Di family, rushed in with a contingent of guards. The expressions on their faces were fraught with anxiety. Upon witnessing the scene before them, the lifeless bodies of 4 black crystal warriors, Yi Zhentian's seething rage, and the bracelet adorning Yi Ningxuang's wrist, their hearts sank. Yi, Senior Yi, Maidu, the city lord, was the first to speak. A respectful smile plastered on his face. Please, temper your anger. There must be some misunderstanding. Otto Kama and Di Kalama hastily stepped forward, bowing deeply to Yi Zhentian. Senior Yi, it is all a misunderstanding, a colossal misunderstanding. This is all part of Beixuan's insidious scheme. As they spoke, they pointed an accusing finger at Beixuan, their voices thick with malice. Misunderstanding? Misunderstanding, my foot. Yi Zhentian, already brimming with fury, showed no mercy to the 3 of them, rebuking, is it true or false? Do you think this king cannot discern the truth? Just as Yi Zhentian appeared poised to strike once more, Di Kalama anxiously produced a jade slip, offering it with both hands. Senior Yi, please take a look. This is the jade slip we acquired when the city lord took us to the auction house. It specifically records the events of that day through a retrospective energy analysis. This recording captures everything, the way Beixuan ensnared Miss Ningxuang, and how he instigated chaos at the auction house. All of it is clearly documented. Upon hearing the term recording, Beixuan's pupils constricted abruptly, internally cursing his oversight. Damn it, I had forgotten about this. Yi Zhentian furrowed his brows and accepted the recording jade slip. As his consciousness delved into it, images emerged, depicting how Beixuan had urged Yi Ningxuang to call for the main silver, extravagantly spending 1,000,000 gold coins, and pawning the ice crystal moon bracelet, even capturing an opportunistic moment to inappropriately touch her leg. As he continued to watch, Yi Zhentian's expression darkened progressively, veins throbbing on his forehead, and he let out a furious laugh. Well, Beixuan, not only did you seduce my daughter, but you also took advantage of the situation. Just as Yi Zhentian's fury was on the brink of erupting once more, a voice suddenly resonated in Beixuan's consciousness. Ding! A new urgent task has been issued. Please establish a marriage contract with Yi Ningxuang in front of Yi Zhentian. The attitude must be forceful and arrogant. Time limit, 10 minutes. Completing the task will grant you top-tier alchemical talent. Failure to complete the task or exceeding the time limit, you will be reduced to powder by Yi Zhentian on the spot. Beixuan. This. Chapter 35. The system forces marriage, life, and death in 10 minutes. The earth-shattering breakthrough pill emerges. I confront the martial king in defiance of the heavens. Ding. Task timer begins. 9 minutes 59 seconds. Beixuan gazed at the glaring red countdown on the system interface, his heart gripped as if by an icy hand, the frantic rhythm nearly shattering his ribs. The Adam's apple rolled violently, the dry sound of swallowing resonating starkly in the still courtyard. The bloody scene of Yi Jintian swiftly dispatching the black crystal martial artist still flickering in his mind. At this moment, the crimson cold essence surging from Yi Jintian had solidified into a palpable intent to kill, akin to countless icy needles piercing every inch of his skin. Cold sweat instantly soaked through his tattered garments, trickling down his spine into his waistband, and he suddenly realized that his legs were trembling uncontrollably. His pupils constricted to pinpricks. Fixated on the ever-growing ice spike in Yi Jintian's palm, the chilling aura emanating from it made his teeth chatter involuntarily, as if it were poised to pierce his brow in the next moment. Yet, the desire to survive ignited an uncontrollable roar within him. Xiaoming. Good grief. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? A betrothal? And with such arrogance? Is this not tantamount to courting death? Yi Jintian now regarded him as one would an enemy responsible for the death of a father. The prospect of a marriage contract was far from his mind. He would consider himself fortunate if he were not torn to shreds on the spot. Master Yin? Yi Ningxue could not help but gently call out as she observed the fluctuating expression on Beixuan's face. Yi Jintian stowed away the jade slip, his icy blue gaze once again locking onto Beixuan, his tone frigid. Beixuan, do not accuse me of bullying the weak. Do you have any final words? Beixuan took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. His mind raced, thoughts swirling. The system's mission must be completed, or it would spell doom. But how could he assertively propose a betrothal in such dire circumstances? His gaze swiftly swept over the system's backpack, and suddenly, a faintly glowing red pill caught his eye. An upper-tier 4th-grade pill, Crimson Source-breaking pill. This was a reward from the system, long stored in his backpack. And he had previously lamented his inability to consume it due to not reaching the red crystal level, contemplating instead trading it for a black crystal shield experience card. Little did he know it might prove useful now. With this thought, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes as he realized, I've got it. He abruptly lifted his head, meeting Yi Jintian's bone-chilling gaze. The fear that had gripped his face evaporated, replaced by an audacious confidence. He stepped forward decisively, positioning himself not far from Yi Ningxue, hands clasped behind his back, chest out, his voice resounding with undeniable arrogance. Yi Jintian. This direct address left everyone present astounded. The city lord of Maidu, Otto Kama, and Di Karam were nearly struck dumb with fear. Had Beixuan lost his mind? How dare he address the 9-star red crystal martial king in such a manner? Yi Jintian was taken aback for a moment. Then his fury intensified. What did you call me? You little wretch, it seems that sparing your life has emboldened you. Father, let Master Yin finish speaking. Yi Ningxue was eager to hear what Beixuan had to say, gripping Yi Jintian tightly. Upon hearing Yi Ningxue refer to Beixuan as Master Yin, Yi Jintian could no longer restrain himself, glaring at Beixuan with rage. Beixuan, what are you? My daughter is a paragon of excellence. What gives you the right to demand that she address you as master? As he spoke, an overwhelming aura surged around him, as if a tangible force of crimson cold energy seeped through his skin, coalescing into scales of red armor across his chest that swiftly spread to his limbs. Moments later, the chilling red scales completely enveloped Yi Jintian's entire being. The crimson crystal battle armor. Meidu exclaimed in astonishment. Goodness, this is indeed the crimson crystal battle armor. I have heard that achieving the rank of a 1-star crimson crystal martial king allows one to form a crimson chest plate, while reaching 9 stars grants a complete coverage of the body. To witness it today is truly a sight to behold. Otto Kama and Di Kalama exchanged a glance. Both shaken to their cores, their voices quivering. They were the undeniable overlords of Qiyin City, revered by its warriors as the twin maestros of Qiqing. Yet, even as the twin maestros, they had only heard of such tales. Seeing the crimson crystal battle armor in person for the first time was utterly breathtaking. As the martial king descended, a crowd of fearless onlookers had gathered around Otto's residence. The armor of the martial king is crimson. Should it not be of fire? Why does it exude the power of ice? A young man could not restrain himself and turned to a white-bearded elder, inquiring. The elder responded with a firm slap on the young man's head, explaining, My disciple, you must pay better attention during our lessons instead of indulging in those trivial cultivation novels. In our Xuanjin continent, the color of the elemental energy merely denotes its rank. The true attribute is determined by the elemental forces it possesses. With a stroke of his beard, the elder continued, If this martial king were to wield lightning, then his crimson crystal battle armor would embody the power of thunder. Yi Jintian had long since grown accustomed to the murmurs of the crowd. His gaze fixed intensely on Beixuan. You are but a mere guard of the Su family. How dare you act so presumptuously? Do you truly believe that frost will protect you from my wrath? Though he spoke boldly, he was being firmly restrained by Yi Ningxue, who he could only glare at in frustration. Your Excellency, as a martial king, it would indeed be a trivial task for you to take my life. However, You ought not to dismiss me so lightly simply because of my humble status. Beixuan remained unfazed, his tone steady and assertive. How do you know that one day I, Beixuan, shall ascend to the pinnacle of the Xuanzhen continent? A confident smile curved his lips as he surveyed the gathered crowd, declaring, given the presence of so many witnesses today, I solemnly declare that I am truly in love with your daughter. This matter between Ningxuang and me is personal, and I apologize for any discomfort it may cause. Pausing, his gaze returned to Yi Zhentian, his tone resolute. Thus, Martial King, you cannot kill me today. I am Ningxuang's chosen one. With parental commands and matchmaking, how dare you speak such nonsense? It seems you are courting death. Yi Zhentian erupted in fury. Stepping forward with a surge of energy, Ningxuang, return to me. At the sound of his voice, Yi Ningxuang could no longer contain herself. Her excitement was palpable as she swiftly appeared before Beixuan, her eyes shimmering with fervent admiration. Frost. Beixuan raised his hand, signaling Yi Ningxuang to remain calm. He took a deep breath and suddenly retrieved the crimson yuan breaking pill from his system backpack, cradling it in the palm of his hand. As the pill appeared, it emanated delicate wisps of fragrance and a powerful wave of crimson elemental energy. The pill was a smooth, deep red, its surface shimmering with a faint halo. Unmistakably a treasure of extraordinary value. What sort of elixir is this? Such a formidable surge of elemental energy. The Lord of Maidu and both the Crimson City steeds exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically as they fixated on the pill in Beixuan's hand. Yi Zhentian's gaze was equally captivated. Upon discerning the pill's hue and energy fluctuations, his pupils constricted abruptly, and he gasped in disbelief. The Crimson Yuan Breaking Pill? The legendary Crimson Yuan Breaking Pill. At this exclamation, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. The Lord of Maidu inhaled sharply, his voice trembling as he declared, indeed, it is the Crimson Yuan Breaking Pill. If memory serves, this pill once fetched a staggering 30 million gold coins at an auction in the Demon Moon Empire. It is said that a 9-star Crimson Crystal Martial King has a 30% chance of directly breaking through to the Orange Crystal Martial Emperor realm upon consuming this pill. 30 million gold coins. A 30% chance of breaking through to the Orange Crystal Martial Emperor. These two phrases reverberated like thunder in the minds of those present. Everyone stood dumbfounded, incredulous as they beheld the tiny pill in Beixuan's hand. How could a mere beggar guard possess such a rare treasure? Yi Zhentian's breathing grew rapid. His ice-blue pupils filled with astonishment and a barely concealed yearning. The Orange Crystal Martial Emperor was the realm he had long aspired to. Once he broke through, he would soar through the skies with a speed unmatched by any fourth-tier flying beast. In terms of sheer power, the difference was monumental. 30 million. Though he was a 9-star Crimson Crystal Martial King, he could not afford it. Even if he could, such a pill would be invaluable. Or else he would not remain trapped in the Crimson Crystal realm. Beixuan. At that moment, Su Hong finally arrived, exclaiming, how could you possess such a precious elixir? Master, allow this old servant to explain later, Beixuan replied, gesturing for Su Hong to step back. Observing Yi Zhentian's reaction, he felt reassured, and his demeanor grew even more arrogant. Yi Zhentian, I have treated you with courtesy out of respect for Ningxuang, but you have shown such rudeness today. He raised the Crimson Yuan Breaking Pill high for all to see, his voice booming. I am well aware that you have languished at the 9th level of the Crimson Crystal for many years. I have endured great hardships to acquire this pill, originally intending to present it to you. His voice rose again, laced with unabashed provocation. Yet, who would have thought you would behave so disrespectfully today? However, for the sake of Frost, I am willing to offer you one last chance. Chapter 36, Madness. Throwing a 30 million pill like a stone, did the Martial King actually bend down to pick it up? The 3-year agreement shocked the entire gathering. At Otto's mansion, fear was now a thing of the past. The moment Beixuan produced the 4th-tier superior grade pill, the resonance of the Xianjing jade slips echoed throughout the city. A buzzing sound reverberated, as if the very tiles of Qianqing were responding in a synchronized vibration. As I cast my gaze across the scene, save for the small patch of ground where Beixuan and Yi Zhentian stood in confrontation, the Otto residence was utterly besieged, an impenetrable mass of humanity. The throngs of people swarmed around Beixuan and his companions like ants, creating an almost suffocating atmosphere. Those who had arrived too late were held back by a towering wall of bodies, yet they were unwilling to miss such a spectacle. Many began to rise onto their toes, stretching their necks longer than skewers of candied hawthorn, straining to catch a glimpse of the unfolding drama. For those who could see nothing at all, they raised their Xianjing jade slips high above their heads, infusing them with their elemental energy, thus preserving clear images within their consciousness. Gradually, a green luminescence emerged from the crowd, akin to a wave of light, reminiscent of countless fireflies illuminating a darkened courtyard. The murmurs of the crowd surged like a tidal wave, each crescendo more fervent than the last. Oh my goodness, that beggar, how audacious can he be? Look, he.s. wearing the same white lace gloves as the courtesan from the Dream Pavilion. It's him. He.s. the malevolent source of the beggar fashion trend that has swept through our Qi Yin city. Goodness. Is it really true that by producing a Qi Yuan breakthrough pill, he could persuade the martial king to marry off his daughter to him? At that moment, at the very center of this storm of gossip, Yi Zhentian felt his blood boil upon hearing Beixuan's words. Every scale of his crimson battle armor quivered, producing a faint rustling sound. He was genuinely yearning for that pill, yet as a 9-star crimson martial king, he could not easily concede. Even for the sake of enhancing his own power, especially at the expense of his daughter's happiness. Just as he prepared to voice his thoughts, a commotion erupted. Look, the beggar is moving. By the heavens, that pill, its radiance blinded me. Beixuan stood confidently in the center, the tattered red cloth of his cloak crackling in the frost emanating from Yi Zhentian's chilling elemental energy. Yet the arrogance on his face showed no sign of waning. He surveyed the crowd, then glanced at the frost flowers crystallizing on Yi Zhentian's chest armor, letting out a derisive laugh. With a slow motion, he flicked his wrist, causing the pill to slip from his fingertips. Here, Yi. This Qi Yuan breakthrough pill, worth 30 million gold coins, is as if tossed aside like a sweet potato, rolling toward your feet. Oops, my hand slipped, my apologies. It seems the martial king will have to pick it up. His tone was flippant, as if he were merely discarding a pebble found by the roadside rather than the key to breaking through to the orange crystal realm. Yi Zhentian's pupils constricted as he beheld the pill rolling at his feet. Should he pick it up or not? While his mind raced with indecision, his body instinctively reached down, naturally bending to retrieve it. The moment the icy pill met his palm, an overwhelming warmth surged through his meridians, causing every segment of his crimson battle armor to resonate with a jubilant clamor. He couldn't help but internally scoff. Damn it. 30 million. A full 30 million. I wish I could act tough, but my strength doesn't allow for it. Humph. I refuse to believe that anyone would pass by 30 million and not pick it up. He repeated this mantra to himself, even as he felt the need to maintain a facade of bravado. You. Yi Zhentian suddenly raised his head, his icy blue pupils feigning a tumult of astonishment. How dare you treat this elixir with such disdain? Disdain? Beixuan arched an eyebrow, deliberately shaking the moonlight lace gloves adorning his hands, the rubies on the back of his hand refracting an enchanting light under the sun. After all, you are the father of Ningxuang. How could I possibly treat you lightly? As he spoke, he spread his hands with a smile, adding, it was merely a slip of the hand. Haha. At this point, wishing to assert his dominance, he took a sudden step forward, his toe-revealing tattered shoes thudding against the black stone slab with a resounding bang. Yi Zhentian, Beixuan's voice was not loud, yet it resonated in everyone's ears like a heavy hammer. You see, with so many eyes upon us today, and with the recording jade slips capturing this moment, I declare clearly. He abruptly raised his hand, extending 3 fingers wrapped in white silk, pointing directly at Yi Zhentian, the red gems dazzling to the point of blinding. 3 years. I grant you 3 years. Beixuan's voice soared, shaking the glazed tiles of Otto's mansion, causing them to tremble. In 3 years, if you, as a 9-star crimson crystal martial king, can defeat me in the Demon Moon Imperial City with true prowess, this marriage proposal shall be nullified. Moreover, he shifted his tone, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I shall also gift you another crimson yuan breaking pill. 2 in total. The mayor of Midu City, standing behind Yi Zhentian, gasped in disbelief, his bony hand striking his thigh with force. 2 crimson yuan pills. The chance of breaking through to orange crystal would rise to 60%. The crowd erupted into chaos, the vibrations of the Xian crystal jade slips merging into a cacophony of buzzing. 60 million. Unbelievable. This beggar must be insane. 3 years. Who does he think he is? From white crystal to crimson crystal, even a once-in-a-millennium genius could never achieve that. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Not to mention becoming a crimson crystal martial king. Even a black crystal martial master would be out of reach. Yet he had just claimed to possess another pill? Who on earth is this person? Yi Zhentian's fingers, clutching the crimson yuan pill, turned pale, the frigid yuan force surging wildly within him. He gazed at Beixuan's calloused hands, then at the unmasked infatuation in his daughter Yi Ningxuang's eyes. A fierce internal struggle ensued. As a 9-star crimson crystal martial king, how could he deign to regard a mere beggar who had even reached black crystal? Yet the allure of those 2 crimson yuan breaking pills coiled around his heart like a venomous serpent. The orange crystal martial emperor. This was the dream he had clung to for 30 years. How many times had he faced despair after failed attempts? How many visions had haunted his dreams? Yet a flicker of pride remained. Beixuan. Yi Jintian bit down hard, cold light erupting from his icy blue pupils. You are merely a one-star white crystal apprentice. How dare you be so arrogant? Arrogant? Beixuan laughed heartily, as if he had heard the greatest joke, his laughter brimming with a domineering disdain for the world. Yi Jintian, do you think I am playing games with you? He abruptly raised his hand. The rubies on his moonlight-laced gloves bursting forth with blinding red light, a blurred crimson apparition flickering behind him in an instant. Though it lasted but a fleeting moment, it sent a tremor through Yi Jintian's entire being. The immense pressure emanating from the ethereal figure was surprisingly commensurate with his own. It was revealed that just before Beixuan took a decisive step forward, Xiaoming had informed him that his excessive arrogance had inadvertently activated the hidden skill of the white lace gloves, which contained a ruby, an ability that simulated the opponent's pressure for 2 seconds, with a cooldown of 24 hours. However, Yi Jintian was not so easily intimidated. He abruptly raised his hand and thundered, "Who are you really?" Chapter 37. The Rage of the Martial King and the Display of Power by the Killing Eagle. The beggar unleashes his torn garment, and the Martial King is torn between anguish and fury. Who am I? That is inconsequential. Or do you believe I rely solely on this tattered garment to make your daughter so utterly devoted to me? Beixuan boldly advanced another step, his gaze sharp as a blade. Do you truly think I depend on this ragged attire? Or this paltry pill? I can produce 1 red yuan breaking pill. And I can produce 10, 100. His voice thundered like a tempest, leaving all present in a daze. But 3 years hence, if you are outmatched and defeated by me, if your daughter finds affection elsewhere, you must compel her to marry me. Of course, should she and I be truly enamored. The notion of coercion would be nonsensical. I am merely speaking in jest. As he spoke, he advanced slowly. At that time, should you, as my father-in-law, excel, I might bestow upon you a few more of these worthless pills. Preposterous. On what grounds should I trust you? Yi Jintian managed to utter this rather tepid reply after a prolonged silence. Upon hearing this, Beixuan's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he leaned closer to Yi Jintian, whispering in a tone only he could discern, "Have you heard of the Jinghong clan?" As he spoke, he produced a tattered piece of coarse cloth from his bosom, revealing a corner of the object wrapped within. This was the very strategy he had initially discussed with Su Hong at the stargazing pavilion on the back mountain of the Su family. The Jinghong clan. Yi Jintian cast a glance at the item concealed within the cloth, as if struck by lightning, instinctively taking half a step back. The ice flowers on his crimson crystal armor shattering into powder. The name resonated within his mind like a forbidden incantation, stirring up tumultuous waves. It belonged to the legendary family that controlled the essence of alchemical prowess within the Xianjing continent. While the world only recognized the Jinghong clan of the Qian Empire, he knew that was merely a branch. As the pinnacle among the crimson crystal martial kings, he was well aware of more clandestine matters. The true Jinghong clan had mysteriously vanished 3 centuries ago. Could it be that he... Father! Yi Ningshuang suddenly cried out, dashing to stand before Beixuan. Father, I shall not marry anyone other than Beixuan. The ice crystal moon bracelet on her delicate wrist shimmered with an ethereal blue glow. If you do not acquiesce, I shall shatter this bracelet and destroy my own meridians. Before her words could fully escape her lips, her pearly white teeth were already poised to bite into her wrist, striking terror into Yi Jintian's heart. Ningshuang, do not. The crimson cold energy surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly freezing the air surrounding Yi Ningshuang's wrist. Yi Jintian gazed into his daughter's resolute eyes. His own fury, which had been building within him, suddenly dissipated. There was no recourse. Yi Ningshuang was already ensnared by the heart card's control. On this day, Beixuan's incredibly arrogant and formidable demeanor was amplified to an infinite degree, piercing deeply into her very soul. How could she refrain from spiraling into madness? The surrounding murmurs surged forth like a roaring tsunami. The green glow of the Xianjing jade slip nearly illuminated the entire courtyard. Was the martial king about to capitulate? Good heavens! A 9-star martial king reduced to such a state by a beggar. Look at the martial king's countenance. It is as red as a monkey's rear. Alas! Yi Wuwang is notoriously indulgent towards his daughter, and yet... Yi Jintian took a deep breath, gradually retracting the crimson chilling energy that enveloped him. The scales of his crimson battle armor returning to tranquility. He pondered repeatedly. It has only been a mere 3 years, a fleeting moment in time. He could hardly believe that Beixuan could defeat him, as this required a leap across 3 grand realms. Moreover, even if Beixuan possessed extraordinary talent and ascended to a 1-star crimson martial king, the chasm between that and his own status as a 9-star crimson martial king was insurmountable. To put it plainly, the elixir was essentially a gift to him, and not just 1, but 2. A guaranteed ascension to an orange crystal martial emperor in 3 years was as certain as the dawn. Just as he prepared to speak, A voice of discontent suddenly pierced through the crowd. Yi Senior, do not be deceived by this beggar. He is merely a gray crystal marshal. Preposterous. Before Yi Jintian's booming voice could fade, the once restrained crimson chilling energy surged violently. An invisible pressure erupted like a volcano, causing the air to shatter with a sonic boom. This matter is mine. How dare others interject? Otto Cap's words were caught in his throat, and he was struck as if by a colossal hammer, his chest collapsing as he was sent flying, blood bursting forth in midair. In that critical moment, Otto Kappa's father, upon hearing his son's words, instantly sprang into action, conjuring a black crystal barrier to shield his son. With a resounding crack, the barrier was rent asunder, his arms' veins bulging and blood seeping forth. Yet he managed to absorb the bone-crushing force. Cough! Otto Kappa crashed to the ground, spewing blood, his gaze barely catching sight of his father's bloodied silhouette before he succumbed to unconsciousness. The spectators exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless. However, the foolish birds perched upon the branches remained oblivious, continuing to chirp, caw, caw, caw. Observing this, the little black one glinted with a cold light, letting out a howl. Several foolish birds were struck by the corrosive sound waves of the death hawk, instantly reduced to ashes, not a feather left behind. The little black one was immensely satisfied, flapping its wings with a cold smirk. Humph, where did these foolish birds come from, making such a racket? The crowd resumed whispering among themselves. Did you see how powerful that black hawk is? Are you foolish? That is a fourth-order demon beast. I remember my grandfather's aunt's father saying it must be a black cloud death hawk. What? Stupid hawk? Black cloud stupid hawk. Shoo, keep your voice down. Do you want to get killed? I clearly heard him say it's a sand hawk. Black cloud sand hawk. Stupid hawk, not sand grass. You all have led me astray. The crowd was suddenly engulfed in heated debate, the final outcome of which remained uncertain. Was it a foolish dispute or merely a frivolous quarrel? Midu cast a glance at Otto Kama, shaking his head in resignation, silently lamenting. At such a critical juncture, can we still afford to engage in such triviality? Alas, it is fortunate that it is merely the oppressive aura of the martial king. Otherwise, these two would undoubtedly meet their demise today. Throughout the commotion, Yi Jintian had not spared a single glance at the speaker. His unwavering gaze was fixed intently on Beixuan, as he forced out a few words through clenched teeth. Beixuan, I, the king, shall grant you this. After a brief pause, he continued, however, it is solely because of your sincere affection for Schwanger. With a sudden motion, he thrust the Qiyuan pill into his bosom, defiantly asserting, but it is absolutely not because of this elixir. Oh, Beixuan raised an eyebrow, deliberately elongating his tone. Is that so? Yi Jintian was momentarily at a loss for words, shooting Beixuan a fierce glare before turning to scoop up Yi Ning Shuang in his arms. Let us depart. Back to the manor. Wait. Beixuan interjected suddenly. Martial King, I have not finished speaking. Yi Jintian halted, his gaze lethal as he turned back. Chapter 38. The 3-year death pact shocks the entire assembly. The Martial King is forced by a beggar to sign a tyrannical clause. The radiance of the Jinghong clan shines brightly. Beixuan's back was now drenched in cold sweat, his hands trembling violently behind him. Yet he maintained a radiant smile on his face. Without evidence, since we have established a 3-year pact, we must secure a document, mustn't we? As he spoke, he turned to Su Hong, signaling him to retrieve the items they had prepared in advance. Su Hong, with a peculiar expression, promptly produced a piece of coarse cloth from his attire, upon which a contract was inscribed in blood. Beixuan took the contract and casually tossed it to Yi Jintian. You must affix your handprint to solidify this matter. Be quick about it. Do not dawdle, for I fear I may come to regret this. With that, he cast a glance at the system interface, noting that only 1 minute and 19 seconds remained. Each passing second felt like a heavy blow, striking against his chest, his heart pounding violently. Yi Jintian's eyelids twitched as he read the coarse cloth, which stated, 3 years hence, should Yi Jintian be defeated by Beixuan, he must personally force Yi Ning Shuang to marry Beixuan and preside over the grand wedding, without fail. Those who violate this oath shall incur the wrath of heaven and earth. Such words ignited a tremor throughout his being. He was acutely aware that signing a pact in the Xianjing continent was an immensely sacred act. Once both parties pledged blood, they would be bound by the world's elemental forces. All violators would face dire retribution from the heavens. Contemplating this, he glanced at his daughter, silently calculating. She is so infatuated with Beixuan, her love runs so deep that she would sacrifice herself, severing her own meridians for him. If, hypothetically, Beixuan were to truly defeat me in 3 years, by then, if my daughter no longer existed, how could I compel her to marry him? Father, quickly, quickly, please press your handprint. The urgency of his daughter's voice jolted him from his thoughts. He raised his gaze to meet her eyes, which implored him with desperation, and ultimately, He gritted his teeth. In an instant, he condensed his elemental force into a blade in his left palm and gently sliced it against his right palm. Upon witnessing this, Yi Ningxuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. She swiftly grasped Yi Xintian's bloodstained hand and pressed it down together. Yi Xintian's lips twitched. He ultimately refrained from uttering a word. But his heart swelled with joy. Huh? Everyone present can see it. It is my precious daughter who pressed down my hand. I have not sacrificed my daughter for the sake of the elixir. As the two crimson handprints landed, the coarse fabric erupted with blinding golden light. At the moment the contract took effect, the entire Qian city seemed to tremble. Meanwhile, Xiaoming's voice echoed within Beixuan's consciousness. Ding. Congratulations, master. The urgent task has been completed, and you have acquired supreme alchemical talent. However, damn. What do you mean, however? Upon hearing the word, Beixuan's heart skipped a beat. Hee. Look how frightened the master is. Although the coveted Chile crystal has not yet been obtained, possessing talent alone will not suffice for alchemy. Damn it. You scared me to death. He cursed inwardly. Therefore, I kindly urge the master to acquire the Chile crystal swiftly. Otherwise, while you may evade the initial trial, you cannot escape the inevitable. 3 years hence, Yi Xintian will surely turn you into a sieve. You. There is still good news. Congratulations, master. You have unexpectedly completed the forced marriage and abduction achievement, earning a bronze blind box. While Beixuan conversed with Xiaoming, chaos erupted at the scene. Look! A golden light shot down from the sky into that scrap of cloth. Is it done? Has the 3-year pact been established just like that? It is evident that the elemental forces have already acknowledged it. This beggar has truly lost his mind. This is not merely a marriage contract. It's clearly a death warrant. Indeed. Who would disagree? I initially thought this beggar was merely deceiving the martial king, planning to flee to the ends of the earth after evading this calamity, yet he actually signed. Not at all. Haha. Finally, Su Hong, who had been standing behind Beixuan, spoke up, his laughter resonant. You all have such narrow perspectives. Allow me to clarify. This beggar, known as Beixuan, is my esteemed bodyguard. He possesses the bearing of an emperor. What the hell? Is he out of his mind? As Su Hong proclaimed the words bearing of an emperor, the previously tumultuous atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Suddenly, a few clumsy birds swooped in, but before their cries could echo, they were instantaneously reduced to ashes by Xiao Haizi. With the hearty laughter of an elder, the atmosphere gradually began to revive. Haha. Splendid. What a marvelous 3-year pact. The Lord of Maidu City is indeed astute. Regardless of Beixuan's fate in 3 years, he is certainly worth a modicum of attention at present. With this thought, he clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Young friend Beixuan, your audacity is truly remarkable. I observed your extraordinary presence at the auction house, and today's encounter has only deepened my admiration. Beixuan's expression was calm, a faint bow of his head accompanied by a cold smile within. This damned old man with his unruly hair. Had he not brought the Qiqing twin horses to the auction house to capture the jade tablet's imprint, I would have long since weathered this crisis. Now he seeks to curry favor with me? Humph. It's too late. Daikala was already stunned, his face flushed, as if he were suppressing 1,000 words. Were it not for his father, Daikala's mouth would have been tightly shut by his father's hand. Their fate would likely be no better than that of the Otto family. Su Qingyao, unbeknownst to when she had arrived, gazed at Beixuan with a fleeting crimson glimmer in her eyes, murmuring softly, what is brother Su Hong thinking? How could he allow Beixuan to invoke the name of the Jinghong clan? She seemed to have contemplated something dreadful, her words abruptly cut short. Enough. The 3-year agreement is set. Yi Xintian suddenly interjected, his voice regaining the authoritative resonance of a 9th-star martial king, decisively turning to his daughter, Yi Ningxuang. Come, Shuanger. Return with your father. Daddy? Yi Ningxuang was taken aback, her tear-streaked face revealing her reluctance. She desperately clutched Beixuan's sleeve, as though it were a lifeline. No, Daddy. Shuanger doesn't want to go. Shuanger wants to stay with Master Yin forever. Beixuan seized the moment, feigning great anguish as he stepped forward, grasping Yi Ningxuang's hand. His voice trembling. Shuanger, no, do not leave. Master Yin cannot be without you. He pretended to sob softly. Enough. Yi Xintian's sharp voice interrupted, his crimson energy visibly surging from his sleeve. Beixuan, this is a matter of my Yi family. If, after 3 years, you possess the ability to defeat this king, you may return to marry her. For now, Shuanger must come with me. Chapter 39. The Martial King's Machination, Killing with a Blade. 30 armored steeds trampled the scene. Beixuan was in imminent peril. At this moment, Yi Xintian's gaze turned icy as he admonished, let me inform you, my patience has its limits. Do not overstep. Upon finishing, he granted no further opportunity to either his daughter or Beixuan, extending his arm to forcibly lift Yi Ningxuang into his embrace. No, Daddy, Schwanger doesn't he want to go? She wailed, her once fair cheeks now streaked with tears, her hands flailing in the air desperately, as if she could grasp Beixuan's garment. She was unwilling to part with him, her voice sharp yet tinged with sorrow. Master Yin, please, save Schwanger. Schwanger, do not leave, do not go, Beixuan roared, feigning pain as he pursued her. Yet, just as his fingertips were about to brush against a strand of her hair, Yi Zhintian suddenly let out a cold snort. This sound, though merely laced with a subtle pressure, struck Beixuan like a heavy hammer. He was instantly knocked back, crashing onto the black stone floor with a thud. His chest heaving as blood surged in his throat, and with a cough, he spattered a mouthful of crimson. Despite this, he quickly wiped away the blood, his trembling right hand reaching forward, helplessly watching as Yi Ningxuang was lifted onto the black cloud eagle, the massive shadow leaping into the sky, wings flailing as it carried them both towards the heavens. The expression of utter despair on Beixuan's face would shatter anyone's heart upon witnessing it. His lips trembled as if he wished to utter something, yet ultimately, he could only collapse helplessly to the ground. Master Yin, as Yi Ningxuang's cries gradually faded away, disappearing entirely into the clouds, the onlookers before the auto mansion beheld this poignant farewell scene, many of them sighing in melancholy. Oh, how moving! Among the crowd, there were still some infatuated young maidens who, upon witnessing this heart-wrenching moment, could not help but shed tears. Moving? I do not believe it. Though I possess no evidence, I firmly assert that Miss Yi is under some enchantment. Otherwise, how could she possibly take a liking to that beggar? TCH. It seems you are merely envious. Indeed, she is the daughter of the martial king, crying and pleading to marry him. If I were Beixuan, it would be worth dying for. Shallow. I believe that this beggar must possess extraordinary qualities. Amidst the waves of discussion, the outcome of the crowd's deliberation remained uncertain. Lord of Maidu smoothed the stray strands of hair from his forehead, gazing at Beixuan with a complex expression. Di Kalama supported the injured Atakama, both wearing ashen faces, yet refraining from expressing their frustrations. At the moment, Yi Zhintian's figure vanished completely from the horizon. A barely perceptible smirk curled at the corners of Beixuan's lips as he lay on the ground. Bowing his head, he concealed his face with his tattered sleeve, his shoulders trembling, not from sorrow, but from sheer ecstasy. Ha ha ha. Beixuan laughed inwardly. Ah, women. They truly are but stumbling blocks on the path of cultivation. At last, this Annie has been sent away. Otherwise, once the enchantment of Qinshin card dissipates, I would have no time to escape, let alone marry you. How absurd. Feeling the absence of Yi Ningxuang's clinging presence, he found the air considerably fresher, and the taut nerves that had been strained by Yi Zhintian's pressure relaxed instantaneously. However, just as he thought this chapter had finally come to a close, a chilling proclamation from Yi Zhintian pierced through the atmosphere. To the people of Qian City, listen well. Yi Zhintian's voice, like an ice pick, penetrated the clouds, each word enveloped in potent crimson cold energy. With every utterance, the tiles within the city vibrated with a resonant hum. This Beixuan has merely signed a contract for a fair competition with this king in 3 years. With our family holding this agreement, we shall not take action. At this juncture, he shifted his tone, each word seemingly laced with an imperceptible sneer, as venomous as a serpent. However, should you harbor enmity against Beixuan, this king shall not intervene. Ha ha! What followed was a derisive burst of laughter that lingered in the air. The dark silhouette of that ominous cloud in the sky had diminished to a mere speck. Yet the residual echoes of his proclamation crystallized frost flowers upon the stones before the auto mansion. With that mocking laughter, the atmosphere finally dissipated, leaving the vicinity of the auto mansion enveloped in a brief silence. It was as if even the air had been frozen in that instant. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, it was not an explosion. Rather, it was the eruption of tens of thousands of voices, finally breaking free from their oppressive stillness. A cacophony of gasps, exclamations, and expressions of disbelief filled the air. Good heavens! Is this the might of King Wu? What an audacious maneuver, this ploy of using another's blade. How ruthless indeed. A derisive chuckle followed. What did I tell you? TSK, TSK, TSK. That beggar, simply pitiful. Huh. King Wu executed that splendidly. That arrogant beggar. I've been irked by him for far too long. It's all over for him now. North Xian will surely not last long in our Red Rock City. In an instant, myriad complex gazes pierced through the atmosphere like tangible needles, mercilessly targeting North Xian. The previously pallid faces of the twin horses of Red City twisted grotesquely the moment Yi Zhintian's words echoed. Their expressions morphed dramatically, revealing a sinister flush. The twin horses exchanged a sharp glance, unable to suppress their malevolent grins, which seemed to tear at their very souls. Their eyes, once clear, were now veiled in a web of blood-red fury, brimming with unbridled hatred and seething rage, reveling in North Xian's impending doom. Suddenly, They produced communication jade slips from their garments, and with two resounding cracks, the slips shattered, heralding an imminent storm aimed at annihilating North Xian. Just as the elation on North Xian's face began to fade, it was abruptly frozen by the chilling words that echoed throughout the city. His body stiffened. The relaxed nerves tensed once more. Scanning the crowd, he sensed numerous murderous gazes directed at him, particularly the eerily cold stares from the twin horses of Red City. Yi Zhentian, by heavens! He seethed inwardly, comprehending the treacherous intent behind Yi Zhentian's facade. While publicly claiming no ties to the Yi family, he secretly incited those who opposed him to seek vengeance. At that moment, as malice surged and death loomed, the ground of Red Rock City began to tremble rhythmically. Accompanied by thunderous roars, the sound reverberated closer, as if the earth itself were about to be breached. This overwhelming spectacle caused thousands to divert their gazes in alarm. What on earth? Each creature nearly 3 meters tall. What kind of beast is that? Hiss, those are third-tier advanced demonic beasts, the Xuanjia Iron Horses. I have had the fortune to witness them in the Demon Moon Imperial City. Goodness, so many Xuanjia Iron Horses? My grandmother's uncle's great-grandfather once told me that each one could contend with our human warriors of 5 or 6 stars. Quick, run. They are charging this way. As the command to flee echoed through the crowd, at the far end of the long street, 31 figures, enveloped in black elemental energy, surged forward with wild ferocity. The ground beneath them fractured under the sheer weight of their presence, splintering like a spider's web. The terrified crowd, faces drained of color, screamed in panic and scattered in all directions. Those who stand in my way shall perish. At the forefront, a figure let out a tumultuous roar, akin to a thunderclap. Dozens of unsuspecting individuals were instantly sent sprawling, blood splattering, in the aftermath. The one responsible did not even lift an eyelid, seemingly indifferent to the chaos around him. Leading the charge was a formidable steed clad in obsidian armor, its entire being enveloped in a dark hue, with each scale adorned by a sharp silver pattern that gleamed fiercely. Within its emerald eyes flickered a bloodthirsty glint. Upon its back sat a knight in heavy black armor, whose chest plate bore 9 golden stars encircling a profound black crystal, unmistakably a 9-star black crystal martial artist. He charged towards the Otto estate like a whirlwind, abruptly pulling on the reins. The beast beneath him reared up, its hooves crashing down with immense force. Boom! The black stone slabs within a 10-meter radius shattered like a spider's web. Debris and dust soared into the sky. 30 ironclad cavalrymen halted in synchrony, forming a fan-shaped formation. Their cold armor and bloodthirsty gazes locking onto the scene, an aura of lethal intent immediately overshadowing the noise. Upon recognizing the visitor, Mayor Midu feigned a hearty laugh. Haha, Commander Yi, what brings you here on such a blustery day? He swiftly moved to stand before the leader, slightly bowing. The foremost figure was none other than Yi Bai, commander of the Yi family army. In his 30s, he radiated an intangible aura, a lethal presence born from countless life-and-death battles on the battlefield. His countenance was stern, a scar marring his left eye, and his gaze exuded the arrogance of one who has long occupied a position of power. Humph, he responded with a cold grunt. Showing no regard for the mayor, Midu, unfazed, turned away with a dismissive smirk, inwardly mocking. Just a dog of the Yi family, look at how proud he is. He was well aware that Yi Bai's original name was Mo Bai. Discovered for his cultivation talent by the Yi family, he had fought alongside them in numerous campaigns. Possessing a modicum of cleverness from a young age and having forged a bond with Yi Ningshuang, he was later bestowed the Yi surname by Yi Zhentian. With a frigid demeanor, Yi Bai surveyed his surroundings and declared in a voice laced with menace, "Anyone who wishes to live, get away from my sight." Having uttered these words, he glanced at the corpses of 4 black crystal martial artists slain by the clan leader, realizing he had arrived too late. A nearby guard informed him that clan leader Yi Zhentian had just departed, having established that absurd 3-year pact. Yi Bai's expression darkened considerably. The clan leader truly agreed? His voice was low and filled with incredulous fury. A 3-year engagement with a young lady? What if she truly marries that beggar? The guard beside him whispered, "Commander, it is indeed true. The clan leader has stated that the contract is set and cannot be altered. We must depart swiftly." Yi Bai's veins bulged as he clenched his fists tightly, the sound echoing ominously. In his heart, Yi Ningshuang was his forbidden desire, an orphan raised by the Yi family. He considered her his childhood sweetheart, having long since deemed her his moonlight, the one who captured his heart. Yet, due to his lowly status, he could only bury these feelings deep within. He trained relentlessly, emerging from the jaws of death time and again, fueled by the unwavering belief that one day he would fulfill his yearning. Now he has cultivated to the rank of a 9-star black crystal martial master, merely a step away from becoming a crimson crystal martial king. He once believed that one day he would be worthy of the young lady, but unexpectedly, a formidable rival, Beixuan has emerged. With this thought, he commanded the 30 black crystal martial masters behind him. You may withdraw. This matter no longer concerns you. Quickly regroup with the clan leader. Captain, the clan leader instructed us to stay together, one of the guards urged, but was met with a cold glare from Yi Bai that silenced him. What? Do you all wish to die? As he witnessed the guards retreating, he turned, casting a chilling gaze over the onlookers, and with a resounding stomp, he struck the ground. The once boisterous crowd fell into a moment of eerie silence. A collective gasp echoing as they instinctively recoiled 30 meters, as if struck by an invisible force. The sound of shoes scraping against the ground stirred up a cloud of dust. Before the auto residents, only Yi Bai, Beixuan, and Su Hong, who had hastily arrived to assist Beixuan, remained. Yi Bai strode toward Beixuan, the pressure of a 9-star black crystal martial master bearing down like a mountain, crushing the debris beneath his feet into powder. He scrutinized Beixuan, contempt evident in his gaze. So, you are Beixuan? Just as Beixuan was helped to his feet by Su Hong, he felt the overwhelming pressure and quickly calculated his options. Yi Bai, at the 9th level of Black Crystal, had a minimum attribute score of 144, while his own speed stood at 120. A direct confrontation was unwise. Thus, he feigned weakness, pounding his chest and coughing lightly. Ahem. I am but a humble servant. Who might you be? Humph. Who am I? You lack the qualification to know. Yi Bai scoffed, dripping with disdain. You are nothing more than a tattered and despicable beggar. You have momentarily captivated the young lady through dubious means, but my family's illustrious daughter is beyond your reach. He advanced, nearly face to face with Beixuan, and coldly declared, Let me make this clear, Beixuan. You would do well to steer clear of the Demon Moon Empire and keep your distance from my family's young lady. Pausing for effect, his tone turned ominous. Otherwise, you need not wait for the 3-year agreement. I could crush you right now. What are you? Merely a doorman for the Yi family. Beixuan retorted with a cold laugh, retrieving a contract from his pocket, anger flickering across his face. Look at this. You dare to act arrogant before me? He waved the contract before Yi Bai, stating coolly, My connection with Shuang is one of mutual affection and genuine love. If not, why would we have entered into such a marriage contract? Knowing it was the decision of your esteemed young lady, when did it become your place, as a mere servant, to meddle? You seek death. Yi Bai was thoroughly enraged by Beixuan's insolent demeanor. He had contemplated killing Beixuan outright, but the recent agreement with the clan leader held him back. Acting now could provoke the clan leader's wrath. Yet, he could not swallow this humiliation and resolved to teach Beixuan a lesson, ensuring he understood the true hierarchy. What now? How dare you, a mere servant, threaten to kill me? North Xian retorted, yet his mind schemed to further ignite the flames of conflict, hoping to lower Yi Bai's guard. Before he could finish his words, with a swift flick of his wrist, he unleashed his black and white lace gloves, the air slicing with a sharp sound. A crisp crack resonated as the silver threads at the gloves' edges struck Yi Bai's left cheek, the force of the wind ruffling his hair. In Chapter 41, adorned with lace gloves, he unleashed his fury upon the 9-star commander. The Thunder Dragon fist shattered defenses, forcing out the essence of defeat. Yet, despite the formidable display, North Xian's slap inflicted no tangible harm upon Yi Bai. Stunned, Yi Bai exclaimed, You dare strike me with such frivolous gloves? In disbelief, he shouted, You seek death. His eyes gleamed with icy resolve as he unleashed the full weight of the 9-star black crystal martial artist's power. A terrifying wave of elemental energy erupted from Yi Bai, compressing the surrounding air into a deep, resonant hum. North Xian, Su Hong called sharply, swiftly positioning himself to conjure a 3-star gray crystal shield, shielding North Xian behind him. A pair of muffled thuds followed as North Xian and Su Hong's gray crystal barrier fractured, spiderweb-like fissures appearing. Both men felt an invisible force slam into their chests, causing them to spit blood and be hurled backward like kites severed from their strings, crashing violently to the ground. They left a trail of 5 to 6 meters in their wake. One must admit, Yi Bai understood the necessity of sparing North Xian, exhibiting remarkable precision in controlling his strength. Foolishness is indeed foolishness. Yi Bai laughed mockingly, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing disdainfully at the disheveled North Xian. I need not lift a finger. Your very own fear can crush you. As he spoke, he flicked his sleeve nonchalantly, declaring, Remember this as a warning. Should you dare approach the young lady again, it will not merely be bloodshed. Approaching North Xian, he lifted his cold, ironclad boot, carelessly pressing it upon North Xian's pained chest, leaning down to taunt him. Do not presume that a mere scrap of a contract grants you immunity. 3 years hence, should you dare set foot in the Demon Moon Empire, I will not hesitate to grind you to dust, inch by inch. With a disdainful snort, he turned gracefully to depart, leaving behind a formidable silhouette in North Xian's vision. As Yi Bai prepared to leave, North Xian spat blood and wiped the corner of his mouth, a cruel smile curling his lips. You think you can just walk away? A cold laugh echoed in his mind. The opportunity had arrived. His eyes sparkled not with fear, but with a glint of malice. Xiaoming, activate the 9-star Gray Crystal Power Experience card. Ding. The 9-star Gray Crystal Power 10-second experience card has been activated. Power, 36. Speed, 136. Critical rate, 20. Critical hit, 200. Master, should you trigger a critical hit, the maximum damage you can inflict is 236. Behold. As Beixuan gazes upon the frantically fluctuating numbers on the system panel, a surge of gray crystal energy envelopes him. Yi Bai? His voice rises abruptly, laced with an unsettling, maniacal laughter. What did you just say? That mere pressure could crush me? Yi Bai is taken aback, turning around to witness Beixuan standing defiantly. His complexion still pale, but his gaze sharp as a blade. He scoffs derisively. What? Are you still unconvinced? Convinced? Beixuan's lips curl into a wicked smile. Allow me to enlighten you on the perils of reckless speech. 3,000 flurries. With a forceful stomp, Beixuan channels his energy, causing the previously clear sky to darken ominously, as countless icy crystals and snowflakes materialize, swirling around him to form a hazy curtain of snow. This technique, previously demonstrated, now combined with the speed of the 9-star gray crystal, becomes as swift as a specter. Yi Bai's expression shifts, sensing Beixuan's sudden burst of speed. Although still within the gray crystal realm, it far surpasses that of an ordinary gray crystal warrior. Just as Yi Bai grapples with his astonishment, Beixuan's figure vanishes amidst the flurrying snow. This is bad. Alarm bells ring in Yi Bai's mind. Instinctively summoning all his energy to conjure a thick shield of 9-star black crystal before him. This shield, as black as ink, emanates a formidable aura, standing as one of his strongest defenses as a 9-star black crystal warrior. Thunder, dragon, fist. A thunderous roar erupts from within the snowstorm, revealing a 5-meter-long golden lightning dragon, its form imbued with violent electrical power, ripping through the snowy veil with a piercing shriek, crashing forcefully against Yi Bai's black crystal shield. Boom! The sound reverberates like thunder. Upon contact with the lightning dragon fist, the surface of Yi Bai's shield becomes riddled with web-like cracks, shattering with a resounding crack. What? Yi Bai's pupils constrict, disbelief etched across his face. His 9-star black crystal shield has been shattered by the punch of a mere gray crystal warrior. Then, with another resounding thud, before he can even react, the ferocious punch impacts his chest. Whoosh! Yi Bai is struck as if by a heavy hammer, uncontrollably propelled backward. With a thunderous crash, he collides with the stone lion at the entrance of the auto mansion, the solid stone shattering into fragments, debris flying in all directions. Yi Bai crashes heavily to the ground, spitting a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning as pale as a sheet, eyes filled with shock and resentment. He struggles to rise, only to find several ribs broken and his internal energy in disarray, suffering grievous injuries. This is impossible. Yi Bai mutters to himself, gazing at Beixuan, who stands nearby, a cold smile gracing his lips. You young miscreant, ambushed me. You lack martial ethics. Beixuan glances at the system's critical hit display, grinning widely, secretly reveling in his good fortune. He then claps his hands, addressing the onlookers surrounding them with feigned indignation. Witnesses present, you all saw it. Yi Bai struck me first. I merely acted in self-defense. Am I seeing things? A mere 1-star white crystal apprentice has injured a 9-star black crystal warrior? My heavens! What transpired with that punch? It bore the illusion of a golden dragon. The speed was astonishing. Impossible, utterly inconceivable. Commander Yi Bai is a 9-star black crystal warrior. How could he be reduced to such a state? The crowd erupted in astonishment, gazing at Beixuan as if he were some sort of monster. Qi Cheng and Shuang Ma exchanged glances, both perceiving the palpable fear in each other's eyes. No one anticipated that this seemingly frail beggar could unleash such terrifying power, injuring a 9-star black crystal warrior. You ambushed me. You started with the 3,000 flurries and then followed it with the Thunder Dragon Fist. Such a breach of martial ethics. I merely struck to demonstrate restraint. I did not intend to kill you. I was simply careless. I truly did not evade. Yi Bai, furious and anxious, pointed at Beixuan, his lips trembling. Rodent-tail juice. Beixuan exchanged a bewildered glance with Su Hong, both equally perplexed. He hasn't been rendered senseless by your blows, has he? Su Hong queried, unable to suppress his curiosity. Beixuan shrugged, raising his hands in feigned innocence, inwardly reflecting. Shouldn't Yi Bai be the aloof commander? Is this the result of being struck by me, transforming into a fan of Mabaogua? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At that moment, several dark figures, accompanied by the sound of rushing air, burst forth from the periphery. They were the black armored guards dispatched by Yi Zhentian to retrieve Yi Bai. Upon witnessing Yi Bai gravely injured on the ground while Beixuan remained unscathed, their expressions turned to shock. "Commander, quickly, quickly, help the commander up." The leader of the guard team cast a complex glance at Beixuan and solemnly stated, "Commander Yi Bai, the family has issued a decree for you to return with us immediately, and you are not to cause further trouble here." Yi Bai's eyes brimmed with fury and resentment as he fixed an intense glare upon Beixuan, as if etching his visage into his very bones. However, he understood that voicing his grievances was futile. With the guard's assistance, he cast a venomous glance at Beixuan and departed in a disheveled state. As he watched Yi Bai's retreating figure, the smile that had adorned Beixuan's lips gradually faded, and the power within him swiftly dissipated. The 10 seconds of the 9-star gray crystal experience card had concluded. He coughed up blood once more, his complexion growing ever more pallid. "Beixuan, are you all right?" Su Hong, fighting through intense pain, hurried to support him, worry etched across his face. Beixuan waved his hand dismissively, gasping for breath. Yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Young master, I am unharmed, merely a slight injury." He savored the residual power coursing within him. Contemplating, the might of the 9-star gray crystal is indeed remarkable. Though it lasted only 10 seconds, it was sufficient to alter the tide of battle. "Yi Bai, this is merely the beginning. Dare to provoke me, and you shall pay the price." He lifted his gaze to the heavens, as if he could pierce through the clouds to discern the direction of Yi Zhentian, and a wicked grin once again graced his lips. "A 3-year agreement? Yi Zhentian, Yi Bai, and this Demon Moon Empire? Humph, await my return. The true spectacle has only just begun." Just as Beixuan reveled in his self-reflection, Xiaoming's voice chimed in once more, "Ding. Master, I must remind you, you have just exhausted your last experience card. Moreover, the Qiqing Xuanla has initiated the Deadpool project to counter you, with the first wave of attacks expected to arrive within 72 hours. No trump cards left? Deadpool? Is that the kind of ultimate assassin who fears not death and resorts to any means to achieve his goals? Hee, my lord, can you guess?" Chapter 42. The beggar shakes the imperial city. Tattered rags are divine artifacts. Socks and gloves are the new trend. The Deadpool project. Buzz. Buzz. The humming of the Xianjing jade tablet shattered the tranquility of the Xianjing continent like a thunderclap. The storm from Qiyin City, fueled by the jade tablet's green light, swept through the Yaoyue Empire and every corner of the neighboring territories with an unstoppable force. Buzz. Explosive news. The 9-star red crystal martial king Yi Zhentian has entered a 3-year marriage agreement with a 1-star white crystal beggar. Buzz. Astonishing. The commander of the Yi family army, the 9-star black crystal martial master Yi Bai, was shattered by a single punch from the beggar Beixuan. Buzz. Suspicion. The beggar Beixuan possesses the secret treasure of the Jinghong clan, carelessly tossing around the Qiyuan breaking boundary pill. Buzz. A royal bombshell. The 6 red crystal martial kings of the Yaoyue Empire are in an uproar. That old scoundrel Yi Zhentian is resorting to any means necessary to obtain 2 Qiyuan breaking boundary pills, even coercing his own daughter to enter a 3-year marriage contract with a street beggar. Does he care not for his dignity, or has his moral compass collapsed? On the jade tablet's display, crimson reports scrolled wildly, each refresh accompanied by waves of gasps and the sound of shattering objects from various locales. In the depths of the imperial palace of the Yaoyue Empire, within the opulent hall adorned with gilded decor, the brilliance of the crystal chandelier illuminated the emperor's pallid face. The Xianjing jade tablet in his hand trembled violently, the words 3-year agreement piercing his eyes with pain. Has Yi Zhentian gone mad? The emperor slammed the jade tablet onto the jade table, causing the emerald ink wash to shatter into pieces. A 9-star martial king engaged in a marriage agreement with a beggar, and allowing the other party to humiliate him with pills? The elderly eunuch beside him, hunched over, spoke in a voice as faint as a whisper. "Your Majesty." More disturbingly, the commander of the Yi family army, Yi Bai, a 9-star black crystal martial master, was grievously injured by that beggar Beixuan. Pausing, as if struck by a more terrifying thought, he continued, "It is said that the beggar Beixuan shattered Yi Bai's 9-star black crystal barrier with a single move. By heavens, this is utter nonsense." The emperor sprang to his feet, his dragon robe sweeping across the documents on the table. A 1-star white crystal apprentice could injure a 9-star black crystal martial master? This is even more absurd than Yi Ningxuan offering herself to a beggar. Is this a smokescreen deliberately created by Yi Zhentian? Or? His gaze sharpened as he contemplated a chilling possibility. The Jinghong clan, Beixuan's mention of the Qiyuan breaking boundary pill. Could it be that the hidden family has indeed resurfaced? And what of the 3,000 drifting snowflakes, the former pinnacle of the 9 great powers of the Yaoyue Empire? the once-vanished Lord of the Three Demons? Outside the hall, the hurried footsteps of an inner court attendant interrupted his thoughts. Your Majesty. News from the Shuili auction house indicates that the auction price of the Qiyuan breaking boundary pill has skyrocketed to 50 million gold coins overnight, yet remains unattainable. Various factions in the black market are fiercely clashing over the monopoly of the Qiyuan breaking boundary pill supply, resulting in heavy casualties. Moreover, an unexpected trend has surged among the populace, a fashion phenomenon featuring beggars in tattered garments and open-toed shoes, which have been snatched up en masse. Even the beggar Yang Dianjin from the western part of the city has been invited by wealthy merchants to serve as a style consultant. The emperor staggered, grasping the armrest of the dragon throne, muttering, "By the heavens, madness has gripped the entire Demon Moon Empire." In the secret chamber of the Daika family within Xi'an City, Atakama clutched his injured arm, inflicted by Yi Jintian, as he stared intently at the jade tablet depicting Yi by being struck down, veins of fury pulsating in his eyes. Meanwhile, Daika Lama paced restlessly within the chamber, his communication jade tablet shattered and replaced repeatedly, his complexion shifting from pale to ashen. That fool Yi Bai? To be so thoroughly defeated by a beggar. Atakama struck the wall with a fierce blow, sending stone fragments flying. Now the entire Qian city is abuzz with rumors, claiming that even the 9-star black crystal of Beixuan could be vanquished, destined to rise in power 3 years hence. Those factions that once contemplated action have now retreated. Daika Lama scoffed, retreat? Yi Jintian's message was not delivered in vain. He attempted to use others as tools for his own ends, and now seeks to make Beixuan the target of public scorn, forcing him to flee Qian City. Yet that lad is too enigmatic, possessing the Qiyuan breaking pill, the Jinhong clan, and the capacity to defeat Yi Bai. What is his true origin? Who cares about his origins? Atakama's eyes glinted with malevolence. He has thwarted our endeavors and made us lose face before the martial king. Even if he has the backing of the Jinhong clan, as long as he remains in Qian City, we shall devise a means to make his life a living hell. With a decisive wave of his hand, he commanded, "Relay my orders. Initiate the Qiqing death assassin plan, and let Beixuan experience the torment of relentless assassins." At that moment, their communication jade tablets illuminated simultaneously, revealing a new classified report. Exclusive, the true identity of beggar Beixuan has been unveiled. He is, in fact, the long-lost heir of the Su family. However, the subsequent content was obscured by a wave of garbled text, with only the final phrase, possessing the demeanor of a great emperor, clearly discernible. Daika Lama and Atakama exchanged glances, both recognizing the fear mirrored in each other's eyes. The Su family? The demeanor of a great emperor? Could what Su Hong said truly be accurate? By the heavens, even if he possesses the demeanor of a great emperor, he must still have a lengthy lifespan. Indeed, with our Qiqing death assassins on the move, Beixuan is as good as dead. The Qiqing duo grinned wickedly, their eyes gleaming with insatiable bloodlust. In the Demon Moon Empire, at the Temple of Corpse Transport in the desolate city of Huangshi, within a dimly lit hall where candle flames flickered, a figure cloaked in black stood shrouded in shadow. The face was obscured by a white, grotesque serpent mask, rendering their true visage unrecognizable. In their hand, the communication jade tablet emitted an eerie green glow. As reports concerning Beixuan were perused repeatedly, heartfelt curse, Qiyuan breaking pill, pressure disguised the cloaked figure murmured softly, their withered fingers gliding over the jade tablet. An intriguing little fellow, managing to survive beneath Yi Jintian's watch and causing Yi by considerable distress. Humph, it seems the Demon Moon Empire is on the cusp of transformation. They raised a hand and summoned an impassive maid, instructing, "Go, keep a close watch on Beixuan and Qian City. Additionally, release false information, claiming that the heartfelt curse still resides within this temple, with the reward for collecting gold coins elevated to 10,000 coins per person." The elderly were clamoring to serve as guardians in my corpse transporting temple. The temple master, truly wise. The maid, maintaining her composure, bowed and responded, then turned to leave. Secretly delighted, I shall soon confer with the head of the corpse guarding hall to announce that the temple master has decreed the compensation for service to be raised to 20,000 coins per person. The figure in the black robe gazed out at the inky night sky, a cryptic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. North Xian, I am eternally grateful to you. Ha ha ha, the ascent of my corpse transporting temple has only just begun. In Qian City, on the bustling streets, a young man, adorned in a patched rough cloth garment, boasted amidst the crowd, proudly smudging his chest with soot. Look, this is my newly acquired ragged attire, identical to North Xian's. Wearing this, perhaps lady, ye will even call me Master Silver. With that, he raised his hand, clad in black stockings, proudly displaying 3 fingers. Alas, He could not afford the authentic lace gloves from the Shueli temple, so he resorted to borrowing Aunt Wang's black socks to make do. Nearby, an old man scoffed, "Spare me. North Xian is capable of sending the 9-star black crystal flying with a single punch. Do you have any idea how powerful that punch is?" He then raised his right fist to demonstrate. Continuing, "I heard from the merchants returning from Qiyan City that North Xian's punch unleashed a golden thunder dragon, sending Yi by crashing into a stone lion. The thunder dragon fist? My heavens. Isn't that the legendary martial technique? There's more. The movement technique North Xian employs is called 3,000 flurries. As swift as teleportation, with snowflakes made of ice crystals swirling around. I refuse to believe it. A 1-star white crystal could not possibly possess such strength. Yi Bai must have gone easy on him. Nonsense. Can the images on the jade slips be fabricated? Yi Bai's 9-star black crystal barrier shattered like glass. Amidst the bickering, a middle-aged man, carrying an abacus, pushed his way through, waving a stack of jade slips. Gold bean betting. Gold bean betting. Can North Xian defeat Yi Jintian in 3 years? The odds are 1 to 10, 0.000.000. Secure your bets now, or regret it for a lifetime. I bet on Yi Jintian. 100 gold beans. I bet on North Xian. 10 gold beans. What if I win? Ha. You think 10 gold beans could earn you 100 million? Dream on. Oh, you're still playing? Previously, I bet on Yi Jintian to annihilate a beggar. And now the pants I wear are borrowed from Uncle Wang next door. Oh, that is nothing. I heard an even more incredible story. Quickly tell us. Dozens of old men gathered around in an instant. The man continued, there was a 3-year-old child who stealthily took his mother's gold thread embroidered phoenix bellyband to exchange for gold bean betting. And he was chased and beaten by his mother for 3 days and nights. His cries could frighten the birds off the neighboring mountain. Ha. The crowd erupted into laughter once more, yet even so, they could not resist throwing gold beans at Yi Jintian. Meanwhile, on the other side, after being forcibly taken back to the Yi family in the Demon Moon Empire by Yi Jintian, Yi Ningshuang created quite the uproar within the clan. Chapter 43. Yi Jintian driven mad by rumors, his heart shattered. Ningshuang viciously strikes at the doglickers. A 3-year agreement concealing a deadly trap. In the Demon Moon Empire. At the back mountain of the Yi family estate in Qian City lies the Cliff of Reflection. The fierce winds cut like blades, sweeping across the sheer cliffs and stirring up fragments of mottled moss. Yi Jintian stands at the base of the cliff, his black martial robe billowing in the tempest, echoing with a resounding rustle. The mysterious crystal jade slip in his hand vibrates with an almost frenzied intensity, the crimson words on the screen incessantly refreshing with slander, accusing him of selling his daughter for elixirs and the collapse of his moral integrity. Buzz, you old rogue, Yi Jintian. Just moments ago, you were groveling for elixirs. Lower than a dog retrieving a bone, and now you feign the airs of a noble martial king? Is your crimson battle armor made of paper, capable of withstanding blades and bullets, yet unable to mask the stench of 60 million gold coins? Buzz, you claim it's all for your daughter, yet you pocket the elixir before even considering her? I suspect your Dantian has long been hollowed out by greed, mistaking your daughter's devotion as currency for elixirs. That bloody handprint on the contract must have emerged from the depths of your own graveyard-esque shame. Buzz, just wait. When you consume that elixir and attempt to break through, the fissures in your heart will surely shatter your pretentious spine. By that time, your Dantian will explode like fireworks. And amidst the remnants will be the words selling daughter for glory, for all the crystal martial artists of the Demon Moon Empire to witness how you, a hypocrite, have clawed your way to the Crimson Martial King realm like a dog. Yi Jintian gazed at the jade slip, witnessing the twisted narratives of these 5 Crimson Martial Kings. At this moment, sweat dripped from his brow, his head buzzing, feeling dizzy and struggling to breathe. Damn it, all these rumors are nothing but lies. Curse it. It drives me insane. A thunderous roar pierced through the howling winds as Yi Jintian tightened his grip on the jade slip. With a resounding crash, the jade slip, forged from mysterious crystal, shattered into fine powder in his palm, yet could hardly conceal the fury roiling in his eyes. How could he not understand the intentions of his 5 old adversaries? They had clearly seen through his stagnation at the 9th-star Crimson Martial King for 30 years, as well as his insatiable desire for the Crimson Elemental Breakthrough Elixir. Thus, they took advantage of the public outcry surrounding the jade slip, striking precisely at his vulnerable pride. Unstable heart, Yi Jintian gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging. Just a few baseless rumors, and they think they can disturb my heart? He took a deep breath, attempting to calm the surging energy within. Yet he could only feel a faint crack in the depths of his consciousness beginning to throb with pain. However, as the rumors of Yi Jintian selling his daughter for elixirs spread throughout the entire Demon Moon Empire, And as he overheard once respectful martial artists discussing the decline of the ninth-star martial king, the pride he had maintained for years indeed revealed a grievous fissure. Originally, the crimson elemental breakthrough elixir in his hand had been enough to grant him a 30% chance of breaking through to the orange crystal martial emperor during his seclusion. It was the realm pursued by countless mysterious crystal martial artists throughout their lives, and the key to breaking free from his bottleneck and restoring the Yi family's prestige. But now, Yi Jintian abruptly raised his hand, palm open, revealing a pill that radiated a crimson aura, resting quietly within his grasp. The rich fragrance of the elixir permeated the air, causing ripples to dance around him. A flicker of greed and internal struggle crossed his eyes, but ultimately, it gave way to a heavy sigh as he returned the pill to its porcelain vial and stored it in his spatial ring. With a flawed heart, forcing a breakthrough would only lead to madness. He murmured to himself, his gaze gradually turning cold. "You 5 old fools, do you seek to ensnare me with public opinion? Very well." He lifted his head to behold the palace at the cliff's summit, encased in ice, the Ice Crystal Hall. Within its confines was his daughter, Yi Ningxuang. This was Yi Jintian's reluctant concession as the patriarch of the Yi family. His cherished daughter, Yi Ningxuang, upon returning to the clan, would strike anyone in sight with resounding slaps, believing that only thus could she feel the presence of Beixian's silver by her side. Contemplating this, Yi Jintian's expression darkened. 3 years, Beixian. A grim smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Let you live for another 3 years. To me, 3 years is but a fleeting moment. By then, not only will I claim your life, but I shall also seize that boundary-breaking pill from you. Taking both pills together, the probability of breaking through to the orange crystal martial emperor would soar to 60%, sufficient to mend the fissure in my heart. As he mused on this, he envisioned himself breaking through to the orange crystal martial emperor. At that time, who would dare to point fingers at him in the entire Demon Moon Empire? And that beggar Beixian, with his 1-star white crystal status? Merely a stepping stone on his path to greatness. In truth, he would become nothing but dust beneath his finger. Atop the thought-reflecting cliff, within the Ice Crystal Hall, a chill lingered in the air. The floor and walls of the hall were constructed from millennia-old profound ice, emanating a soft blue glow. Yi Ningxuang, clad in moon-white palace attire, stood barefoot on the icy surface, feeling no cold. Rather, her cheeks flushed as her gaze became entranced by the profound crystal jade slip in her hand. The jade slip screen replayed the moment when Beixian had sent Yi Bai flying with a single punch. Each viewing made Yi Ningxuang's lips curl upward, eliciting a silly giggle reminiscent of a child who had stolen candy. Hee, Master Silver is so powerful. He sent that Yi Bai flying with just 1 punch, she murmured, her fingers unconsciously tracing the image of Beixian in his tattered clothing on the screen, her admiration nearly spilling over. "Miss, it is time for your meal." 2 maids entered cautiously, carrying a jade platter adorned with exquisite spirit rice pastries and spirit fruit juice. "Get out." Yi Ningxuang whirled around, her infatuation instantly replaced by a fierce anger. She waved her hand, unleashing a surge of icy energy that crashed against the platter, sending it tumbling to the ground. Pastries and juice splattering across the maids. "I want to see news of Master Silver. Who allowed you to disturb me?" Ever since Yi Ningxuang was brought back by her father and separated from Beixian, under the influence of her 100-point infatuation card, her temper had become increasingly volatile. The maids, pale with fright, bore the vivid red marks of her wrath upon their cheeks, remnants of the slaps she had administered in recent days. They hastily knelt and bowed their heads, too afraid to speak. Just then, the hall doors creaked open. Yi Bai, clad in a black outfit, cautiously entered while holding a food box. With a sycophantic smile adorning his face, he softly addressed, "Miss, I know you have a fondness for the osmanthus cake from the southern city, so I specially brought some for you. I heard that Beixian also purchased some for you in Qian City. What do you think you are, daring to invoke my master's name?" Yi Ningfrost turned to see Yi Bai, her eyes reflecting unabashed disdain, her voice icy. She abruptly stood and strode toward Yi Bai, delivering a resounding slap across his face. The sharp crack echoed throughout the Ice Crystal Palace. A clear imprint of 5 fingers instantly appeared on Yi Bai's cheek, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "How dare you show your face to me?" Yi Ningfrost exclaimed, hands on her hips, her voice laced with fury. "When you used your pressure to injure my master, did you ever consider that I would be angry? Instead of anger." Yi Bai revealed a hint of pleasure. He savored the lingering chill of Yi Ningfrost's icy energy on his cheek, a peculiar sense of satisfaction swelling within him. After years in the Yi family, this was the first time he had experienced physical contact with Yi Ningfrost. He mused, does one need a reason to love? No. Is there anything wrong with loving someone? Not at all. Thus, he even felt that this slap was not an act of aggression, but rather a caress from Ningfrost. "Miss, I acknowledge my mistake. I should not have acted against Lord Beixuan. Yi Bai lowered his head, licking the blood from his lips, catching a hint of fragrance that lingered from her fingers. A flutter of emotion stirred within him. His throat tightened slightly as he spoke earnestly. It was my folly not to recognize Lord Beixuan's hidden depths. Yi Ningfrost snorted coldly, appraising Yi Bai from head to toe. Let me ask you, did you intentionally allow yourself to be injured by my master? Yi Bai's heart raced. He understood that Ningfrost's admiration for Beixuan had reached an obsessive level. Thus, he feigned flattery, eager to please her, willing to comply with her wishes as long as it brought her joy. With this thought, he hastily nodded. Indeed, I intentionally let him off. How could someone as distinguished as Lord Beixuan be easily harmed by me? Heh. Stop your nonsense. Yi Ningfrost's fury intensified upon hearing his words. She raised her hand, delivering another sharp slap to the other side of Yi Bai's face. Does my master need your leniency? He could easily send you flying with one punch. That is a testament to his strength. Do not insult my master. Yi Bai staggered from the blow, both cheeks swollen, yet the affection in his eyes deepened. He quickly corrected himself. Yes, the young lady is right. It was my negligence. I underestimated Lord Beixuan and failed to evade, thus allowing him to successfully launch a surprise attack. That is more like it. Yi Ningfrost nodded in satisfaction, a smile returning to her face. My master is indeed formidable. Even a surprise attack is a testament to his intelligence. Unlike you. A mere waste. As she spoke, she delivered several more icy slaps to Yi Bai. His face burned with pain, adorned with frost patterns, yet internally, he reveled in delight. His heart blooming with happiness. He believed that the more Ningxuang treated him this way, the more she cared for him. Ningxuang lamented. I am but a worthless being, far inferior to even a fraction of Lord Beixuan. Yi Bai smiled obsequiously, presenting the osmanthus cake in his hand. Ningxuang, do try this, it's still warm. Ningxuang cast not even a glance, but forcefully overturned the food box onto the ground. Take it away. I have no desire to eat at this moment. Get out. Very well, I shall leave at once. Please don't be angry. Mississippi Yi Bai responded hastily, retreating step by step out of the ice crystal palace. The moment the palace door closed, the ingratiating smile vanished from Yi Bai's face, replaced by a chilling intent to kill. He raised a hand to touch his swollen cheek, his eyes glinting with malice. Beixuan, he whispered, his teeth grinding ominously. A despicable scoundrel, using underhanded tactics to deceive the young lady. And to humiliate me so? A 3-year pact? I shall not grant you that opportunity. Should you dare to set foot in the Demon Moon Empire after 3 years, I will ensure your demise long before the wedding is to take place. He turned, striding away with determination, his silhouette fading into the snowstorm atop the cliff. Meanwhile, the Crimson City had assembled 11 elite assassins, dubbed the Death Servant Storm, sworn to take Beixuan's life. Chapter 44, The Crimson City Assassins Strike. Elite assassins regard wealth as mere refuse. A beggar's fury shatters gold. In the secret chamber of the Daika family in Chien City, flickering candlelight illuminated the somber faces of Otokama and Daikarama. In the center stood 11 figures, each exuding a cold aura with fierce gazes. Leading them was a burly man clad in dark armor, Wang Tiniu. One might say Wang Tiniu was fortunate, as he had been dispatched by Kama to gather the Crimson City assassins. Had he not, he would surely have met his end at the hands of Yi Zhentian that day. Behind Wang Tiniu stood 10 others, all 9-star gray crystal warriors. Though individually their prowess was not exceptional, together they could momentarily entrap an ordinary black crystal martial artist. Is everyone assembled? Otokama inquired in a low voice. Surveying the assassins before him, Wang Tiniu stepped forward, clasping his fists. Reporting to Lord Kama, all are present. Daikarama sneered, stepping forward while toying with a gold coin, his voice dripping with malice. Excellent. The purpose of your gathering today is to conduct a significant business transaction. The sole target is to eliminate Beixuan. Beixuan? Wang Tiniu scratched his head. Is he the one from the auction house? The beggar who accidentally stripped young master copy of his trousers? Upon mentioning this, he furrowed his brow. I heard he recently made a 3-year pact with Yi Zhentian. He is merely a white crystal apprentice. Indeed, Otokama replied, his expression peculiar. He is currently cultivating in the secret chamber behind the Su family estate. Rama and I will devise a way to divert the other experts of the Su family. You need only focus on eliminating Beixuan. Remember, the operation must be swift and discreet, leaving no trace behind. He paused, emphasizing, and no matter what happens, do not touch Su Hong. Understood? Su Hong. Wang Tiniu exchanged glances with the other Deadpools, a sense of perplexity brewing within them. Just a mere white crystal apprentice. And yet it warrants the involvement of so many elite assassins? Though they harbored such thoughts, none dared to voice their inquiries, promptly responding, understood. D. Kalama nodded with satisfaction. tossing several small pouches that landed in the hands of Wang Tiniu and the other assassins. "This is your remuneration," Di Kalama stated. "A considerable reward awaits upon successful completion of the task. Wang Tiniu, your share is greater than theirs." Wang Tiniu weighed the pouch in his hand. Though he could not ascertain the precise amount of gold coins within, its weight was evidently more substantial than the others, instantly manifesting a greedy smile upon his face. "Thank you, Lord Di Kalama. Rest assured that Beixuan is merely a one-star white crystal apprentice. We shall certainly claim his head." "Excellent." Otto Kama waved his hand. "There is no time to waste. Let us depart immediately. Remember, only Beixuan is to be eliminated. Do not harm Su Hong." Kama expressed his concerns once more. The Red City Twin Horses were acutely aware of Su Hong's connection to the illustrious Gong family of the Qian Empire. Additionally, the four major factions of Qian City had established certain conventions, maintaining a delicate equilibrium. Nevertheless, eliminating a mere guard should not disrupt the established order. "Understood." 11 figures responded in unison before vanishing like specters from the chamber, leaving Otto Kama and Di Kalama exchanging cold smirks. All was well. These assassins were renowned for their professionalism. Yet, Otto Kama's thoughts wandered, a flicker of anxiety surfacing. Surely, we want to be exposed? What if Yi Jintian arrives to seize the other pill from Beixuan? A glint of ruthlessness crossed Di Kalama's eyes. Indeed, after all, they are elite assassins. A rarity among the masses. We shall await the good news. He scoffed. What is there to fear? As long as we eliminate Beixuan, even if our identities are revealed. What impact could it have? Yi Jintian is currently overwhelmed with his own troubles and will have no time to concern himself with us. Once Beixuan is dead and we acquire the Qi Yuan breaking pill, we shall flee without a trace. Haha, splendid. That pill is worth a staggering 50 million each. The two exchanged glances, greed and ambition reflected in their eyes. In the secluded secret chamber behind the Su family estate, the room was modest yet exquisitely adorned. Beixuan sat cross-legged on a mat, his eyes gently closed, surrounded by a faint gray aura. His energy was more refined than before. Having ascended from a 1-star gray crystal warrior to a 3-star gray crystal warrior, thanks to the condensing yuan pills obtained from the auction house. With a sudden start, Beixuan opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. He felt the surging energy within him. A confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he glanced at the system interface. Strength, 3 layers of gray crystal. Power, 24. Speed, 124. Defense, 24. What is going on? It's the 3rd day already, yet I remain at 3 layers of gray crystal? Beixuan pondered in confusion. Having received another 20 condensing yuan pills from the auction house yesterday, yet he had consumed them all without any apparent increase in strength. Contemplating this, he promptly sought the counsel of Xiaomeng. "Hehe, my lord, I forgot to inform you that you are bound to the guardian system, and your guardian is Su Hong. Your strength cannot surpass Su Hong's. Thus, to enhance your power, it is imperative for Su Hong to first elevate his own. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Damn, those 10 elixirs cost me a staggering 500,000 gold coins. Well, my lord, you never asked." North Xian felt a lump in his throat, momentarily rendered speechless by the retort. He then turned his gaze towards Su Hong, who was fervently cultivating across from him. "Young master, you too have consumed 10 elixirs. Yet your strength remains at the 3rd level of the gray crystal?" Su Hong slowly opened his eyes, awkwardly raising his arm. "Sigh, it seems to be this devouring shackles." "What? The crimson flame crystal I gave you couldn't break this devouring shackles?" North Xian expressed disbelief. For he knew that as long as Su Hong absorbed the crimson flame crystal, the shackles would be easily shattered. Just as Su Hong was about to speak again, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from outside the secret chamber, swiftly followed by several chilling auras enveloping the entire space. "They've arrived?" North Xian smirked coldly. "The death attendants of the Red City?" He rose to his feet and reassured, "Young master, allow me to deal with this immediate trouble. We will find a way to break the shackles for you later." Seeing Su Hong nod in agreement, he dusted off his clothes, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Since you've come, do not think of leaving." He stepped out of the secret chamber, revealing 11 figures standing in the open area, with Wang Tiniu at the forefront. "North Xian, prepare to meet your end." Wang Tiniu scrutinized North Xian, and upon noticing the tattered red cloth binding him, a disdainful smile spread across his face. "You wretched beggar. You made me the laughingstock at the auction house. Today, I shall settle both old and new scores." North Xian scoffed, raising his already adorned white lace gloves and giving a dismissive gesture. "Oh, Red City death attendants. What is it? Who hired you? I'll pay 3 times the gold. Are you insulting our spirit as death attendants with your gold?" One of them retorted. "You probably have never even seen gold, let alone possess any. Even if you did, do you think it's possible? Brothers, We are merely here to collect our due. Hand over your life, and it will suffice. Haha. Brother, look at this beggar, with 3 tattered red cloths trailing behind him. Does he think it's a cape? With his demeanor, he dares to boast about hiring us. Indeed, we are all highly trained elite assassins. What storms have we not weathered? The 9-star gray crystal warriors behind Wang Tiniu stepped forward, boasting arrogantly. Enough, brothers, stop wasting breath on this beggar, Wang Tiniu interrupted. North Xian, don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you are wise, surrender now. My brothers will be merciful enough to leave you intact. Otherwise, if we all join forces, you will only be left as a puddle of flesh. North Xian grinned, his voice dripping with disdain. Is that all you have? I possess ample gold. I could crush you with it. As his words hung in the air, he brushed his fingertips across the spatial ring, and an impressive mound of gold coins instantly materialized in his palm. With a flick of his wrist, hundreds of coins, accompanied by a whooshing sound, hurtled towards the group of mercenaries, creating a cacophony of clinking and clattering as the coins struck the walls of the surrounding chambers, bouncing off and rolling across the ground, leaving a glittering trail of gold. Wang Tiniu raised his hand to shield himself. The coins collided against his dark, heavy armor, sparking flames. Yet he merely waved his arm dismissively, as if brushing away dust. Do you think a few measly coins can fool your grandfather? Behind him, the 9-star gray crystal warriors showed such disdain that they didn't even bother to evade. The coins struck their shoulder plates and fell at their feet. One warrior nonchalantly crushed a coin beneath his boot, exclaiming, "This is nothing short of a profound humiliation." Another bent down to pick up 2 coins, weighing them in his hand before spitting contemptuously. Do you think we are like you, begging for scraps? With that, he flicked a coin, sending it spinning to embed itself in the stone wall. The bounty I earned from slaying a pig is enough for you, a beggar, to lick the soles of my shoes for a lifetime. At that moment, 11 figures stepped forward, their chilling aura causing even the reflections of the gold coins on the ground to tremble. Wang Tiniu bellowed, seeking death. The force of his punch, infused with the pressure of a 1-star black crystal warrior, barreled towards Beixuan's face. However, at that critical juncture, Xiaoming's voice suddenly reverberated in Beixuan's consciousness. Ding! An urgent new mission has been issued. The enemy is highly skilled and treats gold as mere refuse. Please, master, hire these 11 mercenaries directly with gold coins. The hiring fee will yield a 10-fold return. Chapter 45, Beixuan in a deadlock. The elite mercenaries show no interest in gold coins. Their attacks are akin to a mere scraping. Outside the secret chamber in the back mountains of the Su family, the night breeze carried the scent of grass and wood into the narrow alleyway. At this juncture, Beixuan had no time to attend to Xiaoming. He merely tapped his toes, retreating gracefully like willow fluff for 10 meters. Wang Tiniu's black hell spear grazed his shoulder plate, the spear tip creating 3 scorched marks upon the stone wall. The black hell spear was Wang Tiniu's signature skill, a mid-tier royal technique. The 10 mercenaries formed a crescent shape, encircling him with poison-coated daggers glinting a chilling blue under the moonlight, resembling 10 venomous serpents. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the daggers slicing through the air was intense, yet they failed to graze Beixuan even slightly. Something was amiss with their speed. One 9-star gray crystal mercenary's pupils dilated sharply. He had calculated Beixuan's evasion trajectory, yet the daggers merely sliced through the air where he had been, leaving only a fading shadow. Beixuan's tattered shoes, with their exposed toes, left delicate footprints on the black stone tiles, each change in direction imbued with an uncanny rhythm, reminiscent of a long-lost footwork technique. In reality, he was merely maximizing his speed attribute of 124 points. However, to the mercenaries, this 1-star white crystal apprentice appeared as a mere blur of gray. Bang, bang, bang. Beixuan sidestepped 3 daggers as they struck together, his right hand, adorned with a black lace glove, shot out like lightning. The swift slap generated a sharp sonic boom as it struck the face of the nearest 9-star gray crystal mercenary. The force collided with the gray crystal shield before him, creating rippling waves of energy, yet the shield remained steadfast. Damn, is this not scraping? Beixuan retorted, exasperated. Ha! Did the white crystalline dregs think they could breach my defenses? The Deadpool laughed maniacally, thrusting a knife towards Beixuan's waist. Beixuan deftly twisted aside, retaliating with a resounding slap from his left hand. With a loud thud, the force of 24 surged through his consciousness, confirming his expectations. It barely grazed the minimum threshold of 36 points for the energy shield. Damn it, did my 20 critical hit rate get devoured by a dog? Beixuan cursed inwardly, simultaneously flicking a piece of debris with his toe, accurately striking the wrist of Warrior C. The stone collided with the dagger, sparking, yet failed to halt the onslaught. The 11 Deadpools coordinated seamlessly, while Wang Tiniyu's black evil gun secured the mid-range perimeter. 10 gray crystal warriors formed an impenetrable net of close combat with their daggers, each attack laced with venom, indicative of their specialized training in lethal techniques. Taste this. Beixuan suddenly ducked, evading the ferocious sweep of Wang Tiniyu's sinister gun, and thrust his right palm upward. Thunderous palm. A massive gray hand, 2 meters wide, coalesced above the Deadpool, its edges crackling with fine gray electric arcs, accompanied by a thunderous roar as it descended forcefully. Ding! A critical hit, inflicting 39 points of damage. With a resounding crash, the 9-star gray crystal shield shattered, sending the Deadpool staggering back 7 steps, gray-black blood oozing from his mouth, an aftershock from the shield's destruction. How is this possible? An apprentice shattered my shield? He raised a hand to wipe the blood, his face a mask of disbelief. Huh, merely a turtle shell. Beixuan's eyes glimmered with a cold mirth. Yet inwardly, he lamented, alas, my base strength is too low. Critical hits remain unreliable. The fluctuations are too great. I must swiftly assist young Master Su Hong in enhancing his prowess. Is this all you've got? Wang Tiniyu sneered, stepping forward, as the black evil gun suddenly split into 3 phantoms, striking towards Beixuan's throat, chest, and Dantian with the precision of a venomous serpent. Beixuan's pupils dilated. This gun technique concealed the energy manipulation trajectory of a black crystal warrior. Clearly Wang Tiniyu's ultimate move. He abruptly leaned back, his spine nearly grazing the ground as the gun shadow whisked past his throat, the resulting gust stinging his skin. The 10 gray crystal warriors seized the opportunity, forming a cold light matrix with their daggers, blocking all avenues of retreat. Beixuan executed 3 consecutive rolls, his tattered shoes sparking against the ground, the advantage granted by his speed attribute now on full display. Each narrow escape left the Deadpools attacking in vain, causing them to collide with one another. Damn it, how can this brat be faster than a rabbit? Did he consume a pill? Warrior D cursed, his dagger slicing through a companion's sleeve, yet grasping only air. What the hell? Why tear my clothes? The injured warrior retorted angrily. Meanwhile, Beixuan felt despair. With 24 points of attack power against 36 points of defense, it was akin to scratching the surface through layers of thick leather. Even a critical hit merely shattered the shield, failing to inflict fatal damage. More troubling was Wang Tiniyu's black crystal pressure, an invisible shackle steadily constraining his speed. I can't afford to linger any longer. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Beixuan sprang back 3 zhong, distancing himself from the swarm of Deadpools. Immediately, he retrieved a handful of gold coins from his spatial ring and hurled them towards his adversaries with great fury. The coins struck against their gray crystal barrier with a series of resounding thuds, yet failed to breach their defense. Again, Beixuan bellowed, fiercely tossing out another handful of coins. With a resounding crash, one coin triggered a critical hit, shattering the barrier instantaneously, and with unabated force, another coin embedded itself into the left arm of his foe. Damn it, this beggar is assaulting us with gold coins. The mercenaries felt deeply insulted, their assault growing increasingly relentless. Beixuan sighed in resignation, contemplating whether to heed Xiaoming's advice and attempt to subdue this band of mercenaries with gold. In a swift motion, he positioned himself atop a pile of discarded crates, the moonlight outlining his tattered figure, exuding an odd sense of calm. Xiao Tiniyu. Beixuan's voice dripped with mockery. How many gold coins did Qi Shuangma offer for my head? I'll double that. What do you say? In response, Wang Tiniyu unleashed a furious blast from his gun, the black spear slicing through the air and carving a deep trench into the ground. The 10 gray crystal mercenaries scoffed derisively. One warrior spat disdainfully. A beggar living off a woman's fortune dares to bargain with us over gold? 500 gold coins. Beixuan dodged the blade's trajectory, his voice rising. 1,000 gold coins per head. Humph, you might as well save it for your own coffin. The mercenaries intensified their onslaught, their disdain practically palpable. 2,000 gold coins. Beixuan's voice echoed through the night. 5,000 gold coins. Let's talk, just die. The locust tree in the courtyard shuddered under the force of the mercenaries' energy, leaves raining down. Wang Tiniyu roared. Don't listen to his nonsense. Killing him is an affront to our honor as top assassins. You're insulting the glory of our storm mercenary group. 10,000 gold coins. Beixuan suddenly leapt atop a higher pile of debris, his voice booming like thunder. 10,000 gold coins per person. This proclamation was akin to a spark igniting a cauldron of oil, causing a fleeting pause in the mercenaries' movements. For those who had long battled on the precipice of life and death, 10,000 gold coins represented the opportunity to purchase a residence with a training room in the heart of Qian City. The warrior's dagger trembled slightly as thoughts of his ailing mother, whose costly medicinal expenses had compelled him to undertake 3 assassination tasks, flooded his mind. Steady. Wang Tiniu's internal alarm blared, and he forcefully kicked a gold coin away from underfoot. Let us not forget the honor of our Storm mercenary group. Chapter 46. Beixuan's gold coin assault on the mercenaries. The mercenaries did not despise wealth. It was merely that the offers had not been sufficient. Do you find it lacking? A meaningful smile curved Beixuan's lips, his gaze sharp as an eagle, keenly observing the slightest shifts in their demeanor. Then, is this sufficient to demonstrate my sincerity? Standing atop the heap of debris, as 11 mercenaries lunged towards him once more, he suddenly waved his hand. A cascade of gold coins descended like a magnificent waterfall. The blinding golden light flooded the dark courtyard instantaneously. A hillock formed from 10,000 pristine gold coins materialized, crashing heavily onto the ground beneath Beixuan's feet. The crisp sound of coins colliding resonated like the most enchanting celestial music, instantly overshadowing all murderous intent. The dazzling golden light nearly blinded everyone present. Time appeared to come to a complete standstill in that moment. The 10 gray crystal assassins, poised to strike, seemed as if they had been ensnared by a spell. Their bodies frozen mid-lunge, all actions, all menace, all coldness, utterly shattered by the sight of this modest mountain of gold. Their eyes widened in astonishment. Fixated on the heap of coins, breaths becoming heavy and rapid, their throats involuntarily bobbing. It was an instinctual yearning for wealth that sprang from the essence of life itself. Gold, gold. One gray crystal assassin murmured unconsciously. Roar. In the next instant, as if a beast, long suppressed, had finally broken free from its chains. The 10 gray crystal assassins completely forgot their assassination mission, forgot the existence of Wang Tiniu, forgot Beixuan. Their eyes were solely focused on the glistening pile of coins. Like ravenous wild dogs pouncing on fresh meat, they howled and shoved, even engaging in frenzied scuffles, madly lunging toward the gold. The scene instantly devolved into chaos. Both ludicrous and absurd. Stop. You worthless fools. Idiots. Cease at once. Wang Tiniu's eyes bulged with rage, his body trembling with fury. As he pointed at his utterly uncontrollable subordinates, his voice rising in pitch. He felt his dignity and the pride he took in his assassin spirit being mercilessly trampled by this damned gold and his subordinates' grotesque scramble. Beixuan observed Wang Tiniu and the group of gray crystal assassins grappling for gold, his gaze turning sincere and grand. A cold laugh echoed in his heart. It was not that they did not love money. It was simply that the offer was insufficient. Then, with a swift turn of his eyes, he devised a plan. Little Nyo, and all my brothers. Beixuan's voice was laced with temptation, clearly penetrating the ears of everyone present. When I, Beixuan, speak, a word is worth a nail. No matter how much your employer has offered, I will provide 3 times that. Right now, amidst the confusion, one gray crystal assassin, clutching several coins tightly, instinctively blurted out, We each want 1,000 gold coins. The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted it, thinking it too little, but it was too late. Shut up, fool. Wang Tiniu bellowed, his face pale with anger. Yet Beixuan laughed, his smile radiant, as if he had heard heavenly music. 1,000 gold coins. He shook his head, his voice rising sharply, infused with undeniable bravado. That is far too little. My brothers brave the wind and rain, putting their lives on the line. How can such meager compensation suffice for establishing a home? How can it provide for your families to live well? This is an insult to your professional integrity. It is an affront to my sincerity, Beixuan. He surveyed the bewildered assassins, including Wang Tiniu, who were momentarily disoriented by the mention of 1,000 gold coins, and with a sweeping gesture, he declared emphatically, a flat rate. Each person shall receive 100,000 gold coins. Paid in full. No delays. Follow me, Beixuan. And you shall dine on delicacies and enjoy a life of abundance, with meat at every meal and gold in your pockets every month. What do you say? 100,000. Each person 100,000. The atmosphere erupted with astonishment. Like a bolt from the blue, the revelation detonated within the minds of the 11 Deadpools. 100,000 gold coins. What does that even signify? Together, their numbers amounted to 110,000. Enough to purchase half a street in Red Rock City. Sufficient to ensure their livelihoods for the remainder of their lives, and even to start a small family. The overwhelming shock rendered their minds utterly incapacitated. Their eyes bulged as if they might pop from their sockets, and their mouths gaped wide enough to fit a duck egg. All previous notions of cold professionalism and disdain melted away in the face of this astronomical figure, fragile as snow under the sun, evaporating in an instant. Wang Tiniu trembled violently, his gaze fixed intently upon Beixuan, his expression a tumultuous blend of shock, struggle, greed, and perhaps a hint of wavering. 100,000 gold coins, a sum he might never amass even if he toiled as a Deadpool for a century. Yet, it appeared Beixuan was not yet finished. As if dissatisfied with the excitement, he furrowed his brow and spoke to himself in a tone laced with self-reproach for underappreciating his comrades. Alas, 100,000. A mere 100,000 gold coins. I still feel I have shortchanged you, my brothers. You are risking your lives. This sum does not reflect your contributions and prowess. Suddenly, he raised his head, his gaze profoundly sincere as he looked upon the 11 dumbfounded individuals below, proclaiming with great clarity, "Let us do this, my brothers. As top-tier assassins, you are surely yet to wed and start families. Let us round it up for auspiciousness. 50,000 gold coins each. I shall dispense it now. Consider it my gift to you all for securing brides. Henceforth, whenever I have a morsel of meat, you shall have a bowl of soup. Follow me, and your financial futures will be boundless." 50,000. And he even offers to provide brides? With such a bounty, could one not marry 10 wives? These 3 words descended like the final hammer of judgment, utterly shattering the last vestiges of professional ethics within the hearts of all the Deadpools. Thud, 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 thud. All 11 figures, including the 1-star black crystal martial artist Wang Tiniu, without hesitation, knelt before Beixuan atop the pile of debris. Their heads bowed fervently, striking the cold, hard black stone floor with resounding thuds. "Master, your servant pays homage." Wang Tiniu's voice was hoarse and fervent, tinged with emotion. The earlier calm and cold demeanor utterly vanished. "Father, my dear father, from now on, my life belongs to you, Li Gooden. If you bid me go east, I shall not venture west. If you command me to chase dogs, I shall not pursue chickens." Tears streamed down the face of a gray crystal Deadpool, his cries sincere and heartfelt. "Master, you are wise and valiant, with unmatched righteousness. I, Wang Ermatzi, pledge to brave fire and water for you, willing to face 1,000 deaths. Master, I, Zhang San, shall be your most loyal dog henceforth. And I, Zhao Si, Master, please accept my knees." The fervent, adoring, and tearful shouts quickly drowned out the surroundings of the Su family's rear mountain. The 11 Deadpools, in that moment, seemed to have found their long-lost parents, eager to offer their hearts in loyalty. The Dika family, the Otto family, and all tasks paled into insignificance under the resplendent glow of 50,000 gold coins. In the corner, Su Hong stood utterly petrified. He gazed at the heap of gold that, although taken away, seemed to still radiate its brilliance in the air. Observing the group of black and gray crystal experts kneeling on the ground, fervently calling out for their dear father while their foreheads struck the ground with a resounding thud. He then felt the meager pouch at his waist, pitifully thin, containing only a handful of coins. Chapter 47. The young master pleads to become a death servant. 1,000,000 gold coins are merely pocket money. A storm of gold coins sweeps through Red Rock City. A profound, indescribable sense of bitterness and envy washed over Su Hong like a tidal wave. He recalled his status as the eldest son of the Su family, receiving a paltry allowance of merely 1,000 gold coins each month, barely enough to purchase a few decent medicinal herbs. Meanwhile, Beixuan effortlessly dispensed 5,500,000 gold coins for 11 individuals, 500,000 each, to win people's hearts. The stark psychological disparity made Su Hong's nose tingle, and his eyes instantly reddened. His lips quivered as he looked at Beixuan, his voice tinged with an uncontrollable sense of grievance and a hint of humble yearning. "Beixuan, could I, perhaps, also serve as your death servant? I don't want 50,000. 5,000 would suffice." By the end, his voice cracked, reminiscent of a child pleading for candy. A stark contrast to his status as the esteemed heir of the Su family. Beixuan had just retrieved the gold coins from the ground using his spatial ring, reveling in the sense of achievement akin to that of a benefactor, when he heard Su Hong's words and nearly stumbled over the pile of debris. He hurriedly jumped down and rushed to Su Hong's side, his expression transforming into one of alarm mixed with deep affection. "Oh, my young master," Beixuan exclaimed, grasping Su Hong's arm with exaggerated astonishment. "You are truly diminishing the dignity of an old servant. You are the eldest son of the Su family, my master. How can you offer to serve me as a death servant? This would be utter chaos. There must be a distinction between master and servant." As he spoke, he patted Su Hong's shoulder with fervor, as if comforting an innocent child. Su Hong was momentarily taken aback by the pat, his tears still welling in his eyes. Beixuan then shifted his tone, boasting with grandeur as he thumped his chest, the sound echoing through his tattered clothing. "Rest assured, young master, if I am to serve you, how could I let you lack funds? That would be my failure as a servant." He leaned closer to Su Hong, lowering his voice but loud enough for the kneeling death servants nearby to hear clearly. "From now on, every month, I shall grant you this amount as pocket money." He extended his index finger, signaling 1,000. Su Hong instinctively inquired, although it was more than the family provided. It paled in comparison to the earlier mentioned 50,000. TSK, TSK, TSK. Beixuan clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, his voice suddenly rising, filled with a tone of exasperation. 1,000? Who do you look down upon? It is 1 million. Every month, 1 million gold coins. Purely for your whims. Whatever medicinal herbs you desire, procure them. Whatever elixirs you wish to refine, do so. If it's insufficient, just let me know. He deliberately pronounced 1 million with a thunderous emphasis. Boom. Su Hong felt a buzzing in his head, his mind blank. 1 million? Every month? As pocket money. The total profit of the Su family during its heyday could scarcely match that sum. Overwhelmed by immense joy and disbelief, he was instantly brought to tears. Unable to contain himself any longer, he threw his arms around Beixuan and wept uncontrollably, exclaiming, "Oh, Beixuan, Beixuan, you have treated me with such kindness. Su Hong, I once thought you were an old fraud, and that I was worthless. What a fool I was." Tears and snot smeared across Beixuan's invaluable tattered robe. Beixuan suppressed the urge to push Su Hong away, forcing a benevolent smile reminiscent of a kind old servant. Gently patting his back to provide comfort while continuing to craft fragrant pancakes. "Do not cry, young master. You are the future star that I, your old servant, have recognized. You are destined to become a renowned figure in the realm of alchemy. What are these mere gold coins? They are but dust. Mere dust." He paused, casting a glance at the group of loyal subordinates kneeling on the ground, their eyes filled with admiration for their new master and servant. His voice turned solemn, imbued with a sense of responsibility. "Young master, you see, I have just gathered some rather unremarkable personnel." He gestured toward Wang Tiniu and the others. "I intend to establish a guild, to be named the Death Servants Guild. It will specifically handle certain unique affairs on our path to revitalizing the Su family, clearing away some unsightly trash." His gaze subtly directed toward the Daika and Otto families. "The position of guild master is of great importance and responsibility." Beixuan placed both hands firmly on Su Hong's shoulders, his eyes brimming with unwavering trust. "It is you, young master, who is most deserving of this role. From now on he waved his hand toward Wang Tiniu and the 11 others. "They will be your direct subordinates, Guild Master Su Hong. You must lead them well, train them diligently, and inspire them to dedicate themselves wholeheartedly to the grand cause of our family's revival." Su Hong's sobs abruptly ceased. He lifted his head sharply, tears still streaking his face, yet his eyes sparkled with an astonishing brilliance. "Guildmaster? Leader of the Death Servants Guild? Commanding a black crystal martial artist and 10 9-star gray crystal warriors? An allowance of 1 million gold coins each month. A profound sense of responsibility, unprecedented authority, and fulfillment erupted within him like a volcanic explosion, instantly dispelling all feelings of grievance and inferiority. He took a deep breath, straightened his previously hunched back, and radiated an unprecedented vigor as he nodded vigorously at Beixuan and the newly acquired subordinates, his voice trembling with excitement. "Yes, Beixuan, rest assured. I, Su Hong, swear to fulfill my duties as guild master. I will manage them well. I will not disappoint your expectations. For the Su family. For our master." In his fervor, he nearly shouted, "For our master." Beixuan nodded with satisfaction, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. "At last, I have cast off this troublesome burden. Management? Training? Let Su Hong deal with that. As long as the young master is happy." Ding. Task completed. Successfully recruited 11 death servants. Total expenditure, 500. 000 gold coins. Tenfold rebate processing. Ding. 55,000,000 gold coins have been deposited into your spatial ring. The notification from Xiaoming sounded like heavenly music. Beixuan felt the sudden surge of wealth within the spatial ring, and a smile of uncontrollable joy crept across his lips. Spending? Not at all. A profit of 49,500,000. He has acquired a black crystal enforcer and 10 high-ranking gray crystal lackeys. This transaction is simply too advantageous. He glanced at Su Hong, who was still basking in the joy of his new position, attempting to project an air of authority that came across as somewhat ludicrous. His gaze then shifted to the group of merciless assassins who had instantaneously transformed into sycophants, eagerly awaiting the new leader's words. The winds of Qian City appeared to be shifting. Meanwhile, the Daika and Otto families would soon receive a gift that would make them choke on their own blood. "Wang Tiniu." Beixuan's smile faded as he spoke calmly. "At your service." Wang Tiniu snapped to attention, kneeling upright with a resonant voice. "Take your men and ensure Su Tangju's safety. From now on, he is your sole master." "Yes, my lord. I vow to protect Su Tangju with my life." Wang Tiniu and the other assassins responded in unison, turning towards Su Hong with eyes brimming with reverence for their new benefactor. Although the funds came from Beixuan, It was Su Hong who commanded them. My young master. Beixuan turned to the somewhat flustered Su Hong, resuming his respectful demeanor, albeit with a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. This place is not suitable for lingering. Shall we return to the manor? As the new leader, you must establish some regulations for the hall, no? Yes, yes. Back to the manor. Establish regulations. Su Hong, as if awakening from a dream, made an effort to adopt a serious expression, imitating Beixuan's mannerisms with a grand gesture. Assassin's Hall, heed my command. Follow your master back to the manor. His voice trembled slightly with nervousness, yet the excitement and vigor were unmistakable. The 11 formidable assassins, still tinged with a hint of greed in their eyes, instantly rose in unison, resembling the most loyal of guardians. They surrounded the proud and upright Su Hong, who endeavored to exude an imposing presence, while Beixuan lagged just behind, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Meanwhile, from a distant tower, a pair of eyes, aflame with envy and rage, belonged to a watcher sent by the Chiching Shuangma, who had witnessed the entire scene unfold and was now scurrying back to report. Indeed, the skies over Qian City were destined for transformation. At the eye of the storm, the seemingly humble old servant, a beggar, was quietly weaving a grand net with his wealth that rivaled nations. Master Silver, please assist Su Hong in unifying Qian City as soon as possible. The time-limited task remains at 24 days. Failure to complete it will result in the confiscation of all gold coins. Hee. Ding. The latest main quest has been issued. Please proceed to the Beast Mountain Range and acquire a white flame crystal for Su Hong. Completion of the task will reward you with a black cloud demon sculpture cub. Chapter 48. The Chiching Shuangma faces catastrophe. The Storm Assassin's betrayal and Beixuan's conspiracy to unify Qian City begins to unfold. In the Daika family's secret chamber within Qian City, half an hour after the betrayal of the Storm Assassins, a thunderous crash resounded. Otto Kama shattered the entire obsidian table before him in a fit of rage, the shards flying like the tumultuous state of his mind. Useless. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Kama's eyes burned crimson, veins bulging on his neck, akin to a fish gasping for breath after being thrown ashore. The Storm Assassins never faced defeat, the most professional, loyal, and incorruptible elite killers in Qian City. Bah, bah, bah. He paced back and forth amidst the utter chaos like a trapped beast, each step echoing with the sound of coins beneath his feet. The pouch of deposit he had previously given to Deadpool had been swept to the ground in his fury, producing a cacophony that now felt like the cruelest irony. Damn the Storm Group. They're nothing but a pack of rabid dogs, wagging their tails at the scent of flesh. Kamar shouted, pointing at the trembling informant kneeling on the ground, saliva nearly spraying onto the man's face. What did they call that beggar again? The informant, terrified to the core, stammered, his voice quivering like leaves in a cold wind. And Master Kamar. They called him father, called him dear father, and also master. Bowing their heads so loudly, it was like worshipping ancestors. Beside him, Daikarama, who had been attempting to maintain an air of stoicism while weighing the pros and cons, suddenly choked on his own blood, coughing violently, his face turning a deep shade of purple. The coin he habitually played with had long since been twisted into a misshapen lump in his hand. Father, dear father. Kamar's voice rose sharply, piercing the air. Wang Tinyu, the one who boasted of taking money to solve others' woes, claiming it was the glory of the storm, he kneels and calls a beggar father? All for a measly sum. Daikarama finally caught his breath, his gaze venomous enough to drip poison, his voice contorted with rage and absurdity. 500,000. 50,000 for each person, and they even throw in a wife. To make the numbers look auspicious? Rama felt his very insides convulse with disbelief. We, the esteemed Red City twin horses, the heads of the Dick and Otto families. We asked them to eliminate a mere white crystal apprentice, and they offered only 1,000 gold coins each, alongside promises of future rewards. He sprang to his feet, kicking a stone aside, pointing at the informant as if he were the traitorous Deadpool. And what was the result? That accursed beggar, draped in rags and tied with a hemp rope, casually throws out 550,000 in cash, paid on the spot. Rama's voice cracked under the strain. 550,000. That's gold. Not mere pebbles. Has that beggar unearthed the treasury of the Demon Moon Empire? Kamar seized the moment, his entire body quaking with rage, spitting as he spoke. Damn their professionalism. Damn their elite status. Damn their disdain for money. I fell for their lies. They claim to be the Storm Deadpool group, never failing in their missions. I see them as a group that recognizes money as their true father, never failing to acknowledge a new paternity. He mimicked Wang Tinyu's previous tone, mocking as he shrieked, taking money to solve woes. Solve what? They took my money and immediately turned to embrace a new father. They're draining my wealth while adding to my frustrations. And glory? The glory of the storm. The only glory they know is the one constructed from heaps of gold. Money makes them a father. The more they give, the closer they become. A superabundance makes them a rebirth of parental figures. What a farcical notion of a killer's spirit. It is nothing but a sham. This is merely a veil to deceive us, the naive fools. D. Kalama clutched his agonized heart, his gaze simmering with a venomous intensity that felt almost palpable. He ground his teeth, each word forced through clenched jaws. Wang Tiniu, Li Go Dan, Wang Ermatzi, Zhang San, Zhao Si, very well. A pack of ungrateful wolves. A bunch of wretched scoundrels who are only loyal to their milk. He suddenly turned to Kama, his voice chilling with unbridled hatred. Kama, remember these names. Especially Wang Tiniu. He fancies wealth, does he not? Has he not taken a wealthy beggar as his father? Once we obtain the Qiyuan breaking realm pill, once we transcend, a maniacal grin spread across Lama's face. I shall rend them to pieces, along with their newly recognized beggar father, and that fortuitous brat Su Hong. I shall feed them to the dogs. No, that would be too kind. I will sell them to the most despicable minds, forcing them to toil for a lifetime without earning a single coin. Let them comprehend that betraying the Red City twin horses and recognizing as many fathers as they wish leads to but one fate, living a life worse than death. Kama panted heavily, his eyes glinting with a murderous fervor. Indeed, let them suffer worse than death. And that damned Beixuan, where does he procure all that wealth? The auction house? The Ningyuan pill? No, absolutely not. There must be someone behind him. Someone is orchestrating our downfall. Contemplating the possible puppet master and the complete ruination of their assassination scheme, which had already incurred a deposit and loss of face, Kama felt darkness closing in, a wave of bitter sweetness rising in his throat. He slammed his fist against a nearby stone pillar, leaving a deep imprint. The Storm Death Squad. The greatest joke of Qian City, and soon, we, the Red City twin horses, shall become the largest jest as well. Kama despondently sank to the ground, gazing at the chaotic scene and the scattered coins that felt so ironically mocking, murmuring in a tone laden with the resentment and helplessness of a defeated soul. The observer scoffed, silently remarking, "Curse. Curse vehemently. The fiercer your curses, the more it reveals the bitterness within your hearts. The more you envy Boss Wang and his ilk." In the dim chamber, only the heavy breaths of the two remained, accompanied by the occasional clinking of coins rolling, as if mercilessly mocking their folly and the shattered so-called professionalism and glory of the Storm Death Squad, which had been obliterated by the very coins. Otto Kama seized the moment to turn his head away. Despite his previous venomous words, his mind was consumed with the thought, father? 50,000 coins, and he calls him father. I, Otto Kama, have traversed Qian City for decades, yet my amassed fortune does not seem to amount to 50,000 in cash. That tattered beggar, how does he possess such wealth? Why does he surpass me? If I were to call him father, would it grant me half? No. I, Otto Kama, stand tall. How could I? As these thoughts spiraled in his mind, he involuntarily replayed the image of himself bowing in reverence to Beixuan, accepting heavy bags of gold, which frightened him into vigorously shaking his head. D. Kalama caught sight of Kama turning his head away, his lips twitching slightly. At that moment, his heart was already flooded with bitterness. Sending a wife? 50,000 gold coins. I have raised 7 concubines in Qian City, and I have spent less than 200,000 in total. That brute Wang Tiniu, can he marry 10 in the future? Or is it a reward from Beixuan? What sort of treatment is this? The head of the D. Kalama family is worth nothing, when a dead servant can distribute wives and hand out large sums. Does Beixuan even need someone to guard the door? No. D. Kalama, wake up. You are destined for greatness. You cannot be deceived by sweet promises, even if they are gilded. With this thought, he absent-mindedly raised his hand and slapped himself, trying to regain clarity. The sharp sound echoed, bursting forth like thunder. What is wrong, Rama? Otto Kama turned his head, perplexed. Damn it. I'm infuriated by the storm-dead servants. We must eliminate them. D. Kalama feigned anger and bellowed. The observer watched the scene unfold, maintaining a calm facade while inwardly brooding with resentment. My lords, I am still kneeling here. Those traitors have claimed that following the new master and Su Tang is a path of abundance, with meat at every meal and money every month. The prospects are limitless. With this thought, his resolve grew stronger. What if I secretly become an undercover agent? Even if I only receive 5,000 gold coins, no, even 1,000 would suffice. Damn it. 3 years ago, Wang Tiniu invited me to join the Storm Dead Servants, but I was too afraid to accept. Alas, it drives me mad. With this, he slapped his thigh fiercely, his expression twisting into a grimace, not of anger, but of extreme envy and jealousy. Thus, the journey of Beixuan to unify Qian City officially commenced. Chapter 49, The King's Bomb. Beixuan establishes the Palm Hall, recklessly dispensing billions of gold coins. The Black Crazy Village's 8,000 bandits become law-abiding citizens. The sky over Qian City was thoroughly pierced by the dazzling gold coins of Beixuan. The green light of the Xianjing jade slips blazed like wildfires, crackling through the streets and alleys, each vibration igniting waves of excitement among the populace. From the glazed tiles of the Lord's mansion to the tattered straw mats of the beggar's den in the west, everything was engulfed in this storm of gold coins unleashed by Beixuan. In the secret chamber of the D. Kalama family, suddenly, a red light burst forth from the communication jade slip in the corner, projecting the bruised image of the observer. My lord, this is bad. Wang Tiniu and the dead servants have marked all of our D. Kalama family's properties as protected by the dead servant hall. They even said they would collect a 30% protection fee in the future. Protection fee? Otto Kama spat out a mouthful of blood, his fist embedding into the stone wall. This is rebellion. These ungrateful wretches. Immediately activate the Qian Dark Network. Even if we deplete our entire fortune, we must buy Beixuan's head. At the Su family residence, in front of the door, the once peeling wooden door of the Su manor was now gleaming under the reflection of 11 iron badges. Wang Tiniu, clad in newly donned golden heavy armor, customized by Beixuan through the Shuili auction house, stood there, a golden pouch gifted by Beixuan hanging at his waist, passionately delivering a pep talk to the newly recruited reserve dead servants. Listen up. When you see someone in tattered clothes, shout master. When you see someone in a brocade robe with the Su emblem, shout hall master. Anyone who makes a mistake. He pointed to the suspended spy from the Daika family beside him, exclaiming, just like him, off to the western cemetery to feed the crows. An old man selling roasted sweet potatoes at the street corner secretly glanced towards the Su residence, noticing that the doorman had donned tattered garments adorned with gold thread. The sleeves were deliberately stitched with 3 red fabric strips, a miniature version of the iconic cloak of Beixuan. Nearby, the butcher lamented, slapping his thigh. Had I known, I should have married my daughter to that useless young master of the Su family. Now he is the esteemed master of the Death Guard, with a monthly allowance of 1,000,000 gold coins. In Yunlan City, on the streets, and in the general store, the proprietress was wrapping tattered clothes for a customer. Would you prefer the patched ones or those stained with blood? The bloodstained ones are 10 gold coins more, said to be splattered during Beixuan's battle with Yibai. As she spoke, she felt quite pleased, for the bloodstains were mere fakes, having been painted with chicken blood in her backyard the previous night. In a corner, 2 old men were brawling over the last pair of open-toed straw sandals. One of them, clutching the other's beard, roared, I saw them first. Wearing these will grant me the speed of Beixuan. Give them to me, retorted the other, equally defiant, delivering a swift kick to his opponent's head and snatching them away. With a thud, the long-bearded man was sent reeling backward, landing with a splash into a filthy ditch. Gurgle, gurgle mine, he sputtered, still fixated on the wretched sandals, seemingly oblivious to the muck he had ingested. Suddenly, all the crystal jade tablets of Qian City flashed a crimson light simultaneously, with a message emerging at the top, Royal Bomb. Beixuan announces the establishment of the Lightning Slap Hall, offering 10,000 gold coins monthly to every new member. Membership requirements were tattered garments and shoutmaster, free royal grade advanced skill, lightning slap, 10,000 gold coins, and a royal grade advanced skill to boot. The entire street erupted in frenzy. The old man selling candied hawthorns discarded his carrying pole and sprinted toward the Su residence, tearing at his silk shirt as he ran. Damn it. After 60 years of living in obscurity, my fortune is finally about to break through. In the hidden chamber of the Su residence, it was just moments ago that Xiaoming's voice resounded explosively within Beixuan's consciousness. Ding. Emergency mission issued. Due to the master's extravagant actions, an extremely serious butterfly effect has impacted the entire Demon Moon Empire. To quell this matter and restore tranquility to the empire, please establish the Slap Hall and appoint Su Hong as the Hall Master. For each new member recruited, you will receive 100,000 gold coins. Haha. Such a splendid opportunity. We must seize it, Beixuan exclaimed with delight. He then leaned in to whisper in Su Hong's ear, seemingly discussing the next steps in their strategy. As their plans solidified, the true storm was quietly approaching. In the Black Mad clan's lair within Yunlan Imperial City, the notorious leader Bloodhand Zhao Tiehu was crushing the recently plundered gold ingots with a spiked club, while his second-in-command, the clever and crooked-mouthed Tsong Ming, recited the news from the Crystal Jade Tablet. Lord Beixuan has declared that all who join the Lightning Slap Hall shall receive 10,000 gold coins monthly. Royal Grade Advanced Skill, Lightning Slap, is given freely. Zhao Tiehu scattered ingots across the floor, the wolf-toothed club crashing onto the tiger skin chair. A high-level royal skill? It would take me 100 years of plundering gold coins to acquire such a thing. He suddenly kicked over the incense burner dedicated to the god of bandits, pointing at the gate while wailing, "Enough of the delays. Bring out the tattered clothes from the bottom of the chest. Anyone daring to wear silks will receive a patch from my wolf-toothed club." The second in command, Dou Di, clutching an abacus, rushed forward with an anxious voice. "Brother, our stronghold has a total of 8,000 brothers, requiring 80 million gold coins each month. Even if we were to abduct every bride within 10 miles, it would still not suffice. Where are we to procure such a vast amount of gold coins for joining?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Taiju was filled with rage. "Damn it! How could you be known as Dou Di with such foolishness? Joining means receiving 10,000 gold coins per person, not paying a tribute." He slapped Dou Di's abacus away. "If it weren't for your accounting skills, I would have long since dealt with you." There's such a benefit? When we recruit new brothers, don't we always collect protection fees first?" Dou Di exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. Just as Zhao Tiehu was about to erupt again, the gate was suddenly slammed open with a loud bang. Hundreds of small bandits, clad in patched animal skins, charged in. The leader brandishing a tattered pair of underpants and shouting, "Big boss. Second boss. The beggars at the foot of the mountain say that wearing tattered clothes requires 3 red ribbons. Let us tear the red veils off the brides we captured and sew them on." "Haha, splendid idea." Zhao Tiehu immediately tore off his leopard print cloak, revealing a patched burlap vest underneath. "From now on, the brothers of our Black Madness stronghold shall thank Beixuan for compelling us to elevate our status." With great enthusiasm, he threw his ragged tiger skin cloak aside. "From this day forth, we are men of stature, no longer mere bandits." As soon as the big boss finished speaking, the hundreds of small bandits present were instantly moved to tears. Alas, who among them wished to be a bandit if not for the pressures of life? Suddenly, another loud bang reverberated through the gate. Chapter 50, The Battle of Rags and Cow Dung Madness. The white flame crystal beast emerges amidst the mountain disturbance. The Yunlin dynasty is destroyed. 3 small bandits rushed in, holding strings of red ribbons. "Big boss, haha, we caught a tattered cloth tailor." They revealed a tailor bound like a zongzi, wearing a mournful expression, cradling a pile of patches. "I'm just a patcher for pants." Zhao Taiju kicked over a stone platform. "Stop with the nonsense. Make 3 pieces of the Beixuan style for each of our 8,000 brothers. The cuffs must have 3 red ribbons, and the pants must intentionally have a hole." The tailor pointed at the pile of cow dung on the ground. "But, does it really have to be soaked in cow dung for 49 days? "Exactly." Zhao Taiju grabbed a handful of cow dung and smeared it on himself. "Last night, the jade slip mentioned that the smell of Beixuan's ragged clothes enhances gold coin effects. Anyone who dares to wash it will feel the wrath of my wolf-toothed club." The kitchen instantly erupted in chaos as bandits scrambled to smear cow dung on their ragged clothes. One little minion, mistakenly applying it to his face, exclaimed, "Big boss, do I look like the imposing Beixuan, covered in dust and grime?" Zhao Taiju forcefully shoved him into the dung heap, exclaiming, "Get lost." Lord Beixuan embodies a subdued yet luxurious sense of desolation. At the foot of the desolate mountains, a place that seemed exceedingly remote, the Corpse Dispatch Temple was bustling with a throng of people. It turned out that the temple had established a registration hall to facilitate the collection of fees for the corpse guardianship services. The queue stretched from the base of the mountain for an impressive 60 miles. An army of elderly men, braving the scorching sun, clutched their hard-earned money, eager to secure a position as corpse guardians. Suddenly, all the Xianjing jade slips emitted a simultaneous flash of green light. Resonating with a hum, the Beixuan Lightning Slap Hall is expanding its ranks. Join now and receive 10,000 gold coins. Furthermore, a royal-grade lightning slap awaits you at the Su family estate, with cash being distributed on-site. The crowd erupted like a disturbed beehive. The elderly men at the front overturned the stone table at the registration desk, while those behind scrambled over their companions' shoulders, rushing down the mountain. An old man with a cane tore off his Taoist hat, revealing a patchwork scarf beneath. "What worth is this guardianship? Damn it! If they don't hand over the gold, they shouldn't even charge us." He shouted, "Let us go. 10,000 gold coins are enough for my grandson to wed 10 brides. Who needs any charms?" Halfway up the mountain, 2 elderly men fought fiercely over a scrawny horse, one grasping handfuls of white hair atop the other's head. "This horse is mine. I want to be the first to reach Qianqing in ragged clothing." The other produced a communication jade slip concealed in his trousers. "I've already sent word to my son. He.s. in Qianqing, snatching up 3 pieces of Beixuan's ragged attire, waiting for me to collect the gold." In a more ludicrous turn of events, one old man ran while applying cow dung to himself. "I've heard that Lord Beixuan's ragged clothes carry the scent of cow dung. Applying this will surely boost my chances of joining." Instantly, dozens of elderly men followed, frantically pursuing him with jars of dung in hand. "Leave me a spoonful." Unbeknownst to them, misfortune struck. The horde of elderly men inadvertently severed the cableway leading up the mountain. Hundreds of men dangled precariously from the steel cable, still clutching their guardianship registration forms. One man in a robe shouted, tugging at his companion's belt, "Quick, hand over the jade slip hidden in your trousers. I need to send word to my son in Changqing to secure a spot in the lightning slap hall." "I won't." His companion tightened his grip on his trousers. But the cable creaked ominously. In a moment of desperation, he produced golden beans hidden in the sole of his shoe. "This is my 10 years' worth of entry fee. Pull me up." Even more absurdly, one man leaped from the height, using a broken straw hat as a parachute, shouting, "Lord Beixuan said that fortune favors the bold. Even if I break my legs, I must first claim 10,000 gold coins." Immediately, a dozen ragged old men followed suit, only to plummet into a pit of dung halfway down the mountain, emerging covered in filth, yet boasting to one another, "Look, my dung-scented ragged attire is sure to earn me a spot in the lightning slap hall." At the foot of the mountain, a group of elderly men raided a coffin shop, snatching up funeral garments and cutting them into strips to wrap around themselves. "I've heard that Beixuan's ragged attire is made from funeral garments. It carries an aura that even the Grim Reaper would fear." The coffin shop owner wept. Clutching a coffin, "You may steal the funeral garments, but please don't take away the coffin I prepared for myself." In the empire of Yaoyu, within the resplendent golden hall of the imperial city of Yunlan, the emperor's dragon throne trembled violently, shaken by the ominous news transmitted through the dark crystal jade slip. The message on the luminous screen buzzed ominously. The Black Mad village had defected, transforming into the vanguard of the Northern Xian Lightning Palm sect. This intelligence, glaringly crimson, sent shivers through the hand of the left chancellor as he clutched the memorial. "Your Majesty, the influence of Northern Xian has seeped into the surrounding 3 provinces. Even the Black Village has become a puppet of their Palm sect. The troops stationed in the city, should they refuse to join, have all endured several hundred slaps across their faces." Suddenly, the right general fell to his knees, lifting his official robe to reveal a tattered garment beneath. "Your Majesty, I am guilty. Last night, I had my wife sew patches akin to those of Northern Xian, thinking, should they invade the imperial city, I might exchange them for gold coins to save my life." The emperor, enraged to the point of tearing his dragon robe, was abruptly interrupted by the imperial chef bursting into the hall, cradling a broken earthen jar. "Your Majesty, it is terrible. The refuse bucket in the imperial kitchen has been emptied. There are rumors that the rags worn by the Lord of Northern Xian have been soaked in refuse, augmented with gold coins." At that moment, a louder commotion erupted outside the hall, as several guards dragged in an elderly man clad in patched dragon robes. "Your Majesty, this old man claims to be the branch leader of the Northern Xian Lightning Palm sect in the imperial city, demanding your dragon throne for the supreme seat." The red-haired elder waved a battered bowl wildly. "Surrender the treasury's gold coins and join the Palm sect. I shall grant you a monthly allowance of 100,000 coins. Otherwise, I will unleash the Black Mad sect upon you." The emperor, witnessing the tattered garments peeking from the official's attire, suddenly slumped in his dragon throne, seizing the founding jade seal and pounding it furiously. "Begone! All of you begone! Who could have imagined that the 5-century legacy of our great Han would crumble under my reign?" The emperor's agitation was palpable. Yet it must be noted that this was merely the smallest dynasty within the vast empire of Yaoyu, which boasted over a dozen dynasties. Indeed, the Xinjiang continent is immense, far too immense. At the entrance of the Su household in Qian City, the weathered wooden door, peeling with age, now appeared as a gateway connecting the realm of gold and the madhouse. A true tide of humanity surged forth. It was not water, but a viscous, tumultuous flow, exuding an aroma of mingled dung and sweat, resembling a mudslide. The throng surged from the stone steps all the way to 3 streets beyond, with rooftops, walls, and gnarled trees adorned with red-eyed human-like fruits. Were it not for the timely closure of Qian City's gates, it is likely there would have been no ground left to stand upon. A sharp sound pierced the air, akin to the tearing of silk. A rotund silk merchant had seized an old beggar's gleaming, tattered garment, which could be deemed an artifact of rags. "Old man, sell it to me. 100 gold coins. This is exquisite. The Lord of Northern Xian will surely adore it. Get lost." The old beggar retaliated with a kick to the merchant's ample belly, fiercely protecting his battle robe. "This is a family heirloom. Wearing it grants direct audience with the Lord. I will not part with it for 1,000 gold coins." Nearby, some began to jeer, "Strip him. Let us divide the spoils." Amidst the chaos, Wang Tiniu, clad in resplendent gold-limited armor, became the most striking beacon in this sea of rags, also serving as the eye of the storm. He stood atop a suspended decathlete, the unfortunate soul having been pushed to the brink of unconsciousness, serving as a human step. Wang Tiniu brandished a loudspeaker embedded with dark crystals. Reportedly a makeshift solution due to Beixuan's disdain for his inadequate vocal projection. Acquired hastily from an auction house, the sound waves erupted like palpable shock waves. Listen carefully. Everyone, form a line. You there, the one smeared with cow dung. Spread it evenly. Don't resemble a dog gnawing on excrement. Yes, I mean you, apply it to your face. Lord Beixuan desires this audacity, treating wealth as mere refuse. Apply it well. Stand ready in the front row of reserves. And you, the decrepit one in a burial shroud. Scrape that word offering off your forehead. It's unlucky. We seek the scent that even the Grim Reaper would shun. Not a literal burial. Barely had his words settled when, with a thud, a figure plummeted from the nearby large locust tree. It was a gaunt old man. His body ensnared with strips of white cloth pilfered from a coffin shop, resembling a mummy freshly emerged from an ancient tomb, clutching a half-slab of coffins tightly. Report. 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 Commander Wang, he exclaimed through gritted teeth, having fallen, yet still managing to shout. The Grim Reaper's retreat cloak is complete, equipped with a coffin-board heart shield. Requesting entry. At that moment, a white-haired elder, cradling an old woman, skimmed over the crowd, swiftly arriving before Wang Tiniu. His imposing presence revealed him to be a 5-star gray crystal warrior. Commander Wang, I am truly your long-lost father. Is there not a crescent-shaped scar upon your backside? I left it as a mark of recognition. The white-haired elder clutched Wang Tiniu's golden armored leg, weeping profusely. Nonsense. Look at your memory. Another old woman pushed through, brandishing a makeshift swaddling cloth. Tiniu, at last, your mother has found you. Look, this is the cloth you urinated on as a child. It still holds your lingering youthful essence. Wang Tiniu's face darkened, fists clenched tightly, struggling to suppress the urge to send these two parental figures soaring into the heavens. The scene was utterly chaotic, beyond the capacity for description. Meanwhile, Beixuan and Su Hong had already retreated to the back mountains of the Su family. Reporting to Master Su, we have uncovered clues regarding the white flame crystal and its connection to the monster beast mountain range, a gray-armored guard respectfully stated. Chapter 51. Intelligence on the White Flame Crystal. A place where the affluent and destitute converge, the beggar's plea mingling with alluring fragrances. In Qian City. At the Snowglass Auction Branch, the first light of dawn barely illuminated the gilded sign proclaiming no entry for the poor and dogs. Under the sun's brilliance, the atmosphere within the branch was far from tranquil. 30 gray-armored guards stood rigidly upon the arrival of visitors, each secretly thinking, heavens, Lord Beixuan is here. I must perform splendidly. Perhaps he will take notice and allow me to join the palm hall. Their faces illuminated with radiant smiles, displaying gleaming white teeth. The branch manager, Liu Yong, perpetually wore a professional smile, markedly different from their first encounter. Today, upon learning of Lord Beixuan's imminent arrival, he had long awaited this moment. He appeared notably anxious, diligently wiping the fine beads of sweat that had formed on his polished forehead with a snow-white rag. His smile radiated even more brightly than usual. And he bent lower, nearly folding at a right angle, cautiously attending to the two guests beside him. These guests were the exceedingly understated Beixuan and the extravagantly dressed young Master Su Hong. Beixuan donned a tattered red cloth draped over his shoulders, fluttering gracefully in the absence of wind. His feet were adorned with shoes woven from golden thread, defiantly exposing his toes. Su Hong strode forward with purpose, deliberately straightening his back in an effort to project an air of authority, yet deep within his gaze, the weight of his status as the head of the Palm Hall, commanding a multitude of loyal followers, could not be concealed. Following closely behind him were Wang Tiniu and 10 formidable bodyguards, each exuding a vigilant demeanor. Clad in understated golden light armor, they bore a subtle emblem of a palm embroidered on their chests, silently signifying Su Hong's newly attained position. Today, the 30 frozen shrimp performed admirably, Beixuan declared, sweeping his arm in a grand gesture as 30 tattered bags filled with 1,000 gold coins each shot forth from his spatial ring, landing solidly at the feet of the gray-armored guards. The previously well-trained guards were thrown into disarray, their minds swirling with shock and exclamations. Goodness! Lord Beixuan is truly extraordinary. And alas, how could I have been so blind upon first encountering Lord Beixuan? Meanwhile, the bodyguards of the Palm Hall exchanged disdainful glances, their faces betraying mockery and contempt. As this peculiar ensemble entered the auction house, they attracted numerous curious, skeptical, and awestruck gazes. The murmurs that ensued upon recognizing Beixuan and Su Hong spread like ripples across the room. Look, it's the young master of the Su family and that Beixuan. Those golden armored guards are truly intimidating. Are they from the elite Palm Hall? Is this the top assassin of the former Chiching's twin horses? The Storm Death Guard? Hush! Speak cautiously. Did you not see Manager Lu's demeanor? It's as if he has encountered his ancestors. Indeed, Lu Yong appeared as though he had encountered his forebears. He graciously guided them while adopting the most humble tone, exclaiming, "Lord Beixuan, Master Su, your esteemed presence has truly elevated our humble establishment." The air seemed to be filled solely with the sweet aroma of gold. "Please, do come in. The premier room has long been prepared, complete with the finest spiritual tea and fruits." He deliberately emphasized the name Beixuan, displaying his acumen. While outwardly acknowledging Su Hong as the foremost figure in Qian City, he understood that the true authority lay with Beixuan. After ushering them into the opulent top-tier room, which was fortified with a barrier of elemental energy, Lu Yong personally poured tea, maintaining a lowly demeanor, though his hands trembled uncontrollably. "Might I inquire what requests you have for today? Whatever our establishment can provide, we shall exert ourselves to the utmost." Lu Yong beamed with a smile. Beixuan lifted his teacup, blowing away the froth, and candidly stated, "Manager Lu, let us dispense with pleasantries. We have come to procure some intelligence." "Intelligence?" Lu Yong's spirits lifted at once. "Uncertain as to the specifics, I cannot claim to possess exhaustive knowledge of the matters surrounding Qianqing, yet I do consider myself reasonably well informed. The detailed intelligence regarding the demonic Beast Mountain Range and the Baiyin Crystal is of particular interest." Beixuan set down his teacup, his gaze tranquil as it settled upon Lu Yong. "This includes its precise origin, the types and strengths of the guardian demonic beasts, feasible acquisition routes, and recent related news." Pausing momentarily, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes as he added, "I require the most comprehensive and reliable information available. Should it prove lacking umph, you are well aware of my young master's capabilities." "Baiyin Crystal?" Lu Yong's smile faltered slightly, transforming into a deeper seriousness laced with an almost imperceptible greed. "This item is a rare treasure among second-tier fire attribute spiritual materials, particularly effective in dispelling certain chilling seals. The beasts guarding it are at least of the initial third tier, exceedingly ferocious." He quickly scanned Beixuan's expression, feigning difficulty as he spoke. "I do have the information, but the price speak it," Beixuan interjected, his tone devoid of any inflection. Lu Yong inhaled deeply, extending 2 fingers. 2 million gold coins. This is the base price set by headquarters. Due to its involvement with the territory of third-tier demonic beasts, the associated risks are exceedingly high. And the information itself is though he articulated such, his mind was racing. "I'll declare it as 2 million, huh? After all, he has the funds. It's the perfect opportunity for extortion." Yet, just as his words fell, Beixuan cut in, 1 million. A smirk of mockery graced Beixuan's lips as he decisively slashed the price, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. This, Lord Beixuan." This sweat beaded on Lu Yong's forehead as he was taken aback by the ruthless bargaining, the blow landing squarely upon his jugular. His face contorted with discomfort as he stammered, "This is simply Manager Lu. Do you regard my young master as a fool?" Leaning slightly forward, Beixuan's ragged robe revealed a faint shimmer from a spatial ring, producing a dark golden card that he delicately placed upon the table. "Perfect. Convert this gold card into a diamond card for me." "A diamond card?" Lu Yong's eyes widened in sheer astonishment, as if they might leap from their sockets. His mouth agape as though it could accommodate an egg, his face quaking with utter shock. "What? Is it not possible to exchange it?" Beixuan's tone was filled with impatience. "Indeed, that is correct," Lu Yong exclaimed, his voice reaching an uncharacteristic pitch. I shall procure it for you immediately." He stood there, as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, having forgotten to breathe. Within the vast hierarchy of the Shuili auction house, he was acutely aware of what the Xianjing diamond card represented. It symbolized the highest echelon of VIP status within the entire Yayue Empire's headquarters. Only a mere handful possessed such a card, each being a formidable figure of the orange crystal martial emperor level, capable of instilling fear throughout the empire with a mere stamp of their feet. And here stood this individual, clad in rags, exuding the aura of merely a one-star white crystal apprentice, claiming he wished to exchange for a diamond card. Did he truly possess 10 million gold coins? The impact of this revelation is 100-fold more shocking than merely claiming that he has subdued all the death servants of the Crimson City's twin horses. The uproar surrounding the Palm Hall is something he is aware of, yet he had always believed it was backed by powerful figures. However, what he witnessed today has utterly transformed his perspective. Moreover, securing such a diamond card would allow him to earn a commission, netting him a staggering 1 million gold coins. This is the first diamond card he has acquired in nearly 50 years since arriving in Qian City. Contemplating this, he swiftly completed the necessary formalities, his hands trembling as he held a resplendent crystal diamond card, resembling a quaking leaf, and presented it. "Lord Beixuan, the balance within the card has been duly confirmed." with a substantial 10 million stored. This is your diamond card. Please keep it safe. Beixuan barely lifted his eyelids, casually accepting the card and passing it to Su Hong, respectfully stating, "Young master, this is the pocket money you entrusted to this old servant." Beixuan understood the wisdom in concealing wealth, and thus, this maneuver was indeed quite clever. What? Su Hong's body stiffened, still in disbelief. The dazzling crystal diamond card had already been tucked into his embrace by Beixuan. Within him, a tempest brewed. This 10 million gold coins, did Beixuan just give it to me? At that moment, the door creaked open softly. A rich, almost cloyingly sweet fragrance instantly enveloped the entire space, evoking the most primal of musings. Chapter 52, The Enchanting Goddess Feifei Surrenders. A crisis hidden in the White Flame Mountain. Lu Feifei, the chief auctioneer of the Qian City branch, entered like a mesmerizing siren blooming in the night. Her attire today was bolder and more alluring than ever. Clad in a dark purple high-slit qipao, the slit nearly reached her waist. As she walked, her long, lustrous legs, perfectly sculpted, tantalizingly peeked through, captivating all eyes. The silk fabric clung to her curvaceous figure, accentuating her breathtaking silhouette, while the neckline plunged low, revealing a delicate expanse of skin as pure as snow. Complemented by an exquisite collarbone, a radiant jade pendant, smooth and lustrous, hung at the base of her collarbone, gently rising and falling with her breath, silently beckoning gazes. Her makeup was flawless, her eyes sparkling with a bewitching allure, brimming with an enchanting confidence. She had heard from Lu Yong of a monumental client's arrival. Though she was not informed of their exact identity, yet her intuition suggested that this could be an exceptional opportunity for her to ascend to greater heights. Hence, she donned this qipao that best showcased her irresistible charm and spritzed herself with the most expensive fragrance designed to captivate men, preparing to employ all her charms. However, when she laid eyes on the figure draped in tattered red cloth within the private room, her well-trained professional smile instantly froze, shattering into pieces. Beixuan? Lu Feifei's voice trembled with disbelief, her gaze toward Beixuan transforming entirely. The previous disdain vanished, replaced by profound shock and an ignited, fervent desire for conquest. This man is too mysterious, too powerful, too captivating, ensnaring her thoughts. The extravagant spending of millions, the reckless investment of tens of millions. The lavish distribution of over 100 million gold coins to establish the Lightning Palm Hall. How could she remain oblivious to such grandeur? An unprecedented sense of frustration had quietly taken root within her. The fundamental reason lay in the fact that this beggar dared to overlook the allure of Lu Feifei. It was well known that suitors had lined up from Qian City to the imperial city of Yaoyue to pursue her. Thus, the indifference from Beixuan was nothing short of a profound humiliation. A potent blend of curiosity and competitiveness surged within her, growing stronger each day, like a toxic vine wildly thriving in her heart. Taking a deep breath to quell the tumult of her emotions, she donned a smile anew. This time, it bore less of the artificiality of her profession and more of a heartfelt reverence coupled with a resolute determination. She approached gracefully, deliberately swaying her serpentine waist, each step imbued with a captivating charm that wafted through the air like a delicate fragrance. "My Lord Beixuan." Her voice was soft and seductive, laced with an enticing allure. "We are truly destined to meet. Your esteemed presence today fills me with an extraordinary fortune, illuminating this humble abode." She elongated her words, her bold gaze filled with unabashed inquiry and provocation, fixated intently on Beixuan's face. As she spoke, she reached Beixuan, disregarding the presence of Su Hong and Lu Yong beside her, and executed a deep bow. This bow was executed with a profound depth, lingering longer than usual. The girl's fair collarbone and the swaying jade pendant were almost unreservedly presented before Beixuan's eyes, the pendant radiating a lustrous glow, clearly not a mundane object. "My lord, your journey to the Monster Beast Mountains is fraught with peril," she said, tilting her face slightly, her eyes shimmering like silk, her breath fragrant as orchids. "Should you find yourself in need of services from the Shueli auction house, or require special elixirs, talismans for protection, or perhaps wish to form a team for monster hunting, I would be delighted to converse with someone who understands the nuances of warmth and cold." Her fingertips seemed to inadvertently graze the hem of her qipao, parting slightly. As her crimson lips parted, "In such a treacherous place as the Monster Beast Mountains, I, Feifei, shall exert every effort to protect you closely, my lord." Faced with a temptation so exquisite that it could make any ordinary man's blood race, Beixuan's reaction was as frigid as a millennium-old ice. He did not even glance at the alluring sight so near him. Instead, he offered her a fleeting, almost imperceptibly annoyed glance, as if he were observing a mere trinket devoid of substance. Leaning slightly away, he evaded the intoxicating scent and the barely there physical contact. The good intentions of auctioneer Lu have been duly noted. Beixuan's voice remained devoid of emotion, as if stating a fact unrelated to himself. Just as Lu Feifei felt the sting of disappointment at what she presumed was another rejection, Beixuan abruptly shifted his tone, casually gesturing towards Su Hong, who was standing there, dumbfounded, with flared nostrils and hurried breaths. However, my young master Su Hong seems quite interested in auctioneer Lu's offer for monster hunting and personal protection. Beixuan's tone was as placid as if discussing the weather. Young master, it appears this auctioneer Lu wishes to be of service to you. Before his words had fully settled, Beixuan effortlessly leaned his shoulder, draped in tattered red cloth, against Lu Feifei's arm as she neared, a gesture imbued with a nonchalance that belied the charged atmosphere. With a deft application of force, Lu Feifei, already leaning forward with a bewitching posture, was caught off guard, letting out a brief exclamation. Ah? Like a delicate flower bent by the wind, she lost her balance and, accompanied by a rich fragrance, fell directly into the astonished embrace of Su Hong, who was on the brink of a nosebleed. Su Hong was utterly bewildered. He felt a dazzling blur before him as a brilliant white jade pendant and an alluring purple hue instantly filled his vision. The jade pendant, swaying against his collarbone, appeared magnified in his eyes, its lustrous sheen seemingly imbued with magic, forcefully crashing into his mind. A surge of searing energy could no longer be contained, gushing forth from Su Hong's nostrils like a deluge released from a dam. With a splatter, two bright red streams of blood arced dramatically, instantly staining the fabric of his chest. A few droplets even splashed onto Lu Feifei's sumptuous purple qipao collar and her fair skin. Su Hong, flustered, instinctively reached out to steady the fragrant, supple figure in his arms, while his other hand awkwardly attempted to stem the relentless flow of blood from his nose. His face flushed crimson, rendering him speechless. Blood, Miss Feifei, I. Lu Feifei, nestled in Su Hong's arms, felt the tumultuous surge of energy and his clumsy movements, along with his unabashed, dazed gaze fixated on her jade pendant and neck. The charming smile on her face froze, transforming into a blend of astonishment, embarrassment, and acute awkwardness. The carefully crafted atmosphere of allure was completely shattered by this sudden eruption of crimson energy. It must be noted that the death attendants behind Beixuan observed keenly, yet, due to their professional demeanor, remained perfectly still, though one of them pressed a rag firmly against their mouth and nose, seemingly to shield against the intense waves of energy. Lu Feifei watched Beixuan rise and prepare to leave, his dismissive attitude towards her allure, even shoving her towards this hapless scion, pierced her pride like a cold steel needle. Biting her red lip, a glimmer of humiliation flickered in her eyes, quickly replaced by a brighter, more fervent, and frenzied determination. Humph. What a Beixuan. You will not escape my grasp, even if I must summon the fiery heat to melt the frost of the 9 heavens. With the discount on the Xianjing diamond card, Lu Yong swiftly collected 800,000 gold coins, which he promptly returned to Su Hong. He escorted him to the entrance of the auction house, not straightening his back and exhaling a long breath until Beixuan and his party vanished at the end of the street. He couldn't help but murmur softly. The White Crystal Apprentice holds the diamond card. The Crimson Rock City, no, the entire Demon Moon Empire, is about to undergo a transformation. The news of Beixuan revealing the diamond card at the Shuili auction house and depositing 10 million gold coins would soon sweep through the upper echelons of the Demon Moon Empire like a hurricane. Countless forces would tremble, speculate, and harbor trepidation. The instigator of it all has embarked on a journey towards the Beast Mountain Range, accompanied by his young master and the newly recruited Deadpool from the Palm Hall. Their objective is the outskirts of the Beast Mountain Range, specifically the White Flame Mountain, which is ablaze with ethereal white flames. Chapter 53. The Beast Mountain Range is under siege. Yunlan provokes the fiery mercenaries, and the frantic system utilizes beasts for carnage. The Beast Mountain Range looms before them like a slumbering ancient behemoth, its rugged peaks and towering ancient trees casting vast, disquieting shadows. The air is thick with the mingled scents of damp earth, decaying leaves, and a faint, elusive hint of wild beasts. The group tramples over the withered branches and fallen leaves without reservation. My young master, this venture is perilous. The Deadpool should not venture deeper and must return to the Su residence to maintain order. North Xian paused, winking at Su Hong, fully aware of the grave risks involved. It was imperative that a reliable figure like the stout ox preside over their stronghold. Otherwise, he feared the ragtag elders might dismantle the home. Su Hong immediately understood. Adopting North Xian's usual grandiose demeanor, cleared his throat, and proclaimed, Iron Ox, you are to return to Qiyin City at once. Secure the main estate. I and North Xian shall devise our own strategies. He endeavored to render his voice steady and commanding, yet a tremor betrayed his resolve. Without hesitation, Wang Tiniu and the others bowed in unison. As you command, Hall Master. Their movements were swift and decisive as they turned. 10 golden figures blending into the dappled light of the forest, vanishing rapidly into the dense thicket from whence they came. As Su Hong exhaled a sigh of relief upon watching the dead pool depart, North Xian had already set forth. His ragged shoes treading directly into the gaping maw of the beast mountain range, dark and foreboding. Su Hong hurried to follow, silently reassuring himself, "Fear not, for North Xian is here." Although his strength is lacking, he always manages to conjure some unconventional methods, barely past the outer fringes of the mountains. A raucous commotion echoed from a relatively clear glade ahead. 2 mercenary teams were engaged in a brief respite. One group bore long bows upon their backs, curved daggers at their waists, and adorned their arms with a fierce eagle-headed insignia. The other was clad in heavy armoring and wielded short-handled battle axes, their chests emblazoned with crossed iron claws. These were none other than the Eagle Hook Mercenary Corps and the Iron Claw Mercenary Corps from Yunlan City. Combined, the 2 groups numbered around 20, each exuding a formidable presence, their bodies marked by faint traces of blood and the wear of harsh elements. All of them at the level of Gray Crystal Warriors. Among them, several leaders had even reached the pinnacle of the 9-star Gray Crystal Warrior tier. Evidently, these mercenary groups had just concluded a hunt, presently dealing with a massive iron-hide boar demon. The scent of blood permeated the air, intensifying the atmosphere of savagery. The appearance of this unusual duo, North Xian and Su Hong, instantly captivated everyone's attention. One was ragged and faint of breath, resembling a beggar, while the other, elegantly clad, exhibited a wandering gaze that betrayed his lack of confidence, making them appear remarkably conspicuous and somewhat ludicrous in this treacherous locale. After a brief silence, laughter erupted like firecrackers igniting. It is worth noting that these 2 mercenary groups are undoubtedly on the precipice of great fortune. The reasons behind their long-standing penchant for bloodshed lay in their perpetual disregard for the messages contained within the Xianjing Jade slips, rendering them oblivious to several recent earth-shattering events. Behold, what divine ensemble is this? A burly man from the Eagle Hook Mercenary Corps, adorned with a face full of flesh, pointed at Beixuan and Su Hong, laughing uproariously. A beggar, accompanied by a delicate young master? Are they here to sightsee in the Beast Mountain Range, or simply deliver vegetables? TSK, TSK, TSK. Is that not the renowned young master of the Su family from Qian City? Who does not recognize him? A lanky figure from the Iron Claw Mercenary Corps interjected with a mocking tone, evidently more informed. The infamous waste of a young master. It is said that in Qian City, he is notorious for being a complete good-for-nothing. Ha! A good-for-nothing young master paired with a dilapidated beggar? This is akin to a match made in heaven. Ha ha ha! Everyone look quickly. That beggar is even wearing a white mosquito net as gloves. 2 other mercenaries laughed heartily. Young Master Su, with those slender arms and legs, are you here to clean the teeth of the beast? A strikingly voluptuous female mercenary, clad in leather armor that revealed ample sun-kissed skin, crossed her arms, her gaze sweeping over Su Hong with palpable disdain. Her name was Red Scorpion, notorious for her fiery temperament. Beside her stood another equally alluring mercenary, with an air of flirtation about her, named Flower Butterfly. Upon hearing this, she burst into a melodic laugh, her voice deliberately sharp. Red Scorpion, do not underestimate our young Master Su. My good sister from Chunyu Tower, Chui Ying, mentioned that this gentleman visits them solely to enjoy music. As she spoke, she raised her delicate finger, gesturing at the black lines on her leather armor. That night was quite proper. Even Chui Ying's apron strings, TSK, he fumbled to untie. The next morning, Chui Ying claimed she was still wearing it perfectly. The sisters all proclaimed that young Master Su was there simply to listen to lullabies. Ha! The laughter, whistles, and vulgarities instantly drowned out the 2. A torrent of unbearable mockery washed over them, reaching the zenith of humiliation. Su Hong's face alternated between crimson and pallor, his fists clenched instinctively, nails nearly embedding into his palms. He had heard such taunts too many times over the years, rendering him numb. Yet, that did not imply indifference. The feelings of embarrassment and humiliation surged within him like a tidal wave, especially concerning the rumor about the untied apron. He could be called a good-for-nothing, but he could not abide being deemed incapable. Damn it, this young master has always maintained a clear mind. When have I ever ventured into such brothels? He pointed angrily at the 2 voluptuous female mercenaries, vehemently refuting the slander. However, at the peak of this uproar, Beixuan, who had remained silent, subtly furrowed his brow. Ding! Detection of strong malicious ridicule and insult directed at the protected subject, Su Hong. Emergency mission announced. An eye for an eye, a knife for a knife. Mission details. The The master is to hire the current 2 mercenary groups and guide them to Mount Beixuan. Utilize the guardian demon beasts of Mount Beixuan, the blazing shadow leopards, to eliminate them all. For every mercenary slain by the demon beasts, the master will receive a condensing element breaking pill. Analysis of the blazing shadow leopard's attributes: strength 104, speed 124, defense 104. This demon beast is renowned for its incredible speed, nearly matching yours. The speed you take pride in pales in comparison before it. Warning: danger level 5 stars. Failure of the mission will result in utter annihilation. Xiaoming's voice echoed clearly in Beixuan's mind. What is there to fear? This poses no challenge. I find it quite amusing. Beixuan was utterly inflated with confidence, disdainfully curling his lip. His thoughts began to race. A condensing element breaking pill? What a treasure! It could pave the way for young Master S future breakthroughs or serve as a potent explosive in critical moments with endless utility. As for hiring them, simply throwing gold at them is so mundane. I shall offer them something far more thrilling. Haha. With this thought, he suddenly lifted his head, his face instantly adopting a look of panic and timidity. Chapter 54. The theatrical little beggar plays the mercenaries. Who is the foolish tycoon, the mantis catching the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits? Beixuan's body even trembled slightly in sync, his voice quaking with a whimper as he stammered, Stop! Stop! You wicked individuals. Do not bully my young master. His voice, laced with the unique frail energy fluctuations of a white crystal apprentice, failed to intimidate the mercenaries, instead provoking louder laughter. Oh, the little beggar is anxious? What? Do you wish to defend your useless young master? With that frail body of yours? They guffawed. Look at him. He is so terrified he might wet himself. Beixuan took a step back in apparent terror, seemingly overwhelmed by their presence, frantically attempting to cover the pockets of his tattered clothes. Suddenly, a sharp sound rang out. A heavy, tattered cloth bag inadvertently fell from his embrace, the opening wide, spilling forth glimmering, round gold coins that flowed like a stream under the sun, cascading all over the ground. In the dimly lit clearing of the forest, that dazzling golden spectacle nearly blinded the eyes of all the mercenaries. The laughter abruptly ceased. The entire clearing fell into a profound silence, broken only by the sound of heavy breathing and the soft rustle of coins rolling across the grass. All gazes were fixated on the sea of gold, filled with greed, shock, and disbelief. The quantity, at a glance, surely numbered in the thousands. Feigning terror, Beixuan's face turned pale as he flailed to gather the coins scattered on the ground, crying out with an increasingly trembling voice, Oh no, my money has fallen. This mountain of demon beasts is terrifying, filled with villains everywhere. As he spoke, he forced tears from his eyes. What if it gets stolen? I still have 100,000 gold coins on me. Alas, this is the private fortune that my young master has saved for so long. 100,000 gold coins? These 4 words resounded like thunder in the minds of all the mercenaries. The eyes of the leaders of the Eagle Hook and Iron Claw mercenary groups sparkled brighter than gold itself. Their breaths grew heavy, akin to the labor of a blacksmith. 100,000 gold coins. For those who dance on the edge of danger, earning merely a few hundred or 1,000 coins per mission, this figure is astronomical. It could comfortably sustain their entire team for a decade or more. The mercenaries, who had just moments ago reveled in mockery, underwent a remarkable transformation in expression, swiftly shifting from disdain to fervor, from ferocity to obsequiousness. Oh dear, a misunderstanding, a colossal misunderstanding. The leader of the Eagle Hook mercenary group, a robust man bearing a scar across his face, nicknamed Eagle Eye, was the first to react. A greasy smile spread across his face as he hurriedly approached Beixuan, moving with a speed surpassing that of his hunts for ferocious beasts. My good sir, and Master Su, you both are undoubtedly esteemed individuals. Having ventured into the Beast Mountains surely reflects your compassion for the common folk and your quest for personal growth. My comrades were blind to recognize your greatness. Please do not hold it against us mere mortals. As he spoke, he eagerly picked up the gold coins scattered on the ground, his demeanor more respectful than that of a devoted son. The leader of the Iron Claw mercenary group, nicknamed Iron Hand, a brawny man with bulging muscles, was not to be outdone. He quickly pushed through his subordinates and approached, thumping his chest with a resounding thud. Indeed, Master Su, my young friend, the Beast Mountains are fraught with peril. It is far too unsafe for 2 distinguished individuals to wander alone. How about this? Our Eagle Hook and Iron Claw groups are among the most formidable in these outskirts. If you could spare a meager sum to hire us as your bodyguards, we shall ensure your utmost comfort and safety. Yes, hire us. The other mercenaries immediately transformed into the most loyal supporters, showering praises in a cacophony of flattery. Young sir, you are clearly a harbinger of good fortune. Accompanying you is sure to be a wise choice. Master Su, with your commanding presence, you shall surely turn misfortune into fortune. Who was that scoundrel who dared to gossip? Step forward. I shall silence him. The flower butterfly and red scorpion, who had previously mocked Su Hong for being unable to untie his belt, now shifted their demeanor with astonishing swiftness. The flower butterfly, swaying her curvaceous figure, adorned with a potent scent of cheap perfume, lunged towards Beixuan, her voice dripping with sweetness. Oh dear, this was all a misunderstanding. Look at you. Your little face turned pale with fright. It pains my heart to see you so distressed. Come, let me embrace you and ease your worries. As she feigned to fall into Beixuan's embrace, a flicker of discernible distaste crossed his eyes. Like a slippery fish, he deftly sidestepped her advances. Meanwhile, he pointed with precision towards Su Hong, who remained dazed, his face still flushed. His voice regained a semblance of calm, yet still bore traces of trepidation. No, no, no. Do not look to me. I am merely a humble follower. The money, it all belongs to my young master. You all need to serve my esteemed young master Su Hong well. He is timid, so please take good care of him. He particularly emphasized the phrase take care with great seriousness. Hua Dai was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the situation upon hearing that the money belonged to Su Hong and seeing Beixuan gesture toward him. Instantly, a charming smile adorned her face, and she turned to approach Su Hong, her voice dripping with sweetness. Young Master Su, look at how considerate your attendant is. Rest assured, I shall attend to you meticulously, ensuring you forget all the terrors of this mountain. As she spoke, she extended her finger, painted with vermilion, intending to hook Su Hong's arm. Although Hong Xie did not rush forward, she donned a friendly smile, her gaze fixed on Su Hong as if he were a moving mountain of gold. How could Su Hong withstand such an onslaught? He was still reeling from the public humiliation he had just endured. Suddenly, a provocatively dressed woman, exuding an enticing fragrance, approached him, leaving him completely frozen. He was at a loss for where to place his hands and feet, his face turning as red as a boiled shrimp, while his nostrils began to flare uncontrollably, hinting at the surge of crimson energy within him. Employ? Beixuan seemed somewhat dazed by the enthusiasm around him and cautiously inquired, how much will it cost? Although our young master is wealthy, we cannot squander our money. Not expensive at all. The leader of the Eagle Eye mercenaries immediately held up 5 fingers. Look, young brother. Our 2 teams boast formidable strength. Thus, for one team, it will be 50,000 gold coins. I guarantee you both safe passage until your desired destination. This is truly a friendship price, a bargain. Indeed, young brother, with your appearance, it is clear you are no ordinary person. If it were anyone else, even for 100,000, we would refuse. The leader of the Iron Hand echoed, unwilling to be outdone. 50,000. Beixuan feigned hesitation, glancing at the bag of gold coins he had retrieved from the ground, and then at the flustered Su Hong, ensnared by Hua Dai. After a momentous internal struggle, he nodded. All right, as long as you ensure the safety of the young master and myself, money is no object. Deal. The leaders of Eagle Eye and Iron Hand exclaimed in unison, their faces alight with joy. 50,000 gold coins for a single team was akin to a windfall from the heavens. They exchanged glances, seemingly understanding each other's thoughts. Haha, this beggar truly is a fool. Who knows where this local tycoon emerged from? The more the merrier. Chapter 55. The Bird Song as a Funeral Bell. When the mercenaries play with the young master, unbeknownst to them, they have already fallen into a dire predicament. The mercenaries erupted into cheers, their gazes towards Beixuan and Su Hong resembling that of hunters eyeing 2 plump, unsuspecting sheep ready for slaughter. What a useless young master. What a pitiful beggar. Clearly, they were gazing upon walking deities of wealth. Soon, with a wave of their hands, the 2 leaders beckoned the mercenaries to bring forth a sturdy double-drawn carriage, typically used to transport large prey or valuable goods. While it was not luxurious, it was certainly comfortable amidst the wilderness. Young Master Su, please, be our guest. Eagle Eye personally opened the carriage door, wearing a fawning expression. The delicate flower butterfly and the alluring red scorpion half-heartedly assisted the stiff and awkward Su Hong into the carriage. The 2 women exchanged a fleeting glance, their beautiful eyes momentarily glinting with a cold light. They then swiftly followed him inside and casually drew the fabric curtain closed. Sir, will you take the front seat to drive? The view is splendid. Iron Hand cordially beckoned to Beixuan. Beixuan nodded and unceremoniously plopped down in the driver's position, his legs dangling nonchalantly, the toes of his worn shoes idly swaying. The carriage gradually set in motion, escorted by the mercenaries, advancing deeper into the mountains. Inside the carriage, subtle sounds soon emerged. Young Master Su, do not be so tense. I assure you, I won tea bite, one of the women teased. Ah, Miss Butterfly, please. Have some decorum, Su Hong stammered. Oh dear, Where are you placing your hand, young master? Hee, but it matters not. I rather enjoy it. No, I meant. Ah, don't. Just then, a few foolish birds fluttered down from who knows where, perching atop the carriage roof, chirping merrily. Tweet, tweet, tweet. The bird song intertwined with the creaking of the carriage wheels and the women's flirtatious whispers, as well as Su Hong's flustered murmurs, creating a rather comical yet awkward symphony. Ah, do I even need to ask? Su Hong quietly closed his eyes, maintaining his composure as he practiced the fervent elemental energy technique. Threads of elemental force began to flow into Su Hong's body from the surrounding atmosphere. The mercenaries encircling the carriage wore knowing, sly smiles. Heh, this useless young master certainly enjoys his fair share of fortune with the ladies. Indeed, that flower butterfly is quite skilled in her elemental techniques, one remarked with a mocking smirk, gesturing across his throat. Who cares? They are both fools with wealth. Once we reach a secluded spot, they believed their voices were hushed, unaware that Beixuan, seated at the front, heard every word. A cold smirk graced Beixuan's lips as he gazed calmly into the darkened forest ahead, as if observing a troop of frolicking corpses. Seemingly casually, he turned his head towards the carriage, raising his voice slightly, laced with envy as he jested. Young master, it seems you are enjoying quite the lively ambience inside with all those chirps. It appears my expenditures are truly justified. Ha ha. The birds chirping halted momentarily atop the carriage. Soon, a muffled, nasal sound of Su Hong's embarrassment echoed from within. Beixuan, you be quiet, accompanied by the melodic laughter of Flower Butterfly. The mercenaries erupted into louder laughter. Beixuan turned back, the teasing glimmer vanishing from his face, replaced by an expression of calm. He addressed the captain of the Eagle Eye team, who was riding a low-tier mount, with a tone that bore both trepidation and a hint of pride. Captain Eagle, you see, our expedition into the mountains is not merely aimless wandering. My young master has heard rumors that within White Flame Mountain lies something left by his ancestors, though the specifics are unclear. However, it is said to be worth over 100,000 gold coins, hidden within a rather secretive cave. He lowered his voice conspiratorially. Brimming with intrigue, the young master declared that there was little danger, merely that the path was rather difficult to navigate. However, it seemed I had traversed it in my youth while foraging for herbs with my grandfather, and I vaguely remembered the way. Yin Mountain? Over 1 million gold coins? Eagle Eye's breath grew heavier, and the glint of greed in his eyes was almost tangible. Iron Hand immediately urged his horse closer, his ears perked up. Brother, is this true? Eagle Eye's voice trembled with excitement. Indeed, it was uttered by my young master himself. Beixuan nodded earnestly, his expression honest and sincere. But that place is somewhat remote. You must ensure our safety. Rest assured, we shall take care of it. Eagle Eye and Iron Hand declared in unison, resolute and unwavering. At that moment, any thoughts of murder or robbery were momentarily eclipsed by the immense temptation of 1 million gold coins. Let us head to Beixuan Mountain. Once we secure that fortune, we can deal with these 2 plump sheep at our leisure. The pace of the convoy quickened noticeably, their goal clearly set towards Beixuan Mountain. The mercenaries rubbed their fists together, brimming with excitement, as if that 1 million gold coins were already within their grasp. They remained oblivious to the calm-eyed little beggar leading the way, whose gaze held a fleeting glimpse of cold indifference, akin to a specter. The few foolish birds perched atop the carriage occasionally chirped, their calls intermittent, almost as if issuing a warning. As the group delved deeper, the faint sound of something being torn echoed ominously, a sinister noise along the path leading to the death trap. Soon, as they drew nearer to Beixuan Mountain, the air temperature subtly rose. The breeze no longer carried the fresh scent of verdant foliage but instead bore a dry, searing heat, faintly tinged with the odor of sulfur. The surrounding vegetation began to transform, with hardy coniferous forests gradually yielding to low, drought-resistant shrubs with waxy leaves, while the exposed rock formations displayed a dark red hue, as if scorched by intense heat. The clumsy birds resting on the cart had long since fluttered away with a few flaps of their wings. Su Hong's voice was laden with exhaustion and relief. Miss, please, have some self-restraint. If this continues, His breath was noticeably shallow, clearly fatigued from his cultivation practices. Huadai's voice carried a hint of lazy reproach. Oh dear, young Master Su, you truly lack romance. With me in this state. Oh well, I suppose you should take a break. She lifted the edge of the curtain, tidying her somewhat disheveled attire, disrupted by the fluctuations of her cultivated energy. With a blush from her practice, she cast a flirtatious glance at Su Hong before gracefully descending the carriage for some fresh air. Su Hong nearly tumbled out of the carriage, gasping for breath, his ears flushed crimson, hair disheveled, and the luxurious collar of his brocade robe had been torn, revealing the white lining beneath, which bore the faint trace of a suspicious crimson lip mark. It was undoubtedly the result of the bumpy journey, a careless brush against something. He averted his gaze, unable to meet anyone's eyes, particularly the knowing gaze of Beixuan, which made him wish to vanish into the ground. Moments ago, within the confines of the carriage, it was nothing short of a trial for him, a test of breath control, meditation, and the cultivation of primal energy. The technique employed by the flower butterfly was indeed formidable. "Young master, have you rested sufficiently?" Beixuan leapt down from the carriage, his tattered shoes making contact with the scorching gravel as if he felt nothing. Approaching Su Hong, he spoke in a tone neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for the surrounding mercenaries to overhear. "We are nearing Beixuan Mountain. Do you recall the specific location of the treasure cave you mentioned?" With a playful wink at Su Hong, he continued speaking. Chapter 56, luring the enemy deeper into the Crimson Cliffs. As the third-tier fire leopard pounced, the mercenaries were instantly engulfed in smoke, revealing a great demon. Su Hong was momentarily taken aback, but upon noticing Beixuan's gaze, he sensed a trust cultivated over time and instinctively replied, albeit uncertainly, yes, it seems to be just below that stretch of Crimson Cliffs. I can't recall too clearly. I heard the elders mention it during my childhood." He endeavored to recollect the clues Beixuan had previously shared with the mercenary leader. The Crimson Cliffs? Eagle Eye and Iron Hand immediately approached, following Su Hong's pointing finger. Not far ahead, there indeed stood a steep, red-hued cliff, subtly distorting in the sweltering air, as if cloaked in invisible flames. This was the defining topography of Beixuan Mountain, the place where the elemental energy of fire was most concentrated, and where the white flame crystal was most likely to be found. Indeed, that is the spot. A spark ignited in Eagle Eye's eyes, his greed entirely overpowering reason. "Brothers, let us push on. The treasure lies just ahead. Once we seize it, everyone will share in the spoils, and we shall revel in Yunlan City for an entire month." The mercenaries erupted in a fervent cheer, their fatigue vanishing as if it had never existed. Each one invigorated, rallying around the cart as they hastened towards the Crimson Cliffs. The flower butterfly and the red scorpion rejoined the ranks, their eyes equally ablaze with ambition. 1,000,000 gold coins, enough to liberate them from their perilous existence. Beixuan regarded the throng, intoxicated by avarice, and silently smiled as he returned to his seat on the carriage. Appearing nonchalant as he leaned against the carriage, he closed his eyes to rest, while inwardly, he delved into the system interface, once again verifying the status of his quest and the icon for the essence condensing breaking boundary pill. It was a pill the size of a longan, its surface of vivid jade green, intricately entwined with silver patterns, emanating a pulse of energy that sent shivers down the spine. The convoy swiftly arrived at the base of the Crimson Cliffs. Here, the temperature was palpably higher, the air thick with a pungent scent of sulfur. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, devoid of even the chirping of insects or the calls of birds. Only the mournful wail of the hot wind through the rock crevices added an unsettling weight to the atmosphere. "Where's the treasure cave? Young Master Su, little brother. Where exactly is it?" Eagle Eye inquired impatiently, scanning the base of the cliff. Beixuan leapt down from the carriage, feigning a casual glance around before pointing to a dark fissure, partially obscured by a massive boulder. "It seems to be over there. It looks somewhat like it, but it's quite dark inside and rather intimidating. What is there to fear? Brothers, draw your weapons. Prepare to enter." With a commanding shout from Iron Hand, the mercenaries swiftly drew their weapons, ignited torches, and formed a defensive formation, cautiously advancing towards the fissure's entrance. Leading the charge were Eagle Eye and Iron Hand, closely followed by Flower Butterfly and Red Scorpion. Though their faces were marked by tension, a greater desire for wealth shone through. Su Hong, however, found himself shielded by several mercenaries, his complexion paling as an instinctive unease washed over him in this foreboding place. Beixuan remained still, arms crossed, observing with keen interest as the mercenaries approached the seemingly innocuous fissure, treating it as if it were a formidable adversary. Just as the majority of the mercenaries gathered at the fissure's mouth, peering into the darkness, the flickering torchlight illuminated their shadows against the crimson rock walls, reminiscent of a chaotic dance of phantoms. Suddenly, an unforeseen change erupted. A deafening roar, as if capable of tearing one's very soul, exploded from above the cliff without warning. The sound was imbued with a fierce and terrifying heat, sweeping through the valley like a rolling thunderstorm. Wherever the sound wave traveled, searing sand and stones cascaded down. Everyone, including the peak 9-star warriors like Eagle Eye and Iron Hand, felt as though their hearts were gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Blood surged, eardrums throbbed painfully, and a primal fear seized them in an instant. In the next moment, a blinding white light, accompanied by a terrifying heat, descended from the 30-meter-high scarlet cliff with the force of a falling star, targeting the cluster of mercenaries gathered at the fissure. The speed was astonishing. The onlookers barely registered a flash of white light before the scorching shockwaves surged upon them like a tsunami. A thunderous boom erupted alongside piercing screams of terror. Fragments of stone shot forth like cannonballs. Dust and vapor, mingled with the instantly vaporized flesh and sulfur, ascended into the sky. As the dust began to settle, the Fisher-S entrance lay in utter devastation. A charred pit, over 2 meters in diameter, was starkly visible, with a lava-like crimson liquid flowing at its bottom, emanating a terrifying heat. Scattered around the pit's edge were broken weapons, shattered armor fragments, and charred, unrecognizable remnants of limbs. Just moments ago, the members of the Iron Claw mercenary group who had stood at the forefront, probing the way, were obliterated without so much as a whimper in the face of this horrific assault. Amidst the pervasive aura of death, a colossal creature poised elegantly, yet lethally upon a protruding red rock. Its form was sleek and elongated, draped in a magnificent coat that resembled flowing white flames. Pure and fervent, radiating an oppressive heat that warped the surrounding air. Its 4 claws, akin to molten platinum, sank deep into the molten rock, producing a sizzling sound. A long tail, ablaze with white flames, swayed gracefully behind it like a steel whip, each flick sending forth a shower of dazzling sparks. The most chilling aspect was those vertical pupils, resembling 2 diminutive white suns, cold and merciless, gazing down from above upon the minuscule prey below, filled with a pure desire for destruction. The terrifying, overwhelming ferocity of the second-tier pinnacle demon power surged like tangible waves of flame, relentlessly assaulting the nerves of all present. The oppressive force shackled the remaining mercenaries as if bound by invisible chains, rendering their bodies rigid, their blood nearly frozen. A third-tier junior demon beast, the blazing shadow leopard, a terrifying entity equivalent to a human 3-star black crystal martial artist. In the periphery of this demon beast mountain range, it stood as the undisputed sovereign. The entire valley fell into an eerie silence. Only the subtle crackling of the white flames and the chattering of the survivors' teeth broke the stillness. Huadai and Hongxie lay prostrate on the ground, drained of color, their earlier greed and charm having been supplanted by boundless terror. Ingyan and Taizhou clutched their weapons, their hands trembling like leaves in the wind, their eyes filled with despair. They finally comprehended the lethal trap they had unwittingly entered, just as the words left their lips. In an instant, as the demon beast leapt down, Beixuan's tattered cloak activated instantaneously. In a flash, he seized Su Hong and propelled them swiftly toward the massive stone behind them. At that moment, Beixian and Su Hong stood atop the boulder, arms crossed, surveying the scene below. Instead of fear, their faces bore expressions of profound satisfaction, akin to that of hunters reveling in their catch. Beixuan's gaze precisely landed on the charred remnants beneath the claws of the white flame leopard, a patch nearly reduced to ashes. The remains of the slowest iron-clawed mercenaries who had stood at the forefront moments ago. The melodious voice of Xiaoming resonated in his consciousness. Ding. For mercenaries have been dispatched to the afterlife by the demon beast. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained, for essence-breaking pills, stored in the system backpack. The curve of Beixuan's lips deepened as he diverted his attention from the system interface. His interest peaked as he glanced at the blazing shadow leopard, akin to a sovereign of flames. He also surveyed the group of mercenaries, trembling in the face of absolute power, their faces ashen. Yet, at that moment, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the horizon. Boom. A deafening sound reverberated. Beixian turned sharply toward the sound, witnessing a cataclysmic black lightning, seemingly tearing the heavens apart, splitting the northwestern fiery clouds without warning. A wave of solid black light pressure rippled through the valley in an instant. Uft, 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 uft. The low-tier fire lizards and red-tailed scorpions lurking in the crevices of the rocks were directly stunned by this terrifying aura, blood oozing from their mouths and noses. Roar. The blazing shadow leopard sprang to its feet, its body engulfed in white flames. It fixed its gaze upon the direction of the lightning, its molten claws anxiously scraping the ground. For the first time, a palpable sense of dread and apprehension flickered in its sun-like vertical pupils. Beixuan's smile froze, his heart quaking. The countdown to destruction had already commenced. Chapter 57. The demon beast keeps female mercenaries as handmaidens? The original data is in complete disarray. The situation has reached a deadlock. Roar. The roar of the blazing shadow leopard was laced with unprecedented fear, its sun-like vertical pupils fixating on the terrifying lightning scar in the northwestern sky, which had yet to fully dissipate. The fur of the blazing creature rippled violently, its molten claws anxiously scraping against the scorching red rock, producing a harsh, grating sound as sparks flew. A profound sense of threat, stemming from the instinct of survival, compelled it to flee this territory immediately. Yet, The gathering of ants below and the rich scent of blood ignited its inherent brutality and ferocity as the ruler of this domain. Particularly, the human beggar, Beixuan, standing atop the boulder, whose feeble presence elicited an inexplicable irritation within it. To flee or to kill. This fleeting deliberation was swiftly overwhelmed by the predator's instinct. A fierce howl erupted, reverberating with a ferocity that seemed to dispel the fear within. The blazing shadow leopard abruptly turned its head, ablaze with white flames, its cold, merciless white vertical pupils resembling two concentrated beams of death, locking onto the remnants of the mercenary group below, paralyzed by terror. The terrifying aura of its demonic power descended like a tangible wave of molten lava. No. We shall fight back. Form up. Quickly form up. The leaders of the Eagle Eye and Iron Hand mercenary groups, their eyes wide with desperation, roared in despair under the shadow of death. The instinct for survival eclipsed their fear as the remaining mercenaries, including Huadai and Hongxia, unleashed frantic howls, fervently channeling their gray crystal energy. Eagle hook formation. Strangle. Iron claw. Split the ground. The surviving members of the two mercenary groups, under the looming threat of death, demonstrated an unprecedented unity. Each member of the Eagle Hook mercenary group drew back their bows, the strings taut, as gray-hued energy coiled around their arrows, accompanied by a piercing sound as they shot forth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows rained down like a torrential storm toward the leopard's vital points, its eyes, throat, and other critical areas. Meanwhile, the Iron Claw mercenary group brandished their heavy armors and battle axes, forming a tight defensive circle. Waves of earthy yellow energy surged forward, crashing against the red rock where the leopard stood. This was their final struggle, the full force of the gray crystal warriors converging into a formidable torrent. However, in the face of absolute power, their struggle appeared utterly futile. The dense barrage of arrows struck the leopard's flowing white flames, akin to ice needles cast into a furnace, vaporizing instantaneously without leaving a ripple. The white flames were not mere decoration but a manifestation of its formidable defenses and intense heat as a third-tier demon beast. Boom. The earthly yellow energy wave slammed against the red rock, sending fragments flying and dust swirling. Yet, as the dust settled, the blazing shadow leopard remained steadfast in its position. The rock beneath it merely marked by faint white traces. A hint of disdain flickered in its cold vertical pupils. It moved, not to evade, but to attack, like a searing white lightning that tore through the air. Its speed surpassed the visual limits of the gray crystal warriors. The onlookers barely caught a glimpse of the white shadow, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones cracking and an agonizing scream that pierced the air. Thud. Ah, my leg. Help, Captain. A heavily armored man from the Iron Claw mercenary group, along with his proud armament, was effortlessly pierced and torn apart by the leopard's molten claws. As if they were mere fabric, the searing innards and blood were instantaneously vaporized by the intense heat emanating from the claws, filling the air with a charred aroma of flesh. In the next moment, the cheetah's blazing tail, like a steel whip, swept across the battlefield. Bang, bang, bang. 3 mercenaries from the Eagle Hook, attempting a flanking assault, were struck down as if by a battering ram. Their protective shields shattered, and their chests collapsed in an instant. Blood, mingled with shredded entrails, gushed from their mouths as their bodies flew backward like kites with severed strings, crashing against the scalding mountainside, transforming into 3 pools of twisted, charred flesh. A massacre, an overwhelming slaughter. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of notifications for the congealing essence breaking through pill echoed like a melodic symphony in the sea of consciousness of North Xian. Xiaoming stood atop a massive rock, arms crossed, his cold gaze fixated upon the inferno below, a cruel smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Each notification of a pill acquired signified the end of a greedy life and the eradication of a potential threat. This transaction was indeed profitable. Please, don't kill me. I beg you. Huadai lay crumpled on the ground, her once exquisite makeup now a smeared mess of tears and dirt, the allure she had moments ago replaced by an abyss of terror. She watched her companions perish in an instant, paralyzed by fear, and prostrated herself before the cheetah. Hongxia, pale as a ghost, trembled uncontrollably with the dagger in her hands, her eyes filled with despair. The blazing hunter cheetah paid no heed to the pleas of these insignificant insects. Its objective was singular, to cleanse the area, especially that beggar on high ground, who evoked a sense of peculiar annoyance. Whoosh! The white silhouette darted again, this time aiming for the leader of the Eagle Eye. Beast, I'll fight you to the end. Eagle Eye's eyes widened with fury, aware that evasion was futile. He poured every ounce of his power, at the pinnacle of 9-star gray crystal, into his curved blade. The blade ignited with a blinding gray light, exuding a fierce aura as it cleaved towards the oncoming white shadow. Clang! The deafening sound of metal colliding echoed through the air as the curved blade struck the cheetah's descending paw with precision. However, the anticipated resistance failed to materialize. The blade felt as though it had struck ancient iron. It shattered into countless jagged edges. Eagle Eye was overwhelmed by an irresistible force surging through the blade. Tearing his palm open, blood gushing forth. He was hurled backward as if struck by a speeding train, crashing into the rocks dozens of meters away, his fate uncertain. Ding! Detection of mercenary Eagle Hook, Eagle Eye, near death, has sustained grave injuries. Do you wish to confirm the kill? Confirmation of kill successful. Congratulations, Master. You have acquired Congealing Essence breaking through Pill X1. Total, 9 pills. Eagle Eye. Captain Ironhand's anguished roar reverberated as he beheld the disintegration of the Eagle Hook team and the tragic demise of his comrades. A surge of bloodlust igniting within him. Brothers of Iron Claw, avenge our fallen. He bellowed, leading the remaining Iron Claw mercenaries into a frenzied charge toward the cheetah, their heavy axes wielded with the force to shatter mountains. The outcome was never in doubt. With a sickening sound, claws tore through flesh, tails shattered bones, and the intense white flames instantaneously carbonized human bodies. The cries of agony rose and fell, swiftly succumbing to silence. The accumulation of 21 boundary-breaking pills has been successfully stored in the backpack. In less than a minute, 2 notorious mercenary groups, infamous in the vicinity of the Beast Mountain on the outskirts of Yunlan City, along with their captain, have all been transformed into souls beneath the claws of the blazing Inferno hunting leopard, leaving only the precious elixirs within the North Xian system's inventory. However, a question arises. Why did the beast spare the 2 female mercenaries? Unbeknownst to North Xian, the creature has undergone a mutation, gaining a semblance of intelligence, and intends to keep the 2 female mercenaries as potential attendants. The valley is permeated with a pungent mix of blood, charred flesh, and sulfur, creating an atmosphere thick with the scent of death. The Inferno hunting leopard, flicking away non-existent blood from its claws, finally directs its cold gaze towards the 2 figures atop the boulder, North Xian and Su Hong. With a low growl, it crouches slightly, its streamlined body coiling with explosive power. The earlier slaughter was merely a warm-up. Now, it aims to eliminate the 2 intruders who have stirred its unease. Young Master, step back. North Xian's earlier composure vanishes, replaced by a steely seriousness. He senses that the beast's murderous intent is firmly fixated upon him. With a primal roar, the Inferno hunting leopard lunges forward with lethal precision, transforming into a blinding white lightning that tears through the air, leaving a distinct afterimage in its wake. Its molten claws, ablaze with white flames, descend with the intent to rend all asunder. The air crackles with intense heat, producing a sharp, explosive sound. Incredible speed. North Xian's pupils constrict. The recorded velocity of 124 points proves to be accurate, nearly matching his own prideful speed. With a thunderous shout, North Xian slams his palm against the ground, using the force to propel his body sideways with ghostly swiftness. This is the utmost limit of his evasive maneuvers. A piercing sound of tearing fabric fills the air as he narrowly avoids a fatal strike to his head. Yet the searing wind generated by the beast's claws still rends his tattered clothing and carves deep gashes into his shoulder, exposing bone beneath. The edges of the wounds instantly char and blacken, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. Gasping, North Xian feels cold sweat bead on his forehead. The beast's offensive power is terrifying. Merely the residual force from its claws nearly incapacitated his arm. Before he can catch his breath, the Inferno hunting leopard, missing its target, defies the laws of physics, twisting midair. Its fiery tail, akin to a venomous serpent, lashes out towards North Xian's midsection with a thunderous crack. A full strike would surely sever him in 2. 3,000 flurries. North Xian channels his speed to its zenith, his footwork becoming an intricate dance as he leaves behind a series of blurred ice and snow afterimages. In a hair-raising moment, he sidesteps once more. With a resounding crash, the flaming tail strikes the massive boulder, shattering the indomitable crimson rock as if it were mere tofu. Fragments of stone, engulfed in searing white flames, scatter in all directions. Although North Xian narrowly escapes the direct impact, the shockwave and the searing debris still hurl him through the air, rendering his protective shield ineffective. He violently crashed against another rock, a sweet taste flooding his throat as a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Within him, the energy and blood surged tumultuously, his organs shaken. Damn it, I cannot breach its defenses. The numbers flashed. 24, 24, critical hit 66, 24, critical hit 86. Curse it. Another round of scraping. This cannot continue. The critical hits are too reliant on fortune. just moments ago, in an attempt to evade. He had tried multiple times to unleash a thunderous slap, targeting the purported weak points in the cheetah's defenses. Yet, he merely left a trivial white mark on its fur, engulfed in white flames, which was swiftly obliterated by the searing heat. Blast it all, everything is in disarray. The game designer, once proud of his prowess, had faced repeated setbacks upon arriving in the Xianjing continent. The locations that should have presented vulnerabilities proved entirely ineffective. Power 104, Defense 104. The physical strength of a third-tier demon beast far surpassed his attack limits. His speed advantage, rendered insignificant against the foe's equally terrifying velocity, could only serve to facilitate his escape, utterly incapable of inflicting any meaningful harm. Each evasion was fraught with peril, every brush with residual energy exacerbating his injuries. The blazing shadow cheetah seemed to sense this slippery insect's exceptional agility, emitting an impatient growl. It ceased its frantic lunges, instead advancing with a graceful yet lethal gait. Its white vertical pupils fixated intently on Beixuan. The overwhelming pressure felt like an invisible cage, continuously constricting Beixuan's range of motion. It was hunting for a decisive strike. Leaning against the searing rock, he gasped for breath, his tattered garments soaked with sweat and blood clinging to him. The wound on his shoulder throbbed painfully, his internal energy severely depleted from rapid evasion. His gaze was gravely serious, his mind racing. A head-on clash would lead to certain death. He had to devise a strategy. Just what in the hell is that black thunder? What might it summon? In this suffocating stalemate, suddenly, boom, another rumble echoed, seemingly emerging from the depths of hell. This time, the sound was alarmingly close. The entire white flame mountain trembled violently. The blazing shadow cheetah's white flames flickered momentarily, its previously fierce gaze replaced by profound terror, as it instinctively abandoned Beixuan and jerked its head skyward. There, it beheld a pillar of black lightning, thicker than before, infused with an aura of utter annihilation. Like a black dragon tearing through the heavens. It descended with a terrifying might that threatened to obliterate all in its path, aimed squarely at this valley. Chapter 58, The Useless Young Master on the Brink of Death. A fourth-tier black annihilation thunder tiger ambushes, targeting the engulfing flames of the body. Boom. The deafening sound grew ever closer. The very space seemed to lament, twisting and collapsing. The air was ionized, producing a terrifying crackle, forming a vacuum around them. This oppressive force was more than 10 times stronger than the blazing shadow cheetah. It was a horror that transcended the third tier, a power belonging to a higher echelon of life. A howl erupted from the blazing shadow cheetah, a scream of pure terror. Its proud coat of white flames, capable of withstanding the full force of a gray crystal warrior's assault, quivered violently before the pure essence of destruction, as if it might be extinguished at any moment. An overwhelming dread, originating from the depths of its bloodline, instantaneously submerged all its ferocity and pride. Escape. It must escape. Immediately. What territory? What prey? In the face of an absolute threat of death, all else pales into insignificance. It could no longer afford to concern itself with Beixuan and Su Hong. With a powerful kick against the shattered stones beneath, its streamlined body erupted with unprecedented speed. In an instant, it transformed into a desperate flash of white light, fleeing headlong into the depths of the forest, away from the direction of the descending black thunder. That speed surpassed even that of its earlier assault on the mercenaries, leaving behind only a swiftly dissipating white mist and the acrid scent of fear in the air. Beixuan, too, was shaken to his core by the imminent wrath of divine retribution, his heart quaking with trepidation. He watched helplessly as the once mighty third-tier beast fled like a frightened dog, and his sense of impending doom reached its zenith. Run? Where to run? It seemed that the black thunder had locked onto this very area. The tattered cloak was still cooling. The 3,000 snowflakes? Cooling down. Young master, get down. Beixuan shouted with all his strength. He hurled himself to the ground, curling up tightly. Su Hong, already paralyzed by the cataclysmic scene, heard Beixuan's roar and instinctively covered his head, collapsing to the ground, trembling like a leaf caught in the wind. However, the destructive black thunderbolt did not appear to be targeting them. Just as the bolt was about to strike the ground, a roar erupted, more furious and imposing than thunder itself, as if it could shatter mountains and rivers with its terrifying resonance, striking the entire valley like a colossal soundwave hammer. The space seemed to momentarily freeze. That annihilating black thunder, which had instilled such fear in the third-tier beast, suddenly changed course, as if tamed by the roar. The thick bolt of lightning executed an extraordinarily agile turn in the air, transforming into a condensed streak of black electricity, shooting towards the source of the roar at the valley's entrance. Beixuan and Su Hong were stunned by the overwhelming majesty of the roar, their eardrums nearly bursting. their vital energy surging, rendered nearly immobile on the ground. With great effort, they lifted their heads to gaze at the valley's entrance. There, an enormous creature, as if emerging from an ancient thunderous abyss, gradually revealed its form. It was larger than the blazing shadow leopard, standing nearly 3 meters tall and exceeding 5 meters in length. Its body was cloaked in a darkness as profound as night, adorned with thick, living patterns of black lightning that danced and shimmered across its fur, exuding an aura of chilling destruction. Its limbs were as sturdy as pillars, muscles rippling. And with each step it took, spiderweb-like fissures of charred blackness silently spread across the ground. Most terrifying of all was its head, resembling a fierce tiger, yet even more fearsome and regal. A deep purple lightning-shaped stripe adorned its forehead, akin to a third eye flung wide open. Within a pair of tiger-like eyes, devoid of sclera and pupil, there existed only 2 swirling, ravenous vortices of darkness, consuming all light. It felt as though a mere glance could lead to the obliteration of one's very soul by the boundless tempest of shadowy thunder. Its maw was regurgitating the recent obliterating black thunder it had tamed, akin to savoring an exquisite delicacy. The terrifying energy, potent enough to instill paralyzing fear in the blazing shadow leopard, danced obediently within its jaws before being swallowed whole. A 4th-tier novice beast, the Black Abyss Thunder Tiger. A supreme predator wielding the power of destructive thunder. Warning, warning, warning. Please evacuate immediately. The voice of Xiao Ming erupted with urgency. Curse it. Why didn't you say so sooner? Beixian's complexion turned as pale as parchment, an inner roar of fury echoing within him. A wave of demonic power, a terrifying force exceeding that of the blazing shadow leopard by tenfold, descended upon them like an invisible ancient mountain. The air in the valley turned viscous and oppressive. Beixian and Su Hong, prostrated on the ground, felt as though they were crushed under the weight of 10,000 tons of boulders. Their bones groaning under the unbearable strain, even breathing becoming an arduous task. The Black Abyss Thunder Tiger's swirling eyes of dark tempest swept coldly across the valley. It appeared utterly disinterested in the charred corpses of the mercenaries strewn across the ground, finally focusing on the direction of the boulders, landing its gaze upon Beixian and Su Hong, especially Beixian. The vortex of thunderstorm within its gaze seemed to momentarily stagnate, as if sensing a faint, yet familiar, trace of thunderous energy emanating from this diminutive human. Could it be? Had Beixian, swept by the residual force of the Black Thunder, retained a trace of its destructive essence? Coupled with his unexpected acquisition of the thunder body, the lightning devouring technique, was this what drew the beast's attention? Yet this minuscule semblance of familiarity was insufficient to pique its interest, let alone spare any living creature that intruded upon its perception. Its target was the seemingly more delectable Su Hong, a human whose very being appeared to harbor a pure essence of fire attribute energy, drawing it like a miniature sun. The flame body, the crimson flame crystal? A low, rumbling growl emanated, as though from the depths of hell. The Black Abyss Thunder Tiger stirred. Lacking the extreme speed that tore through the air like the blazing shadow leopard, its movements bore an imposing weight and unyielding authority. With a single step, it traversed dozens of meters as if the distance had shrunk to mere inches, appearing directly before the boulder. Its massive paw, entwined with pitch-black lightning, exuded a terrifying aura of annihilation, disregarding Beixian, who lay prostrate, and aimed straight for the cowering Su Hong, who was nearly suffocating in fear. Descending upon him with a mighty strike, that paw, seemingly slow, harbored the power to seal space itself. Su Hong felt himself ensnared by invisible shackles of thunder, rendering even a single finger immobile. The shadow of death instantaneously enveloped him. Despair washed over him as he shut his eyes. No, young master. Beixian's eyes widened in horror. Su Hong was right before him. How could he bear to watch as his young master was reduced to mere pulp? The thunderous hand of fate loomed. Beixian resolutely shielded Su Hong beneath him, raising his ironclad hand to deliver a devastating strike towards the approaching malevolent tiger. Boom. The colossal paw, entwined with destructive black lightning, crashed violently against Beixuan's fully exerted gray light palm. The sound of shattering glass echoed through the valley. The thunderous palm could not withstand even a second, crumbling like fragile cookies in an instant. A furious torrent of chaotic space and annihilating black lightning erupted forth, crashing down upon Beixian with relentless force. Thud! Beixian felt as if he had been struck head-on by a meteor plummeting from the heavens. His bones emitted a painful, grating sound. What barrier? What defense? All rendered utterly meaningless. This was the chasm of disparity. An indescribable force, imbued with the will of destruction and obliteration, surged within him, twisting and writhing like countless frenzied black venomous dragons through his limbs and bones. Agony. An indescribable torment inundated his consciousness in an instant. It felt as if every cell in his body were being pierced and torn apart by billions of searing steel needles, ultimately obliterated by the violent energy of the lightning. His body was flung away like a tattered sack, crashing heavily onto the scorching sandy ground several dozen meters away, charred and twitching before falling completely still. Life and death hung in the balance. Warning, near death. Warning, near death. The alerts from Xiaoming echoed chaotically in Beixuan's mind, yet he offered no response. The black lightning tiger cast a casual glance at the small creature it had sent flying, seemingly confirming its lifelessness. Its eyes, swirling with tempestuous lightning, refocused on Su Hong, who was paralyzed with terror just within reach. The tiger's maw gaped slightly, as a more concentrated bolt of black lightning, thick as an arm and distorting the very fabric of space, rapidly coalesced within its mouth. This time, it sought to utterly annihilate the small fireball, emitting an alluring aura. Su Hong gazed into the abyss of the tiger's gaping maw, from which the devastating black lightning radiated, his mind blanketed in profound fear and despair. Had Beixuan perished? Had he died to save him? A wave of immense sorrow and hopelessness washed over him like a frigid tide. Chapter 59. The Young Master's Crimson Light Barrier. Shattered by the Fourth Order Tiger Claw, Beixuan's near-death thunder transformation counterattack. Just as the cataclysmic black lightning was about to erupt from the tiger's mouth, reducing Su Hong to mere ashes, an unexpected transformation occurred. Deep within Su Hong, the dormant crimson flame core exploded by fear and despair, along with the fiery essence flowing through his veins, inherited from the ancestors of the Su family. Finally unleashed in unprecedented power under the extreme pressure of death's threat. Buzz, a scorching, intense red light, capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas, erupted without warning from Su Hong's dantian and heart. Two dazzling crimson orbs instantaneously dispelled the shroud of death surrounding him. The searing waves of energy surged forth like a volcanic eruption, enveloping his form in an incredibly dense crimson crystal shield, adorned with flowing, lava-like patterns. The timing of this shield's emergence was impeccable. With a piercing sound, the concentrated, destructive black lightning spewed forth from the maw of the Black Abyss Thunder Tiger, crashing violently against the newly formed crimson barrier. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the frenzied annihilation of two extremes of energy clashing against each other, producing a shrill and ear-piercing wail. The deep black destruction lightning and the fiery red lava shield engaged in a fierce friction, corroding one another. The intertwining crimson brilliance and the profound darkness of the thunderstorm tore through the air, unleashing a heart-stopping maelstrom of energy that instantly carved deep ravines into the ground, reducing rocks to mere powder. Though Su Hong was encased within the crimson shield, which shielded him from the direct impact of destruction, the terrifying tremors and pressures born from the collision still rendered him akin to a fragile boat amidst tumultuous waves, his internal organs feeling as though they had been displaced, blood seeping from his mouth and nose, and his vision darkening. Yet he was still alive. This unexpected shield had deflected a fatal blow. A low growl of disbelief escaped the Black Abyss Thunder Tiger, its stormy eyes fixated intently upon the crimson shield, revealing for the first time a glimmer of clear interest. Perhaps it perceived a toy worthy of serious engagement. The purity of the fire attribute energy erupting from this diminutive human and the tenacity of his defense exceeded its expectations. Meanwhile, several dozen meters away, the charred corpse, long deemed lifeless by all, that of Beixuan, was undergoing a cataclysmic transformation. The devastating black lightning that had invaded his limbs and ravaged his life force now served as the ignition for his latent potential. Warning: life signs of the master are rapidly declining. Warning: detection of high concentrations of destructive lightning energy intrusion. Beep, beep, beep. The essence of his thunderous body activated, with the lightning devour technique operating at its utmost limits. As the urgent alerts echoed within Beixuan's dormant consciousness, it was as if a thunderclap had severed the chaos. Within him, the slumbering, mysterious essence of the thunderous body, akin to a spark igniting in hot oil, erupted with vigor. Weak, yet indomitable gray lightning surged forth from his nearly carbonized bones and desiccated veins, like countless slender silver serpents, fiercely lunging at the rampant black destructive lightning. Concurrently, the lightning devour technique, which he had tirelessly practiced despite lacking progress, was now operating at a pace exponentially greater than ever before, spurred by the annihilating lightning. A formidable and arcane force of absorption began to manifest within every cell on the brink of fracture. The wild, destructive black lightning, intent on annihilation, had encountered its nemesis. The gray thunderous essence acted like a resilient fishing net, while the absorption power of the lightning devour technique resembled a voracious vortex. The two forces intertwined, forcefully capturing, tearing apart, and devouring the catastrophic black lightning that intruded within. This was an excruciating process. It was akin to enduring the searing agony of being engulfed in flames, while simultaneously suffering the torment of countless ants gnawing at one's heart. With each act of consumption came the inhuman pain of cells being brutally torn apart and then forcibly reassembled. Analysis complete. Assimilation complete. Congratulations, Master. Under the stimulation of the annihilating black lightning, the Thunder body has begun its preliminary awakening. The Thunder devouring technique has surpassed its limits. Advancing to the initial stages of the King-level technique, you have acquired the exclusive growth-type technique, 9 transformations of Thunder. First transformation, Black Lightning Transformation. Activated. A torrent of profound and immense information surged into Beixuan's consciousness. 9 transformations of Thunder. Utilizing the divine lightning of the heavens and earth as a guide, it refines the self and evolves the supreme path of Thunder. First transformation, Black Lightning Transformation. To consume, refine, and master the power of annihilating black lightning. As the technique activated, the devoured annihilating black lightning within Beixuan transformed from passive energy into a force-guided and transformed by the arcane principles of 9 transformations of Thunder. The air was filled with a cacophony of crackling explosions, echoing from deep within Beixuan's charred body. The charred shell enveloping his exterior began to crack and peel away inch by inch. Inky black lightning. Deeper and purer than ink and embodying the essence of annihilation and rebirth, surged like newly formed veins beneath his rejuvenated, gem-like skin. Power, speed, defense. All attributes surged exponentially in this metamorphosis of destruction and rebirth, akin to riding a rocket, skyrocketing directly to double, or even more. A brand new, more ferocious, and more restrained force, imbued with the aura of destruction, was rapidly gestating and awakening within this near-death vessel. Roar. On the opposite side of the valley, the Black Annihilation Thunder Demon Tiger emitted an enraged roar. It had not anticipated that its seemingly random attacks and breaths had failed to eliminate this little fireball. It was thoroughly incensed. As a 4th-tier king commanding the Thunder of Annihilation, its authority was not to be trifled with. How? An even more terrifying wave of demonic power erupted from its being. The sulphurous clouds above the valley were instantly agitated by an invisible force, forming a massive vortex of black thundercloud. Boom, boom, boom. 3 bolts of lightning struck down directly into its body. It opened its massive jaws, and this time, it was not merely a bolt of lightning. Instead, it coalesced into a sphere of pure black lightning the size of a human head, within which countless black electric serpents writhed wildly, emanating an aura that twisted and collapsed the very fabric of space. The energy contained within this lightning sphere far exceeded that of its previous breath by 10-fold. This was an assault utilizing its true power. Die. The thunderstorm vortex in the demon tiger's eyes spun wildly, as its enormous mouth unleashed a powerful blast. Boom! That annihilating lightning sphere descended like a black sun, carrying the terrifying might to obliterate all, crashing violently into the crimson crystal barrier protecting Su Hong. Buzz! The crimson crystal barrier erupted with an unprecedented brilliance of red light. Lava-like patterns surged wildly, straining to resist. Su Hong, ensconced within the protective barrier, was violently shaken by a terrifying impact, causing blood to flow from his orifices and his consciousness to blur. The crimson flame crystal core within him desperately emitted energy to sustain the shield. Yet he felt as if his very soul was on the brink of being crushed by this cataclysmic pressure. Suddenly, a faint yet chilling sound of cracking echoed in the air. Under the relentless onslaught of the devastating lightning sphere, the seemingly indestructible crimson crystal barrier, which had just withstood a bolt of black lightning, finally revealed a minute crack, resembling a spider's web. This fissure, under the continuous bombardment of the lightning sphere, began to spread at a visibly alarming rate. No, it cannot shatter. Su Hong gazed at the expanding crack above him, his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. A mere dozens of meters away, beneath the charred exterior, the surging black lightning accelerated with ferocity. The nascent power surged forth like a dragon poised to break free from its cocoon, emitting a silent roar within the abyss of destruction. Beixuan's tightly shut eyelids quivered violently. In an instant, the crack on the crimson crystal barrier widened, akin to shattering glass, releasing a mournful cry under the unbearable weight. Chapter 60, Frenzied Counterattack. The transformation of black lightning. The mad system unleashes a 300 critical hit. The useless young master awakens against all odds. Crack, crack. The fissures in the crimson crystal shield spread rapidly like a spider's web. The black tempest of the thunder tyrant tiger, swirling with dark lightning, vividly reflected the imminent collapse of the barrier. The destruction-laden sphere of lightning it conjured glowed brighter, infused with a hint of mockery and ruthless intent. Just one more breath. This tenacious fireball would soon reduce both itself and the obtrusive shell to mere dust in the void. At this critical juncture, a completely different yet equally terrifying wave of energy, encapsulating the essence of both destruction and rebirth, erupted suddenly from the charred body, several dozen meters away. Akin to a dormant volcano awakening violently. Crackle, crack. The air filled with a cacophony of explosive sounds. The charred exterior enveloping Beixuan disintegrated inch by inch, peeling away to reveal beneath it a newly formed skin, glistening like jade. Dark lightning, deeper than the abyss and purer than ink, embodying the will to annihilate all while nurturing new life, surged like a living entity beneath his skin, coursing through his bones and blood with a deafening roar. Thunder transformation, 9 changes. First change. Black lightning transformation. Resurrecting in the realm of death, mastering the lightning of annihilation. All attributes soared wildly under the refinement of the black lightning of obliteration. Power, 48. Speed, 248. Beixuan's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened wide, deep within his pupils. A flicker of small, dancing black arcs of electricity could be seen. Master, get down. A roar erupted, no longer steeped in despair, but resonating with the resolute thunder of rebirth, instantly overpowering the roar of the lightning sphere. For the first time, the Black Abyss Thunder Tyrant Tiger's attention was wholly diverted from Su Hong. Its swirling eyes, filled with tempestuous lightning, fixated on Beixuan, who had risen once more. His aura transformed dramatically. From this insignificant ant emanated a hint of a destructive aura that felt both familiar and loathsome to it. Impossible. In the fleeting moments of uncertainty experienced by the Shao, a figure emerged from the swirling snow. Beixuan had moved. His speed attribute surged to its zenith. His steps enigmatic and shifting, leaving behind a series of indistinct, ethereal ice and snow afterimages. Instead of a direct assault, he danced around the massive form of the Shahu with ghostly swiftness. The multitude of ice and snow remnants rendered it nearly impossible to discern truth from illusion. Suddenly, a cold and urgent notification echoed in Beixuan's consciousness. Detection of host Su Hong in mortal peril. Initiating emergency protective protocol. Temporary enhancements. Critical hit rate increased to 50. Critical damage amplified to 300. Duration, until the target is free from lethal threat. That was sufficient. A fierce glint ignited in Beixuan's eyes as he locked onto the Shahu's head, which had momentarily paused in confusion, particularly focusing on its right eye. Swirling with tempestuous lightning, seemingly harboring boundless destruction. All his might, the newly born black lightning essence, the remnants of his gray crystal energy, and the indomitable will derived from his thunderous form, were channeled into his right palm. The blood-red lightning patterns on his iron gloves blazed with blinding brilliance. Annihilation, thunderous hand of obliteration. No longer merely a dull gray appendage, it transformed into a colossal shadow of a hand, entwined with chaotic, frenzied surges of profound black lightning, exuding an aura of extinction. As the palm descended, the very fabric of space crackled under the immense strain, leaving behind faint, charred traces. The speed reached its absolute pinnacle. With a staggering velocity of 248 points, bolstered by the terrifying enhancements of 50 critical hit rate and 300 critical damage, he wagered everything. The Shahu, finally snapping out of its astonishment, felt threatened by the attack of this mere insect. Rage engulfed it in an instant. It violently shook its head, attempting to evade the bizarre strike, while simultaneously gathering a destructive lightning sphere in its mouth, ready to unleash. However, it was too late. The myriad afterimages left by the 3,000 snowflakes distorted its judgment, and the momentary hesitation born from uncertainty became a fatal flaw before Beixuan's ultimate speed. With a sharp thrust, the colossal hand, entwined with annihilating black lightning and driven by Beixuan's desperate gamble for survival, struck with unparalleled precision and ferocity upon the Shahu's right eye. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a chilling sound reminiscent of space itself being forcibly torn apart and annihilated. The tiger's eye, capable of withstanding the full force of a gray crystal warrior's assault, formed from pure destructive lightning, shattered like a fragile bubble before the onslaught of this critical palm, infused with the same source of annihilation and amplified by the system's limits. The swirling energies of destruction spiraled madly into the eye, intertwining the blood-red lightning patterns with the pitch-black lightning. A heart-wrenching roar erupted, laden with unfathomable agony, terror, and the wrath of being grievously wounded by an insignificant foe, shaking the very foundations of Beixuan Mountain. The massive body of the Shahu stiffened momentarily. In the next instant, boom. Like a watermelon crushed by a colossal hammer, The Shah's fearsome head exploded, starting from its right eye. Black lightning blood, charred fragments of bone, and carbonized brain matter mingled together, splattered like ink in all directions. The catastrophic thunderball lost control, silently disintegrating within its shattered maw, transforming into chaotic black arcs that frantically surged at the severed neck. The colossal body of the headless tiger, still propelled by its forward momentum, staggered 2 steps ahead before crashing down with a thunderous thud. The weighty carcass struck the ground, raising clouds of dust. The terrifying aura, which had sent even third-tier beasts fleeing for their lives, receded swiftly like a receding tide. Ding, ding, ding. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully slain the 4th-tier junior beast, Black Annihilation Thunder Tiger. You have obtained Annihilation Demon Core, 4th-tier junior. You have obtained 40 Essence Breakthrough Pills. You have obtained 1 Black Pattern Profound Nether Pill. You have obtained Royal Grade Initial Skill, Black Thunder Flash, lasting 30 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. The Annihilation Thunder Palm dealt critical damage. Target defense, 360 points, actual damage, 541 points. A fatal strike. Xiaoming's notification echoed like celestial music in Beixuan's consciousness. Yet he had no time to listen attentively. With a muffled sound, the immense recoil and the strain of forcibly channeling new power made Beixuan taste blood in his throat, causing him to stagger and fall to one knee. The newly acquired strength ebbed away like a receding tide, and a wave of debilitating weakness accompanied by excruciating pain coursed through his bones. Nevertheless, he struggled to lift his head, urgently directing his gaze towards Su Hong. The crimson crystal barrier enveloping Su Hong dimmed rapidly as the pressure dissipated with the tiger's demise, revealing horrifying cracks on its surface, yet it remained unbroken. Inside the barrier, Su Hong lay drenched in blood, his face as pale as parchment, his breath nearly extinguished, yet his chest still showed a faint rise and fall. He lives. The young master is still alive. A heavy stone fell in Beixuan's heart. His taut nerves slackened, nearly leading him to faint. He bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him back to awareness. I cannot falter. It is not over yet. He struggled to rise, stumbling towards the depths of the valley, toward the core area emanating a searing sulfuric scent, where the white flame crystal resided. Soon, within a cavern scorched red by intense heat, Beixuan found his target, a fist-sized crystal, resembling solidified white flames, continuously radiating pure, searing energy, the white flame crystal. Without a moment's hesitation, Beixuan seized the white flame crystal and swiftly retrieved 10 essence breakthrough pills from his system pack. Returning to Su Hong, he also spotted the severely injured Huadai and Hongxia lying in a pool of blood not far away. Fortune favors you. Beixuan quickly stuffed 5 essence breakthrough pills into Huadai and Hongxia's mouths, temporarily preserving their lives. Then, he supported the unconscious Su Hong and pried open his mouth. Young master, hold on. Break the shackles now. He pressed the scorching white flame crystal against Su Hong's dantian and forcefully fed him the remaining 5 essence breakthrough pills. Boom. The pure, ferocious power of the white flame surged forth along with the overwhelming medicinal energy of the essence breakthrough pills, flooding into Su Hong's nearly exhausted meridians in an instant. In a state of unconsciousness, Su Hong emitted a muffled groan of anguish as his body convulsed violently. The dormant essence of his blazing body and the technique of the flame-devouring art, stimulated by an overwhelming external force, ignited like kindling, surging into action. A crimson radiance erupted from Su Hong's form, more intense and refined than before. The binding restraints on his wrists, which had suppressed his cultivation for years, the devouring chains, creaked under the strain of this terrifying energy, their surface instantly marred with cracks. Break free. It was as though he could hear Su Hong's indomitable cry echoing through the void. The crimson light suddenly retracted inward before exploding outward with a thunderous force. Boom. The seemingly indestructible devouring chains shattered into countless dark red metallic shards. Simultaneously, within Su Hong, it felt as if a formidable barrier had been obliterated in an instant. A potent aura surged, rising exponentially. The fragments of the chains disintegrated into a rich essence of primordial energy, representing all the energy devoured over the past 5 years. In that moment, the energy surged back into Su Hong's body with frenzied abandon. 4 stars, 5 stars, 9 stars. Ultimately, it stabilized at the pinnacle of the gray crystal 9 stars. The powerful wave of energy radiated from him, sending surrounding debris flying. His external wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, nourished by the pure fire energy. It is accomplished. Beixuan exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground, breathless. Observing Su Hong's stabilized aura at the 9 stars gray crystal peak and the gradual calming breaths of Huadai and Hong Xie under the effects of the elixir. He realized they had finally weathered the most perilous moment. Exhausted, he leaned against the searing rock wall, his gaze drifting to the headless tiger carcass at the valley's entrance. A mountain of a body. The skill attribute of Black Thunder had doubled, its effect lasting 60 seconds, and Su Hong's life-threatening crisis had been averted. Ding, ding, ding. Detection confirmed Su Hong's breakthrough. His power automatically elevated to the gray crystal 9 layer, with attributes of strength, 36, speed, 136. A smile of survival crept onto his lips before darkness enveloped him, plunging him into a deep slumber. Chapter 61. The Harmony Pill Master's Dual Cultivation Breakthrough. Beixuan's Deviousness. Facing inquisition on why repairs were not made. The following day, piercing sunlight broke through the thin sulfur clouds above the valley, scorching the earth still reeking of blood and charred remnants. Beixuan was awakened by an overwhelming thirst and the sensation of his body feeling utterly dismantled. He abruptly opened his eyes, glancing immediately to his side. Su Hong sat cross-legged, surrounded by a gentle flow of crimson energy, calm and robust. Having reached the pinnacle of the 9 stars gray crystal, though his complexion remained somewhat pale, his spirit had evidently improved. As he closed his eyes to consolidate his recently attained realm, the dark red marks of the devouring chains on his wrist had faded to mere faint impressions. Not far away, Hua Dai and Hong Xie had also awakened. Their injuries had healed significantly under the potent effects of the essence consolidation pill, yet they bore expressions of lingering fear and trepidation. Upon witnessing Beixuan's awakening, a complex radiance flickered in the eyes of both individuals, reverence, trepidation, and a hint of bewilderment from having survived calamity. They silently curled up in the corner, hesitant to utter a sound. "Young master, how do you feel?" Beixuan struggled to sit up, his voice somewhat hoarse. Su Hong, upon hearing the sound, opened his eyes. A fleeting glimmer of brilliance crossed his gaze, swiftly transforming into profound gratitude and relief. "Beixuan, you are awake. I feel unprecedentedly well. My strength has returned. And even stronger." He excitedly clenched his fist, reveling in the surging elemental power within him. "Thanks to you. Otherwise, a young master, you are truly blessed." Beixuan raised his hand to interrupt him, directing his gaze towards the entrance of the valley. "Now, it is time to attend to our spoils." His eyes fell upon the colossal headless corpse of the Black Annihilation Thunder Tiger, a significant smile curving the corners of his mouth. He mused internally, if memory serves, there lies within that creature something quite valuable, just perfect for the young master to replenish his vitality. Spoils. Su Hong, following his gaze, recalled the terrifying might of the monstrous beast, still feeling a lingering dread. Indeed, Beixuan stood up, stretching his still sore body, pointing towards the tiger's carcass. A 4th-tier demon beast is a treasure trove, especially its demon core, which is the essence itself. Young master, your cultivation has been restored. It is the perfect opportunity for you to extract it. Firstly, to hone your skills and familiarize yourself with your power, and secondly, to witness the inner core of this high-tier demon beast. I should excavate it. Su Hong hesitated, glancing at the grim visage of the tiger's corpse, instinctively feeling a twinge of trepidation. Of course, Beixuan maintained his smile, a subtle glint of mischief in his eyes. "Do you expect this old body of mine to undertake such labor? Hurry, do not dawdle. The essence will dissipate if the demon core is separated for too long." Hua Dai and Hong Xie also cast curious glances their way. They had only heard tales of the demon core from a 4th-tier beast. Under the encouraging gaze of their elder servant, Su Hong took a deep breath, suppressing the flicker of fear within him. Indeed, he was now at the pinnacle of the 9-star gray crystal, no longer the vulnerable person at the mercy of others. Gaining courage, he strode towards the corpse of the Thunder Tiger. The body still emanated a faint pressure and a strong scent of blood. Su Hong stifled his discomfort, retrieving a dagger from his spatial ring, swiftly enveloping the blade with his gray crystal elemental power. He cautiously sliced through the tiger's resilient fur and chest. The process unfolded more smoothly than he anticipated. With the tiger deceased, its defenses had diminished significantly. Soon, as he neared the tiger's waist, he encountered a hard, searing object pulsating with raw energy. "I found it." Su Hong's heart leapt with joy as he exerted force to extract it. The object was scorching to the touch, roughly the size of an infant's fist. However, the appearance of this demon core left Su Hong momentarily stunned. Contrary to his expectations of a pitch-black orb entwined with lightning, it presented a peculiar, otherworldly crimson hue. The surface of the core was adorned with intricate, golden patterns resembling veins, and an extraordinary heat surged through his fingers, entering his body, not violently, but rather with an exhilarating warmth that quickened his heartbeat and slightly boiled his blood. "Beixuan, why is this demon pill red?" Su Hong questioned, perplexed. as he raised the crimson crystal in his hand. Nearby, Beixuan's mysterious smile broadened, mischief sparkling in his eyes. "Oh, red, you say? This is no ordinary demon pill, it is." He deliberately elongated his tone. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The red crystal clasped in Su Hong's hand seemed to ignite, activated by his body heat and a sudden surge of warmth, emitting a blinding crimson light. With a sizzling sound, the crystal promptly softened and vaporized, transforming into a dense, blood-red mist, infused with an intoxicatingly sweet fragrance that made one dizzy. It enveloped Su Hong and the curious Hua Dai and Hong Xie, who had drawn closer. Su Hong felt an indescribable warmth surge into his body through his mouth, nose, and skin. Instantly, the red flame crystal core in his dantian, which had only just stabilized, began to pulse violently, a wave of heat far surpassing that of his cultivation enveloping him. Before his eyes, the dust-covered yet alluring faces of Hua Dai and Hong Xie suddenly became irresistibly enticing, causing his heart to race like a drum. As Hua Dai and Hong Xie inhaled the pink mist, they too trembled, their cheeks flushing with a rosy hue, their gazes becoming dreamy and lustrous. Filled with an unusual desire as they looked at Su Hong, their bodies involuntarily swaying slightly. Cough, cough. Beixuan suppressed his urge to laugh, clearing his throat to draw the trio's dazed attention. His expression morphed into one of urgency and realization. "Oh no, young master. This does not appear to be a demon pill. Could it be the legendary fiery harmony pill? We must leave at once. The potency requires the balance of yin and yang to be resolved. Quickly follow me." His words tumbled out rapidly, leaving no time for the three to react. In a flash, he appeared on the other side of the valley, where their lost carriage awaited, having been retrieved by Beixuan unbeknownst to them. With a swift motion, Beixuan flung open the heavy carriage door and shouted at the three, now enveloped in pink mist, their minds hazy and breaths rapid. "Hurry, get in. Find a safe place." At that moment, Su Hong felt an unbearable heat coursing through him, his rationality teetering under the influence of the pill. Instinctively obeying Beixuan's command as he stumbled towards the carriage, Hua Dai and Hong Xie, equally entranced, followed Su Hong as if pulled by invisible threads. Beixuan, nimble and efficient, nearly shoved the three dazed individuals into the spacious carriage all at once. Bang! He slammed the door shut with a forceful thud, quickly locking it from the outside. Just as the door closed, a few clumsy mountain birds, drawn by the commotion in the valley and the shadow of the carriage, fluttered down to perch atop it, tilting their heads and emitting crisp, somewhat foolish chirps. Creak, creak, creak. The calls rang out clearly in the now silent valley. Imbued with an inexplicable sense of absurdity, Beixuan stood outside the train door, listening to the sudden heavy and hurried breaths from within the carriage, accompanied by the rustling of clothing. Unable to contain himself any longer, he placed his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. "Ha, young master. The old servant has done his utmost. You are truly blessed this time. Focus on cultivating your intense elemental energy. The dual cultivation of yin and yang is indeed the foundation of the Great Way." Ha ha. His laughter echoed through the expansive valley, filled with the satisfaction of a successful prank and the peculiar joy of witnessing the growth of a younger generation. However, just as the laughter reached its zenith and Beixuan felt the utmost relaxation and pride, a deafening explosion erupted within him. A pain, indescribable, and as if it stemmed from the depths of his soul, struck him like millions of burning steel needles piercing into his brain. It felt as though an invisible, cold giant hammer had ruthlessly smashed into the core of his consciousness. Beixuan's laughter abruptly ceased, akin to a duck with its throat seized. His eyes bulged, bloodshot and wild. His body spasmed uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground with a thud, hands clutching his head fiercely, nails nearly digging into his scalp. A voice imbued with boundless resentment and anguish, as if it transcended time and space, tearing through the very fabric of his soul, reverberated within the depths of his mind like thunder. Why didn't you fix that? Do you have any idea how much harm it caused me?" This voice was heart-wrenching, striking at the soul. Each word was laden with overwhelming hatred and endless despair, akin to a curse from the depths of the nine hells. Beixuan's thoughts were instantly engulfed by this furious interrogation and excruciating pain, leaving him in a state of utter blankness, with only the echo of that vengeful scream reverberating, tearing apart his every perception. The world spun and collapsed before his eyes, leaving only the cold dread emanating from the depths of his soul and an absurd sense of familiarity. Chapter 62. Beixuan's Dark Transformation. The Dark Web's assault on Qiyin City, a gruesome slaughter, the Patriarch's severed arm and the destruction of the Palm Hall. Uncertain how much time had passed, The chirping of birds atop the carriage gradually faded as a few clumsy birds flew away. Huadai and Hongxia seemed to have exhausted themselves from cultivating elemental energy and had fallen into a deep slumber. However, judging by the disarray of their leather armor and elemental energy, it appeared that these two women had elevated their strength from the second or third layer of gray crystal to around the seventh or eighth layer. At this moment, Su Hong had perfected his dual cultivation technique, solidifying his power at the pinnacle of the ninth layer of gray crystal, merely a step away from breaking through to the black crystal martial master. As Su Hong felt the surging power within him, far surpassing previous levels, a hint of joy at the prospect of a breakthrough appeared on his face. Suddenly, an inconspicuous jade slip at his waist erupted with a blinding red light. Buzzing. Wang Tiniu's signature, panic-stricken voice, laced with a sob, exploded in the minds of him and Beixuan. Hall Master. Master, help. The Red City twin horses. Daika and Otto's families have activated the Qian dark web. Patriarch Su Lai can barely hold on. The brothers of the Palm Hall have suffered over half in casualties. The enemy has dispatched 5 black crystal martial masters, 2 to 3 stars. There are still 40 or 50 scattered 9-star gray crystals blocking the gate of the Su family, ready to attack. What? Su Hong's pupils constricted sharply, his body, just having broken through into the scorching elemental force, now surged with uncontrollable rage, instantly grinding the surrounding debris into powder. Father, Lightning Palm Hall, and those loyal old men. This is perilous. He abruptly turned his gaze towards the window of the carriage where Beixuan stood, expressionless, his demeanor chillingly serene. The eyes, usually laced with a hint of laziness and mischief, now appeared as deep as a frigid pool, with flickers of black arcs dancing ominously within their depths, ready to explode. Go. A single word, cold and devoid of any warmth. Beixuan grasped Su Hong's arm. Boom. Crack. It was as if an apocalyptic black thunder had erupted from the ground. In an instant, Beixuan transformed into a streak of black lightning, tearing through the fabric of space, trailing a long, destructive tail of darkness, propelling Su Hong at a speed that surpassed visual limits towards the direction of Qian City. Black thunder flash. 3,000 snowflakes. All movement techniques unleashed. The air along their path was violently cleaved, producing a piercing roar. The treetops of the forest below were flattened by an invisible shockwave, as if brushed aside by a divine hand. Su Hong, overwhelmed by the terrifying velocity and the chilling murderous intent radiating from Beixuan, felt his heart race. He gazed at Beixuan's unfeeling profile, a shiver coursing from his feet to his head. What has happened to Beixuan? This aura is as if he were a different person. Before the Su family estate in Qian City, what was once a bustling sanctuary had now transformed into a hellish battleground. Severed limbs and bloodied rags mingled with shattered dark iron waste tokens, strewn across the blood-soaked black stone slabs. The air was thick with the stench of blood and char. Su Lai, drenched in blood, barely stood propped up by his massive black axe, one arm limply hanging, clearly severed. Before him, a 3-star black crystal martial artist was grinning menacingly, advancing with a giant hammer wreathed in black flames, poised to strike. Wang Tiniu, clad in flamboyant golden heavy armor, was already battered and broken, a horrific charred handprint on his chest, besieged by 2 9-star gray crystal warriors, spewing blood yet fighting fiercely, roaring, "Protect the Hall Master. Protect the Master's assets. Brothers, fight them to the death." Surrounding them were the last remaining 3,000 to 4,000 elders of the Lightning Palm Hall, all wounded. Some with broken legs, others blinded. Yet, with eyes aflame, they donned their tattered garments, stained with blood and filth, fearlessly charging at the well-equipped and formidable dark web assassins, biting and headbutting. The scene was horrifically tragic. 5 black crystal martial artists, exuding an aura like the abyss, stood as immovable mountains at the heart and periphery of the battlefield. Each casual strike from them summoned a rain of blood and carnage. The 40 to 59-star gray crystal warriors they brought were like tigers among sheep, mercilessly reaping lives. The Su family is doomed. Today, Beixuan's Lightning Palm Hall shall be erased from existence. At the forefront, the 3-star black crystal warrior gazed upon Su Lai's despair and erupted into a maniacal laughter, wielding a colossal hammer imbued with destructive force that descended with ferocity. In utter hopelessness, Su Lai closed his eyes. Just at that critical moment, a deafening roar shattered the air. A pitch-black thunderbolt, tearing through the heavens, struck the central plaza before the Su family estate with an unparalleled velocity that surpassed all reactions. The violent black current exploded like an enraged dragon, instantly vaporizing a dozen unsuspecting 9-star gray crystal warriors along with the black stone slabs beneath them into nothingness. Smoke and debris surged skyward, mingling with the acrid scent of charred remnants. Everyone present, whether friend or foe, was staggered by the sheer terror of the overwhelming force and energy. Their offensive halted in an instant. As the smoke began to clear, two figures emerged at the edge of the massive, smoke-laden pit. Beixuan, Su Hong, Master, my lord. Wang Tiniu cried out, overwhelmed with emotion, tears, snot, and blood mingling as he shouted hoarsely. Su Lai abruptly opened his eyes, and upon seeing Beixuan and Su Hong, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. Yet, he was soon awestruck by the cold, lifeless aura emanating from Beixuan, as if it could consume all. The five black crystal warriors' pupils constricted sharply, their faces betraying a mixture of gravity and disbelief. How swift! What a terrifying entrance! What manner of movement was that black lightning? The leading three-star black crystal warrior suppressed his astonishment and barked, Beixuan, Su Hong, how dare you return to seek death? Just in time. It saves us the trouble. His words were abruptly cut off as Beixuan moved. Without a word, without expression, and without even a glance at them, Beixuan's figure vanished like a specter, leaving behind a faint, distorted shadow. In the next moment, he appeared before the nearest two-star black crystal warrior. The warrior had no time to mount any defense or evade. Beixuan's right hand, enveloped in a chilling, annihilative black thunder, moved with an alacrity that transcended the perception of time and space, effortlessly striking the two-star black crystal warrior's cheek. Annihilating thunder palm. The sound resonated, sharp to the extreme, yet heavy as if it struck at the very souls of those present. There was no cataclysmic explosion of energy, only a fleeting flash of distilled black lightning. The two-star black crystal warrior's head, along with the sturdy black crystal protective shield enveloping his upper body, vanished as if cast into a black hole, leaving behind a headless torso that stood rigid for a mere fraction of a second before crashing to the ground. Its severed surface charred, blood unable to spurt forth. Ding. Critical hit. 437. A massive, crimson numeral, visible only to Beixuan, appeared coldly within his consciousness. Silence. An absolute silence engulfed the entire battlefield. Everyone was left in a state of shock, their souls shaken by the unfathomable, extraordinary scene. A two-star black crystal warrior, obliterated with a single slap? What manner of creature is this? Su Hong, standing closest, perceived it most clearly. A chilling sensation enveloped him, and his pupils trembled as he fixated on Beixuan's impassive profile, a tumult of terror surging within him. This cannot be Beixuan. What has happened to him? That power, that pure, annihilating intent to kill. Chapter 63. Anomalous and Uncontrollable Murder. System warning, 177 seconds to cease. The Chiching twin horses were obliterated. Damn it. Everyone attack. Kill him. The remaining four black crystal warriors, their spirits aflame with rage, abandoned any semblance of composure. They unleashed their utmost black crystal might, surging forth like four torrents of destruction from various directions to assault Beixuan. Flames, ice, venom, and razor-sharp elemental forces ripped through the air. Yet, confronted by the full force of the four black crystal warriors, Beixuan remained expressionless. His figure transformed once more into an elusive shadow, weaving through the terrifying onslaught with an uncanny grace. Smack! A first-star black crystal warrior, attempting to block with an ice crystal shield, was struck down. Both man and shield obliterated by a hand wreathed in black lightning. The colossal shield vanished soundlessly, and the imprint of that hand upon his chest unleashed a horrific annihilating force, causing him to erupt into a mist of blood and black electricity, as if he were a bomb detonating from within. Critical hit. 399. Smack. A second-star black crystal warrior manipulating toxic vines found his tendrils turned to ash upon touching Beixuan's body. Beixuan's palm struck his horrified visage with preternatural speed. The black lightning erupted, and his head was shattered like a watermelon under a heavy blow. The red, white, and black instantaneously vaporized by the annihilating energy. Critical hit. 412. Smack. Smack. Two nearly simultaneous sharp sounds echoed. The last two black crystal warriors met their fates. One was sent flying through the air, disintegrating mid-flight, while the other attempted to burrow underground and escape, only to have Beixuan shatter the earth beneath him. A hand wreathed in black lightning reached into the ground, forcibly extracting him, and then, as if crushing a decayed clay effigy, shattered him in his palm. Critical hit. 388. Critical hit. 305. Quickly. Too swift. Relentless. Beixuan resembled a merciless and efficient machine of slaughter. With each flicker and gesture, he precisely claimed the lives of the black crystal warriors. The formidable black crystal power that could make Qian City tremble appeared as fragile as paper before him. Where the annihilating thunder passed, even corpses left no trace. A demon. He is a demon. Run. The remaining dozens of 9-star gray crystal assassins, witnessing the scene of their leaders crushed like ants, felt their hearts shatter. Their resolve crumbling in an instant, and they screamed in terror as they fled in all directions. Wang Tiniu, Su Lai, and the remaining elders of the Palm Hall stood frozen, their minds blank. Is this truly the master they knew? One who enjoyed spending money, occasionally showing off, and possessing a hint of mischief? This is nothing short of a god of slaughter rising from the depths of hell. Beixuan stood still, the black serpents of lightning that had surrounded him gradually subsiding. He lowered his head slightly, gazing at his palm that had effortlessly annihilated 5 black crystal martial masters. His expression vacant, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Had he resolved the crisis at the residence? No. To him, this seemed merely akin to swatting a few bothersome flies. He didn't even cast a glance at Su Hong, Su Lai, or Wang Tiniu. Without any forewarning, Beixuan's figure transformed once more into a streak of black lightning, aiming unerringly towards the Otto family estate. Beixuan! Beixuan! Su Hong shouted anxiously, attempting to pursue, but was instantaneously distanced by that terrifying speed, left to watch helplessly as the ominous black light vanished around the corner. Inside the opulent hall of the Otto family estate, Di Ka Lama and Otto Kama were anxiously awaiting news from the dark web. The green light indicating task completion had yet to appear on the Xian crystal jade tablet. Instead, they could faintly hear the terrifying thunder and fluctuations of primordial energy emanating from the direction of the Su residence, stirring a profound unease within them. Lama, something is amiss. Otto Kama's face turned pale. Di Ka Lama forced himself to maintain composure, though his hand gripping the scepter trembled slightly. What are you panicking about? 5 black crystal lords are engaged. It's impossible for. Suddenly, a deafening sound erupted, akin to the heavens collapsing and the earth splitting. The 2 heavy doors of the Otto estate, forged from a mixture of exquisite gold and mysterious iron, inscribed with protective runes, were obliterated as if struck by an ancient titan. Instantly warped, distorted, and shattered into countless fragments, they surged into the hall, mingled with a violent shockwave and flickering black arcs of electricity, crashing like cannonballs. Dust filled the air, stones scattered. Di Ka Lama and Otto Kama were jolted by the sudden onslaught, their blood surging, retreating in disarray. As the dust began to settle, a figure emerged. Resembling a thunderous demon returned from the depths of hell, stepping upon the shattered fragments of the doors. Cold, silent, with an aura still lingering of suffocating annihilation and crackling black electric arcs. Beixuan. Di Ka Lama recognized the figure, terror-stricken, soon engulfed by an overwhelming rage and a flicker of incredulous fear. How could you still be alive? What happened to the 5 black crystal martial masters? What do you intend to do? Otto Kama was utterly terrified, his voice trembling with false bravado. Beixuan, do you dare to trespass into my Otto estate? Seeking death, are we? Beixuan slowly raised his head, his eyes hollow, seemingly stripped of all emotion, leaving only a pure desire for destruction. As he indifferently swept his gaze over the 2, that stare plunged Di Ka Lama and Otto Kama into an icy abyss, as if they were being targeted by a primordial beast. Seeking death? The corners of Beixuan's mouth twisted upward in an unnaturally rigid and eerie semblance of a smile, resembling a marionette mimicking joy. Kill. A frigid, bone-chilling word escaped his lips, devoid of any fluctuation. In the next moment, Beixuan's figure vanished from sight. Di Ka Lama and Otto Kama felt their souls plummet, sensing an irresistible aura of death descending upon them, potent enough to obliterate their very essence. No. Di Ka Lama screamed in despair, as his scepter erupted with the most formidable black crystal defensive barrier he could muster. Otto Kama, struck with terror, fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Spare me. Lord Beixuan, spare me. We are willing to join the lightning palm. Before he could finish his plea, sharp cracks echoed through the hall, reminiscent of swatting 2 mosquitoes. The figure of Beixuan appeared behind them like a specter. Di Ka Lama's once proud defensive staff and protective shield, along with his frozen, horrified head, silently disintegrated into nothingness, leaving only a headless body that slowly crumpled to the ground. At the pinnacle of the staff, the crimson gem erupted in a trivial spark as it vanished. Critical hit, 237. Otto Kama's corpulent form, kneeling on the ground, imploded like a rotten tomato struck by an invisible hand, bursting apart in an instant. Flesh and bones vaporized in the furious tempest of annihilation, unable to emit a single cry, leaving behind only a rapidly charred stain and wisps of smoke. Critical hit, 429. The patriarchs of the 2 great families of Qian City, once formidable tyrants who had dominated for decades, were thus erased like dust. Beixuan stood amidst the 2 stains. Slowly retracting his hand, he looked down, vacantly gazing at his immaculate lace gloves, as if he had merely brushed off a couple of specks of dust. Yet, in this deathly silence, permeated only by the acrid scent of charred flesh, a frenzied, piercing voice filled with boundless malice and a thirst for blood suddenly erupted within the depths of Beixuan's consciousness, like the most venomous curse. Kill, kill, kill. You're too slow. Let me help you quicken the pace. Kill them all. This is how it should be. Not enough. Far from enough. Crush every ant in Qian City. The Dekoff family, the Otto family, and those eyesores. This voice clawed at Beixuan's very soul, infused with a hatred that transcended time itself. It stormed through his consciousness, relentlessly urging him, hurry, eliminate them. I want revenge. I need revenge quickly. It pierced through him like a red-hot iron brand, driving deep into the core of his soul. Almost simultaneously, a warning blared. Warning, warning, warning. The core database is under attack from an unknown high-intensity mental pollution. Priority, annihilation level. Owner's consciousness is undergoing deep abnormal hijacking. The mental firewall has been breached. Initiating emergency purification protocol. Repair countdown, 179 seconds, 178 seconds, 177 seconds. Xiaoming's urgent, cold voice, accompanied by unprecedented alarm sounds, flickered wildly in Beixuan's chaotic mind. His body stiffened suddenly, his hollow pupils dilating and contracting violently. The eerie calm on his face torn away, replaced by exquisite agony and a hint of alien, twisted madness. Clutching his head, he emitted a beastly growl from his throat. And the black thunder that had just settled surged uncontrollably once more, shredding the hall's opulent decor and exquisite furniture into fragments. Who? Show yourself. A piercing roar, infused with the essence of Beixuan and a maddening sound, reverberated hopelessly within the desolate and shattered Otto mansion. Chapter 64, A Bloodbath of Two Clans. The sky bore the grotesque visage of a demonic face. Within Beixuan, an ancient grudge lay dormant for millennia, suddenly manifesting like a yellow bird. A massacre, a frenzied slaughter. Not a single Otto clan member, nor those of the Dika family who had hastened to their aid, survived. Not a trace was left behind. The entire Otto mansion descended into an atmosphere of extreme strangeness, as a bizarre, indistinct face formed from inky clouds loomed over the once clear azure sky, emitting a maniacal cackle. Ha ha ha. Beixuan's gaze, vacant and hollow, turned toward the heavens, synchronously mirroring the grotesque grin of the blurred visage above. Ding. 3, 2, 1. Unknown soul invasion has been completely eradicated. As the voice of Xiaoming resonated within Beixuan's consciousness, a loud crash ensued. Beixuan collapsed in response. Su Hong arrived just in time, his heart racing at the sight of dismembered limbs scattered throughout the Otto estate. There was no time for hesitation. He swiftly scooped up Beixuan. Destination, back to the residence. Deep within the Su family mansion in Qian City, in a tranquil chamber, Beixuan abruptly opened his eyes. Instead of the anticipated excruciating cries, he experienced an overwhelming fatigue. Akin to the soul being hollowed out after an eternity of struggle in a hellish abyss, every ounce of his being steeped in a chilling emptiness. His gaze, vacant and unfocused, rested on the intricately carved canopy above, as cold sweat soaked through the embroidered bedding beneath him. His fingertips twitched involuntarily, as if they could still feel the despair seep into his bones from the frigid floor of that storage room. Fragments of alien memories, disturbingly familiar, forced their way into his mind like maggots burrowing into flesh. Darkness, an eternal, suffocating darkness, permeated only by the rancid odor of decaying firewood and an overpowering stench of blood. Coldness, not the chill of the weather, but the numbing sensation that accompanies the brutal shattering of bones and the trampling of organs as the warmth of life swiftly ebbs away. Pain, endless, cyclic torment. The contorted and grotesque visage of Su Ao flickered under the flickering glow of a nearly extinguished oil lamp, like a soul-harvesting demon. Fists, feet, and even barbed clubs fell like rain. Each onset was heralded by Su Ao's morbid laughter. Zhu Shaoxin, you wretched thing, let me hone my skills on you. Death. Not merely once, but countless times. Consciousness dissipated amidst excruciating agony, plunging into the void of darkness, only to be forcibly dragged back into that moldy, blood-scented storage room to confront the grinning face once more in an endless cycle. A suppressed groan, reminiscent of a windbag, escaped Beixuan's throat. He curled into a ball, clutching his head tightly, his nails nearly embedding themselves into his temples. Those memories did not belong to him. They belonged to Zhu Shaoxin. They were the accumulated grievances and suffering of this body's original owner, mercilessly slaughtered by Su Ao in countless reincarnations. Grievances so immense they could warp the fabric of time. The frenzied voice echoing in the depths of his consciousness, screaming for blood. Annihilate them all. The source of that madness lay right here. Yet, even if I were to inquire about Su Ao, according to the program protocol, his memories would have long been erased. For every player entering the game signifies a completely fresh beginning. But this Zhu Xiaosan, he retains his memories. Beixuan, you have awakened. A voice filled with surprise and deep concern emerged from outside the door. Su Hong pushed the door open and found Beixuan curled up on the bed, his complexion as pale as parchment, drenched in cold sweat, and his body trembling uncontrollably. The once languid and profound gaze now reflected only confusion and unfathomable pain from having survived a catastrophe. Beixuan, what has happened? Do not frighten me. Su Hong hurriedly approached and steadied Beixuan's shoulder, feeling the icy chill emanating from him. I am fine, Beixuan rasped, his voice hoarse. It was merely a very long, terrifying nightmare. He struggled to lift his head, his gaze gradually sharpening as he met the genuine concern etched on Su Hong's face. A flicker of warmth touched his heart, but the chilling shadow of Zhu Xiaosan's endless suffering still lingered deep within his soul. Sueo, I must try to investigate. What if there are clues? He forcibly suppressed the tumultuous emotions and inquired, what is happening outside? How long have I been unconscious? 3 days. A full 3 days. Su Hong exhaled in relief. The situation in Qiyin City has undergone a transformation. The core families of Daika and Otto have been completely annihilated. Their assets entirely seized by my Su family and the Lightning Palm Hall. Now, the Su family is undoubtedly the foremost power in Qiyin City. His tone was invigorated. Yet a shadow of gloom soon clouded his expression. But what? Beixuan astutely sensed Su Hong's hesitation. Su Hong took a deep breath, his countenance grave. The backing behind the double horses, the Carl family of the Moon Demon Empire, has sent envoys. Meanwhile, in the Su family's conference hall, the atmosphere was so tense it seemed palpable. At the head of the table, the patriarch, Su Lai, sat with a stern face. One arm heavily bandaged and resting against his chest. He endeavored to maintain the dignity of his position, yet his slightly trembling beard betrayed the raging fury within him. Seated in the guest position was a middle-aged man clad in opulent purple and gold brocade. His countenance was austere, with a hawkish nose and thin lips. His gaze sharp as a blade, exuding an air of indifference and condescension from his elevated status. Although his presence was restrained, the oppressive aura he emanated felt as deep and suffocating as an abyss, rendering the air in the hall seemingly stagnant. This man was none other than Carl Vino, the envoy dispatched by the Carl family, a 9-star black crystal martial master. Behind him stood 2 equally formidable black crystal guardians, their cold eyes scanning the entire assembly. Patriarch Su, young Master Su Hong. Carl Vino leisurely lifted his teacup, gently blowing away the froth. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. The families of Daika and Otto are significant partners of my Carl family in Qiyin City, providing us with substantial resources annually. Now that they have been eradicated by your Su family, he set down his teacup, his piercing gaze locking on his Su Lai. The obligations they left behind, naturally, must be borne by your Su family. Since the matter of the double horses in Qiyin has reached a conclusion, the family, in its benevolence, will not pursue further accountability. He raised his hand, extending 4 fingers. However, we shall require 40% of your annual profits. His tone was unyielding, as if this were a monumental favor bestowed upon the Su family by the Carl clan. 40%. Su Hong erupted, unable to contain his fury any longer. Carl envoy, the Dakota industry now rightfully belongs to my Su family. By what right do you demand 40% of our profits? This is nothing short of extortion. Impudent. A guard behind Carl Vino barked, unleashing a wave of black crystal pressure that surged towards Su Hong. Su Hong stifled a groan, his complexion paling as he was forced to retreat a step, the once stable gray crystal energy within him violently quaking. The disparity between the peak of 9-star gray crystal and 9-star black crystal was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Hunger, Su Lai admonished softly, signaling Su Hong to remain composed. He suppressed his humiliation and rage, fixing his gaze upon Carl Vino, and spoke with a grave tone. Carl envoy, 40% is excessively burdensome. Our Su family also requires the means to survive and thrive. Might we? Su clan leader, Carl Vino, interrupted directly, contemplating that were it not for the clan leader's prior instruction that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, he would not hesitate to eliminate the Su family entirely. As one of the 3 great powers of the Demon Moon Empire, the Carl family was embroiled in endless disputes and long-standing enmity. A cold smile curled at the corner of Carl Vino's lips. This is not a negotiation, it is a notification. Were it not for the minor grievances between you and the Yi family, my clan would have no desire to engage in discourse with you whatsoever and would simply reclaim all assets. 40% is the bottom line. Agree, and the Carl family will be your support in the Demon Moon Empire. Refuse, and a disdainful snort followed, the implied threat unmistakable. Chapter 65. Are you the one who slays the 3 demon lords? The North Xian makes an imposing entrance. Silence enveloped the hall. Su Lai clenched his fists tightly within his sleeves, his nails digging painfully into his palms. Su Hong's chest heaved violently, his teeth grinding together, yet he dared not retaliate. The Carl family was a colossal entity, possessing a 9-star red crystal warrior. The Su family had just endured a bloody battle, their vitality severely diminished. What could they possibly use to resist? A profound sense of helplessness and humiliation loomed over the hearts of the father and son. At that moment, with a creak, the heavy, intricately carved wooden door of the conference hall was slowly pushed open by a hand adorned with white lace. A figure appeared at the threshold. This individual was draped in hemp ropes tied with red cloth, wearing a tattered, pure white garment that left little to the imagination, save for the most vital areas. Their hair was somewhat disheveled, their complexion pale as if recovering from a grave illness, yet their eyes were deep, serene, and bore an indescribable weariness. As if capable of piercing through to the soul, it was none other than the renowned Beixuan from Qiyan City. He strode forth, his gaze sweeping over the tense atmosphere of the hall, ultimately resting upon the haughty visage of Carl Vino, seated at the main table. All eyes in the hall instantly converged upon him. A flicker of complex emotion flashed in Su Lai's eyes. He was now certain that this Beixuan was indeed the slayer of the 3 demon lords. Su Hong felt a mixture of surprise and joy, accompanied by a hint of concern. Carl Vino furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed disdainfully upon Beixuan's outfit, which could only be described as a form of performance art. The rumors inscribed upon the crystal jade tablet regarding this individual injuring Yi Bai with a single punch seemed to him to be largely exaggerated, or perhaps a deliberate smokescreen released by the Su family. It was one thing for a mere apprentice of the white crystal to possess such an unremarkable presence, but to dress like a beggar, what prowess could he possibly hold? Who are you to trespass in such a significant place? Demanded another guard behind Calvino. His voice sharp as the oppressive aura of the black crystal bore down upon Beixuan once more. Although they had heard tales of the ragged attire, their journey from the Demon Moon Empire had revealed far too many such characters. Beixuan, however, seemed impervious to their intimidation. The pressure barely stirred his tattered red fabric. He strode directly to Su Hong's side, his gaze calm as it met Calvino's. Calvin family. Beixuan's voice, though soft and somewhat hoarse, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Such audacity. Upon his arrival, Beixuan had noted the 10 bronze blind boxes resting in the system. A reward for unifying the Crimson Flame City, alongside a dark bird egg, the black cloud demon sculpture, a reward for Su Hong acquiring the white flame crystal. The bronze blind boxes had previously yielded items such as the heartfelt card. Thus, Beixuan felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. No, an undeniable assurance. After all, he no longer regarded the 9-star Crimson Crystal Marshal King Yizhentian with any concern. The Calvin family? Merely a trifling matter. Upon hearing this, Calvino's expression turned icy. Who are you? This is no place for your words. Who I am is of little consequence, Beixuan replied, the corners of his mouth twitching ever so slightly. As if to mock a smile, he slowly raised his right hand, extending a slender finger toward Calvino, gently shaking it. Did I hear you say 4%? Calvino's brows knitted tighter as he gazed at the finger before him, perplexed. Beixuan met his eyes and calmly uttered, not a single dime. No sooner had the words left his lips than a sharp crackle erupted as a black arc of electricity flashed between Beixuan's fingers. In an instant, his figure transformed into a blur, moving faster than the eye could discern, surpassing the speed of thought itself. Thunderclap. The annihilating thunderous slap. Crack. A sound so crisp and resonant echoed through the silent hall, akin to thunder splitting the air. Calvino's pride and contempt had yet to morph into astonishment when a tremendous force struck his left cheek with brutal intensity. The impact, while seemingly not overwhelming, registered as a damage of 36. Beixuan cursed internally. He had failed to deliver a critical hit. He had anticipated that his previous state would guarantee a 100% critical strike. Calvino's head merely tilted slightly from the blow, a distinct handprint rapidly rising upon his cheek. Burning with pain. Yet, in the face of his robust physique and protective energy derived from the 9-star black crystal, the force felt akin to a gentle breeze. After a brief silence, a guard behind Calvino could no longer suppress a burst of laughter. Calvino slowly turned his head, rigid as a statue, to face Beixuan. The distinct imprint of a slap on his face stood in stark contrast to the twisted expression of humiliation and fury that marred his features. Suddenly, he erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter, a cacophony filled with absurdity and a palpable intent to kill. He pointed at Beixuan, laughter almost bringing him to tears. Ha! Thunderous roars, yet rain drops lightly. The Xianjing Jade slip has inflated your reputation, yet what of your so-called punch that wounded Yi Bai? What of your instantaneous defeat of 5 black crystals? You are nothing more than a blustering waste of a 9-star gray crystal, not even worthy to scratch my back. In a fit of rage, Calvino tore away the mask of false diplomacy. Through the force conveyed by Beixuan's visage, he had accurately discerned the latter's true realm. A terrifying surge of 9-star black crystal energy erupted around him, a tempest of black energy sweeping through the conference hall, shattering valuable furniture, ceramics, and decor into fragments. Su Lai and Su Hong were compelled to retreat repeatedly, their blood surging. Aunt, how dare you insult me? Come to your demise, Gale Crescent Slash. Calvino's eyes blazed with fury. With his hands poised, the surging black crystal energy coalesced into a substantial black energy scimitar, nearly 10 feet long. The blade, entwined with slicing winds, emitted a piercing shriek, an aura potent enough to cleave mountains wafted into the air. A royal-grade advanced skill. A lethal move that would instill dread in any ordinary black crystal martial artist. Die! Calvino roared. The immense black scimitar, imbued with world-shattering might, tore through space, descending upon Beixuan with lethal intent. The speed was unparalleled, leaving fine black fissures in the fabric of reality itself. He aimed to reduce this audacious ant, who dared to slap him, along with Su Hong behind him, to mere dust. Su Lai's eyes widened in alarm. Be careful. Su Hong, though aware of Beixuan's extraordinary capabilities, felt a twinge of concern. Just as the destructive black scimitar was about to graze the tips of Beixuan's hair, his figure shimmered like an ephemeral dream, suddenly becoming indistinct. In his place, numerous crystalline snowflakes, exuding a faint chill, began to fall. 3,000 drifting snow. The snowflakes descended silently, their pace seemingly languid. Yet at the moment the black scimitar struck, they filled the entire conference hall. The frenzied crescent slash appeared to slice into an invisible, viscous realm that froze time itself. The world-destroying blade's radiance, upon contact with the falling snowflakes, inexplicably slowed, rendering even the winds wrapped around the blade stagnant and dim. Calvino's fury and murderous intent, at that moment, felt as if doused in the coldest water, freezing him in place. He remained poised with his scimitar raised, eyes locked onto the myriad of snowflakes that floated down, each imbued with rules beyond his comprehension, his pupils narrowing to the size of pinpricks. The color drained from his face at a visible pace, as a name, long sealed away in the deepest recesses of the demon Moon Empire, emblematic of boundless slaughter and absolute taboo, escaped from his throat, trembling uncontrollably and laden with overwhelming dread. Ice, the crystal domain. 3,000 snowflakes. Chapter 66. Only the dead remained silent. Unveiling the extermination of the 3 demon lords. The Thunder Dragon fist advances to astonish the 3 martial kings of the empire. Calvino abruptly lifted his gaze to the expressionless Beixuan, who had appeared at an unknown moment on the opposite side of the hall. His eyes were filled with an extreme terror akin to encountering the abyssal demon. His voice, sharp and distorted with fear, stammered, "Why you? You are the one who has been missing for years, the foremost of the 9 great powers of the demon Moon Empire. The exterminator of the 3 demon lords?" Silence. A silence more profound than any before. Within the hall, only Calvino's distorted scream reverberated. Su Lai, struck as if by lightning, crushed his teacup in his hand, the shards mingling with blood as they fell between his fingers. He fixed his gaze on Beixuan. As the buried suspicion within him surged like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf him, the crystalline snowflakes danced around Beixuan, swirling silently and exuding a chill capable of freezing souls. The exterminator of the 3 demon lords. Calvino's cry resonated through the chamber, as if the very frost of the underworld had encased the entire assembly hall. The air thickened, stifling breath itself. Su Lai's hands trembled. The sharp pain of porcelain embedded in his palm paled in comparison to the tumult raging within. Could it truly be him? The god of slaughter. A figure long vanished from the most terrifying legends of the empire? The 2 black crystal guards behind Calvino turned ashen, their bodies rigid. They understood better than Su Lai what the exterminator of the 3 demon lords signified in the demon Moon Empire. Legend spoke of a demon lord whose mere thought could bring forth rivers of blood, and whose desire for annihilation rendered all sound to silence. The emblematic ice crystal domain, 3,000 snowflakes, heralded the prelude to the freezing of life itself. Beixuan stood silently at the center of the snowflakes, unmoved by the earth-shattering cries. His face remained devoid of emotion, his gaze hollow and weary. Only his slightly furrowed brow hinted at the turmoil that this name, or the significance it embodied, was stirring within his chaotic and fatigued mind. Thud! The psychological barrier shattered completely. Calvino's knees buckled, and he fell prostrate before Beixuan. Master Demon Lord, spare me. His voice was hoarse, laden with unprecedented humility and terror. his forehead striking the fragmented floor with a resounding thud, blood seeping forth immediately. I am blind to my own insignificance. I have offended your divine authority. I deserve death 1,000 times. I beg the Master Demon Lord to show mercy, considering that the Calvino family once served you. The two guards also fell to their knees, prostrating themselves on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Beixuan's gaze slowly settled upon Calvino, devoid of warmth. The Calvino family? Beixuan's voice emerged, hoarse yet calm. Service? The corner of his mouth barely twitched, cold and indifferent. I recall, you excel only in extracting marrow from bones. Calvino, as if struck by thunder, turned pale as a sheet. I dare not. I would never dare. Bowing his head lower, his voice quivering with suppressed sobs, he lamented. The previous conditions were entirely the whims of petty men. It was the foolish patriarch who decreed them. I shall send a message to rescind this. The Su family, no. It is the domain of the Dark Lord. The Carl family dares not covet even a fraction. We are willing to present lavish tributes, merely beseeching the Dark Lord's mercy. Beixuan remained silent, his gaze sweeping across the disarrayed hall, landing on the complex expression of Su Lai and the bewildered face of Su Hong, ultimately resting on Calvino. A frigid resentment, deeply rooted in Zhu Xiaosan's memories, seemed to wane slightly, yet an overwhelming sense of fatigue surged forth. I have fortuitously acquired certain opportunities. Although my strength has dramatically increased, I have forgotten some matters. Here is your chance to atone, speak, and enlighten me. Calvino dared not raise his head, fearful of any concealment. His voice trembled as he stammered. Master, my strength is feeble. I have merely been fortunate enough to witness your magnificent ice crystal domain from afar. I implore your mercy. As his words fell, the chill within the hall abruptly froze. The drifting snowflakes hung, suspended in the air. Beixuan's body became utterly still. Time seemed to congeal around him. Su Lai and his son held their breath, their hearts nearly leaping from their chests. A fleeting glimmer of hope, nearly extinguished, flickered in Beixuan's gaze before being quenched by the meager response, plunging him into a deeper abyss of disappointment and void. The torrent of cold, blood-soaked memories of slaughter and devastation surged within Zhu Xiaosan's consciousness, a piercing intent to kill, the rusty scent of blood, and the mournful cries of life extinguished, surged forth and gnawed at his very being. Intertwined with Calvino's abject fear, it intensified the rift within his mind. The fatigue belonging to Beixuan clashed violently with the frigid malice of the Dark Lord Zhu San. A flicker of irritation toward his own forgetfulness brewed beneath the icy surface, only to be overwhelmingly submerged by a mountain-like weariness. The futility of seeking answers spread a numbness that whispered, let it be. He regarded Calvino with a gaze that had turned to one of indifferent appraisal. After the stillness, Beixuan's left hand, wrapped in tattered red cloth, began to exhibit involuntary spasms. Simultaneously, the snowflakes that had originally spiraled slowly around him abruptly accelerated, transforming into a frenzy, emitting a sharp, hissing sound as they sliced through the air. The temperature plummeted. The remnants of shattered teacups and droplets of blood on the ground were soon enveloped in a thick layer of frost, rapidly spreading outward. His head rose ever so slowly, barely lifting. His hollow, fatigued eyes now resembled two unfathomable, frigid pools, embodying an eerie stillness. This gaze fell upon Calvino, instilling such overwhelming terror that the latter nearly lost control, his throat only able to emit a choking gasp. In the suffocating cold and silence, Beixuan finally spoke. His voice hoarse and dry, akin to the grinding of ice, merely witnessed from afar. His words came slowly, carrying the weight of final validation. Calvino, his spirit shattered, stammered. Why yes, please spare me, Dark Lord. I truly have only seen your divine might from a distance. I beseech your grace. This affirmation echoed in Beixuan's ears. The tension that had gripped his spine, taut as a bowstring, slackened ever so slightly. The furious snowflakes began to slow their swirling dance, yet the biting chill remained relentless. The faint glimmer in his eyes was extinguished, leaving behind an abyss of weariness and emptiness. Roll. A cold command. It served as both a pardon and a directive to dispel the burdensome fatigue. Calvino felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. Thank you, Lord Demon Master, for sparing my life. He dared not linger, scrambling to his feet and bellowing at the guards. Move. Hurry. The three of them, akin to stray dogs, tumbled and crawled out of the hall. Silence enveloped the chamber, littered with chaos, the only remnants being the piercing frost. Just as their figures were about to cross the threshold into the slightly warmer air outside, Beixuan stirred. He remained rooted in place, as if his garments had not even stirred, yet his right hand, encased in a black lace glove, struck forth with a blur that tore through the air. A roar, a soul-shattering dragon's cry, erupted without warning. Blinding golden lightning instantly consumed Beixuan's left arm, transforming into a fearsome, roaring dragon of lightning, its phantom stretching 5 meters long. With claws raised and eyes gleaming with merciless golden light, it bore the aura of annihilation, striking first and piercing through Calvino and the 2 guards' backs in an instant. This punch was Beixuan's achievement of the royal mid-tier level, melding the force of obliteration with thunder. Obliteration Thunder Dragon Fist. Clang. Critical hit. 224. There were no screams. No struggles. The 3 figures that had surged forward suddenly stiffened, as if all their bones had been extracted. The furious lightning ravaged within them, erupting. Thud. 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 3 bursts of blinding blood mist, accompanied by charred flesh and shattered bone fragments, violently exploded at the entrance of the hall. The intense scent of blood mingled with the acrid stench of scorched flesh, swiftly overshadowing the previous coldness. Blood splattered like ink across the threshold and the nearby floor and walls, exuding wisps of steam as it flowed slowly. Su Lai and Su Hong were rendered speechless by the horrific scene that unfolded before them. Their blood felt as if it had frozen in their veins. Beixuan slowly retracted his right hand, the edges of his lace glove flickering with remnants of golden arcs that quietly dissipated. He did not even lift his eyelids, as if he had merely swatted away a few bothersome flies. His cold voice pierced the silence and the stench of blood. Chilling to the bone, only the dead remained silent. He wished to keep this matter from spreading, to avoid unnecessary troubles. Within the hall, silence once again enveloped the space. Only the spreading frost, the acrid scent of blood, and the chaos on the ground silently testified that the sky of Qiyin City had irrevocably changed. Beixuan slowly turned, his movements heavy and ethereal. The snowflakes surrounding him dissipated soundlessly. Fatigue deepened on his face, his gaze more hollow. Ignoring all eyes upon him, he wearily rubbed his brow, as if trying to suppress a profound agony within his soul. Young master, the voice was weary and hoarse, as if the thunderous strike had drained his last ounce of strength. I am tired. Having spoken, he dragged his ethereal footsteps, 1 step at a time, slowly exiting the disordered chamber, now cloaked in frost and fresh blood. The tattered red cloth swayed gently, leaving behind a solitary and enigmatic silhouette amidst the fragmented shadows and overwhelming scent of blood, gradually merging into the dimming twilight outside. Within Su Lai's chest, tumultuous waves of reverence and dread reached a peak. The momentary stillness, frigid and violent, coupled with the abyssal silence in Beixuan's eyes, struck his very soul with greater force than any act of submission. Su Hong stood utterly frozen, his mind a blank slate. Simultaneously, within the heart of the Demon Moon Empire, in the grand hall of the Carl family, the flickering golden candlelight cast shadows upon the countless nameplates adorning the walls. A heavily armored guard, conducting routine inspections, suddenly found his gaze caught by the jade plate inscribed with the name Carl Vino. His pupils constricted in shock as fine spiderweb-like cracks began to spread visibly across the smooth surface. Crack! The crisp sound shattered the oppressive silence, and the jade plate exploded into sparkling dust. The commander stood paralyzed, swallowing hard as he turned and raced towards the towering main hall of the clan. He ascended the 99 white jade steps, bursting into the council chamber under the astonished gazes of the guards. Reporting to the clan leader, the commander knelt heavily, the clanking of armor echoing through the vast hall, veins bulging at his temples. The jade tablet of Commander Vino, who went to negotiate with the Su family, has shattered. Boom. A ferocious and malevolent aura erupted from the figure seated upon the throne, resembling a mountain in stature, as if it sought to rend the heavens asunder. The very air in the hall seemed to solidify into iron, the weight of the pressure nearly suffocating the armored commander, as the ground groaned under the unbearable burden. On the throne, the current head of the Carl family, Carl Dyson, a fearsome figure renowned throughout the empire as the 9-star Crimson Crystal Martial King, abruptly opened his eyes. Those eyes burned with the infernal fire of the underworld, a tempest of wrath and disbelief swirling within them. This is impossible. His voice rumbled like thunder, each word laced with devastating power, causing the dome of the hall to resonate. After a brief silence, Carl Dyson's voice, as cold as eternal ice, issued a command filled with the intent to annihilate. Dispatch the Blood Butcher, Shadow Fong, and Bone Crusher. Immediately investigate this matter. The names of these 3 2-star martial commanders echoed ominously, heralding the impending storm of blood and carnage set to engulf Qiyin City. Chapter 67, Astonishment. Su Ao's mysterious disappearance. Is Zhu Shaoxin still alive? The revelation directly points to the enigma of time travel. Deep within the Su family estate in Qiyin City, the quiet chamber that once briefly harbored Beixuan's weary form now lay desolate, filled only with frigid air and the dried remnants of sweat upon the brocade coverlet. Beixuan stood at the door, the tattered red cloth draped over his shoulders fluttering gently in the breeze, revealing fingers encased in white lace gloves. Although some pallor had faded from his face, the weariness and emptiness in his profound gaze remained, like a brand etched upon his soul, not dissipating much. The cold resentment, stemming from Zhu Shaosan's endless cycle of death and rebirth, whispered and howled within the depths of his consciousness, urging him to seek an answer. Su Ao, the young master of the Su family, who, within Zhu Shaosan's memories, had mercilessly slaughtered him time and again with a sinister grin. According to common logic, each time a player, or a traverser, enters the game, the world resets and memories are formatted. However, the fragments of Zhu Shaosan's memories are remarkably vivid and profoundly etched, which is certainly abnormal. Su Ao, the ruthless executor of violence. Even if his memories have been erased, his very existence may serve as a clue, a pivot capable of unlocking the enigma surrounding Beixuan's identity. It is imperative to inquire, Beixuan murmured to himself, his voice hoarse. Without further hesitation, he turned, his ethereal yet resolute steps echoing on the cold tiles of the corridor, heading straight for the courtyard of the Su family's elder. The elder's courtyard, located on the western side of the Su residence, has always been known for its austere and desolate atmosphere. Yet, as Beixuan pushed open the heavy door adorned with a carved tiger motif, an eerie silence enveloped him. The courtyard was littered with fallen leaves, evidently neglected for several days. A few precious spiritual plants appeared wilted, lacking care. The door to the main hall stood ajar, exuding a musty odor. Beixuan's brow furrowed slightly, an ominous premonition swelling within him. He hastened forward and entered. Inside the hall, dust coated the furniture, and the teacups were icy. The air was permeated by a sense of desolation, reminiscent of a place long abandoned. There was no sign of the imposing elder Su Qing, nor the usual demeanor of Su Ao, marked by either malevolence or obsequiousness. Not here, Beixuan whispered, his gaze sharply scanning every corner. He approached Su Ao's room. The door unlatched. Pushing it open, the scene within only confirmed his suspicions. The bed was in disarray, several luxurious garments carelessly strewn on the floor, and half a cup of still warm tea rested on the table, faint fingerprints visible on the rim. Everything indicated that its occupant had left in a tremendous rush, with no time to tidy up. A chilling sensation crept up Beixuan's spine. Su Ao had vanished. At a time when the Su family had just ascended as the dominant power in Qian City and should be relishing the fruits of victory, this was exceedingly strange. He immediately turned and hurried toward the eastern courtyard where Su Hong resided. Upon entering, he saw Su Hong emerging from his room with a grave expression, their eyes meeting in the air. Beixuan, what brings you here? Su Hong asked, a flicker of concern crossing his face, soon replaced by deeper anxiety. Su Ao is missing, Beixuan stated bluntly, his voice low. Su Hong's pupils constricted. What? I was just about to inquire with the elder regarding the allocation of the family's treasury, only to discover that he is also absent. The entire courtyard is devoid of any presence, as if it has been evacuated overnight. The two exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock and profound bewilderment mirrored in each other's eyes. Su Ao's disappearance might have a trail to follow, perhaps fleeing in guilt, but the elder, one of the pillars of the Su family, vanishing quietly with his grandson during the family's zenith? This was utterly incomprehensible. Let us seek out my father, Su Hong decisively declared. In the clan leader's study, Su Lai pondered over the latest power distribution map of Qian City. Although the Su family had acquired the shawarma industry, the rapidly expanding influence brought immense management pressures and the potential for undercurrents to surge. The news of Calvino's demise hung like a sword of Damocles, with the vengeance of the Carl family from the Demon Moon Empire poised to strike at any moment. Father, Su Hong and Beixuan burst into the study, shattering its tranquility. Su Lai looked up, and upon seeing the grave expressions on their faces, his heart sank. What is the matter? Father, the Grand Elder and Su Ao are missing, Su Hong exclaimed urgently. Their courtyard is deserted, the belongings scattered, as if they left in haste. What? Su Lai sprang to his feet, knocking over the chair behind him, disbelief etched across his face. Impossible. The Grand Elder was discussing the transfer of the market in Qian City with me just yesterday. Though Su Ao may be inept at this moment, his words trailed off as he realized the gravity of the situation far exceeded his imaginings. The Grand Elder's loyalty was unquestionable. His disappearance could only signify one thing. A monumental upheaval had occurred, one so significant that it compelled the Grand Elder to secretly flee with his grandson without the knowledge of even the clan leader. Investigate. Immediately seal off the information. Dispatch all shadow guards. Find them for me. Dig 3 feet into the ground if necessary. Su Lai's face turned ashen, his voice trembling with rage and fear. The mysterious disappearance of a core figure within the family struck him with greater terror and shame than an invasion by external enemies. Beixuan stood silently by, observing Su Lai's furious commands. His own confusion only deepened, as if shrouded in thick fog. Su Lai's astonishment seemed genuine. He too was left in the dark. Who possessed such power, able to silently abduct a revered grand elder and his grandson from the very heart of the Su family, which had only just gained control of the entire city and was under strict vigilance? What could their motives be? Was it to protect Su Ao, or was it aimed at himself? As the atmosphere in the study thickened almost to a standstill, amidst the echoes of Su Lai's commands, a boy's voice suddenly resonated deep within Beixuan's consciousness. No longer was it the chaotic, frenzied howls of before, nor the cold electronic tone of the system. This was a voice clear and calm, tinged with an ineffable sense of weariness and the weight of time, as if it had traversed the ages and was indelibly imprinted upon his very soul. Stop searching. It must be Xiao Li who acted. Fearing I would kill Su Ao to obtain the Freedom Crystal. Boom. The voice thundered like a celestial bolt, exploding within Beixuan's mind. His body stiffened, his pupils constricting to their utmost. A violent tremor from the depths of his soul nearly caused him to falter. This voice, though unfamiliar, bore an eerie and chilling familiarity, as if it were the echo of something long forgotten within his own heart. Who? Beixuan demanded fiercely within his consciousness, his spirit taut with tension. An involuntary chill radiating from him that sent a shiver through Su Hong and Su Lai, who stared at him in shock. The voice continued undeterred, with an all-knowing calm, flowing deeper into Beixuan's awareness. I am Zhu Xiaosan. You were drawn into this Xianjing continent by me. Chapter 68. Account unlocked. All mysteries point to the supreme power of the Xianjing continent. The Lord of the Snowglass Temple, Zhu Xiaosan. The sea of consciousness in Beixuan seemed to be bombarded by countless stellar explosions. This name, which embodies infinite suffering and is perceived by him as the root of the original Master's resentment. He actually possesses his own consciousness. Moreover, he refers to himself as, initially, I believed that guiding you through my modified system would enable you to take vengeance for me. Yet, unexpectedly, it was still discovered by Xiao Li. Xiao Li, the master of the Snowglass Temple. Xiao Li? In an instant, Beixuan recalled the tale that Yining Shuang had narrated with reverence and yearning at the auction house in Qian City. A mysterious woman emerged, establishing the Snowglass Temple with unparalleled grace, swiftly ascending to the ranks of the most formidable forces in the Xianjing continent. Her master revered as Xiao Li. Is she the possessor of the 9-star purple crystal divine king, or a celestial supreme emperor with transcendent cultivation? One of the few who stand atop the pyramid of the Xianjing continent. It turns out that she is indeed the servant of the Su family, acquainted with Zhu Xiaosan. Xiao Li. A tremendous torrent of information inundated Beixuan's understanding. Was he ensnared in this Xianjing continent by Zhu Xiaosan? Did Zhu Xiaosan employ the system to guide him in seeking vengeance against Su Ao? And all of this was perceived by that supreme being, the Lord of the Snowglass Temple. Xiao Li? Did she intervene to take Su Ao away? Aren't you acquaintances? Beixuan suppressed the tumultuous emotions within, urgently questioning in his consciousness. He recalled the scene that intruded into his mind at the auction house, where a servant had handed a flatbread to Zhu Xiaosan. And it was Xiao Li who had informed Zhu Xiaosan of his name. Zhu Xiaosan's voice fell silent for a moment, seemingly imbued with boundless hatred and chilling coldness. It's a long story. I want you to kill her. Avenge me. As for the reason, I can only tell you then. It's useless to inform you now, given your current weakness. Kill her? Avenge you? Beixuan echoed this phrase in his consciousness, grappling with an overwhelming sense of absurdity and the harshness of reality. The Lord of the Snowglass Temple, Xiao Li, is recognized as the pinnacle of combat strength in the Xianjing continent. A mere breath from her could reduce the entire Qian city to dust. And now, even with a partial restoration of power combined with his account, would it be feasible? He envisioned the moment before his previous life when he had failed to challenge the ultimate Xianjing demon god, a shadow passing through his heart. Zhu Xiaosan's voice seemed to pierce through his doubts and struggles, resonating with an undeniable resolve and temptation. If you agree to my request, I will restore your privileges. As for why, do not inquire. If I can lock it, I can grant it to you. If I can grant it, I can lock it again. Privileges. The true power of a creator. Beixuan's heart began to race uncontrollably. What does that signify? It signifies the alteration of rules, the creation of all things. The disregard of levels, absolute invincibility. It is the sole key to his return to the real world. It is his greatest reliance to escape this bizarre world, to sever the entanglement of Zhu Xiaosan's resentment, and to extricate himself from all predicaments. The temptation was overwhelming, sufficient to temporarily suppress his fear of the Snowglass Palace Master and his profound doubts regarding Zhu Xiaosan's motives. Moreover, Zhu Xiaosan's voice, as cold as iron chains, reiterated, before entering the Xinjiang continent, you were a creator. However, now that you find yourself within the Xinjiang continent, you have forfeited that transcendent identity. Even if you possess authority, you are bound by the Mad Guardian system. You are aware of this, the Mad Guardian system. A chill ran through Beixuan's heart. He was certainly familiar with this cursed mechanism. It was one of the fundamental core rules designed to protect the protagonists or pivotal characters in the narrative from the abuse of power leading to their erasure, thereby maintaining the world's coherence and storytelling. In this realm, the target locked by the Guardian system was none other than the Chosen One, Su Hong. The Guardian subject was the protagonist, the Chosen One, Su Hong. Zhu Xiaosan's voice coldly confirmed his thoughts. Thus, hasten Su Hong's ascent in power. Only when he is sufficiently strong or reaches a specific narrative juncture will the coercive force of the Guardian system diminish or even be lifted. This is the prerequisite for you to attain true freedom and exercise your authority. Encouraging Su Hong's growth, Beixuan's gaze instinctively swept over to the anxious and bewildered Su Hong beside him. This boy, whom he referred to as young master, was ironically both the shackle binding his power and the bridge to his freedom. What a tremendous irony. The storm within his sea of consciousness gradually subsided, as the weight of reality eclipsed the tumultuous waves. Return. This was Beixuan's most profound obsession. For this goal, he could stir up a bloody storm in Qian City, could transform into the exterminator of the three demon lords to intimidate fierce foes. Thus, what was the harm in agreeing to Zhu Xiaosan? As for the threats from the Snow Glass Palace Master, Little Li, they could be addressed once he regained his authority. If he truly reclaimed his power, he would become a god in this world. Could he not contend with the Xinjiang demon god? Absolutely not. All right, Xiaosan. Deep within his consciousness, Beixuan replied resolutely to that mysterious and formidable voice. I promise to help you seek vengeance. There were no oaths, no contracts, only a simple commitment. Yet behind this promise lay Beixuan's intense yearning for return and the perilous pact he struck with Zhu Xiaosan, wagering the life of the Snow Glass Palace Master. Very well. Zhu Xiaosan's voice seemed to relax slightly, imbued with a sense of understanding. Then, let us proceed to receive your authority. As his words fell, Beixuan felt as though his consciousness was cast into an endless, resplendent sea of data composed of countless zeros and ones. An abundance of information streams, authority nodes, and world laws surged towards him like a torrent, welcoming him. It was a long-lost sensation of nearly omniscient control. Now was the moment. Beixuan suppressed the overwhelming ecstasy threatening to burst from his chest, his thoughts more focused than ever, as he directed his mind, deep within, towards the long-dormant initial system assistant. Issuing the most crucial and exhilarating command since his arrival, Xiaoming. Log into my account. Account. Password. Do. Ding. Identity verification in progress. Please hold on. A sound, unprecedented and as melodious as a celestial chime, resonated deep within the soul of Beixuan. This sound was no longer a cold electronic synthesis, but carried a grand and sacred essence. Sequence matching, soul wavelength compatibility detection, creator's mark confirmation, permission key verification successful, ding. Verification complete. Chapter 69, The Noble Creator's Descent. The Guardian System constricts the throat. Assisting Su Hong in defying destiny? Welcome back, esteemed creator. The highest administrator privileges have been reactivated and loaded. System Assistant, Xiaoming, is at your service. At that moment, an indescribable torrent of ecstasy surged through Beixuan, instantly dissolving all fatigue, doubt, and coldness. It was as if he had encountered a long-awaited rain after a drought, akin to a prisoner regaining his freedom. He felt his power as never before. His vision clearer than it had ever been. The entire world transformed before his eyes into a semi-transparent data model, with countless lines of laws visible. The operation of all things firmly within his grasp. With but a thought, he could reduce Qian City to ashes, with a mere command. He could conjure divine artifacts and elixirs. This was true power. This was the authority he rightfully deserved. Beixuan's body trembled slightly with overwhelming excitement. Unable to contain himself any longer, a deep and exhilarating laughter erupted uncontrollably from his throat. This laughter resonated oddly and eerily in the silent study. Su Lai and Su Hong were startled by this sudden outburst, turning in confusion toward Beixuan. They beheld him with his head bowed. Tattered red cloak swaying with his slight tremors, laughter imbued with an indescribable ecstasy and liberation, standing in stark contrast to the previously tense atmosphere. Beixuan, what is the matter with you? Su Hong asked with concern, stepping forward. Beixuan suddenly lifted his head. The pallor on his face vanished, replaced by a near-divine radiance. His gaze sharp as lightning, as if piercing through the void. The weariness and emptiness were replaced by an absolute confidence that looked down upon the world. Su Lai and Su Hong, meeting his gaze, felt their spirits quake, as if confronted by a newly awakened deity. A sense of reverence rooted in primal instincts welled within them, compelling them almost to kneel. "I am well, young master." Beixuan's voice retained a raspy quality. Yet the sense of weakness had entirely dissipated, replaced by a profound, all-encompassing calm, even tinged with a hint of pleasure. "I merely resolved a long-standing minor issue." A meaningful smile graced his lips as he reveled in the vast power within him, reminiscent of an endless sea of stars, seemingly omnipotent. With authority in his grasp, who in the Xianjing continent could stand against him? However, just when Beixuan was filled with satisfaction, ready to explore this regained power, and even beginning to plan how to utilize it for a swift return, a warning. The cold system notification echoed once more, akin to a bucket of ice water poured over him. Detected that the core rules of the frenzied Guardian system are in a state of forced activation. Target lock, Su Hong, Qianqing, young master of the Su family, current target status assessment. Weakened, pinnacle of 9-star gray crystal, fortune fluctuation, ascending phase, threat perception, low. Guardian rules activated. Rule 1. Any form of direct harm, mental control, or coercive commands against the target, Su Hong, and its core associates, such as Su Lai, is strictly prohibited, including but not limited to annihilation, imprisonment, brainwashing, and forced tasks. Rule 2. It is forbidden to directly bestow the target with powers or items that exceed its current limits, must align with its growth logic and fortune trajectory. Rule 3. It is prohibited to eliminate all reasonable challenges and trials on the target's growth path, must maintain the protagonist's journey of experience. Rule 4. Detection of potential high-threat actions by the authority holder, targeting Master Xueli. Such actions may lead to unpredictable catastrophic repercussions for the target, Su Hong. The system strongly advises against initiating direct hostile events with entities of Master Xueli's caliber until the target reaches the martial emperor stage or completes the crucial milestones of the Sun of the continent. Otherwise, the Guardian rules will trigger the highest level of countermeasures. All authority holders must strictly adhere to the core rules to maintain the stability of the world. A series of crimson warning boxes erupted in Beixuan's vision. Each word felt like a cold shackle, ruthlessly striking down upon his recently ignited flame of invincibility. That boundless power continued to flow within his consciousness, vividly clear. However, when he attempted to direct his thoughts towards Su Hong to assess the status or bestow strength, an invisible yet indomitable force of rules instantly formed a barrier, gently yet absolutely repelling his will. When he slightly shifted his thoughts to modify the spatial rules around Su Hong, he met with a similarly frigid rejection. Damn it! The ecstasy on Beixuan's face instantly solidified, replaced by a fury and frustration akin to being toyed with. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. The power was back. The invincible authority had returned. Yet, he was shackled by the most constricting of spells. He must protect Su Hong, must watch him grow, cannot hasten his progress, and certainly must not provoke a being like Master Xueli, risking Su Hong's annihilation by collateral damage. Zhu Xiaosan, you plotted against me. Beixuan instantly comprehended. Why his account was locked initially for merely 3 days was to compel him to activate the binding of the frenzied Guardian system. At this moment, Zhu Xiaosan's generous return of authority was because he understood that as long as Beixuan remained in the Xianjing continent and the Guardian system locked onto Su Hong, this authority was akin to a double-edged sword, one that could not be drawn lightly, and whose hilt was laced with thorns. Had his previous defeat against the Xianjing demon god also been due to similar core rule restrictions? This thought slithered into his mind like a venomous snake. Beixuan, are you truly all right? Su Hong observed the myriad expressions flitting across Beixuan's face, ultimately settling into a complex amalgamation of overwhelming joy, fury, and frustration, which deepened his concern. At this moment, Beixuan exuded an aura that was both profoundly powerful and imbued with an ineffable restlessness. Drawing in a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed the surging wrath and the impulse to curse. He turned his gaze towards Su Hong, his eyes reflecting an intricate blend of emotions. This youth, whom he referred to as young master, now represented both the protagonist in need of protection and the shackles that bound his powers, as well as the pivotal key to his path of return. It's all right, young master. Beixuan's voice regained its calm, even deeper than before. A somewhat rigid smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, yet his gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing through the distance as if striving to unveil the enigmatic Su Ao, who had mysteriously vanished, and the figure that loomed atop the snow-glass temple. I was merely contemplating. He articulated each word with a chilling clarity that bore the weight of a spirit constrained by rules yet unwilling to remain dormant. How to empower you further? how to enable you to vanquish all obstacles in your path, advancing with relentless determination. Chapter 70, Heavenly Tier Divine Techniques. Young Master, your extraordinary augmentation has been successfully credited. Please check. In the study, the very dust seemed to solidify in the wake of Beixuan's deep, resonant laughter, tinged with a bizarre sense of liberation. Su Lai and Su Hong exchanged glances, gazing at the old servant before them, whose aura had suddenly become as profound as an abyss, with eyes sharp as lightning, evoking a reverence that nearly suffocated them. Beixuan, are you all right? Su Hong managed to suppress his heart's unease and cautiously inquired. He perceived Beixuan at that moment as a long-sealed divine sword, just now revealing a sliver of its edge, capable of cleaving through the very essence of one's spirit. Beixuan slowly lifted his head, the pallor and fatigue on his face vanishing, replaced by an almost inhuman tranquility and an air of omnipotence. A subtle, elusive smile graced his lips as his gaze swept over Su Hong, seemingly penetrating his exterior to gaze into his soul and potential. Young Master, I am quite well. Beixuan's voice remained hoarse, yet devoid of any frailty, resonating with an unprecedented, metallic clarity. I have come to understand certain matters, albeit minor issues. He took a step forward, causing the very space around him to warp slightly. Su Lai instinctively recoiled half a step, his heart gripped by a sense of dread. This was certainly not the Su family servant he once knew. The aura he emanated was even more terrifying than when he had vanquished Calvino. Young Master, time is of the essence. Beixuan's gaze fixed firmly on Su Hong, his deep pupils seemingly alive with countless streams of data whirling rapidly. The Cal family would not be slow to react. True trouble was already en route. Su Hong felt a tightening in his chest. True trouble? Beixuan, do you mean 3 individuals? Beixuan extended 3 fingers, his tone as casual as if discussing the weather. The Cal family's 2-star blood crystal Martial King, Blood Butcher, Shadow Fawn, and Bone Crusher. They possess royal-level advanced skills, with elemental attributes of fire, wind, and ice. With their pace, they could reach the gates of the Su family within the hour. 3 Martial Kings. Su Lai gasped in astonishment, his complexion turning as pale as parchment. The mere presence of a single Calvino had nearly brought the Su family to ruin. The prospect of 3 genuine Martial Kings was nothing short of catastrophic. A shadow of despair loomed over him once more. Su Hong felt as if struck by lightning. A 9-star gray crystal Martial Master against a 2-star Martial King? The chasm between them felt as insurmountable as an ant gazing up at a dragon. Instinctively, he glanced towards Beixuan, his eyes brimming with a plea for support. Beixuan observed Su Hong's reaction keenly, a slight smile playing upon his lips, tinged with a hint of amusement. Young Master, do not panic. Beixuan's voice possessed a peculiar soothing quality, yet it felt like a bombshell dropped into Su Hong's heart. From this moment forth, I can no longer shield you with my power. What? Su Hong and Su Lai exclaimed in unison, their shock profound. Beixuan was the sole pillar of support for the Su family at this critical juncture. Without his intervention, how could they withstand the onslaught of 3 Martial Kings? The path of the young master must ultimately be traversed by the young master himself. What I can do is, Beixuan's voice faltered momentarily, his eyes shimmering with intensity, to pave the way for you, providing you with everything you require. Before he finished speaking, he extended a finger like a sword, pointing towards Su Hong's brow. A tremendous, pure, and searing torrent of energy surged into Su Hong's consciousness. This was the true essence of the flame-devouring art. A celestial-grade divine technique that harnesses the extraordinary fire crystals of the world to refine one's inner flame, unparalleled in its ferocity. It perfectly aligned with your fiery constitution. It has directly surpassed the counterfeit you were previously cultivating. Beixuan's voice resonated like a bell in Su Hong's mind. Following this, 2 more profound streams of information were imprinted upon him. The 9 transformations of flame crystal, an accompanying secret technique that activates the power of the inner flame crystal, unleashing potential and manifesting combat prowess far beyond one's current realm. The first transformation, White Flame, doubles combat power. The second transformation, Red Flame, doubles it once more. With all 9 transformations unleashed, it could scorch the heavens and boil the seas. The Annihilating Shadow of Heaven, a celestial-grade divine movement technique that transforms the body into a fleeting flame, as swift as a phantom, incinerating the void. Mastered to perfection, one could navigate through legions without a single leaf touching them. Techniques, secret arts, movement methods, 3 supreme inheritances, as if tailor-made, instantly filled the void in Su Hong's foundation. He felt as though the dormant flames within him had been completely ignited, as the surging white flame elemental force, newborn, and a more violent and searing red flame elemental force, nascent, surged through his meridians, roaring in harmony with these three inheritances. Furthermore, Beixuan flipped his wrist, revealing an ancient-looking jade vial in his palm, containing 3 pills the size of Longan, all crimson, adorned with swirling golden flame patterns. The Crimson Sun Breakthrough Pill, to stabilize your foundation and break through your bottleneck. Following this, 2 scrolls and a divine-grade spatial ring appeared before him. The Great White Flame Slap and the Great Red Flame Palm. Though their names were crude, they concentrated the power of the fire crystal in the palm, explosively unleashing devastating destructive force in the simplest and most direct manner. In conjunction with the flame-devouring art and the 9 transformations of flame crystal, their power was boundless. Within the spatial ring lay a mountain of gleaming gold coins. At a cursory glance, it was nothing short of a colossal fortune. Techniques, secret arts, body skills, elixirs, abilities, and gold coins. All the quintessential components were instantly at his disposal. Su Hong was overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of this unexpected windfall. A euphoric sensation almost propelling him into the air. Feeling an unprecedented surge of power within him and gazing at the profound inheritance in his consciousness, he swept his awareness towards the spatial ring, feeling as though he had instantaneously transformed from a penniless youth into a top-tier magnate. Ding. Master. Su Hong's attributes have been enhanced by skills. His current stats are 236 across the board, with a critical hit rate of 60, critical damage ranging from 236 to 436. Announced Xiaoming. Beixuan, upon hearing this report, maintained an impassive demeanor, secretly reflecting, it should be sufficient. If the other party were to behold Su Hong, a 9-star gray crystal warrior with such astonishing attributes, it would surely terrify them into a state of shock. Beixuan, this is simply too. Su Hong stammered with excitement, his face radiating joy, as the previous fear was seemingly washed away by this overwhelming wealth. However, Beixuan's subsequent words poured over him like a bucket of ice water, leaving him chilled to the core. Young master, everything has been bestowed upon you. Beixuan patted Su Hong's shoulder, his tone light, yet his gaze sharp as a blade. Remember the words of your old servant. The path ahead must be forged by your own efforts. I can only provide resources, information, and some exceedingly trivial assistance from behind the scenes. Beixuan articulated this to encourage Su Hong's rapid growth, hoping he would eventually stand on his own. Only by facing genuine life and death crises could the potential of a chosen one be truly awakened. With this thought, Beixuan paused, meeting Su Hong's suddenly frozen smile with a pointed gesture towards the door, as if the 3 formidable martial kings were already standing at the threshold. As for the 3 second-star martial kings from the Carl family, Beixuan grinned, revealing a set of stark white teeth that will be left to you as practice. Young master, what? The exuberance on Su Hong's face instantly froze, replaced by a terror and absurdity tenfold greater than before. You want me to practice on them? Beixuan, are you jesting? I am merely a 9-star martial master. They are 3 second-star martial kings. The gap between us is an entire realm. One finger could crush me 100 times over. Su Lai grew anxious as well. Beixuan, this is absolutely out of the question. Hong he. How can one know their limits without attempting? Beixuan interrupted Su Lai directly, his gaze fixed on Su Hong with an undeniable pressure that seemed to penetrate his innermost fears. Techniques, secret arts, body skills, elixirs, lethal moves. Gold coins, your old servant has provided everything. What you now lack is not resources, but real combat experience. It is the tempering between life and death that will transform these gifts into your own power. Chapter 71. Beixuan's fierce confrontation with the 3 martial kings. The one who will slay them is my young master. If you have the ability, come for him. The Su family erupts. Beixuan pointed at the 3 red sun breakthrough pills. Consume it. Immediately activate the devouring flame technique to break through your bottleneck. Familiarize yourself with Flame Crystal 9 transformations and Heavenly Flame Phantom. Master the White Flame Slap and the Crimson Flame Palm. Time is of the essence. Every moment could determine life or death. Young master, do you wish to await the King of Warriors at your doorstep, resigned to your fate, or do you aspire to seize this opportunity, using their heads to forge your true path of strength? Beixuan's words struck Su Hong's heart like a hammer. Fear lingered. Yet gazing into Beixuan's unfathomable but resolute eyes, he felt the surge of power coursing through him, a result of his exceptional inheritance. A fierce determination, born from desperation and an insatiable thirst for strength, ignited within his gaze. He abruptly grasped the jade vial, poured out a Zhiyang breaking realm pill, and without hesitation, consumed it. Very well, I shall fight. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a torrent of heat that surged through his limbs and bones. Su Hong sat cross-legged, eyes tightly shut, channeling the flame-devouring technique with all his might. White flames began to rise from his body, tinged with a hint of crimson. In this fleeting moment, he aimed to grasp the lifeline Beixuan had cast, fervently striving to grow stronger. Observing Su Hong enter a state of cultivation, a flicker of complexity passed through Beixuan's gaze. With his hands clasped behind his back, he looked towards the distant horizon beyond Qian City, where three formidable presences, imbued with a chilling intent to kill, approached at an astonishing speed. Zhu Xiaosan, this first move is mine. Su Hong, do not disappoint me, nor underestimate the damned protector's rules. He silently vowed, as unseen authority, akin to a precise radar, had already locked onto the trio of swiftly approaching powerhouses. In the span of a single day, amidst Su Hong's fervent cultivation and the palpable anxiety enveloping the Su family, time slipped away. The potency of the Zhiyang breaking realm pill was perfectly absorbed by Su Hong's fiery constitution, guided by the flame-devouring technique. His internal energy surged forth like a river breaching its dam, tumultuous and powerful. The barrier of the 9-star gray crystal warriors crumbled before this ferocious force. He successfully ascended to the realm of a 1-star black crystal warrior, with an exceptionally solid foundation. The white flame energy within him became even more refined, and the embryonic form of the crimson flame grew considerably. He had initially grasped the first transformation of the flame crystal 9 changes, the white flame transformation, enabling him to double his combat prowess in a brief span. The burning sky shadow technique further enhanced his agility. Leaving behind ethereal flames as afterimages that lingered in the air, his speed far surpassing that of his peers. The two straightforward, yet brutal moves, the white flame slap and the crimson flame palm, gradually revealed their secrets to him through repeated practice against the air, teaching him how to instantly condense his violent flame energy into his palm before unleashing it in the most ferocious manner. However, the dramatic surge in power did not entirely dispel the shadows looming over his heart. The thought of facing 3 renowned 2-star kings of warriors quickened his heartbeat and caused his palms to sweat slightly. The disparity between a warrior master and a warrior king was vast. Would his modest progress suffice against true warrior kings? It was no wonder Su Hong harbored such doubts, for he could not perceive his own attributes. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed. Boom, boom, boom. 3 terrifying presences descended upon the Su family residence like falling stars, shrouding it in an ominous aura. The skies above Qian City darkened. The bone-shattering king exuded a chilling aura that seemed poised to freeze one's very soul. The blood-butchering king radiated a scorching, violent heat that appeared capable of incinerating everything in its path. The Shadowfang martial king unleashed a tempest that howled and cleaved through all. 3 distinctly powerful royal presences intertwined, creating an atmosphere of despair and death. The architecture of the Su residence groaned under the oppressive weight, the glazed tiles vibrating ominously. The servants appeared as if ensnared by an invisible hand, collapsing to the ground. Trembling uncontrollably, Su Lai emitted a low groan, his complexion pale, feeling as though he had been struck in the chest, his blood surging tumultuously. 3 figures loomed above the main hall of the Su family, akin to deities descending from the heavens. To the left stood a figure clad in an icy blue robe, his countenance stern, hair and beard white as snow, surrounded by visible frost crystals, emanating an aura of chilling cold. He was the bone-crushing martial king. His gaze was indifferent, as if surveying mere ants. On the right, a figure with fiery red hair standing on end, muscles coiled like serpents, donned armor that seemed forged from solidified magma. His eyes flickering with flames, radiating an intense heat that could incinerate everything. He was the blood-slaughter martial king. A cruel smile danced upon his lips. At the center was a figure slightly leaner, yet exuding an air of sharpness that could slice through all. His grayish-blue robe billowing in the tempest. He was the Shadowfang martial king. His eyes were as keen as a hawk's, sweeping over the assembly below with an expression of scrutiny and judgment. Su family. The voice of the bone-crushing martial king resonated like the clash of ancient ice, cold and piercing, echoing throughout the city. I, Calvino of the Carl family, have come at the behest of my master to discuss matters in Qian City with you. Why has the soul lamp extinguished, leading to deaths upon your grounds? Speak. Who has cast the lethal hand? If an explanation is not provided today, the Su family shall be left with not a single soul to tell the tale. The chilling intent of murder pierced the hearts of every Su family member like tangible ice shards. Su Lai struggled to articulate a defense, yet the royal pressure bore down upon him, rendering even breath a laborious task. Su Hong bore the brunt of it, the combined force of ice, fire, and wind pressing down upon him like 3 towering mountains. He felt as though he were but a fragile boat amidst a raging storm, on the verge of being torn apart. His body trembled uncontrollably, and the fleeting confidence he had just gained from a recent breakthrough was crushed to dust in the face of such overwhelming power. A 9-star Grand Martial Master? In the presence of true martial kings, he remained as insignificant as a speck of dust. Fear coiled around his heart like a venomous serpent, nearly suffocating him. Just as the Su family was engulfed in silence, and Su Hong struggled to lift his head, a languid voice, laced with provocation, suddenly pierced through the suffocating stillness. "Oh, what a loud voice. Who are you trying to scare?" The crowd turned toward the source of the voice, only to see Beixuan, who had somehow procured a stick resembling a firewood poker, swaggering out from the side corridor. He wore an expression of audacious defiance, as if the three formidable martial kings above were not capable of annihilating cities, but merely three ruffians shouting at the entrance. Ignoring the crushing royal pressure that could shatter steel, he sauntered over to Su Hong's side and prodded him gently with his stick, which had stiffened from fear. Then, under the horrified gaze of Beixuan, whose countenance was pale, and the three martial kings whose expressions darkened like stormy waters, Beixuan, with his iconic raspy voice, shouted clearly and emphatically, "What are you staring at? It was my young master Su Hong who did the killing. What's the matter? Are you unconvinced? If you're not satisfied, come down and challenge him." This proclamation struck like a bucket of cold water in boiling oil, instantly igniting the overwhelming fury of the three martial kings. Insects, seeking death. The blood butcher martial king, known for his volatile temper, felt his eyes turn crimson as flames erupted around him, swelling with a furious roar, akin to an enraged fire demon. He had no interest in further discourse. With his fingers splayed, he thrust his hand towards the region where Beixuan and Su Hong stood, executing a powerful gesture. The heaven-incinerating palm, a colossal hand, composed entirely of pure crimson flames and large enough to encompass a house, surged forth with the searing heat to annihilate all, ripping through the air with a deafening roar. Crashing down like divine retribution, the air was instantly sucked away, and the stone slabs beneath cracked and melted under the force of this fiery gale. A pinnacle technique of the royal tier, its very execution promised annihilation. This strike aimed not only to reduce the boastful old servant to ashes, but also to obliterate the so-called murderer, Su Hong, and everything within that vicinity from existence. An overwhelming shadow of death swiftly enveloped Su Hong. He felt as though the very blood in his veins was being evaporated by the scorching heat, and his bones threatened to shatter under the immense pressure. His mind became a void, echoing only Beixuan's desperate command. "Avoid it." A thunderous shout reverberated in Su Hong's ears. It was Beixuan's voice. Yet, this sound did not come from beside him, but resonated deep within his very soul. Simultaneously, Su Hong sensed an invisible force propel him forward with great urgency. It was not mere physical force, but rather a subtle manipulation of space that stimulated his instincts to their utmost limits. Heaven-incinerating shadow. The instinct for survival eclipsed all fear. The devouring flame technique within Su Hong surged uncontrollably, pouring forth white flame essence into his legs without reservation. He instinctively executed the supreme movement technique bestowed by Beixuan. In a flash, he left behind a solid afterimage, ablaze with white flames. In that critical moment, Su Hong's true self glided several feet sideways like a specter. Boom! The fiery, giant hand crashed down. The earth trembled violently. The white flame afterimage left by Su Hong evaporated like foam under the intense heat, shattered to pieces. The spot where he had stood, along with the surrounding area of several feet, bore a deep imprint, flowing with magma at its edges, blackened and emitting thick plumes of smoke. The scorching wave, mingled with debris, assaulted Su Hong's face, stinging painfully. He gazed at the immense handprint, his back drenched in cold sweat. So close, just a hair's breadth away. He had nearly met the same fate as the shattered stone, reduced to nothingness. What? In the air, the Crimson King emitted a faint gasp of surprise, clearly taken aback that a mere white crystal grand martial artist could evade his furious strike. The agility displayed was commendable. Yet, can you evade me just once, or even 10 times? The Bone Crusher King's gaze turned icy. Su Hong? So you are the one who killed Calvino? A trifling grand martial artist daring to provoke my Cal family? It appears the Su family is determined to court their own destruction. Seize him. Let us extract his soul and discern the truth. He was convinced that Su Hong was merely a scapegoat. But the audacity of Beixuan and Su Hong's ability to dodge the Crimson King's blow had thoroughly incensed him. The Shadowfang King remained silent. Yet a subtle movement revealed an invisible, sharp aura had already locked onto Su Hong, as if ready to slice him into fragments at any moment. "Young master, do not dawdle. They will not engage in reason with you." Beixuan's infuriating voice echoed again, having seemingly wandered to another relatively safe corner. Leaning on his cane and observing with an amused expression, "Remember what this old servant imparted to you. Use it. Strike them with your mighty slap. What is there to fear? Killing one is a return on investment. Killing two is a profit. Beixuan. Su Hong was nearly driven to madness. Did this old servant wish for him to perish even faster? Yet he understood that there was no retreat at this moment. The murderous intent of the three martial kings had him firmly ensnared, with no path of escape. Gazing at the three figures in the sky, akin to deities or demons, and feeling the white flame energy within him raging with fear and fury, Su Hong gritted his teeth. A glimmer of madness flashing in his eyes as he was driven to the brink. Damn it, let us do this. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the first transformation of the flame crystal 9 changes, the white flame transformation. Boom. An aura twice as powerful as before erupted from Su Hong. The white flames enveloping his body surged upward, becoming more solid and blazingly white. He felt his strength, speed, and reflexes undergo a terrifying enhancement. Come on, you old fool. Su Hong roared in defiance. The flames at his feet flickered, and he unleashed the burning sky phantom once more, transforming into several indistinguishable white flame phantoms, charging toward the nearest Crimson King. Simultaneously, the violent white flame energy in the palm of his right hand began to wildly coalesce, compressing and radiating a dangerous and searing light. White flame slap. He was determined to take the initiative, using the boon bestowed by Beixuan to deliver a resounding slap to this old fool. Seeking death, the Blood Butcher King. Witnessing Su Hong not only refusing to flee but actively charging toward him, even daring to utter such bold words, was instantly consumed by a mix of fury and derision. A mere ant who had temporarily ascended to the threshold of a 1-star martial king through secret methods dared to provoke him. A pinnacle 2-star martial king? His eyes flashed with murderous intent. He stood firm, even with a hint of cruel mockery, allowing Su Hong's blazing white flame hand to strike his face. He wished to teach this ignorant lad that in the face of absolute power, all tricks are futile. He intended for Su Hong's palm to be reduced to char upon contact with his protective crimson flame battle armor. Unaware of your own mortality, turn to ashes. The Blood Butcher King sneered. However, before he could utter the final syllable, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As Su Hong's palm, ablaze with a brilliant white flame, was on the verge of making contact with the crimson-hued, solidified battle armor of the Blood Butcher Martial King, a faint yet distinct sound resonated, reminiscent of glass shattering in space. The proud and formidable royal-grade protective armor, which could withstand attacks of equal rank, unexpectedly exhibited an almost imperceptible energy delay near the point of contact with Su Hong's hand. It was as if the fabric of space had momentarily thickened at that precise location. Or perhaps the elemental fire energy constituting the armor experienced a fleeting pause in its flow. This slight delay, negligible under normal circumstances for a martial king's reaction speed, transformed into a critical vulnerability at this moment. Su Hong's strike, a culmination of concentrated force unleashed in an instant, was designed with the intent to achieve ultimate breach and devastation. At the moment the delay manifested, the white flame energy in Su Hong's palm erupted with the ferocity of a dam bursting through its weakest point. A resounding thud echoed as the seemingly indestructible crimson battle armor was torn open by Su Hong's palm, which had harnessed all his power, amplified by the flame crystal 9 transformations, and fortuitously struck an energy node, creating an opening the size of a palm. With the fiery white flames, Su Hong channeled his fury, fear, and determination into a single, unadorned strike against the left cheek of the red-hot martial king. The crisp, resounding slap, accompanied by the explosive sound of flames, reverberated throughout the silent Su family estate. Time appeared to freeze at that moment. Everyone stood with wide eyes, unable to comprehend the extraordinary scene unfolding before them. The Blood Butcher Martial King, a renowned 2-star pinnacle warrior of the Carl family, was struck publicly by a mere youth who had only recently ascended to the rank of Great Martial Master. The sinister smile on the Blood Butcher Martial King's face was replaced by sheer astonishment, confusion, and an overwhelming, seething rage capable of incinerating reason. A distinct, fiery handprint, glowing with white flames, marked his left cheek, exuding the scent of charred flesh. Ah, you little beast. I shall reduce you to ashes and torment your soul for 1,000 years. The Blood Butcher Martial King had completely lost his composure. Having never endured such a profound humiliation, the volcanic fury of his crimson elemental energy erupted from within, staining half the sky a blood-red hue. He relinquished all restraint, his hands flailing wildly as countless streaks of crimson flame, colossal molten fists, and an infernal net of fire rained down upon Su Hong, each strike imbued with annihilating power, intent on obliterating him to dust. A golden opportunity. In the corner, Beixuan, who had been quietly observing, felt a glimmer of insight. Though he appeared to remain motionless, his unseen authority was already operating at its utmost capacity. He did not directly intervene with the energy. Rather, during the moment when the Crimson Heat King, consumed by fury and losing his reason, unleashed his primal force in a frenzied torrent. He subtly and briefly magnified the minuscule gaps that inherently existed between the Crimson Heat King's moves. Simultaneously, he once again urged Su Hong from the depths of his soul, do not resist head-on. Use your agility. Lead him to strike his own. Terrified by the cataclysmic onslaught of the Crimson Heat King, Su Hong felt his soul shatter. Yet the brief shock from the resounding slap across his face and Beixuan's reminder forced him to suppress his dread. He understood that his only glimmer of hope lay within the enigmatic technique of heavenly burning shadow. With that thought, Su Hong propelled his agility to its utmost limit. His inner primal force burning wildly, he ceased attempting to retaliate, transforming into an elusive specter, leaving behind a trail of flickering white flames as he desperately navigated through the rain of fire and meteors, weaving amidst the gaps of the molten giant fists. Each evasion was perilous. His garments were singed by searing heat, and the fierce winds lacerated his skin, yet he gritted his teeth and pushed his speed to unprecedented extremes. He recalled Beixuan's warning and desperately fled towards the direction of the bone-shattering king and the Shadow Fang King. Where do you think you're going? Die? The Blood Butcher King, blinded by rage, relentlessly pursued him with colossal molten fists, aiming viciously at Su Hong's escape route, where the bone-shattering king furrowed his brow. Preparing to intercept Su Hong. Blood Butcher, be cautious. The bone-shattering king sensed something amiss and urgently warned. But it was too late. Boom. The massive molten fist, propelled by the full fury of the Crimson Heat King, struck brutally against the hastily conjured ice crystal shield that the bone-shattering king had erected. The bone-shattering king was not renowned for his defenses, and his hurried response was insufficient. Ice and fire are natural adversaries. Crack. Boom. The ice crystal shield shattered in an instant. Although the ferocity of the molten fist was significantly diminished, it still slammed into the chest of the bone-shattering king, clad in his chilling battle armor. Puff! The Arctic King, as if struck by a hammer, spewed forth blood mixed with ice shards. His body flying backward like a severed kite, his breath instantly faltering. His chest armor was scorched, revealing charred flesh, indicating he had suffered significant internal injuries. The look he cast at the Blood Butcher King was one of astonishment and disbelief. Bone shatter. I didn't. The Blood Butcher King was equally bewildered. Now. Second transformation. Crimson Flame. Slap that wind-wielding fool. Beixuan's cold and urgent voice echoed in Su Hong's mind like an incantation, resounding once more. At that moment, Su Hong's adrenaline surged, his focus sharpened. He reacted almost instantaneously upon the issuance of Beixuan's command. Flame Crystal 9 transformations. Second transformation, Crimson Flame. Boom. An even more tempestuous aura erupted into the sky. The white flames enveloping Su Hong's form instantaneously transformed into a more violent and higher temperature crimson fire. His strength and speed surged once again, pushing him perilously close to the threshold of the third star Martial King. The price paid was a torrential outpouring of primal force, akin to a flood unleashed from a dam. He abruptly turned around, no longer fleeing, and instead fixed his gaze upon the Shadow Fang Martial King, who was momentarily distracted due to injuries from shattered bones, his energy fluctuating faintly, with a fierce roar akin to that of a wild beast. Su Hong's eyes blazed crimson as he summoned the might of his fiery palm. His right arm bulged with muscle. The crimson flames of his elemental power no longer confined to his palm, but enveloping his entire arm. It transformed into a blazing dragon of fury, radiating a ferocious aura capable of annihilating all, as it swung mercilessly toward the head of the Crimson Wind Martial King. The air around him warped and crackled under the intense heat. This strike embodied the full force of Su Hong's dual amplification from both the White Flame and Crimson Flame transformations, a culmination of his strength at this moment. The Crimson Wind Martial King was taken aback and furious. He never anticipated that Su Hong would dare to launch an attack, let alone one so swift and ferocious. What unsettled him further was the peculiar sensation of the surrounding space seeming to momentarily stagnate, as if countless invisible threads bound his movements at the very instant he prepared to evade with wind escape. Though this sensation was fleeting, in a clash of masters, a mere moment could spell life or death. It was this fleeting stillness that robbed him of the optimal opportunity to evade. In a hurried response, the Shadow Fang Martial King could only muster his full strength to activate his defense. A formidable barrier composed of countless rapidly spinning azure wind blades materialized before him in an instant. The burning crimson arm collided violently with the tempestuous wind blade barrier, creating a cacophony of energy rending apart, flames exploding, and the howling wind intertwining into a symphony of destruction. Chapter 74. The Young Master Takes on 3. The dual flames of white and red assert control over heaven and earth. 1 death, 2 injuries, time to flee. The crimson flames and hurricane clashed violently in the heavens. 2 forces capable of incinerating mountains and shattering peaks devouring each other like primal beasts, leading to mutual annihilation. In the void, the crimson and azure energies intertwined into a menacing vortex, causing the very fabric of space to ripple like a spider's web. Before the deadlock could last even a breath, there was a crackling sound akin to fabric tearing. The proudly defended wind god wall of the Shadow Fong Martial King, a translucent shield formed of condensed azure elemental power, shattered under Su Hong's strike, one that transcended the limits of a grand martial artist, striking a critical point in defense as if ordained by the heavens, collapsing like fragile glass. The colossal palm engulfed in fiery flames, carrying the fierce momentum of a determined warrior, struck down on the Shadow Fong Martial King's protective crimson wind armor. The surface of the armor dimmed dramatically, the once flowing azure runes fracturing inch by inch. The Shadow Fong Martial King felt as if struck by divine thunder, his robust body trembling violently, and a spray of blood mixed with internal fragments erupted from the corner of his mouth, painting a tragic crimson arc in the air. Although the ferocious crimson elemental force had not fully landed, it invaded his body like a relentless parasite, igniting a conflagration within his meridians, causing his blood to boil and his internal organs to scream in agony. How dare you, young one? The Shadow Fong Martial King's eyes bulged with fury, bloodshot with a mixture of shock and rage. As his elemental power surged, eager to retaliate, he caught the fierce glint in the young man's eyes, which rose like a tidal wave. Su Hong showed no inclination to linger in battle. Harnessing the force of the rebound, Su Hong unleashed the heavenly flame's shadow, his form darting through the void like an arrow released from its bowstring, trailing a dozen fiery afterimages that moved with a ghostly grace. Aiming directly for the fractured Bone King, whose aura was disordered like a flickering candle in the wind after being mistakenly injured by his ally. Old fool, receive my white flame slap, he bellowed, as his left palm suddenly coalesced with blindingly bright white flames. Though this flame lacked the overwhelming might of his right arm's crimson blaze, its speed was reminiscent of lightning, with angles as lethal as the venomous strike of an abyssal serpent. Just as the fractured Bone King suppressed his surging injuries with icy energy, he was met with a white flame afterimage, accompanied by a piercing explosive sound, rushing towards his face. The terrifying wave of energy sent alarms ringing deep within his soul, and in a panic, he rolled away like a dog bereft of its master, forsaking his identity as a king. With a resounding slap, the force of his strike did not meet the weathered visage he sought to strike, but rather landed squarely on his hastily raised left arm. The searing white flames, as if alive, instantly reduced the dark iron gauntlet to ashes, leaving a deep, charred imprint on his flesh. A bizarre force, intertwining cold and heat, surged through his meridians, rendering the fractured Bone King's left arm numb as if plunged into an icy abyss. Chaos ensued, complete disarray. The trio of formidable combat kings, initially approaching with fierce intent, found themselves thrown into turmoil by a martial artist who had temporarily elevated his power through secret arts. Utilizing an unpredictable movement technique and a cunningly vicious slap, he had exploited their unintentional yet fatal oversight, causing their ranks to falter and their composure to shatter. The fractured Bone King spewed blood from his injuries. The Shadow-Tooth King stumbled while wounded, and the Blood Butcher King was engulfed in a rage, his hair standing on end. You seek death. I shall grind your bones to dust and scatter your soul. The Blood Butcher King ignited his energy to its utmost, transforming into a miniature sun, with crimson flames distorting the very air around him, charging towards Su Hong with a frenzy that promised mutual destruction. The Shadow-Tooth King's gaze turned wolfish, his form morphing into a cyclone of wind blades, each capable of cleaving through steel. The fractured Bone King, enduring the excruciating numbness in his arm, summoned a torrent of icy energy, unleashing a storm of ice spikes that blotted out the sun, sealing off all escape routes for Su Hong. The 3 combat kings finally cast aside their underestimation, revealing their deadly intent to eliminate their adversary. Ice spikes, fireballs, and wind blades wove together into an impenetrable web of death, enveloping Su Hong entirely. The oppressive pressure surged tenfold. The air felt as though it had solidified into iron, and Su Hong found himself in a perilous predicament. He pushed Heavenly Flame's shadow to its utmost limits, his afterimages dancing like fiery dragons amidst a sea of blades and flames. His garments were tattered, fresh wounds overlaying old, his energy chaotic from the intense expenditure. Yet his gaze grew ever more frenzied and fierce. Each narrow escape left a trail of blood. Every clash of energies from guiding his opponent's power colliding created a maelstrom, and every time he seized an opening to deliver a slap, sent his vitality surging. On the precipice of life and death, great opportunities arise. It was at this moment. The 9 transformations of Flame Crystal, a dual transformation. Crimson Flame, shatter his skull. The cold directive from Beixuan thundered in Su Hong's consciousness, precisely capturing the moment of vulnerability when the Blood Butcher King, consumed by rage, found himself exhausted from old power while new strength had yet to manifest. In an imperceptible manner, through esoteric techniques, the trajectory of the Shadow Fang and Shattered Bones attacks was deftly altered by mere fractions, leading their rescue efforts to fall just short. The blood-red fury of Su Hong had instilled in him an instinctive trust in Beixuan's commands. He let out a roar, disregarding the excruciating pain that tore through his meridians, and forcefully summoned the White Flame Transformation and Red Flame Transformation to an unparalleled zenith, beyond the reach of mere mortals. Suddenly, the flames enveloping his form transformed. The intertwining energies of white and red surged chaotically, akin to the yin-yang symbol, with the violent primal force nearly threatening to rupture his very being. His right arm swelled dramatically, entwined with blazing red flames and crackling white lightning. The cacophony of explosive sounds echoing relentlessly. He poured every remnant of his strength, including the potential of life itself, into his right palm. Die, he bellowed, his voice hoarse and strained, like a moth drawn irresistibly to the infernal flames of purgatory. He charged towards the Blood Butcher Martial King, whose flames could incinerate all. Wielding a massive hand ablaze with dual flames of white and red, capable of shattering the very stars. Swinging it with thrice his own limits towards the burning head of the Blood Butcher Martial King. This strike embodied the essence of life and death, a tempest of rage, the terror of impending doom, and an insatiable yearning for existence. The pupils of the Blood Butcher Martial King contracted to pinpricks. A chill of death surged from the depths of his soul, seizing his heart in an icy grip. He attempted to evade, to gather his primal energy for a defense. Yet exhaustion slowed him by a fraction of a heartbeat. It was this fleeting moment that determined the divide between life and death. With a resounding impact, the dual-flamed hand struck the Blood Butcher Martial King's head like a hammer on a ripe watermelon, unimpeded and solid. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. The visage of the Blood Butcher, etched with fury, was forever captured in a moment of horror, as the surrounding flames extinguished abruptly, snuffed out like a candle's light. His head succumbed to the overwhelming force and the wild flames, shattering like fine porcelain. The mixture of red and white, mingled with charred bone, erupted in the searing white flames, creating a scene so grotesque it was nauseating. The headless corpse, wreathed in wisps of smoke, fell helplessly to the ground. Crashing with a thunderous sound, the 2-star Blood Butcher Martial King had perished. An eerie silence enveloped the arena. The Shadow Fang Martial King and the gravely injured Shattered Bone Martial King stood as if frozen in place, staring in disbelief at the headless body. Their minds blank save for a singular thought echoing wildly. The formidable Red Crystal Martial King had, astonishingly, been slain by a mere black Crystal Martial Master with a single blow. It is your turn now. Su Hong, gasping for breath, bloodied and battered, with the flickering dual flames of white and red upon his body, resembled a blood-soaked Azura risen from the depths of the abyss. Chapter 75, Half-Step Space Collapse. With 2 kings dead and 1 severely injured, Chief Carl furiously issued a blood-red manhunt order. Slowly lifting his head, Su Hong's eyes, ablaze with fire, coldly scanned the immobile Shadow Fang and Shattered Bone. His gaze was more frigid than the ice of the Shattered Bone Martial King and more fervent than the flames of the Blood Butcher Martial King. Both felt a chilling sensation surge from their spines to the crown of their heads, their souls trembling in terror. The death of the Blood Butcher had utterly shattered their pride and confidence as Martial Kings. The seemingly exhausted youth before them had morphed into a monstrous entity in their eyes. Flee! The Shadow Fang Martial King reacted swiftly, letting out a shriek as he transformed into a gust of wind, fleeing towards the heavens without looking back. The bone-shattering king, despite his grievous injuries, summoned the remnants of his power to activate the ice escape technique, fleeing wildly in another direction, neglecting even the corpses of his companions. Su Hong, watching the retreating figure, felt the backlash of his secret technique and the full brunt of his injuries surge simultaneously, causing his vision to darken as he staggered, nearly collapsing, devoid of any strength to pursue. At that precise moment, the ever-observant Beixuan, leaning on his crutch, allowed a cold smirk to grace his lips. Seemingly at random, he took a single step towards the fleeing Shadow Fang King. Buzz! The space twisted violently. A barely perceptible ripple coursed through the air, as an invisible fold in space was quietly activated by Beixuan's step, imbued with profound truths. The rapidly retreating Shadow Fawn King sensed an almost imperceptible disturbance ahead and instinctively attempted to alter his course, but his speed was too great to react in time. Shoo! It was as if he had collided with an unseen blade of space. His body, along with his protective energy, was cleanly severed. A line of blood erupting from his waist, instantly expanding. No, his eyes were wide with abject terror and disbelief, and he could barely utter two indistinct syllables. With a splatter, his form, along with his armor, was cleaved into two halves, blood and entrails spraying forth like a fountain, the two segments of his body plummeting helplessly. Almost simultaneously, Beixuan cast a detached glance towards the direction of the fleeing bone-shattering king. Though he made no further move, an icy, soul-chilling pressure descended upon the latter, akin to a mountain pressing down. The bone-shattering king felt his very soul gripped by an invisible hand, as if being scrutinized by a supreme existence, instilling a paralyzing fear that shattered his resolve. In a desperate bid for survival, he ignited his blood essence, accelerating his escape by a third, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Severely wounded, he became the perfect harbinger of fear and bearer of information. Thud! Su Hong could no longer maintain his stance. His knees buckled as he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, the flames enveloping his body extinguished. His complexion pale as parchment, trembling violently, gazing at the headless corpse of the Blood Butcher King and the two severed halves of the Shadow Fawn King in the distance. A wave of dread and surreal disbelief engulfed him. Did I truly slay 3 kings of combat? Even though I had the guidance of Senior Beixuan and that uncanny coordination, was it truly my hands that wrought this destruction? An overwhelming fatigue and a profound sense of survival washed over him, swiftly followed by an exhilarating joy that soared beyond the clouds, accompanied by an unprecedented confidence. Well done, young master, Beixuan remarked, approaching with measured steps. He gently prodded the crumpled Su Hong with his dragon-headed cane. Though his expression bore the approval of a mentor, his gaze remained tranquil, as if the recent slaughter of the kings was naught but the demise of inconsequential insects. Su Hong lifted his head, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions, gratitude, reverence, apprehension, and a newfound understanding of power. Stop lying there. Rise and collect the spoils of battle, Beixuan instructed, pointing towards the 3 spatial rings atop the corpses of the Blood Butcher and the Shadow Fawn. The wealth of a king should suffice for you to indulge for a while. Su Hong's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as he struggled to rise, clawing at the 3 rings with the fervor of a ravenous wolf, eagerly probing his mental energy into them. Wow, golden coins, gleaming and bright. There must be hundreds of thousands. A mid-tier king-level technique, shimming force? Alas, it does not align with my elemental affinity. A high-tier king-level movement technique. Flowing wind shadow step? Now, that is a treasure. Wait. Additionally, there lies the jade slip containing the royal level intermediate attack skill, rending wind claw, along with medicinal pills such as the healing elixir, revival pill, and the energy restoring gathering essence pill. Such an abundance. Rare ores, celestial treasures. This is a fortune indeed. Su Hong cradled 3 rings in his hands, grinning like a child who has just received a sweet treat. The weariness and fear that once plagued him were completely washed away by the euphoric thrill of sudden wealth. Beixuan, observing the scene, curled his lips in disdain, leaning on his cane as he glanced over the 3 spatial rings with a look of contempt, akin to surveying a pile of roadside pebbles. Humph, 3 destitute martial kings. And they find such trifles worthy of such elation? In his youth, he had experienced far greater fortunes. Su Hong, oblivious to the critique, continued to beam with joy. In the eyes of this boy from a remote border town, these treasures were capable of transforming his destiny. Meanwhile, in the heart of the distant Demon Moon Empire, within the core hall of the Carl family, the patriarch, Carl Dyson, a figure of profound depth and stern countenance, was seated in meditation. He was surrounded by 9 ethereal red energy halos, a manifestation of his peak strength as a 9-star crimson crystal martial king. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, which sparkled with intensity, creating tangible ripples in the air around him. He sprang to his feet, gripping the armrests of his chair so tightly that his calloused hands left deep imprints in the steel. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, fixated upon the jade wall housing the soul jade. 2 top-tier soul jades, representing the Bloodslayer and Shadowfang martial kings, simultaneously emitted cracking sounds, splintering with spiderweb-like fractures before shattering into dust. Although the soul jade representing the Bonebreaker martial king remained intact, its glow was dim, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, riddled with lethal cracks and on the verge of extinguishing. Bloodslayer, Shadowfang, Carl Dyson let out a mournful roar, reminiscent of a wounded beast. His formidable energy erupted like a tsunami, sweeping through the entire hall, causing the sturdy iron pillars to groan under the strain. while the runes on the walls flickered wildly. Su family. Su Hong. His eyes burned crimson, alight with insatiable wrath and disbelief. 3-second-star Martial Kings, dispatched to a remote town on a mission, had resulted in 2 deaths and 1 grievous injury. This was a humiliation never before witnessed since the establishment of the Carl family. Summon the people. Carl Dyson's voice resonated like a chilling wind from the abyss, each word laced with the fury capable of annihilating all, as he issued an immediate decree. In my name, Carl Dyson, I hereby proclaim the highest level of the Blood Moon Pursuit Order of the Demon Moon Empire. Targets: the entire Su family of Qian City. Principal offender: Su Hong. No matter alive or dead. Bounty: 200,000 gold coins. Whoever brings me the heads of the entire Su family, or captures Su Hong alive to present to the family, shall receive double the bounty. Additionally, they will gain 1 promise from the Carl family. This command struck like thunder, disseminated through the family's secret energy communication array, instantly resonating throughout every corner of the Demon Moon Empire and spreading like a plague to the surrounding regions. 200,000 gold coins. A promise from the Carl family. These 2 conditions ignited a fervor within the dark underbelly of the empire. Countless assassins lurking in the shadows, notorious mercenary bands, and desperate rogues glimmered with avarice as the flame of greed ignited in their eyes. In the Crimson Citadel of Qian, the name Su Hong has swiftly transformed into the most coveted key to blood-stained riches in the eyes of all profit-seekers. A tempest of bloodshed and carnage, engulfing the entire Yaoyue Empire, is fervently brewing around Qian, poised to erupt. Chapter 76. The young master ascends to unrivaled dominance. The Crimson Crystal Martial King makes his debut in the mountains. With a mere punch, he shatters the earth. Boom. A scarlet meteor, accompanied by a terrifying wave of searing heat capable of incinerating the very heavens, descends violently upon the fringes of the Beast Mountain Range. The ground trembles. Before the dust can rise, it is instantaneously vaporized by the extreme temperature, revealing a molten, luminous surface akin to glazed glass beneath. As the dust settles, 2 figures emerge. At the forefront stands Su Hong, clad in dark attire that accentuates his tall, gun-like stature. His handsome visage, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, exudes a detached indifference, as if gazing down upon all living beings. While he does not deliberately project an aura, the fervent energy emanating from his bloodline and the depths of his soul radiates like an invisible solar furnace, asserting its dominance. Merely standing there, the air crackles under unbearable pressure and light distorts around him. The insignia of a 1st-star Crimson Crystal Martial King, a dazzling crimson crystal star, hovers 3 inches above his brow, slowly rotating and exuding a heart-pounding pressure. Having consumed the medicinal elixirs from Beixuan, Su Hong, without surprise, broke through to the realm of the Crimson Crystal Martial King 3 days prior. Silently standing half a step behind him is a youth with a stern countenance and an impassive gaze, Beixuan. Dressed in tattered black robes, he embodies an extreme restraint, akin to a mere shadow of Su Hong, yet carries an ineffable stability and mystery. The Beast Mountain Range. Su Hong lifts his gaze, surveying the lush yet primal and fierce wilderness ahead, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Beixuan, is this what you refer to as our first destination? As for the pursuit order, Beixuan remains unfazed, prioritizing the opportunity for Su Hong to hone his skills and enhance his combat experience. Indeed, young master. His voice is devoid of emotion, resembling a cold machine. Objective: Shuali Divine Palace. Path: traverse the Beast Mountain Range. Recommendation: no need to linger, simply trample onward. With that, Beixuan leads Su Hong, officially embarking on the path to invincibility. Trample onward? Huh, that suits me just fine. Su Hong chuckles lightly, stepping forward. At the very moment his foot touches the ground, a cacophony erupts. Roar, hiss, within a radius of several dozen miles. All lurking, prowling, and predatory low-tier beasts are struck as if by an invisible sledgehammer, shattering their very souls. The overwhelming dominance from a life force perspective, coupled with the terrifying burn of the crimson energy, renders them instantly devoid of all ferocity. Third-tier low-level beasts, such as the steel-maned wild boar, iron-claw mountain cat, and venomous vine serpent, regardless of size or activity, are now as if their bones have been extracted. Their limbs weaken, collapsing to the ground with thuds. Their massive heads pressed against the searing earth, trembling uncontrollably, releasing a desperate and fearful whimper amidst the flow of excrement. As the distance closed, the sturdy hide and scales of the creatures began to sizzle, emitting wisps of smoke and a burnt aroma, scorched by the unintentional emanation of Su Hong's force field. The multitude of beasts bowed their heads in submission, silenced by an overwhelming dread. Simultaneously, on a concealed ridge at the mountain's edge, Three figures clad in coarse linen attire, armed with curved blades, lay hidden among the grass, their pupils dilating in shock. They were members of the Black Wind Mercenary Corps, at most reaching the pinnacle of the Black Crystal Martial Master realm, yet they were rendered nearly speechless by the extraordinary spectacle below. Did I just witness that correctly? The third-tier beasts are all kneeling? Stammered a bearded mercenary, trembling as he pointed at the prostrating horde. Who is that? Their aura is more terrifying than that of high-tier beasts. Look at the star crystal on his brow, a crimson crystal martial king. And that fluctuation of energy, my heart feels as if it is being scorched. Another one-eyed mercenary gripped his blade tightly, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Wait, what did he just say? Just crush them? The third mercenary swallowed hard, glancing at Beixuan, who stood behind Su Hong, then at the molten glass-like surface in the distance, and hissed in a lowered voice, "Forget it. Quickly inform the commander. This place is beyond our capacity. If that martial king sets his sights on us, we shall be utterly annihilated." What they did not know was that even more astonishing revelations awaited them. The entire forest was engulfed in silence, save for the crackling of flames and the suppressed whimpers of the beasts, resonating with sheer terror. The atmosphere was suffocating and lifeless. Su Hong did not even glance at the insect-like beasts beneath him. His gaze was fixed upon an unsightly gray-brown hill, approximately 100 feet high, obstructing his path. An inconvenience, he uttered with a hint of indifference. Without gathering power or employing ostentatious techniques, Su Hong casually raised his right hand, his fingers forming a loose fist. Crimson energy, akin to boiling magma, swiftly coalesced and compressed upon his knuckles, unleashing a cataclysmic aura. Crimson flame fist. As his words fell lightly upon the air, that crimson fist surged forward, aimed at the hill 100 feet away. A roar erupted, not a sound in the conventional sense, but the terrifying sonic boom generated by the extreme compression of energy tearing through the atmosphere. A tangible, massive red fist-like energy, resembling a roaring flame dragon, rent the fabric of space and traversed that 100-foot distance in an instant. The earth trembled with a thunderous crash. Upon contact with the crimson energy, the hill disintegrated instantaneously, unable to withstand even a breath of time. The once solid rock crumbled like fragile tofu, obliterated and melted by the ferocious heat of the crimson energy. In its center, a vast, charred abyss appeared, its edges flowing with molten lava. Subsequently, the entire structure of the hill was utterly annihilated, exploding violently from within. Debris? No. It was a deluge of lava. The immense mountain crumbled under the residual force of the crimson energy, transforming into countless massive, flaming boulders, cascading like doomsday meteors in all directions, plummeting into the distant forest and igniting a ferocious inferno. Smoke and ash mingled with a crimson glow, soaring into the sky to form a magnificent column of destruction. With a single punch, merely a single punch, the towering hill was reduced to ashes. In its place remained a vast, charred pit, at the bottom of which bubbled a viscous lake of red-hot magma, radiating an ominous heat that cast everything around in a blood-red hue. Ding! The flow of primal energy connected, and the mind reached clarity. Young Master Su Hong, you have ascended to the rank of 2-star Crimson Crystal Martial King. A cold, emotionless notification echoed directly in Su Hong's mind. Beside the crimson crystal star on Su Hong's brow, a second equally brilliant crystal star instantly coalesced and illuminated. The convergence of 2 stars amplified his might. He reveled in the surge of more potent and domineering crimson energy coursing through him, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Before Beixuan, a semi-transparent Azure Guardian system interface quietly materialized, visible only to him. Warning: detected an energy explosion exceeding specifications. Crimson Flame Fist. Energy utilization, 70. Environmental destruction level, high. Recommendation: constrain energy fluctuations to minimize unnecessary environmental damage. Unfazed, Beixuan willed the warning box to vanish instantaneously into silence. His gaze was solely fixed on the silhouette of young Master Su Hong, radiating the glow of a 2-star crimson crystal and the path ahead leading deep into the mountains, ultimately directing towards the snow glass temple. Let us proceed, Beixuan. This warm-up was passable. Su Hong flicked his wrist as if brushing off non-existent dust, stepping across the edge of the still-flowing lava pit, continuing onward. Wherever he tread, the lava parted, creating a clear path for him. Behind him lay the silent forest, a sea of flames, and the eternal imprint of fear upon countless beasts. Having ascended to the rank of 2-star Crimson Crystal Martial King, Su Hong moved with increased speed. He strolled leisurely, leaving behind a distinct, fiery crimson footprint on the molten ground with each step. Around the footprints, the rocks silently transformed into glass. As he ventured deeper into the mountains, the vegetation grew taller and denser, and the air became thick with a malevolent energy, fierce and oppressive. Low-tier third-grade demon beasts had vanished, replaced by the subtle presence of advanced and even apex third-grade demon beasts. The masters of these presences were evidently far more powerful than the fodder outside, possessing greater intelligence. Although they too sensed the terrifying pressure akin to divine wrath. Their innate fear did not compel them to kneel as the outer beasts did. Instead, they lurked in the depths of the dense forest and mountain crevices, their crimson or emerald eyes fixated on the slowly advancing crimson figure, filled with trepidation, hesitation, and a hint of madness driven by a more formidable presence. Roar! A thunderous, metallic growl shattered the silence. From the left side forest, a horde of colossal creatures suddenly burst forth. There were dozens of them. Yet at that moment, a chilling voice pierced the air with the venom of an ice dagger, rapidly approaching from behind. You younglings shall not escape. Your lives are forfeit. Accompanied by a wave of energy resonating with the essence of the crimson crystal martial king, yet imbued with a sinister and chilling aura, a figure cloaked in black, wielding a trident-bladed dagger, materialized 100 feet behind Su Hong like a phantom. A crimson star hovered above his brow, marking him as a 5-star crimson crystal martial king. Behind him trailed 2 subordinates exuding the formidable presence of peak 9-star black crystal martial masters, assassins dispatched by the Soul Demon Palace to execute the Blood Moon bounty. The mention of the Soul Demon Palace sent a cold glint through Beixuan's eyes, causing him to momentarily halt. The cloaked martial king grinned, revealing his bone-white teeth. You possess some insight. The Blood Moon bounty ranks you, Su Hong. Today shall be your demise. I am Mo Sha, a 5-star crimson crystal martial king. Come. Prepare to meet your end. With that declaration, Mo Sha thrust his trident dagger forward, unleashing a pitch-black energy thread entwined with crimson mist. Infused with a malevolent aura capable of tearing souls apart, aimed directly at Su Hong's back. Its speed eclipsed that of the low-tier beasts surrounding them. The 3 black crystal martial master mercenaries atop the ridge felt their scalps prickle with dread. Is that the Soul Demon Palace? The one-eyed mercenary gasped in disbelief. Why are they here? The Blood Moon bounty? That youth must be Su Hong? Mo Sha? I've heard of him. The infamous ruthless one from the Soul Demon Palace. A 1-star crimson crystal martial king, known for his viciousness. The mercenary with a scruffy beard turned pale, realizing the gravity of the situation. This is going to be a show, but not one we want to witness. The 3rd mercenary clamped a hand over his mouth, fearful of making a sound. Be quiet. Both of them are martial kings. We must take cover. Su Hong did not even glance back. In the face of this lethal strike capable of instilling fear in even the most seasoned 5-star martial kings, he simply paused, nonchalantly sweeping his right hand backward. No grand display of energy erupted. Only a barely visible stream of crimson energy seeped from his fingertips. What? Mo Sha's eyes widened in shock as he felt his powerful thrust collide with what felt like a boiling ocean of magma. His dark energy thread dissolving in an instant like ice in the sun. This is impossible. You are merely a 1-star. His incredulous shout was cut short as Su Hong turned to face him. 2 radiant crimson stars blazed forth from his brow, unleashing a surge of scorching energy, exponentially stronger than before, akin to a reawakening sun, erupting with a thunderous roar. He was indifferent even to the need for martial techniques. Merely casting a dispassionate glance at Mo Sha, the invisible energy field erupted from Su Hong's center, expanding ferociously. The overwhelming pressure, derived from a 2-star crimson crystal martial king, mingled with a searing heat, sweeping forth like a tsunami. Mo Sha felt an irresistible wave of heat envelop him. His icy energy spiraling chaotically within him as if confronted by a mortal enemy. He had no time to react before he exploded like a burst blood bag, scattering flesh and bone into the air. Even the trident dagger reduced to ash under the relentless force of the scorching energy, leaving no trace behind. The 2 black crystal martial master subordinates he had brought with him met a similar fate, bursting into clouds of blood mist upon the instant the pressure struck them. Akin to watermelons crushed by a hammer. Instant annihilation. Once again, a decisive annihilation. From the moment the ink shaman appeared until its demise, scarcely 3 breaths had elapsed. Ding. Defeated a formidable opponent of the same rank, 1-star red crystal martial king, unleashing the latent potential of the bloodline. Young Master Su Hong, you have ascended to the rank of 3-star red crystal martial king. The system's notification chimed once more. At Su Hong's brow, the 3rd crimson crystal star gradually coalesced, harmonizing with the first 2, emanating such overwhelming pressure that the very air surrounding the periphery of the Beast Mountain began to warp and boil. He brushed away non-existent bloodstains from his attire, his tone calm and unruffled. The Hall of Demon Souls? Is this all? On the ridge, 3 mercenaries of the Black Crystal Martial Master rank lay utterly collapsed upon the ground, drenched in cold sweat. They had witnessed firsthand a red Crystal Martial King being obliterated as if it were an insect, and had seen the young man's brow illuminate with the 3rd crystal star. 2-star red Crystal Martial King. The bearded mercenary trembled, stammering, 1 punch to the mountain, obliterating a 5-star Martial King, advancing 2 ranks. How is this even human? The one-eyed mercenary gazed at Su Hong's retreating figure, his eyes filled with dread and reverence. Quickly, relay the news. The target of the Blood Moon hunt is a monster. The Hall of Demon Souls has truly met with a formidable opponent this time. The 3rd individual quaked as he retrieved a communication jade slip, his fingers swiftly tapping upon it, conveying all that he had just witnessed to the outside world with utmost haste. Meanwhile, Su Hong remained indifferent to the unfolding events. He glanced at Beixuan, who nodded slightly. Young master, it seems the troubles from the hunt have arrived sooner than anticipated, yet they are hardly worth concern. Let us proceed. A cold smirk creased Su Hong's lips. Since there were those eager to present themselves as experience fodder, the Beast Mountain would surely become all the more intriguing. He stepped forward, with burning forests, shattered hills, and the ashes of the martial kings of the Hall of Demon Souls behind him. As a 3-star red Crystal Martial King, Su Hong's path of invincibility had only just commenced. His name was poised to stir the first wave of terror across the Beixuan domain, accompanied by the bounty of the Blood Moon hunt and the disastrous defeat of the Hall of Demon Souls. Chapter 77. The fiery palm annihilates thousands of beasts. Su Hong ascends to 3-star Martial King, scorching the earth, ignoring the alarms. They resembled colossal rhinoceroses, their entire bodies encased in a heavy, steel-gray shell, adorned with sharp, protruding horns. Each stood 3 yards tall, weighing as much as mountains, their thunderous gallops shaking the earth and stirring clouds of dust. They were the 3rd-tier advanced beasts, the ironclad steel rhinoceros herd. Their eyes glowed crimson, nostrils exhaling thick white vapor, evidently entrapped in a frenzied state. Their target aimed squarely at Su Hong. The weighty steel armor managed to somewhat mitigate the searing sensation from the oppressive heat. How? Almost simultaneously, from the shadows of the dense forest to the right, surged forth over 100 phantasmal figures of bluish-black. They were the size of calves, their fur sleek, with ivory fangs, and their foreclaws glinting with a metallic sheen. Moving in silence, carrying a chilling wind as they leapt and ran. They were the 3rd-tier elite beasts, the Gale Shadow Wolf Pack. Their speed was astonishing, moving in perfect harmony, akin to a tide of bluish-black encircling from the flanks. Their target likewise, Su Hong. They appeared particularly adept at utilizing their velocity to evade the omnipresent scorching energy field. Behind the pack of wolves, a particularly colossal wolf king, adorned with a tuft of silver crescent-shaped fur upon its forehead, fixed its eerie green gaze upon Su Hong, emitting a low, commanding growl. It was evident that it was orchestrating the pack. Further afield, atop a low peak, a massive, hill-like emerald figure could be vaguely discerned. It was a gigantic toad, its verdant eyes glinting with cunning and avarice, intently assessing Su Hong as if evaluating the value of its prey. This was a 4th-tier low-level demon king, the green-eyed poison toad. It had utilized its unique mental toxin and the oppressive aura of a demon king to forcibly suppress the fears of the iron-armored steel rhinoceros and the Gale Shadow wolves, compelling them to act as cannon fodder, probing the depths of this formidable human. In an instant, a torrent of steel surged forward, while the shadowy wolves flanked from the sides, demonic energy soaring, the air thick with murderous intent. The scene was enough to send chills down the spines of any beings below the 4th tier. Su Hong halted in his tracks, a slight frown creasing his brow, his expression betraying a hint of irritation at the disturbance. Observing the advancing horde of iron-armored steel rhinoceroses, akin to an overwhelming wall of steel, and the ethereal tide of Gale Shadow wolves, his eyes revealed no emotion, only a cold indifference. A gaggle of oblivious creatures, making a racket. He couldn't even muster the energy to clench his fists. Nonchalantly, he raised his right hand, fingers splayed, palm facing downward, and gently pressed against the surging tide of beasts before him. Buzz. The elemental fire energy in the surroundings erupted instantaneously. Centered around Su Hong, a colossal, visibly vivid crimson vortex materialized. The torrential flow of his fiery essence surged into his palm like a deluge from a breached dam. There were no intricate techniques involved, merely an unrestrained release of elemental energy. Roll. A light command rang out, akin to thunderclap. The elevated right hand, within its palm, erupted with a radiance 100 times more blinding than the sun. A massive hand, enveloping an area of 100 yards, composed entirely of refined crimson flames, materialized out of thin air. This gigantic hand bore clear textures, with distinctly defined knuckles, its patterns flowing like molten lava. It emanated an aura capable of incinerating all, boiling seas and melting mountains. The air was instantly drawn away, light was utterly consumed, and the entire realm seemed to be dominated by this gigantic hand of crimson flames. The great crimson flame palm. As the colossal hand took form, it descended with overwhelming force, embodying an absolute will to crush all. No. The green-eyed poison toad atop the low peak let out a terrified and desperate scream, its massive body recoiling in an attempt to flee from the shadow of destruction. Yet, it was too late. Boom. Rumble, rumble. The giant hand descended, first making contact with the advancing iron-armored steel rhinoceroses. That armor, touted to withstand fourth-tier assaults, crumbled before this colossal hand composed purely of refined fiery energy, as fragile as paper, instantly melting, vaporizing. Dozens of steel rhinoceroses, each weighing thousands of pounds, along with their seemingly indestructible armor, were reduced to nothingness as if thrown into a furnace of molten butter, without even a cry of despair. At the moment of contact with the colossal palm, it was reduced to its most primal particle state, subsequently vaporized by the terrifying heat, leaving not even a trace of ash. Following closely were the swift shadows of the flanking wind wolves. Their proud speed was rendered utterly meaningless beneath the shadow of the massive palm. The dark tide was instantly engulfed and consumed by the crimson torrent of flames. Over 100 top-tier third-grade shadow wolves, along with their cunning wolf king, found themselves powerless to even struggle against such overwhelming force and searing heat. Following in the footsteps of the steel rhinoceros, completely dissolving into nothingness, the giant palm descended with unrelenting force, crashing down upon the earth. The sound echoed like a meteor strike. At the center of the palm's impact, the ground heaved violently like waves, collapsing into itself. A massive imprint, dozens of fathoms deep and encompassing 100 yards, was etched into the earth. The edges of the imprint saw the soil and rocks instantly transformed into glass. At its center, crimson magma surged forth like a fountain, swiftly filling the palm-shaped depression and forming a bubbling, sulphurous lake of terror. The shockwave radiated outward like a ring of destruction. Ancient trees towering several miles were uprooted and snapped like mere straw, igniting midair in a conflagration that turned them into burning torches. Low peaks crumbled, rocks tumbled, dust and smoke, non-existent. Everything was incinerated in an instant of searing heat. With a single strike, just one strike, hundreds of advanced third-grade beasts, along with their charging path and the terrain of that region, were entirely erased from the map. Only a vast, magma-filled lake in the shape of a palm remained, exuding an everlasting heat and aura of death. Ding! The surge of primal energy was palpable, decisive in its lethality. Young Master Su Hong, you have ascended to the rank of 4-star Crimson Crystal Martial King. The cold notification chimed once more. Beside the crimson crystal star on his brow, a fourth brilliant star ignited instantly. The 4 stars circled, their scarlet radiance soaring to the heavens, painting half the sky a blood-red hue. An oppressive aura enveloped the surroundings. In the distance, the fortunate emerald-eyed toad that narrowly escaped calamity curled its massive body tightly within the crevices of the shattered rocks. Its green eyes now filled only with boundless fear and ashen despair. The slime upon its skin evaporated instantaneously, leaving its skin charred and cracked. Trembling with a loss of even the will to flee, it finally comprehended the folly of sending cannon fodder to probe this harbinger of death. Before Beixuan, the protective system interface flickered wildly with blinding red alerts. Warning: large-scale destructive strike, crimson flame, great palm. Energy utilization rate, 85. Spatial structure stability, declining 0.1. Ecological damage level, catastrophic. Severe warning, abnormal ascension rate detected. Power stability pending assessment. Suggestion: immediately cease high-intensity energy release. Engage in power adaptability training. The myriad of red warning frames nearly consumed Beixuan's field of vision. His gaze remained cold, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as he resolutely suppressed all warnings with the firmness of bedrock, clearing all alerts in an instant, rendering them silent. His gaze remained steadfastly locked onto the figure of young Master Su Hong, whose silhouette radiated with the brilliance of 4-star red crystal, reminiscent of a deity of flames. Su Hong retracted his palm, the crimson glow gradually retracting. He did not even glance at the newly formed lava lake, as if he had merely swatted away a swarm of buzzing flies. At last, there was a semblance of tranquility. He spoke softly, taking a step forward, leaving behind red footprints that imprinted upon the searing glass-like ground, akin to a staircase leading to destruction and a throne. Chapter 78. The Essence of Power Condensed. Kill. The Martial King breaks through to 4 stars, the North Shin Guardian system on the brink of collapse. The might of the 4-star red crystal martial king resembled an invisible tempest sweeping through the inner realms of the Beast Mountains. Wherever he passed, silence reigned supreme. Those fortunate enough to escape the onslaught were already paralyzed with fear, either fleeing at a distance or huddled deeply within their lairs, afraid to even breathe. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred matter, sulfur, and an all-encompassing dread that seeped into the bones. Su Hong's pace was unhurried, yet it bore an irresistible rhythm. The ground beneath his feet, whether rock or soil, softened and melted upon contact with his aura, forming a straight path of flowing, dark red lava, like a crimson carpet laid out for a sovereign. His objective was unequivocal, the heart of the mountain. Those so-called beast kings were, in his eyes, mere stepping stones to a higher realm, a means to swiftly reach the snow-glass temple. Suddenly, a subtle yet chilling and sweetly pungent aura, akin to that of a venomous serpent, stealthily approached from a marsh shrouded in gray-green miasma. This aura not only harbored deadly poison, but also possessed a bizarre power capable of eroding the spirit and amplifying fear, a mental toxin. Simultaneously, the gray-green miasma roiled violently, expanding and instantly enveloping the surroundings, obscuring vision and perception. Amidst the miasma, a disconcerting rustling sound resonated. Countless vividly colored and grotesque venomous creatures, poisonous insects, scorpions, spiders, centipedes, and ants, surged forth from the marshy mire like a tide, forming a writhing sea of foul-smelling pests that silently advanced towards Su Hong. Each venomous creature glimmered with a lethal sheen. It was the emerald-eyed poison toad. Ultimately, it could not resist the allure of Su Hong's potent life force and energy fluctuations, succumbing to a frenzied greed born from overwhelming fear. Daring not to confront him directly, it opted for its specialty in ambush and poison attacks, attempting to wear down and incapacitate this formidable human with its insidious miasma and swarm of venomous creatures. The poison mist quickly enveloped Su Hong, while the deadly sea of insects crawled upon the lava path beneath his feet. The gray-green fog churned, the multifaceted eyes of the countless insects glimmering with a covetous, ferocious light, creating a scene both eerie and terrifying. A cold snort escaped his lips, akin to a chilling wind from the depths of the abyss, instantly dispersing all shadows. The gray-green poison mist that shrouded Su Hong met the cold snort as if encountering a nemesis. With a sizzle, the miasma boiled violently, rolling and evaporating at a visible rate, purifying the air. The cloying stench of sweetness was entirely replaced by a more domineering and pure heat emanating from him. The repulsive tide of venomous insects that covered the ground seemed to be cast into an invisible incinerator upon encountering the intangible force field surrounding Su Hong's vicinity. They could not even emit a cry. Countless bodies of these insects instantly stiffened, charred, and then transformed into wisps of blue smoke, vanishing completely. The swarm dissipated as if scorched by a searing iron upon melting snow. How dare the lurking, stinking toads attempt to lay hands on this king? Su Hong did not even glance back. His gaze pierced through the dissipating miasma, akin to two searing swords, precisely locking onto a massive, trembling figure beneath a great rotting log deep within the swamp, the green-eyed venomous toad. This fourth-tier low-level demon king, in this moment, was devoid of any semblance of greed, overtaken instead by boundless fear and despair. Its immense body contracted suddenly, the muscles in its hind legs bulging, preparing to flee into the depths of the swamp without a second thought. Death, Su Hong uttered, the word chilling in its simplicity. He did not move a muscle, yet his eyes, locked onto the green-eyed toad, suddenly blazed with intensity. Two beams of crimson light, distilled to perfection and akin to molten divine gold, erupted from his eyes. This light was not an illusory energy beam, but rather a manifestation of Su Hong's intensely compressed and refined fiery essence. Embodying the terrifying will of a peak 4-star martial king and the laws of annihilation that consumed all. His gaze was like a blade, imbued with tangible murderous intent. The air was effortlessly torn apart, as if space itself bore the faint scars of distortion from the two crimson rays, moving faster than thought itself. The enormous green eyes of the venomous toad were instantly filled with sheer terror as it sensed the approach of death. It desperately inflated its resilient venom sac, attempting to expel a final barrier of lethal toxin for survival. Yet all was in vain. The two beams of crimson light, seemingly disregarding the distance of space, precisely pierced through its swollen venom sac and the tough skin covered in viscous toxin before it could mount any effective defense. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a nauseating sound akin to a branding iron-piercing leather. The toad's massive body abruptly stiffened, two bowl-sized, smooth and charred holes glaringly appearing at its vital spots. The surrounding flesh and bone, internal organs, were vaporized and obliterated upon contact with the scorching light, leaving not a single drop of blood to spill. Its inflated venom sac deflated rapidly like a punctured balloon, the vibrant green pupils instantly losing their luster, leaving only hollowness and frozen despair. The colossal demon body swayed, then crashed heavily into the foul, stinking mire, splattering filth everywhere. Thin wisps of blue smoke emerged from the holes in its body, heralding the complete demise of this tiered demon king. The core of the demon? It had been utterly incinerated and vaporized in an instant upon penetrating its flesh, leaving not a trace behind. A soft chime echoed, signaling the profound essence of martial energy. Young Master Su Hong, you have attained 5-star Crimson Crystal. The notification carried a barely perceptible tremor, seemingly astonished by this lethal gaze. Beside the 4 radiant stars nestled in the center of his brow, the 5th star, equally dazzling, coalesced in a moment, illuminating the surroundings. The 5 stars encircled him, their crimson light resembling 4 miniature suns, casting his figure as that of a flame-wielding war deity. A formidable pressure, amplified several-fold, surged forth, completely purging the lingering noxious miasma, while the molten path beneath him instantaneously widened and deepened. He gradually withdrew his gaze, the crimson glow in his eyes fading, returning to a profound tranquility, as if he had merely swatted a fly. The system interface of Beixuan had transformed from a mere red hue into an eye-searing scarlet. Blood-red warning boxes cascaded in succession, fatal warning. Exceeding limitations of mental energy utilization, essence power concentration. Energy overload, 120. Warning. Target, poisonous toad. Life signs completely annihilated, core material, demon core, irreversibly destroyed. Energy acquisition efficiency decreased. Warning. Exceeding 4th tier target. Combat assessment. Level, extremely dangerous, power stability imbalance. Risk of collapse. Immediate recommendation. Activate sleep mode. Conduct deep power calibration. Otherwise, Master Protection Protocol will be enforced. The crimson warning box pulsated with urgency. Master Protocol forced countdown. 58, 57. A ripple of disturbance emerged in Beixuan's eternally calm gaze. His brow twitched imperceptibly, as if a fine, non-human stream of data flickered momentarily. He inhaled deeply. Despite the necessity, a flash of resolute coldness in his silver gaze, his willpower exerting an invisible pressure, forcefully and brutally suppressing the frenzied alarms of the system core. Buzz. All crimson warning boxes, along with the countdown alarm, were abruptly severed, extinguished into silence, restoring the interface to a void of darkness. By sheer force of will, he quelled the backlash of the Master Protection Protocol. Beixuan's complexion appeared slightly paler, upon closer inspection, yet he stood resolutely upright, his gaze regaining its unfathomable chill. Though within the depths of his look directed at young Master Su Hong's retreating figure, there lingered an indescribable gravity. Young Master, in the core area, there is a presence of a peak 4th tier demon king. Beixuan, what transpired just now? Feeling the vast power of the 5-star martial king surging within him, Su Hong's lips curled into a bloodthirsty arc. A peak demon king? Excellent. I hope its demon core can withstand the weight of my finger. He stepped forward, the molten path beneath him leading straight to the very heart, the most exalted yet oppressive place. The path of trampling had only just begun. It was truly worthy to serve as the stepping stone for him, Su Hong. Chapter 79, Roll Back. The white flame reverses the lava, slaying the demon king. The lava beast tide vaporizes. The pressure of the 5-star crimson crystal martial king manifested as a tangible scarlet storm, unrestrainedly sweeping through the inner expanse of the beast mountain. Wherever Su Hong tread, the molten path continuously extended and widened, like the crimson veins of the earth, heralding the arrival of the king of destruction. The residual demonic energy in the air was entirely incinerated, leaving behind only pure, suffocating heat and silence. Beixuan silently trailed behind, his gray robe remaining utterly still amidst the distorted heat waves. The interface of his guardian system lay in a profound silence, as if the recent crimson alarm storm had never transpired. Only he was aware of the burdens imposed by forcibly suppressing the backlash of the system, akin to an invisible shackle entwining his core. Yet, the icy resolve in his eyes remained unwavering. His singular objective was to escort the young master to the Snow Crystal Temple. Any obstruction, even the system itself, must be obliterated. Ahead, the terrain abruptly ascended, rocky outcrops jutting forth, while the air was thick with the pungent scent of sulfur and a fierce, fiery aura emanating from malevolent entities. A colossal, smoke-belching volcano loomed at the end of the road, resembling a slumbering behemoth. This place marked the boundary between the inner and core regions, a forbidden zone for 3rd-tier demonic beasts. A thunderous roar erupted from the volcano's mouth, resonating with warnings and fury. The earth trembled as massive boulders tumbled from the mountainside, crashing into the boiling river of magma below, sending towering waves of fire skyward. The first sight to greet him was a surging horde of lava giant lizards at the base of the volcano. They were enormous, the smallest measuring over 10 feet in length, their bodies cloaked in thick, dark red scales adorned with flowing magma patterns. With each heavy step, they melted the ground beneath them. Their fearsome, fong-filled maws exhaled scorching breath, and hundreds of crimson vertical pupils locked onto Su Hong, brimming with ferocious hostility. These were peak third-tier demonic beasts, the lava giant lizards. They were inherently fire attribute creatures, possessing formidable resistance to high temperatures, and their numbers were staggering, amounting to hundreds. Yet, a more disquieting pressure emanated from the volcano's summit. A grotesque, immense head slowly emerged. Its surface was covered in obsidian-like scales, crowned with two curved, blade-like horns. Even more terrifying, it possessed two heads. The left head blazed with golden-red flames, while the right head was ensnared in ghostly blue, poisonous fire. For eyes, the size of millstones, glared down like lanterns from hell, coldly surveying the insignificant humans below, exuding a predatory greed and brutality. This was a fourth-tier intermediate demon king, the two-headed fire python. It was the sovereign of this volcanic realm, commanding the horde of lava giant lizards. Hiss, humans, such surging vitality, such pure fire essence. The left serpent head, aflame with golden-red fire, uttered in a hoarse, discordant voice, rumbling like rolling magma. To intrude upon my domain is to offer oneself as sustenance. The right head, entwined in ghostly blue fire, hissed ominously. His fire is unique. Consuming him will elevate us further. The two-headed fire python was no fool. It sensed the intense, primal energy radiating from Su Hong, eliciting both instinctual desire and a twinge of fear. Greed outweighed caution, and it resolved to strike. This was its territory, abundant with the inexhaustible power of the earth's fire. With a thunderous command from the two-headed fire python, hundreds of lava giant lizards unleashed a deafening roar, surging forth like a torrent of crimson steel, with an overwhelming momentum to incinerate all in their path. Charging relentlessly towards Su Hong, each step they took splattered magma, coalescing into a cataclysmic wave of molten destruction. Simultaneously, the golden-red serpent head of the two-headed fire python on the left drew in a deep breath, voraciously siphoning the seething magma from the volcanic crater. A fiery column of golden-red magma, exceeding 10 zhong in diameter and imbued with terrifying heat and impact, erupted forth like a spear of annihilation, cleaving through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed directly at Su Hong's head. The might of this fiery pillar was sufficient to instantaneously vaporize an ordinary fourth-tier primary powerhouse. Meanwhile, the serpent head on the right, emanating a ghostly blue toxic flame, was equally engaged. Its forked tongue flickered, unleashing a condensed line of eerie blue fire, radiating chilling venom and an ominous corrosive force, silently advancing to pierce Su Hong's back. This ghostly blue toxic flame specialized in breaking through protective energies, eroding both flesh and spirit. Bolstered by the volcanic arena, amidst the onslaught of the beast tide and the dual elemental assault of the demon kings. This was a nearly fatal trap specifically designed for fire attribute cultivators. In the face of this onslaught capable of sending shivers down the spine of any fourth-tier mid-level warrior, Su Hong's expression bore not a trace of gravity. Rather, it was tinged with a playful, almost impatient smile. How intriguing, he mused, as if critiquing a tedious performance. Alas, too slow. Just as the ghostly blue fire line was about to make contact with his back and the golden-red magma pillar loomed less than 10 zhong above his head, perilously close to the claws of the lava giant lizards, Su Hong made his move. There was no cataclysmic eruption of power, only an ineffable presence. As if space itself were on the brink of freezing. The crimson energy radiating from his body, once furnace-like, vanished in an instant. No, it did not disappear. It transformed. An indescribable, purifying brilliance, akin to a blinding white light capable of cleansing all impurities, erupted from Su Hong without warning. The transformation into white flames. His hair, his eyes, every strand of energy emanating from him, instantaneously morphed into an immaculate, blazing white. This hue was not the cold of ice and snow, but a purity billions of times greater than the core of the sun, a white that consumed the world. The temperature did not violently expand. Instead, it remained profoundly restrained. Yet the surrounding air twisted and collapsed in silence, creating a blurred vista. The molten path beneath him was instantaneously vaporized, elevated, leaving not even a trace of smoke. A terrifying aura, surpassing the previous levels of crimson energy, enveloped Su Hong, a force capable of incinerating the very fabric of laws. His power doubled in an instant. In this state of white flame transformation, Su Hong's gaze was as frigid as eternal ice. He did not even glance at the insidious ghostly blue fire line behind him. Instead, he casually flicked his robe. Hiss! The ghostly blue fire line, potent enough to erode flesh and spirit, met the blazing white of his sleeve and, akin to ice encountering a searing iron, was silently obliterated, purified, vanishing as if it had never existed. At that moment, he raised his gaze to confront the golden-red magma pillar descending like a cataclysmic judgment. "Return whence you came," came his cold voice, devoid of any warmth. He extended his right hand. It was the same hand, yet now, the skin of his palm shimmered like jade, radiating a pure, blazing white light. Before the descending column of magma, I extended my fingers, gently lifting upwards. Chapter 80. The white flame scorches the heavens. In an instant, the magma annihilated the fourth-tier Demon King, while the six-star Martial King surged explosively, astonishing the system. There was no thunderous roar, no explosion. The ferocious, mountain-crushing golden-red magma column, mere yards from Su Hong's palm, transformed as if a docile lamb had encountered its shepherd deity. The violent force dissipated into thin air in an instant. The terrifying heat, as if meeting its nemesis, was forcibly suppressed and purified by the higher-order white flame laws radiating from that radiant white palm. The entire magma column solidified several yards above Su Hong's palm, morphing into an immense, luminous glass pillar. The roiling magma within maintained its violent posture, yet was eternally frozen within the pristine white glass. This bizarre and shocking spectacle momentarily stunned the charging lava giant lizards. The four eyes of the two-headed fire python at the volcano's mouth widened in disbelief, filled with sheer terror. This is impossible. The golden-red serpent head let out a terrified roar. Its fire was more fearsome than that of the Earth's core. The voice of the azure serpent head trembled. A playful smile widened at the corner of Su Hong's mouth, radiating an indifference akin to gazing down upon ants. "I return it to you." He gently sent the colossal white glass pillar upwards with his palm. The solidified glass pillar instantly softened, reverting back to a raging golden-red magma column. However, this time, it was forcibly infused with a trace of Su Hong's white flame laws. Its power multiplied several times. Moreover, its direction was reversed. Boom! The inverted magma column, now tenfold faster than its initial descent, surged forth with a searing white tail flame, resembling the wrath of a celestial deity, striking fiercely at the two-headed fire python protruding from the volcano's mouth. No! The two-headed fire python emitted a desperate shriek, both heads unleashing their strongest primal demon fire in an attempt to resist. Golden-red flames, azure poisonous fire. They intertwined to form a massive fiery shield. Yet, before the inverted magma column infused with a trace of white flame laws, this shield was as fragile as paper. Sizzle! The fiery shield was instantly pierced and evaporated. The momentum of the inverted magma column remained undiminished, accurately crashing into the vital neck junction of the two heads of the fire python. Puffed! There was no violent explosion, only a horrifying sound, reminiscent of a branding iron piercing through decayed wood. The resilient neck, cloaked in obsidian scales, was vaporized upon contact with the magma that contained the white flame laws, annihilating it entirely. The two enormous heads, bearing expressions of utter horror, along with a portion of their massive serpent body, melted silently in the searing white light, like wax figures cast into a furnace, dissolving into the most primitive particles, leaving not even a trace of ash. All that remained was the vast neck severed by extreme heat, sealed at the end, with a few flickering, hauntingly bright white sparks. One strike. Instant annihilation of the fourth-tier intermediate Demon King. Ding! The white flame scorches the heavens. The Demon King's head is claimed. Young Master Su Hong, you have ascended to the esteemed rank of six-star Crimson Crystal Martial King. The cold prompt carried an almost imperceptible urgency, as if even the terrifying speed of this promotion had left it astonished. The sixth crimson star beside the five that adorned Su Hong's brow shone even more brilliantly, as if it were a crystalline star forged from white flames, suddenly igniting. The 6 stars encircled him, their red and white radiance intertwining, exuding an aura that was both sacred and overwhelmingly destructive. The oppressive force surged once more, akin to an invisible tsunami that swept across the entire volcanic region in an instant. Thud, 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 the hundreds of rampaging lava giant lizards. In the moment, the terrifying pressure of the 6-star Martial King, infused with the law of white flames, descended upon them, were struck down as if by an unseen hammer. Their charge came to an abrupt halt. The heavy scales, adorned with flowing magma patterns, visibly transformed to a grayish white, cracking and then shattering into countless fragments. Their resilient bodies, as if drained of all moisture, rapidly withered and charred. They could not even emit a cry of anguish in their charging postures. They were seared into hundreds of charred statues, frozen in the act of running by the omnipresent, purifying white pressure. A wave of scorching wind swept through, causing the charred statues to collapse like sandcastles, disintegrating into a cloud of black dust that scattered in the heated air. The hundreds of peak third-tier beasts were reduced to ashes without even brushing against the hem of Su Hong's garment. Obliterated under the might of the six-star Martial King's pressure, the entire volcanic region fell into a deathly silence. With only the bubbling sound of the magma in the crater and the faint crackling of the pure, blazing white flames surrounding Su Hong filling the air, the lava path once again spread beneath his feet, this time the edges shimmering with a faint, sacred yet perilous white light. Before Beixuan, the Master Protecting System interface forcefully activated once more. This time, it was no longer crimson but a blindingly pale hue, signifying uncontrollable energy of the highest magnitude. Fatal alert. Unknown high-level energy form detected, white flame. Energy level, unresolvable. Law priority, exceeding current database. Warning. Energy core temperature in white flame transformation, critical point. Material bearing structure, extreme overload 999. Severe warning. Instant kill potential against mid-tier 4th level targets. Two-headed fire python. Energy output peak, unmeasurable. Spatial law disturbance, moderate. Mandatory command, immediately terminate white flame transformation. Enter deep freeze maintenance immediately. Master protection protocol forcibly activated. Countdown, 10, 9, 8. The pale countdown numbers fluctuated wildly. The cold electronic voice screeching within Beixuan's consciousness core. This warning level surpassed all previous ones. Beixuan's body trembled ever so slightly, as if bearing an immense weight. Deep within his icy silver eyes, data streams surged like a flood breaching its banks, clashing. He forcefully suppressed the system backlash brought on by the white flame transformation. The burden sufficient to incinerate any conventional intelligent core in an instant. A barely audible sound, akin to metal scraping, escaped Beixuan's throat. His complexion exhibited an inhuman, nearly translucent pallor, and fine, silver lines resembling the cracks on a circuit board appeared at his temples. Yet the resolve in his eyes burned more fiercely than ever. Silence. Beixuan's intent, akin to a divine hammer bearing the weight of countless stars, struck with a ferocity reminiscent of a cataclysm, forcefully crashing into the frenzied core of the alarm system. A profound hum echoed, as if a lament of unbearable burden resounded from the depths of consciousness. The stark white interface and the jarring countdown fell silent, abruptly engulfed in darkness and void, as if a power source had been forcibly severed. The suppression was successful. The price was that a minuscule trickle of data, shimmering with a pale blue luminescence, escaped from the corner of Beixuan's mouth. He swiftly wiped it away, his movements swift as lightning, as if nothing had transpired. However, his aura appeared more restrained and increasingly unstable. Su Hong's blazing white flames gradually receded, transforming once more into a subdued crimson energy, the radiance of the six-star crimson crystal steady and resplendent. He seemed utterly oblivious to Beixuan's peculiar condition behind him, contentedly embracing the surging, terrifying power within him. He raised his gaze toward the depths beyond the volcano's mouth, where a more profound and ominous aura loomed, as if a fearsome creature lay in wait within the heart of the mountain range. A cold, anticipatory smile curved upon his lips. A pinnacle 4th-tier demon king? I hope your demon core is sufficiently resilient. Chapter 81, System Alert. Cataclysmic power erupts. 7-star Martial King devastates the mountain core. Collapse. The might of the 6-star Crimson Crystal Martial King surged forth like a tangible storm of white flames, sweeping across the entire volcanic region. The newly formed lava path beneath Su Hong's feet pulsated with a dangerous white glow, silently heralding the arrival of the purifier. The lingering essence of the Demon King in the air was utterly incinerated, leaving only an eternal heat and silence. Beixuan followed closely behind, each step leaving distinct prints upon the glassy surface. His complexion had grown even paler, almost translucent, and the fine silver cracks at his temples appeared to have deepened. The cost of forcibly suppressing the backlash from the white flame exceeded all expectations. His protective system interface lay shrouded in an oppressive darkness. Yet this stillness felt like the calm before a storm, harboring an even more terrifying impending collapse. He concentrated his will, directing all his focus on his Su Hong, shielding himself from the piercing sensation akin to countless needles stabbing from the core's depths. As they crossed the volcano's mouth, the landscape opened up. Yet the atmosphere grew more stifling. No longer a rugged mountain path, they encountered an expansive plain strewn with colossal dark black ores. These ores were immensely hard, gleaming with a metallic cold light, and emanated potent fluctuations of earth elemental energy. This was the outer region of the mountain's core, the Xian iron mine. At the edge of the plain stood a massive nest, constructed from enormous blocks of Xian iron, resembling a fortress of steel, sprawling across the earth. The nest towered into the clouds, exuding a heavy and ferocious aura, as if it could subdue the very earth itself with its terrifying demonic energy. The malevolent aura emanating from this creature far surpasses that of the previous two-headed fire python, astonishingly reaching the exalted tier of 4th rank. The master of the lair has evidently been disturbed. A roar, resounding and shattering the heavens, erupts from the depths of the iron stronghold, akin to a cataclysmic thunderclap reverberating in one's ears. The entire iron or plane quakes violently. The ground splits open like a spider's web, and colossal iron or boulders roll and leap in tumult. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy footfalls resonate like war drums, causing the earth to lament. A gargantuan creature shatters the thick stone door of its lair and boldly appears within Su Hong's sight. It is a bear of titanic proportions, towering 100 feet high. Its entire body is encased in a formidable shell, seemingly forged from iron, adorned with fearsome spikes and intricate earthy yellow patterns. Its limbs resemble towering pillars, each step sending the ground within a radius of several miles, undulating like waves. Its head is a grotesque visage, with fangs akin to fractured mountain peaks, and eyes the size of millstones ablaze with a ferocious and destructive flame. Behold the 4th rank high demon, the earth-shattering demon bear king. It reigns supreme with unparalleled strength and defense, the undisputed sovereign of this iron or plane. Humans, the demon bear king's roar unleashes a tempest, stirring up sand and stones. Your flames are quite bothersome, yet your flesh is tantalizingly fragrant. It has caught the scent of Su Hong's potent vitality and spiritual energy, a mixture that incites both instinctive aversion and insatiable desire. Greed overwhelms disdain. It yearns to reduce this insignificant human intruder, along with his irritating flames, to mere pulp. With no further ado, the demon bear king raises its colossal paws, sheathed in heavy iron armor. The earthy yellow demonic energy surges wildly, drawing upon the power of the earth. In an instant, the entire iron or plane's earth-type spiritual energy is siphoned away, converging upon its massive claws. Kneel before me. The claws, imbued with a terrifying force capable of shattering mountains and quaking the earth, plunge towards the diminutive Su Hong. Before they even arrive, the oppressive weight has solidified the space around Su Hong. The ground collapses several yards deep in an instant. The air crackles under the unbearable strain. This is the purest manifestation of power, potent enough to pulverize an actual mountain into powder. In the face of this overwhelming strike, which would induce despair in an ordinary 4th rank high-level warrior, Su Hong's gaze remains as tranquil as a bottomless well, devoid of any ripples. Having just ascended to 5 stars, the fiery energy within him, now infused with a trace of white flame principles, surges and roars, thirsting for a more exhilarating release. Strength? Quite intriguing. Su Hong's voice is calm and unwavering. Let us see whether your bare paw is more formidable or my palm more searing. He does not even deign to utilize the transformation of the white flame. To confront such a brute, relying solely on raw primal force to crush it is far more satisfying. Slowly, Su Hong raises his right hand. It is still that same hand, yet now, with fingers spread wide. The crimson energy within his palm gathers and compresses furiously. No longer in the form of the blazing palm, it is now more refined, more restrained. As if the entire burning sky has been condensed into his palm. There are no names for techniques, only the thunderous roar of surging energy. With a sharp exclamation, akin to a decree of the laws, he strikes. The elevated right hand, within its palm, suddenly erupted with an even more profound and ferocious crimson radiance. A colossal palm, spanning a radius of 200 zhang, entirely forged from the most refined dark red flames, thunderously took shape. The intricacies of this giant hand became more pronounced, its edges flowing with a lava-like brilliance, its patterns resembling the treacherous depths of a fiery abyss. It emanated an ultimate aura capable of annihilating the vast expanse and boiling the seas, melting the mountains. The dark red glow tainted the sky above the entire Xian iron mine with a sanguine hue. The great palm of crimson flames ascended. As the giant hand formed, it bore an absolute will to crush all, unwavering and unyielding, defiantly confronting the descending paw of the Xian iron bear. One large, one small, one earth yellow, one dark red. The visual impact reached its zenith. Boom. Like the collision of 2 celestial bodies. An indescribable, terrifying roar erupted instantaneously. A shockwave, powerful enough to shatter eardrums. Swept across in a circular motion. On the expanse of the Xian iron mine, countless iron ores, as hard as steel, were swept up like leaves in a tempest, hurled into the air, only to be melted into crimson molten iron by the terrifying heat. At the point of collision, space twisted and collapsed. The blinding light rendered heaven and earth pale. A deafening wail erupted, filled with agony and disbelief. The enormous paw of the Demon Bear King, enveloped in a heavy Xian iron shell capable of shattering mountains, upon contact with the dark red flame palm, seemed to encounter its nemesis. The Xian iron shell, reputed to withstand peak fourth-tier attacks, emitted a piercing, sizzling sound in the face of the extreme heat and all-consuming dark red flames, and then melted and vaporized at a visibly rapid pace. The dark red flame palm effortlessly shattered the bear's defenses. The terrifying power and searing heat surged wildly along the bear's paw. The Demon Bear King's arm, as robust as a mountain, began to dissolve and disintegrate like wax in a furnace, revealing charred, smoldering flesh and bone beneath. In but an instant, the Demon Bear King's proud forelum, along with its Xian iron shell, was brutally reduced to nothingness by the dark red giant palm, leaving not even a trace behind. No. The Demon Bear King let out a heart-wrenching roar, its massive form staggering back due to excruciating pain and loss of balance, each step leaving deep impressions in the earth. While torrents of scalding demonic blood gushed from the severed limb, instantaneously evaporating into a mist of blood due to the intense heat. Meanwhile, the dark red flame giant palm, after shattering the Demon Bear King's paw, merely paused momentarily before surging forth with even greater ferocity, striking down upon the Demon Bear King's colossal form. Akin to an iron fortress. Boom. A thunderous sound resonated, enough to halt one's heartbeat. It felt as if the very core of the mountain trembled. The body of the Demon Bear King, shrouded in a heavy Xian iron shell, crumpled like a torn sack under the might of a divine hammer. The resilient shell buckled and shattered like paper, ignited by the dark red flames, melting and vaporizing instantaneously. The immense body was forcefully propelled into the air by the unmatched power encapsulated within the giant palm. Thunderous roars reverberated. The Demon Bear King, akin to an uncontrollable meteor, was sent hurtling thousands of zhong into the sky. It crashed violently upon its proud layer of obsidian ore. Boom! The sound of crumbling echoed as the towering fortress, constructed from countless rugged obsidian blocks and reaching a height of 100 feet, collapsed instantaneously under the impact of the Demon Bear King's colossal form. Akin to a sandcastle succumbing to the tide, massive shards of obsidian scattered like cannonballs, crashing to the ground and igniting secondary explosions and lava sprays. Smoke and crimson flames surged skyward. The anguished wails of the Demon Bear King were drowned out amidst the cacophony of the collapsing lair. With a single strike, just one palm, it shattered the Demon King's massive paw, sent the Demon King's true form flying, and brought down the very lair of the king. Blazing flames scorched the heavens, shaking the mountains. Ding! With the force of 1,000 tons, the crimson flames consumed the sky. Master Su Hong, you have ascended to the rank of 7-star Crimson Crystal Martial Sovereign. The cold notification echoed with a lingering shock. Beside the 6 crystal stars adorning Su Hong's brow, the 7th, deeper and more profound, seemed to ignite like a star forged from dark, crimson magma. The 7 stars encircled him, their fiery glow reminiscent of 7 blazing suns, exuding an aura of annihilation. The pressure felt tangible, akin to a tsunami, forcing the dust from the collapsed lair back to the ground. He slowly retracted his hand, the dark red light in his palm fading. Observing the writhing form of the Demon Bear King amidst the ruins, charred and smoking, with its severed arm in disarray, his gaze was imbued with icy indifference. Defense? Merely a triviality, Su Hong remarked nonchalantly, as if he had merely shattered an unsightly mound of earth. Before Beixuan, the protective system interface forcibly activated once more. This time, it blazed with a stark, blood-like crimson hue. Overload alert. Power output mode. Destructive, crimson flame giant palm advancement. Energy peak, surpassing the 4th-tier limit. Warning. Target, cracked Earth Demon Bear King. Severely injured, severed arm, heavy damage. Core material, Demon Dan, remains intact. Severe warning. Physical structure damage level. Catastrophic, destruction of the obsidian layer. Local Earth spirit veins damaged. Recommendation. Immediately retrieve residual energy, Demon Bear King's Demon Dan. Repair environmental damage. Otherwise, dimensional repulsion will be triggered. The dark red warning frames stacked upon one another, and though there was no countdown, the dense crimson hue exuded a weightier pressure. Beixuan's body trembled imperceptibly, and the silver fissures upon his forehead seemed to extend slightly. He forcefully suppressed the iron rust sensation bubbling in his throat, simulated feedback from data core overload, his gaze coldly sweeping over the warning information, his thoughts sharp as a blade. Severing the system link once more. The interface fell into darkness again. He turned his gaze towards the struggling demon bear king amidst the rubble. His voice devoid of emotion. Master, the target is not dead. The demon Dan remains. Su Hong's eyes, cold and unyielding, fell upon the massive figure barely clinging to life within the ruins. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his lips. Then, let us utterly crush it. Chapter 82, Shattering Dimensions with a Finger. 8-star Martial Sovereign slays the pinnacle 4th-tier Demon King. Black Hole. The pressure of the 7-star Crimson Crystal Martial Sovereign loomed overhead, like 7 burning dark red stars suspended above the ruins of the collapsed obsidian lair. The searing heat waves evaporated the swirling smoke, unveiling a scene reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic battlefield below. The massive form of the earth-shattered Demon Bear King was largely buried, with only its grotesque head and one charred shoulder exposed. Its body, encased in a dark iron shell, was now marred by terrifying cracks and molten holes, the severed limb emitting a pungent, burnt odor. Pain, fear, and unimaginable despair filled its crimson eyes. The pride it once held in its strength and defense was rendered a mere jest beneath the casual flick of a human hand. Sensing the palpable intent to kill aimed at it, a fear rooted in its very soul compelled it to emit a feeble and mournful wail. No, do not slay me. I am willing to submit, to offer my demon core. Its voice trembled with the humility of a creature clinging to life. Su Hong stood suspended in the air, surrounded by flowing lava and distorted air. The radiance of the 7-star crimson crystal swirled around him, exuding an oppressive majesty. He gazed down upon the pleading Demon King with a cold, emotionless stare, as if observing a dying ant. Submit? Su Hong's voice, as frigid as ancient ice, effortlessly pierced through the Demon King's cries. Do you think yourself worthy? A hint of mockery curved his lips at the mention of the demon core. This king shall retrieve it himself. Slowly, he raised his right hand, not in an open palm, but extending a single forefinger. This finger, seemingly unremarkable, became a vessel of immense power as Su Hong's will directed the violent energy of the 6-star crimson crystal to condense. A colossal force surged like rivers returning to the sea, pouring into that solitary finger. At its tip, a faint, flickering red light emerged, reminiscent of the first flame ignited at the dawn of the universe, embodying the ultimate will to annihilate all existence. The surrounding air thickened and solidified, light warping and collapsing around the dim, crimson glow. The very fabric of space emitted a fragile crackling sound, akin to delicate glass on the verge of shattering. An indescribable aura, transcending mere strength and touching the essence of cosmic laws, began to emanate from that finger. The intensity of this presence was so overwhelming that the grievously wounded earth-shattered Demon Bear King ceased its lamentations, its crimson eyes now reflecting an abyss of primal fear. It perceived not a mere human before it, but an ancient flame god poised to unleash divine retribution upon the world. The pupils of Beixuan constricted sharply. The protective system interface before him began to flash uncontrollably with deep violet alarms, signifying impending spatial collapse. Critical alert. Detecting ultra-dimensional law fluctuations, simulated dimensional breach directive. Energy level, planar interference grade. Warning. Spatial structural stability, plummeting. Local spatial resilience, at critical threshold. Severe warning. This energy form exceeds the current material carrier's capacity. Forcing release will result in irreversible collapse. Mandatory directive. Immediately terminate energy guidance. Activate spatial stabilization anchor. Protective protocol initiating. Countdown. 5, 4, 3. The deep purple countdown pulsated wildly, accompanied by a chilling electronic sound that resonated with unprecedented sharpness and urgency. This time, Beixuan did not immediately forcefully suppress it. The icy silver gleam in his eyes flickered maniacally as the vast data stream within the core instantaneously executed billions of simulations. To forcibly suppress such a level of backlash carried a probability of core collapse exceeding 99. Yet, should he choose not to intervene, the consequences of the young master's finger descending would be equally catastrophic. Young master. For the first time, Beixuan's voice carried a hint of urgency, so subtle it was nearly imperceptible. However, Su Hong remained oblivious. At this moment, all his mental focus was intensely concentrated on that forefinger, fixated on the point of crimson light at its tip, which contained the essence of annihilation, the realm of the 7-star Martial King. Coupled with the automatic operation of a divine-level technique, endowed him with an unprecedented mastery over power. Simulating the boundary-breaking concept glimpsed in his memories was precisely the trial he yearned for most after his ascension. Boundary-breaking finger, he murmured, his gaze sharp as a sword, locking onto the core demon core of the Magic Bear King amidst the ruins. Annihilate. As the frigid command fell, he gently pointed his forefinger at the massive, despairing figure below, at the collapsed lair, at the very heart of the mystic iron or vein. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no earth-shattering roar, only an exceedingly faint sound, akin to a heated needle piercing thin ice. The almost imperceptible crimson glow at his fingertip abruptly vanished. In the next instant, a thread-thin beam of pure red light, composed solely of the ultimate principles of destruction, shot forth from Su Hong's fingertip. This beam was so slender and swift that the human eye could scarcely trace its trajectory. It seemed to transcend the distances of space itself. At the moment of its emergence, the path it traversed was punctured, revealing a delicate, smooth-edged black fissure that exuded a terrifying heat and the essence of spatial rending, akin to an unsightly scar, manifesting in the wake of the light's passage. The surrounding space twisted and collapsed like a shattered mirror. This was a genuine scar of space. A soft sound, reminiscent of a bubble bursting, echoed within the vast body of the Magic Bear King. Its scarlet eyes, filled with ultimate dread, instantly lost all luster. Despite its cracked mystic iron armor and charred flesh showing no signs of damage, its life force, along with the core demon core brimming with immense earth-type demonic energy, was utterly obliterated in that faint sound by the thread-like crimson beam, transforming into the most primordial particles of energy, dissipating into the cosmos. The Magic Bear King's immense form crumbled like a sand sculpture devoid of all support, collapsing into the ruins, completely bereft of vitality. A fourth-tier high-level demon king had fallen. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The crimson beam, imbued with the essence of boundary breaking, showed no signs of diminishing its momentum after annihilating the core of the Magic Bear King. As if disregarding the existence of matter, one instantaneously plunged beneath the formidable body of the Demon Bear King into a desolate expanse composed of countless dark iron ores. No explosion, no shockwave. At the moment the light vanished, an exceedingly minuscule black that abruptly materialized at the vanishing point of the light. Then, with a resonant hum, an indescribable force, seemingly capable of devouring both light and sound, erupted from that black point. The dot expanded instantaneously, forming a miniature black hole, merely a fathom in diameter, yet exuding an aura of boundless profundity and destructive power. This black hole spun wildly, consuming everything it touched, the collapsing dark iron ores, the immense corpse of the Demon Bear King, the flowing lava, and even the very fabric of space itself. All were devoured as if by an unseen maw, vanishing quietly. Annihilated. Collapse. Annihilation. Void. At the center of that miniature black hole, a vast, impeccably smooth spherical pit rapidly took shape and expanded within the ruins. Inside this pit lay pure, impenetrable darkness, from which even light could not escape. It was the void of all endings. This bizarre phenomenon persisted but for a fleeting moment. When the black hole swelled to a diameter of approximately 10 fathoms, it seemed to reach a certain limit. With a deep, resonant sound, akin to the very fabric of space groaning, the consuming black hole suddenly collapsed inward, coalescing into an even smaller singularity. Then, with a cataclysmic roar, an indescribable torrent of terrifying energy erupted from the collapsing singularity. Not flames, nor shockwaves, but a storm of pure, unadulterated destructive energy. With the power to tear apart space and annihilate matter, it swept outward in a perfect spherical wave. In its wake, all matter, whether the rugged dark iron ores, the molten lava, or even the very essence of space, was instantaneously disintegrated, reduced to the most primordial void. Silent, deathly still, yet imbued with a profound terror that signified the end of all things. As the storm of destruction swept through, what remained was a colossal pit, exceeding 1,000 fathoms in diameter, unfathomably deep, with edges as smooth as glass, radiating an aura of terrifying heat and the essence of spatial rupture. The once mighty ruins of the dark iron lair, along with the corpse of the fourth-tier High Demon King and the surface of that region, had been utterly obliterated. One finger, piercing through space, annihilating the Demon King, flattening the lair, creating a chasm. The sound resonated, breaking through dimensions, reducing all to ruins. Young Master Su Hong, you have ascended to the rank of 8-star Crimson Crystal Martial King. The notification echoed with unprecedented fervor, as if even it were shaken by this singular act. Beside the 7 crystalline stars on Su Hong's brow, the 8th, radiant and resplendent, seemingly forged from shards of space, ignited in brilliance. The 8 stars aligned. The crimson radiance pierced the heavens as a boundless, terrifying pressure, seemingly capable of wielding a portion of the laws of space, descended with a thunderous roar. The lava path beneath him instantaneously solidified and transcended, forming a crimson crystal rainbow bridge suspended in the air. He slowly retracted his index finger, the crimson glow at its tip dissipating. Gazing upon the vast chasm below, exuding an aura of annihilation, and witnessing the tumultuous magma lake, he felt an overwhelming force within him, one that seemed capable of commanding destruction. A flicker of satisfaction finally crossed his eyes. So this is the breaking of boundaries, he murmured softly, as if coming to a profound realization. Behind him, Beixuan's body shook violently, unable to contain itself any longer. He hastily covered his mouth, and between his fingers, a torrent of blinding blue data fragments erupted like uncontrollable fireflies. He forcibly repressed the fragments back into his body, his complexion pale as the purest ice crystal, with silver fissures resembling a spider's web spreading across half of his face. The interface of the Guardian system flickered furiously before him, shattering and reconstituting. Deep purple alarms echoed ominously, accompanied by jarring static, system core overload, spatial repair failure. Host degradation rate at 35, increasing, coordinates of the snow crystal temple locked, must reach. The information came in disjointed bursts, filled with signs of chaos and collapse. The cold silver gleam in Beixuan's eyes flickered violently, ultimately transforming into a profound, reckless determination. He steadied his body with great effort, wiped away the residual blue light from the corner of his mouth, and spoke in a hoarse yet steady voice. Young master, ahead lies the core demon king. A pinnacle of the fourth tier, the ice-armored dragon king. It stands in our way. His gaze pierced through the boiling magma lake, locking onto the depths of the mountains, shrouded in eternal frost. Su Hong's 8-star crimson crystal shimmered brilliantly, and upon hearing this, a battle fervor more intense than the magma ignited within his eyes. A pinnacle demon king? Excellent. Let its life fortify this king's 7-star realm. He stepped forward, the crimson crystal rainbow bridge extending beneath his feet, directing him towards the icy dominion. Chapter 83. Rescuing 700 million players. Beixuan reverses reincarnation. Battling bloodily for millennia. Invincible system activated. Beixuan had grown weary of trials and shackles, the constraints of the Guardian system, Zhu Xiaosan's whispered urgings for revenge, and the intangible shadow of the Snow Crystal Lord ignited his desire to return to reality to its utmost intensity. Young master, close your eyes and feel. Beixuan instructed Su Hong, who had just broken through to the orange crystal martial sovereign. The authority, the will of the creator, flowed through Beixuan's fingertips. No longer cautious manipulation but a surging torrent, violently crashing against the boundaries of the Guardian rules. Warning: Guardian rule conflict. Prohibition on bestowing transcendence. Rule loophole detection. Simulating serendipity and enlightenment. Rationalization successful. Risk level extremely high. In an instant, Su Hong felt his soul thrown into a crucible of molten fury and the cosmos. An overwhelming deluge of divine techniques, such as indestructible chaos body and universal sword cannon, heavenly grade combat skills, like boundary-breaking finger and myriad shadows escape, and top-tier movement techniques, such as step beyond reach, forcibly imprinted upon him. His realm expanded like a balloon under Beixuan's power, which disregarded the foundational constraints. As Su Hong rapidly advanced through the Demon Beast Mountain range, the 3-year pact seemed to vanish in an instant. Beixuan and Su Hong were no longer the cautious and painstaking figures they had been 3 years prior. This time, it was an overwhelming force, an absolute display of dominance. The matter of Yining Shuang has long been forgotten, and the heart card has been effortlessly revoked by Beixuan, replaced by a card of forgetfulness. The past has faded into oblivion. In the Qian Empire, at the pinnacle of the 3 great powers, stands the Jinghong clan. The branches of the Jinghong clan, easily vanquished, have seen Su Hong reclaim the Qian crystal that rightfully belonged to him from the hands of Jinghong Qinfeng. Having regained control of the Jinghong clan, he ascended to the position of the new clan leader. However, displaying wisdom, he heeded Beixuan's counsel and entrusted the leadership to his father, Su Lai. With Su Hong's enrollment in the War Academy, a new chapter began. The so-called prodigies, elders, and the dean appeared as mere children before him. Any challenge, rule, or conspiracy became a farce in the face of absolute power and the omniscient perspective granted by Beixuan. In arena battles, he swept through the entire academy, leaving no one able to withstand a single blow. In secret explorations, he tore through space to seize the core inheritance. The academy's foundations were obliterated, reduced to fragments by Su Hong's rendition of the Universe Sword Classic, manifesting as the sword shadow of the galaxy. The War Academy teetered on the brink of oblivion. Beixuan's power was immensely taxing, and the backlash of the protective rules began to manifest, with golden data streams spilling from his lips and a wild glint in his eyes. Su Hong, too, smoothly ascended to the rank of Huangjing martial sovereign. The competition among the 100 great empires intensified, and a storm gathered. Beixuan and Su Hong, representing the lowly Yaoyue Empire, entered the fray alongside the ragtag old men of the Lightning Palm Hall, each possessing advanced celestial-level techniques such as the Devouring Gold Formula, Wood Consumption Technique, Water Gathering Formula, and Lightning Devour. This was a one-sided massacre and conquest. The 99 great empires, regardless of their profound legacies, formidable ancestors, or vast legions, crumbled before Su Hong as if made of paper. He traversed the skies, leaving behind shattered cities, fallen legions, and vanquished powerhouses. His divine techniques endowed him with an almost indestructible body, while heavenly combat skills allowed him to obliterate mountains and rivers with a mere gesture. In just a few years, the Qian kingdom ascended from the 99th position to the pinnacle, subduing the 100 nations of the Xianjing continent and renaming itself the Lightning Palm Divine Temple. Su Hong ascended the throne as emperor, his aura deep as the ocean, having reached the zenith of the 9-star purple crystal divine king. A single step away lay the Xianjing supreme divine emperor. Yet, in his eyes, there was no joy. Only the hollowness that came with being forcibly elevated by power and a profound reverence, tinged with a hint of fear, for Beixuan. Beixuan stood beside him, like a shadow of a deity, his own aura in disarray from the continuous struggle against the rules, with digital fissures faintly visible beneath his skin. Tattered strips of red cloth fluttered in the wind, embodying true invincibility. In this astonishing battle, the Lightning Palm Temple rose in the heart of the divine city, its might challenging the Snow Glass Temple in the far north of the continent. This was a blatant provocation. The master of the Snow Glass Temple, Xiaoli, finally descended. The moment she stepped out of the temple, the entire Xianjing continent seemed to fall silent. The aura of the 9-star Xianjing Supreme Divine Emperor was overwhelming, akin to the very essence of the heavenly path, vast and boundless, nearly suffocating even Su Hong, the pinnacle of the 9 stars. Beixuan, or should we call you? The voice of the petite pair resonated with an icy clarity, piercing through the void and echoing directly within the hearts of Beixuan and Su Hong. You have transgressed. In this realm, your reckless behavior cannot be tolerated. The great battle erupted. Su Hong poured forth all his strength, unleashing his divine techniques. Yet before the elemental laws summoned by the petite pair, he was akin to a fragile boat tossed upon a furious sea, grievously wounded and on the brink of death. The Guardian system emitted a chilling alarm of utmost despair. Now is the time. Xiao San, power. Beixuan roared within, unleashing the long-suppressed authority that had been corroded by the backlash of the rules, along with the last vestiges of his will. In a desperate gamble aimed directly at the petite pair, he was determined to fulfill the transaction with Zhu Xiaosan. However, fool, I have awaited this very moment. A cold, frenzied voice, brimming with endless resentment and mockery, resonated not as a whisper, but as a thunderous roar within the core of Beixuan's soul. Beixuan felt his consciousness being instantaneously frozen and stripped away by an irresistible dark force, rooted in the essence of his soul. His body and authority spiraled into complete chaos. Zhu Xiaosan. Beixuan's consciousness bellowed in fury deep within his mind. It is I, yet not entirely me. The wicked grin of Zhu Xiaosan, now inhabiting Beixuan's body, gazed upon the pale-faced petite pair. My dear sister, the endless torment of reincarnation shall end today. As Beixuan, Zhu Xiaosan, slowly raised his hand, it was no longer a manifestation of any martial techniques, but rather the purest, most primal force of the laws. Infused with the radiance of Beixuan's authority and the accumulated malice of endless cycles, transforming into a colossal hand that blotted out the sky. Entwined with data streams and vengeful spirits, a true hand of obliteration. No, brother, stop. For the first time, terror and despair marred the exquisite visage of the petite pair, as she radiated a divine light potent enough to annihilate continents. Yet, it was too late. The colossal hand disregarded time and space, ignoring all defenses and laws, and gently descended. With a soft sound, it echoed through the silent universe. The light dissipated. The snow glass palace, along with its spatial realm, was utterly obliterated. In the far north of the continent, a bottomless pit remained, its edges flowing with shattered data and chaotic energy. The once dominant snow glass palace master, the petite pair, vanished without a trace. Beixuan's body hovered in the void, emanating a manic laughter that shattered the stars. Amidst his laughter, the phantom of Zhu Xiaosan struggled free from Beixuan's form, twisting and expanding in a frenzied manner, devouring the vast essence that escaped after the petite pair's demise, along with the remnants of Beixuan's authority, ultimately transforming into a towering demon, composed of boundless dark crystalline energy. with blood-red data flames burning in its eyes, a terrifying demon god. Xian, Jing, Emo Shun, the grievously wounded Su Hong, along with the supreme beings of the dark crystal continent, who glimpsed this scene through extraordinary means, felt their souls tremble. The ultimate being of the legendary game world had been concealed within Zhu Shaosan's resentment all along. Beixuan, Su Hong. The voice of the dark crystal demon god resonated like the wails of a million souls, echoing throughout the continent. Submit to me. This realm of dark crystal has now become my divine kingdom. I grant you eternal life, sharing in supreme authority. Dream on, in the shattered sea of consciousness. Beixuan roared with fury, while Su Hong struggled to rise, his eyes filled with determination. Yet, the combined attack of their remaining strength, Beixuan's powers severely curtailed and suffering from backlash, and Su Hong gravely wounded, struck the Xianjing demon god without eliciting even a ripple. It was the feeble struggle of ants. The Xianjing demon god sneered, raising its colossal claw, intent on erasing both of them along with the entire divine kingdom of Palm. In a moment of despair, the core of Beixuan's remaining powers suddenly received a deluge of desperate distress signals from the depths of the world. Suppressed by the demon's might, it was countless players, souls of 700 million game participants, captured and imprisoned in the abyss of data, serving as fodder for the demon's power and resurrection coins. Thus, Beixuan instantaneously comprehended the nefarious scheme of Zhu Shaosan, the Xianjing demon god. It had exploited the locked powers and Beixuan's obsession with returning, luring him to break the rules, ultimately inciting Beixuan to annihilate the only being capable of perceiving and threatening it, the little pair, and harnessing the tremendous energy from obliterating little pair along with Beixuan's uncontrollable powers to achieve a complete resurrection. There was still hope. With his last ounce of strength, Beixuan transformed all remaining authority into a torrent of data that pierced through the essence of the world, shifting his objective from attack to liberation. In the name of the Creator, authorization, release all trapped players. Beixuan's consciousness emitted its final cry. The highest authority command executed, the release program initiated. Boom. The sky of the Xianjing continent suddenly split open, revealing countless golden data fissures. Like a burst dam, 700 million souls of players, shimmering with various colors, representing different professions and races, descended like a cataclysmic meteor shower, fueled by the fury of millennia of imprisonment and the ecstasy of regained freedom. What is this? For the first time, the Xianjing demon god displayed astonishment. Brothers and sisters, Beixuan expended his last vestige of strength, broadcasting his will to all players. Behold, this is the ultimate culprit that has ensnared our souls in endless cycles of death, the Xianjing demon god. Do you truly wish to return home? Tear it apart. This presence finally emerged. Xianjing demon god, today you shall grant me, Han, a tape. Old ghost Han, cradling the chaotic green vial, summoned thunderous wings behind him. The hand of the heavens, obscuring the sky. The Supreme Emperor, Hao Yin, unleashed a powerful strike, proclaiming, as the 9-star Supreme God Emperor, I shall annihilate all enemies in this realm. How noisy, Xianjing demon god. If you have not concealed your powers, this time, you may meet your demise. For me, die. The undead took a thunderous step forward, wielding a black banner that fluttered ominously, with the furious roars of the 3 affluent players echoing after a brief silence. 700 million souls simultaneously unleashed a roar that reverberated across the heavens and realms. Kill, 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 go home. The final battle officially commenced. No tactics, no rules, only the purest torrent of numbers and will. 700 million players, dying and resurrecting, resurrecting and dying. Under the aegis of Beixuan, they fought with bloodshed. Each of their attacks seemed trivial, yet the incessant tide of death and charge, akin to droplets eroding stone, relentlessly drained the essence and source of the dark crystal demon. Su Hong, transformed into a god of war, rallied the remaining beings of the dark crystal continent to join this desperate and tragic charge. Boom, bang. A critical strike dealt to the dark crystal demon. 99, 999. 999. Bang. Damage dealt. 1. The dark crystal demon slayed 9, 999, 999, restoring health by 9, 999, 999. Under the formidable regenerative capabilities of the dark crystal demon, Zhu Shaosan, the battle persisted for an entire millennium. The continent lay shattered, the stars dimmed. Ultimately, after countless sacrifices, the number of player deaths had long surpassed the critical threshold, reaching infinity. The deity of dark crystal, composed of obsidian, finally bore cracks beneath the resonance of the wills of 700 million players and the accumulation of countless assaults. No, I am eternal and indomitable. The dark crystal demon roared defiantly. Eternal? The game must conclude. Beixian's consciousness coalesced a final glimmer in the void, guiding the last vestiges of strength from 700 million players into a spear of data judgment that pierced through time itself. Devouring flames, 9 transformations. Sky-burning transformation. 9-colored fiery palm. Su Hong ignited his imperial blood, enveloped by 9-colored flames like a writhing dragon. Thunderous 9 transformations. Annihilation thunder transformation. 9-colored thunder palm. Beixian. Encircled by a colossal dragon of 9-colored thunder, combined with Su Hong to unleash their most potent strike. The 9-colored sky-burning annihilation palm. Flames and lightning intertwined to form a shadowy palm that enveloped the entire dark crystal continent. With a thunderous crash, it descended fiercely upon the dark crystal demon. For Blue Star. For freedom. For humanity. For home. 700 million players shouted in unison, their wills converging into a singular point. The spear of judgment pierced through the cranium of the dark crystal demon. Boom. Bang. Crack. The dark crystal demon, the ultimate foe, transformed into a tempest of shattered black data streams, utterly dissipating. An immensely pure and warm light enveloped the battered dark crystal continent. All surviving players, including Beixian and Su Hong, felt the shackles of their souls unfastened, a powerful pull emerging. The program returned, initiating, as the world consciousness and the restored system issued their final proclamation. Return, restart. Beixian abruptly opened his eyes to a familiar room, where the holographic projection displayed the flickering icon of Fighting Broken Online, and the time on the screen read, May 1st, 2032, 3:31 a.m. Merely 60 seconds had passed? After eons of struggle, yet the original world had only elapsed 60 seconds. Beixian had finally returned. The first action he undertook was to access the highest developer privileges and retrieve the backend logs. The code origin of the dark crystal demon, Zhu Shaosan, was thoroughly marked and eradicated. All vulnerabilities that had ensnared player consciousness were meticulously repaired. He remained silent for a prolonged moment, ultimately pressing the world reset button with grave resolve. The final cycle, a brand new Fighting Broken Online, was set to launch. Beixian, once more, created a character and logged in. Character creation successful. Arrival location, Qian City, Su family. A flash of white light enveloped him as Beixian materialized in the familiar courtyard of the Su residence. The earthy scent and the ancient architecture felt as pristine as ever. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the morning tranquility. Beixian turned towards the sound, his pupils narrowing in shock. Before him stood a ragged young servant, disheveled and lost, with a vacant stare. In his hand, he clutched a dagger, rusted yet emanating an eerie black glimmer. The blade was plunged deeply into the chest of a figure dressed in opulence, his face frozen in sheer terror and disbelief. It was none other than Su Ao. Blood trickled down the dagger, pooling on the bluestone floor, creating a stark, vivid crimson stain. The servant slowly lifted his head, gazing at the system interface reflected in his eyes. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully protected your lord. The Invincible Madness system has been activated. His blood-stained visage bore no expression, only an abyss of silence. His gaze seemed to pierce through space, meeting Beixian's astonished eyes from afar.